Parallel world. Summer 2002. Northeast China. The sun dipped below the horizon. On a windowsill desk, an old electric fan swayed back and forth, puffing out waves of hot air. Lin Hao sat bare-chested on the bed, drenched in sweat, eyes clouded with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? I clearly died. Why am I here? Slowly, he sat up, gazing blankly around the room. The space was small, walls painted bright white. In the corner stood an easel, holding an unfinished still life sketch. By the window sat an old wooden desk. Beneath him was a simple single bed. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged into his mind, memories belonging to this body. Lin Hao, male, 19 years old, senior student at Chunhan No. 10 High School. Father, Lin Qingsheng, former forestry worker, laid off for years. Mother, Li Xiaoa, passed away 13 years ago from cancer. It hit him, had died and been reborn. Head crossed into a strange parallel world, and the body he now inhabited was also named Lin Hao. A 19-year-old body with a 42-year-old soul. What a bizarre combination. He sat there, disoriented, overwhelmed until, after a long silence, he finally began to accept the reality. In his past life, had been a struggling keyboardist. At 16, he started playing in dance halls. Later, he toured across the country with various music troupes. At 32, he settled in Zhangzhou, teaching piano at a music shop on weekends, performing at nightclubs by night. At 40, he was diagnosed with bone cancer. After 2 painful years on his deathbed, he finally breathed his last. Head had countless lovers, friends scattered across the nation. Though many stood by his bedside as he passed, in the end, dust returned to dust, earth to earth. I sighed deeply. Well then, what's done is done. They say, do good deeds without worrying about rewards. Clearly, heaven was watching. The old man upstairs must have seen that, though his life had been hard, had still given blood, donated to charity, and done good whenever he could. That's why had been granted a second chance. If so, why not live this life to the fullest? Lin Hao glanced at the mechanical alarm clock on the desk. 6:05 p.m. Damn, the senior graduation performance was tonight and he was already late. He jumped out of bed, searching for a mirror, wanted to see what he looked like now, but found none. Oh well. He pulled on a white cotton t-shirt and sneakers and rushed out. In the hallway, a clean old 28-inch bicycle stood unlocked. He grabbed it without hesitation and rode off. At No. 10 High School's auditorium, the show had already begun. Lin Hao arrived, drenched in sweat, and finally found his class section. He crouched low, squeezing past rows of legs, drawing annoyed glares. Only one seat remained next to homeroom teacher Chen Shengli. With no choice, Lin Hao nervously sat down. Chun turned, saw him, and grunted in disapproval. On stage, a stand-up comedy act that bombed from start to finish. A 3-line rhyme praising the homeroom teacher. A folk dance with uneven, awkward movements. A male-female duet with faces painted like red-bottomed monkeys. To Lin Hao, watching this was pure torture. He glanced around, scanning his classmates, matching faces to names in his memory. He noticed that from the moment he arrived, Chun Shengli kept checking his watch. Soon, Chen turned to arts committee member Zhang Cici. Where's Li Yibo? Why hasn't he shown up? Zhang Cici, still in her folk dance costume, her heavy makeup smeared by sweat, looked anxious. She must have just finished the opening number. I don't know either. He was fine during rehearsal this afternoon. How many acts left? Chen asked. 13. Chun fell silent. After 2 more performances, both he and Zhang Cici began repeatedly glancing toward the auditorium entrance. Li Yibo was the artistic star of Class 3, Senior 3. His guitar singing was famous throughout the school, with countless fans. He always closed the show. The performance dragged on. Lin Hao was nearly dozing off. No more waiting. Chun wiped sweat from his forehead, making up his mind. Zhang Cici, as arts committee member, who can replace Li Yibo? He demanded. Zhang Cici panicked. No one, truly no one. Besides him, there isn't a single other student in our class who can play guitar. Can't we find the tallest among the short? Chun snapped, his voice rising in frustration. Lin Hao woke up to the shout. Zhang Cici gave a bitter smile. Tallest among the short? There isn't even a short one to begin with. What should we do? What should we do? How can Li Yibo be so unreliable? Chun tugged at his already thinning hair in desperation. Go ask. Ask everyone. Anyone with a talent. Anything they can perform. Chun ordered. Then he added, preferably guitar singing. Hurry, hurry. Reluctantly, Zhang Cici stood up. She walked down the aisle, quietly asking students in the back rows. But no one stepped forward. Returning, she pleaded in a near-tearful voice. Teacher, what should we do? There's really no one. She knew her classmates too well. Chun expected this outcome and wasn't surprised at all. Chun slumped into his seat like a deflated balloon. It's over. Tomorrow, his colleagues would mock him. He could already picture Li from class 1, sneering with that ugly, contemptuous face. Then, a voice broke the silence. Teacher, maybe I could give it a try? Chun Shengli and Zhang Sisi turned quickly, their faces lighting up with hope only to fall the moment they saw it was Lin Hao. Zhang Sisi spat, Lin Hao, not now. This is no time for jokes. Some students behind heard him too. Lin Hao, come on, get a rest. Ma Shuai, don't insult wolves. Wolves howl better than he sings. Yeah, last time we went to karaoke, he scared away all the barbecue customers. Quick, someone get me cotton out to plug my ears. Lin Hao had only wanted to help, seeing how anxious the teacher was. Now, faced with this reaction, he was utterly baffled. What's going on? Am I really that bad at singing? Why can't I remember feeling this way? Is it some leftover self-perception flaw from his body? A flood of doubts made him deeply question himself. Chun Shengli shot to his feet. A short, stout, middle-aged man wearing old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses. He turned sternly toward his students, waving his chubby hands in anger. You lot, all you do is make sarcastic remarks. If it weren't for Zhang Sisi's opening dance, I'd be standing up there all alone. Don't you have any shame? You dare laugh? You dare mock Lin Hao for singing badly? Yes, Lin Hao sings terribly, but at least he had the courage to step forward. At least he cares about our class honor. What about you? Do you? Do you? Hearing the teacher's speech, Lin Hao felt deeply moved and nodded repeatedly. Ah, the teacher really understands me. But then, as the last few words sank in, he nearly choked on his own blood. Zhang Sisi of Lin Hao Yibao's guitar. Chun Shengli ordered, almost out of spite. Zhang Sisi hesitated. She lived right across from Lin Hao. She had heard his singing countless times since childhood. The classmates were wrong. Lin Hao's singing wasn't just bad. It was unbelievably bad. He could sing an entire song without hitting a single note in tune. That took skill. Most people couldn't pull it off, but Lin Hao did it flawlessly, perfectly. Letting him perform would be a disaster. A disaster for the entire number 10 high school. Days, she could already picture the entire audience, teachers and students alike fleeing the auditorium in panic. Know if you'd like me to continue with Chapter 2, adjust the tone, e.g., more humorous, more dramatic, or provide a version formatted for publishing or reading aloud. Yiler Chin. Chapter 2. However, Teacher Chun had already made her decision. She was not adept at playing the guitar. Despite her good intentions, she felt powerless. In this critical moment, Zhang Sisi could only muster her courage and handed over Li Yibao's guitar. Lin Hao reached out to receive the guitar, but Zhang Sisi did not let go. With another tug, she still held on. What is going on? Why won't she give it to me? Lin Hao felt frustrated. Chun Shengli noticed they were in the penultimate act and urged, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Lin Hao, get on stage. Zhang Sisi sighed, reluctantly releasing her grip. She felt a pang of guilt, as if she had unleashed a demon that could wreak havoc upon the world. Lin Hao stood up with the guitar, and Chun Shengli gestured a sign of victory towards him. He straightened his posture and smiled, waving to his classmates, only to be met with a chorus of boos. Chun Shengli turned around, his face dark with displeasure, while Lin Hao shook his head with a wry smile, burdened by the discontent as he made his way backstage. Backstage, the female host from Class 4 of the senior year asked Lin Hao, what will you sing? He pondered for a moment before replying, Jasmine Blossoms. The host, taken aback by the unfamiliar title, shot him a surprised glance. Now, please enjoy the guitar performance of Jasmine Blossoms by Lin Hao from Class 3 of senior year. As Lin Hao stepped onto the stage, he was greeted by a sparse applause from the front row of school leaders, while whispers spread among the students below. Isn't Li Yibao supposed to be the headliner? Why is he being replaced? Who is this guy? Can he sing? I've heard him. What do you think? Shall we make a run for it later? No way. Taking a seat in the center of the stage, Lin Hao placed the guitar on his right leg and gently strummed the strings, relieved that he was still in tune. Having learned piano from a young age, he later picked up various instruments from friends in the nightlife scene. While others were asleep, he toiled away in his rented room year after year, earning him the nickname Madman among his peers, the music madman. By the time he reached his late 30s, he could play any instrument at an exceptional level and mimic the voices of any male singer with remarkable accuracy. Once, in a drunken stupor, the well-connected Li Pengzi in the domestic music scene clapped Lin Hao on the shoulder and lamented, you stubborn fool, your luck is dreadful. Otherwise, with your singing and playing, you'd have already ascended to greatness. Lin Hao sighed, reflecting on the past, time, fortune, fate. He shook his head to dispel those oppressive memories. just as someone in the audience shouted, "Get off! We want Li Ba." Yes, get off! Off! Scram! Who are you? Get down! Get down! The voices of thousands in the auditorium clamored for his departure. Especially the senior boys are particularly wild, as the college entrance examination has concluded and they are on the verge of departing from school. Their reverence for the teachers has diminished significantly. Just yesterday, a few students were burning books in the classroom, causing considerable distress for the teachers. At that moment, some mischievous boys playfully inserted their fingers into their mouths, producing loud and shrill whistles. Noticing the principal's displeasure, several teachers promptly stood up to quell the rowdy students. A male teacher from the back row shouted, "Have you lost your senses? Wang Gang, remove your fingers from your mouth." A female teacher interjected sharply, "You Jiangtao, come down here." A fair-faced boy shrank his neck and quickly jumped down from his chair. A slap resounded as someone received a light reprimand on the neck. "Sun Tao, shall I have a word with your father tonight?" Through the teacher's efforts, the ruckus gradually subsided. Lin Hao remained unfazed, smiling serenely at the audience, displaying no trace of panic. What was this commotion to him? In his previous life, he had sung on stage while patrons brawled beneath him, beer bottles flying about. With a slightly melancholic yet resonant voice, he began, "June, the season when the gardenias bloom, is the time we must part. Today, let us wave goodbye to that fleeting youth, etching it forever in the transparency of our lives." Although the auditorium remained somewhat noisy, the lively piano melodies began to play, and Lin Hao's voice softened into a youthful timbre. "Gardenias bloom. This is the season as we prepare to leave. The shy girl, so hard to part with, is like a gentle fragrance, lingering in my heart." Chun Shengli had been anxious, and the earlier commotion nearly made him bury his head in his lap. However, when Lin Hao's piano notes resonated and his voice reached his ears, he straightened up as if electrified. Zhang Sisi, too, was taken aback. Was this truly the mischievous Lin Hao from their childhood? The same Lin Hao who was too lazy to care? The one whose singing had once sounded like a lament? When had he learned to play the guitar? Could this be him? She found it hard to believe, unable to accept the transformation. As the clamor in the auditorium gradually faded, everyone became immersed in the melody. Gardenias bloom, so delightful, waving goodbye to both joy and helplessness. Time flows swiftly like a stream, day by day nurturing our youth. Gardenias bloom and bloom, like crystalline waves blossoming in the sea of my heart. The simple rhythm, coupled with his unrefined yet sincere voice, gently conveyed the emotions of parting. Below the stage, everyone closed their eyes, as if the air were filled with the fragrant essence of blooming gardenias. Lin Hao repeated the latter verses again and again. Some teachers whispered to one another, "How beautiful it is! It feels like returning to childhood." Indeed, this is the finest performance of the evening. It is peculiar that such a melodious song has never graced my ears before. Several female classmates from the second year of high school gazed at Lin Hao on stage, their eyes sparkling with admiration. He is so handsome and stylish. I adore his monolid eyes. They are so captivating. His guitar playing is exceptional. I yearn for his autograph. The voices of several boys grew louder. Is this a campus song? I can hardly believe that this is the same Lin Hao. Have you heard of him? I have not either. As the music and singing began to fade, Lin Hao rose, lifting his guitar high in the air to express his gratitude. He was quite pleased with his vocal prowess, and with the right techniques, he could undoubtedly become a versatile king of songs. A brief silence enveloped the audience, followed by a thunderous applause that echoed like a tidal wave, refusing to abate. A boy who had been whistling moments ago stood up and shouted, "Another song." Soon, it seemed as if everyone joined in, creating a cacophony within the auditorium. Another song. Another song. Many clapped their hands and stomped their feet, while others pounded on the backs of the seats in the front row. Some teachers stood up, sternly reprimanding the unruly crowd, which gradually quieted down. The teacher in charge of the cultural performance hurried to the principal, exchanging a few whispers, before dashing to the stage and conferring with the host backstage. The female host gestured to Lin Hao, indicating that he could perform once more. Lin Hao smiled, habitually, as he rode his bicycle. He reflected on the songs he had encountered in this world, only to find them all rather unfamiliar. This indicated that this place differed significantly from the world he had known before his rebirth. While other aspects remained to be explored, one thing was clear: there were no songs from his former life here. Thus, when the applause erupted moments ago, he had come to a profound realization. His previous existence was filled with classics, and since heaven had granted him a second chance, why not strive to make something of himself? In his former life, he had harbored ideals yet ended up in a dismal state. Having gained enlightenment after 2 years of illness, plagiarism was despicable. He had loathed it in his past life. However, the act of stealing from others was worlds apart from his current situation. Surely, anyone in his position would find it impossible to refrain from performing the classics of their previous life. More importantly, since his adolescence, he had frequented dance halls, nightclubs, music restaurants, and bars, immersed in music for most of his life, leaving him ill-equipped for any other pursuit. Lin Hao raised his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. At that moment, the audience understood his intent and fell into an immediate hush. Childhood is the most radiant, joyous, and beautiful chapter of our memories. It instills hope and evokes endless dreams. It awakens desires and prompts infinite reminiscences. As we have matured and are on the verge of leaving our alma mater, bidding farewell to our innocent youth and carefree childhood, I have composed a song in tribute to our childhood, dedicating it on this stage to my beloved school, dear teachers and classmates. Lin Hao's voice, rich yet tinged with a hint of nostalgia, resonates deeply. If one were to listen with closed eyes, it would be hard to believe he is merely a 19-year-old youth. At this moment, the audience fell into a hushed silence, no longer whistling or causing a ruckus, all gazing at him with eager anticipation. Chapter 3. To you, my childhood. The applause erupted like thunder. The lively notes cascaded like pearls dropping onto a jade plate, while Lin Hao's raspy voice carried an air of playful irreverence. By the pond, the banyan tree stands tall, the cicadas call out the summer. On the swing beside the playground, only the butterflies rest. On the blackboard, the teacher's chalk tirelessly scribbles away. The song evoked a vivid tapestry of carefree, joyous childhood memories before everyone's eyes. When Lin Hao sang, "That girl from the neighboring class, why hasn't she passed by my window yet?" a hint of shy happiness graced the faces of the female classmates. During the interlude, Lin Hao whistled a bright and lively tune, prompting some classmates to join in with the rhythm. For these students, the song echoed with joy and splendid memories, while many teachers, listening intently, caught a hint of bittersweetness in the melody. Their eyes glistened with unshed tears as they too began to tap along with the beat. At that moment, a young man, drenched in sweat, dashed in and was taken aback upon seeing Lin Hao on stage. Longing for holidays, yearning for tomorrow, dreaming of a grown-up childhood. Oh, day after day, year after year, dreaming of a grown-up childhood. The song concluded on a jubilant note, and Lin Hao rose, bowing in gratitude. The rhythmic clapping transformed into a thunderous ovation, with many calling for an encore, and several young teachers joining in the fervor. Unbeknownst to all, a pair of eyes in the audience were fixed intently on Lin Hao, filled with jealousy for the spotlight he had claimed. Lin Hao closed his eyes, stretched out his arms, and raised his wooden guitar high, reveling in the applause that felt so long awaited. He understood the wisdom of knowing when to leave on a high note, and, amidst the clamor of applause, descended the stage without a trace of regret. Many young girls were weeping openly. One girl, wearing small glasses, murmured, "I think I've fallen in love," while another with braids, her face streaked with tears, shouted, "Come back. Life is splendid because of you." The host then took the stage to announce the conclusion of the performance and invited the school leaders to deliver their remarks. Lin Hao returned, guitar in hand, greeted by the standing ovation of Chun Shengli and all his classmates. The applause was so infectious that it drew the attention of teachers and students alike, who joined in the applause for Lin Hao. The principal, who had only begun to speak passionately, was interrupted by the clamor and had no choice but to conclude his speech prematurely. The director of the school office, seated in the audience, silently lamented, "What a pity for my compelling speech." The faculty and students began to exit in an orderly fashion. Chun Shengli playfully punched Lin Hao on the shoulder, teasing, "You little rascal, hiding your talents." Lin Hao, scratching the back of his head and feigning a foolish grin, chuckled heartily, surrounded by a throng of female classmates, chattering incessantly. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Lin Hao, can I have my guitar back now?" Everyone turned in surprise. It was Li Yibo. Chun Shengli's expression darkened instantly as he admonished, "Li Yibo, what on earth is going on with you?" "Teacher, I had a minor accident while riding my bike on the way here. The other person was perfectly fine, yet they wouldn't let go of me," Li Yibo explained, his tone laced with grievance. "We should thank Lin Hao. If he hadn't stepped in, our class would have been a laughingstock." With that, Chen Shengli scoffed and strode out in a huff. All right, Li Yibo replied, accepting the guitar from Lin Hao's hands, but he remained silent. Lin Hao, grinning, noticed a flicker of resentment in Li Yibo's eyes. As it was their class's turn to leave, the students formed a queue. Wu Xiaozhou, a classmate, squeezed over. Beaming at Lin Hao, "Howsy, you've been hiding your light under a bushel. Were you deliberately tormenting us before? You must treat me to skewers later." Lin Hao found the tall, thick-browed, and big-eyed fellow quite amiable. Remembering their childhood camaraderie, he shot Wu Xiaozhou a glance and said, "Why didn't you help me?" Wu Xiaozhou erupted into laughter. Lin Hao rolled his eyes at this fair-weather friend, exclaiming, "I've told you 100 times, don't call me Howsy." Wu Xiaozhou, unfazed, deftly changed the subject. "Hurry up and treat us. No need to be stingy." Lin Hao exaggeratedly patted his empty pockets. "My pockets are cleaner than my face. What do I have to treat you with?" Wu Xiaozhou's eyes twinkled mischievously as he turned to Li Yibo. "Hey, Li Yibo, Lin Hao did you a huge favor today. Aren't you going to show your gratitude?" Li Yibo, walking alongside Zhang Sisi, reluctantly replied, "All right. Sisi can come along too." Zhang Sisi smiled, "Great. It's just in time to celebrate our successful performance." Upon hearing the word successful performance, Li Yibo furrowed his brow slightly. It was barely past 8 in the evening, and the roadside was bustling with activity, small tables and chairs spilling onto the street. The four of them secured their bicycles and found a spot. Li Yibo wiped down a small stool for Zhang Sisi, while Wu Xiaozhou nudged Lin Hao playfully. Lin Hao smiled knowingly. It was common knowledge in the class that Li Yibo harbored feelings for Zhang Sisi. At the bustling street stall, a young man strummed a guitar, occupying a small cleared space. He sat on a high-legged chair, his long hair slightly wavy and not particularly clean. Across the street, in a small square, a beautiful woman with short hair held a microphone, accompanied by a man wielding a camera, while a group of elderly men and women gathered, animatedly discussing something. Wu Xiaozhou called out loudly to the waiter, 4 skewers of large kidneys, 50 small skewers, 20 big skewers, 10 skewers of pigskin for chicken heads, and 6 bottles of beer. It was only after Lin Hao sat down that he noticed many families with children, likely celebrating the end of the college entrance examinations. Their orders arrived promptly, prompting Wu Xiaozhou to urge Li Yibo to say a few words. Li Yibo felt a wave of discomfort, but, given Wu Xiaozhou's close ties with the local youth, he refrained from causing a stir and awkwardly expressed his gratitude to Lin Hao. Lin Hao chuckled, reciprocating with some polite remarks, and the 3 clinked glasses, while Zhang Sisi merely sampled her drink. At the adjacent table, a middle-aged man in his 40s was peeling garlic. Seated across from a girl of similar age to Lin Hao and his friends, he placed the peeled garlic onto the girl's plate, who responded with visible annoyance. "Just look at your hands. How can I eat this? You didn't even wash them." The man, embarrassed, quickly replied, "I'll go wash them now." Shortly after, he returned, but his hands, calloused and stained, still appeared unclean. When the lamb skewers arrived, he offered half to the girl, presenting the skewer toward her. She took a bite and spat it on the ground with a loud paw, exclaiming, "I don't eat spicy food. Have you forgotten?" Nearby tables watched, whispering among themselves, while a man in his 30s attempted to interject but was pulled back by a woman beside him. The middle-aged man mumbled, unsure of how to respond, rubbing his hands together and stammering, "Perhaps, I could order 10 skewers without chili." Wu Xiaozhou stretched his legs and retrieved a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, amber cigarettes from Shandong, priced at 2 yuan per pack. He lit one, chuckling, "Old Li, it's unbearable not to hear you sing tonight. Why not treat us to a song?" Li Yibo, already brimming with frustration, felt that since Lin Hao had overshadowed him, it was time to reclaim the spotlight. "Sure, what do you want to hear?" He feigned indifference. "Something you're good at." "All right," Li Yibo replied, picking up the guitar beside him and rising to perform. Chapter 4. Wu Xiaozhou held a cigarette at the corner of his mouth, squinting at Li Yibo, who was adjusting the microphone stand. He whispered to Lin Hao, "I'm really fed up with him. You should go up and perform a song later, so he can finally take a break." Lin Hao chuckled, finding the situation rather mundane, and casually grabbed Wu Xiaozhou's box of amber and lit one. "Lin Hao," Zhang Sisi exclaimed, her eyebrows raised. "When did you learn to smoke?" "I'll tell Uncle Lin tomorrow." Lin Hao was taken aback. Evidently, this body had never smoked before, and his actions were merely instinctive, an urge of the heart. Wu Xiaozhou shot Zhang Sisi a disdainful glance. "All you do is report on others." Zhang Sisi ignored him. She held no regard for Wu Xiaozhou, who seemed to revel in brawls and mischief. The sound of music filled the air as Li Yiba's voice resonated. Here, S.A. song, Cicadas of Summer, for you. They hung upon the trees, 3 meters higher than the earth. This summer, oh, only they sang. Li Yiba's voice was pleasant, and his pitch was commendable, yet the song itself lacked distinctiveness. Coupled with excessive reverb from the microphone, his voice sounded somewhat muddled. The patrons enjoying skewers turned their heads to see the change in performers, but after a few lines, they resumed their meals. When the song concluded, only Zhang Sisi and Lin Hao applauded, while the other guests remained indifferent. Li Yiba could no longer contain his frustration. His hand trembled slightly against the microphone, and he leaned in closer. Next up, I'd like to invite my good friend Lin Hao to sing a song for everyone. Lin Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated Li Yiba's audacity to thrust him into the spotlight, essentially challenging him to a duel. He did not wish to sing, for he sensed the resentment emanating from Li Yiba. To step up now would be an overt provocation. Though his body was merely 19 years old, his thoughts bore the wisdom of 42. Having witnessed the world's myriad honors and shames in a past life, he had no desire to squabble with a child. Come, friends, let us give a round of applause. Li Yiba's voice rang out again, now capturing the attention of many patrons. Curious about the identity of the young man who was to sing, Wu Xiaozhou grinned mischievously and gave Lin Hao a gentle shove, nearly causing him to stumble. Reluctantly, Lin Hao stood up. Zhang Sisi felt a twinge of discomfort. She thought Li Yiba's actions were immature, yet it was not the right moment to voice her concerns. This is my classmate Lin Hao. Let us give him a warm round of applause. Li Yiba concluded, a slight smirk playing on his lips, hinting at mockery. Lin Hao had no choice but to walk over, take the guitar from Li Yiba, and settle into the chair. As Li Yiba retreated, he casually strummed the strings, contemplating what would be appropriate to sing. At that moment, the neighboring father-daughter duo erupted in noise. No way. My classmates and I have agreed to explore the magnificent landscapes of our country during summer vacation. The girl's voice rang out, rising above the din. The middle-aged man remained in a submissive demeanor, his tone laced with desperation. Just wait a little longer. Dad will soon receive his salary. He pleaded. What are we waiting for? Everyone else has already bought their tickets. Am I to be the only one left behind? How embarrassing. If there's no money, then borrow. 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 The girl's voice crescendoed, culminating in a shout, and with a forceful slam, she struck a metal skewer onto the plate, producing a sharp sound. Lin Hao furrowed his brows. Inspiration struck him. This is the song to sing. He adjusted the echo of the microphone on the speaker and, disregarding the commotion below, strummed a chord and began to sing. When I was young, I often sat upon my father's shoulders. My father was the ladder to the sky for me. My father was the ox that pulled the cart. I cannot forget the plain meals that nurtured me. I cannot forget a long sigh, half a flask of old wine. In the opening lines of the song, few were paying close attention. Lin Hao, with his eyes gently shut, reminisced about his father from a previous life, a hazy silhouette. He had grown up in an orphanage since the age of 4, with no memory of his mother, only a faint recollection of his father's towering figure. Memories of this life's father surfaced. After losing his job, he repaired bicycles on the streets, returning home late each night, his hands perpetually stained with grease, never truly clean. Gradually, patrons at the food stall were drawn in by his singing, setting down their drinks and skewers of lamb, turning to listen in silence. Lin Hao's voice, now rich and emotive, was a stark contrast to the youthful timbre of his earlier performances. An increasing number of evening strollers were captivated by his melody, gathering in front of the food stall. In the square, having just finished interviewing the elderly, cameraman Xiao Li wiped the sweat from his brow and murmured to the short-haired woman with the microphone, Sister Chu, do you think these old folks are just idling? Even a folk dance can spark a brawl. It's quite ridiculous. Chu Yu shot him a glare. Don't be absurd. Xiao Li's attention was suddenly captured by commotion at the food stall. Sister Chu, look. Is there a fight over there? He exclaimed, turning to see. Chu Yu noticed a crowd gathered in front of a food stall across the street. The two dashed towards it. At that moment, Lin Hao had reached the interlude, and the diners and onlookers were moved to tears, silent and contemplative, many parents holding their children tightly, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon squeezing through the crowd, Chu Yu and Xiao Li were puzzled. There was no fight. Why did it seem as if everyone was crying? Has someone died? The interlude was brief, and Lin Hao's voice rose once more. Quick, quick, start recording. Chuyu was astounded by the depth of his song. Each line resonated deeply within her heart, causing her nose to tingle and tears to well in her eyes. Xiaoli hurriedly activated the camera, aiming it at Lin Hao. It is often said that raising children can prevent aging, yet the mountains are high and the waters deep, leaving one far from home. It is said that the purpose of raising children is to guard against old age, yet one suffers in silence without uttering a word. The child possesses only a song of pure joy mingled with tears, wishing for all parents in the world to peacefully traverse the seasons. The melody of the song ceased at an indeterminate moment, leaving some with reddened eyes and a tingling sensation in their noses. Although the song had concluded, the gentle and melodious strains of the piano lingered, as Lin Hao's heartfelt and magnetic voice resonated. No matter our endeavors, our Father has always paved the way for us. Many aspects of life may not endure forever, yet the love you have bestowed upon us remains eternal. A father supports the entire family with his sturdy arms, and his affection warms the hearts of his children. In his lexicon, there exists only strength. Within his essence, there is only backbone. His gaze exudes solemnity, and his arms are as robust as a wall. He bears a magnificent title, Father. As the piano's notes gracefully subsided, tears glimmered in his eyes. This song, Father, is dedicated to you and to all fathers across the globe. Thank you. The audience erupted in applause, many guests rising to their feet. Numerous children embraced their fathers tightly, who, though somewhat bashful, wore expressions of satisfaction and emotion. Daughter, where are you going? A man's voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn their heads. Little Li, bearing a camera, did not wait for Chuyu to respond before swiftly directing the camera towards the scene. This voice captured everyone's attention. The girl who had previously displayed defiance towards her father was now seen weaving through the crowd and fleeing. As she ran, tears streamed down her face. Lin Hao's song had yet to resonate within her. It did not evoke much emotion. However, his final words stirred a multitude of memories within her. She recalled the springs of her childhood, filled with laughter as her father took her to fly kites. She remembered the summer nights when her father would doze off on the edge of the bed while fanning her with a palm leaf. She thought back to that autumn when she had a high fever, and her father carried her for over half an hour to reach the hospital. She reminisced about the winters in elementary school when her father would warm her cotton jacket and pants in his own bed before she dressed, fearing she would be cold. Yet, reflecting on her earlier actions, she realized she had wounded her father's heart. In the presence of so many people, she was reluctant to lower her head in acknowledgement of her mistakes. With countless parents weeping while holding their children, what if they were to blame her? She could no longer bear to stay. At that moment, all she desired was to escape this place. The middle-aged man stood with his mouth agape, dumbfounded by his daughter's retreating figure. He raised his calloused hands, wanting to say something more, yet his daughter had already vanished into the distance. The crowd began to murmur, collectively criticizing the girl, while some parents seized the opportunity to instruct their own children by example. Zhang Sisi, Wu Xiaozhou, and Li Yiba sighed, lamenting that this girl was truly lacking in understanding. As Lin Hao was about to leave with his guitar in hand, the long-haired young man who had been singing suddenly seized his arm and exclaimed, "Brother, did you write this song?" Lin Hao nodded. The young man, with a look of astonishment, hesitated for a moment before asking, "May I sing it?" Lin Hao smiled and nodded affirmatively, saying, "Of course. Would you like me to write down the sheet music and lyrics for you?" The young man shook his head and extended his hand for a handshake. "I'm Sun Xiaowei. No need for the sheet music. I recorded it all while you were singing." He then raised the cassette player he was holding. "What is your name? If someone asks me who composed the lyrics and music when I sing, I must be able to tell them." Lin Hao. "Great, thank you. Thank you." Sun Xiaowei's face radiated gratitude as he repeatedly expressed his thanks. As Lin Hao walked back, he suddenly remembered something significant. He had just sung 3 songs, Jasmine Blossoms, Childhood, and Father. He recalled the cassette player held by Sun Xiaowei and found it puzzling that anyone would still use a cassette recorder. Was the world still devoid of smartphones? Upon searching his memories, he realized that indeed, there were none. Observing the diners around him more closely, he noticed that very few had phones on their tables. Most men had their phones secured in various leather holsters on their belts, while a few women sported small phones around their necks. Everything felt strikingly familiar. A few girls wore headphones, holding tiny devices that he couldn't quite identify. Unsure if they were still using 3. He shook his head, pondering why no one had recorded the school performance with a phone. It appeared that smartphones had yet to emerge in this world. Perhaps it was for the best. In his previous era, everyone was glued to their smartphones, and many traditional industries faced severe decline. People on buses and subways no longer read newspapers, and the sales of physical books dwindled. Information spread rapidly, and communication became increasingly convenient, yet familial bonds, friendships, and love seemed to grow distant. He recalled a poem by Mu Xin that he particularly cherished, titled Once Upon a Time. The poem spoke of a slower pace of life, where letters traveled long distances, and one could love only one person in a lifetime. Such a beautiful sentiment. Wasn't he that the world he yearned for? Hello? A woman's voice interrupted Lin Hao's reverie. He looked up to see a short-haired woman with large eyes standing before him, appearing to be around 28 or 29 years old, radiating an elegant charm. Ah, hello? Lin Hao stammered, uncertain of her intentions. I am Chu Yu, the host of Common People's Stories on Chuanha City Television. May I ask your name? I am Lin Hao. I find this song particularly beautiful, and the theme of paternal love is splendid. May I feature it on my program? Chu Yu inquired. Lin Hao felt indifferent. The speed of dissemination was quite slow, especially in a small city like Chuanha, so he nodded in agreement. Chu Yu was filled with excitement. It was indeed a splendid theme. As graduation season unfolded, the discord between adolescents and their parents intensified, surrounded by numerous parents and children. Their interpretations of paternal love varied greatly. She had already captured the poignant moment of a girl fleeing in tears and paired with this song. It was a treasure trove of material for her program. Her thoughts had strayed from Lin Hao. She merely expressed her gratitude before hastening to interview a father. In this era, the copyright of songs seemed inconsequential. Her brief exchange with Lin Hao was purely a matter of courtesy. However, whether that father and other parents would consent to appear on her show required their explicit approval, or else their faces would need to be obscured. Upon returning to the banquet, Lin Hao was met with exaggerated applause from Wu Xiaozhou, while Li Yiba appeared rather subdued. After a hearty meal, he took the initiative to settle the bill. The four of them mounted their bicycles, with Li Yiba's home situated further away and in a different direction. Watching Li Yiba retreat with his guitar, Wu Xiaozhou squinted and remarked, "He still harbors resentment towards you." Zhang Sisi shot him an annoyed glare. Lin Hao chuckled. "Let us head home." On their way back, Wu Xiaozhou and Zhang Sisi relentlessly inquired about Lin Hao's newfound ability to play the guitar and sing in tune. Lin Hao could only laugh it off and concoct elaborate tales of his secretive dedication to practice, claiming it was all for the sake of making a stunning impression today. Wu Xiaozhou and Zhang Sisi were momentarily taken aback, though they harbored doubts. It seemed the only explanation that made sense. They both overlooked one crucial detail. Diligent practice necessitated equipment, and Lin Hao's household did not even possess a harmonica. The closest thing to a musical instrument he owned was his mouth, as he had always been adept at whistling, albeit loudly and never in tune. Wu Xiaozhou lived in the same building, residing on the 5th floor. As the trio rounded the corner, they spotted a police car parked by the roadside. Wu Xiaozhou abruptly applied the brakes, and, before Lin Hao and Zhang Sisi could react, he turned and fled. Lin Hao and Zhang Sisi exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the sudden turn of events. "Wu Xiaozhou, you coward!" A booming voice echoed as Wu Xiaozhou's father, Wu Yongheng, emerged from the building clad in shorts and smoking a cigarette. Looking for Wu Xiaozhou, he found only emptiness. A tall police officer in his 30s also stepped out. Wu Yongheng, his face etched with concern, bowed slightly and offered a cigarette, but the officer waved it away. With a grim expression, Wu Yongheng seethed, "Officer Zhou, when that little rascal returns, I swear I'll teach him a lesson." Officer Zhou replied, "The child is growing up. Refrain from resorting to violence. Keep him away from that group of troublemakers, and promptly bring him in for a statement. That will be all for now. I must take my leave." "Ah, yes. Rest assured, Officer Zhou, drive safely," Wu Yongheng said, still gazing into the dark distance. "Uncle Zhang, what happened?" Lin Hao approached, pushing his bicycle. "Ah," Wu Yongheng sighed, attributing the trouble to that group of unruly fellows who had engaged in a brawl and caused injury. The police mentioned that this rascal had been present as well. Lin Hao was taken aback and hastily inquired, "It wasn't Xiao Wu who was involved, was it?" Wu Yongheng shook his head, clarifying that it was not his doing. Yet it still posed a problem. With a heavy heart, he turned to walk back, muttering resentfully, "That little brat. Just wait until he returns. I shall flay him alive." Concerned for Wu Xiaozhou, Lin Hao instructed Zhang Sisi to head home first. He pedaled his bicycle in search of his friend, but found no trace. Reluctantly, he returned home. Son, why are you back so late? Lin Hao heard his father, Lin Qingxing's voice as he entered the house. Upon hearing the word son, Lin Hao felt a pang in his heart. Though he had faced immense struggles in his previous life, immersed in music and surrounded by friends, his greatest regret was the absence of familial love. Gazing at his father under the dim light, his eyes began to mist. The towering figure from his memories seemed to merge with the middle-aged man before him, whose hair was now streaked with gray. Dad. Lin Hao's utterance was laden with complex emotions, a mix of regret from his past life and the warmth of familial bonds. Let's eat. I'll warm it up for you. Lin Qingsheng extinguished his cigarette in a makeshift ashtray crafted from a soda can. No need, Dad. I had lamb skewers with some classmates after the performance. Lin Hao quickly replied. All right, it's late. You should get some rest. Lin Qingsheng said as he began to tidy up the dishes. Dad. Lin Hao called out once more. Lin Qingsheng paused, surprised. What is it? Lin Hao quickly turned away, feigning nonchalance. Nothing. Just thought you seemed a bit thinner. Lin Qingsheng chuckled. This silly boy. In the restroom, Lin Hao beheld his reflection for the first time. The mirror above the sink revealed his defiant short hair, standing stubbornly in every direction. His delicate face featured a prominent nose. Although he had single eyelids, his eyes were neither too large nor too small, yet held a certain brightness. His slightly pale lips framed a set of neat, white teeth. He smiled, realizing that this image was far more handsome than he had been in his previous life. Then, he furrowed his brow slightly. He stood approximately 178 centimeters tall, yet his physique appeared too slender, perhaps a result of rapid growth, resembling someone malnourished. After hastily drying his face, he acknowledged that while he was pleased with his appearance, he did not place much importance on looks. He had always believed that true manhood lay in one's talents, rather than in mere physical allure. Having completed his grooming, he returned to his small room, where his gaze fell upon an unfinished still-life sketch in the corner. It dawned on him that during their third year of middle school, both he and Wu Xiaozhou had experienced a decline in their academic performance. Consequently, they enrolled together in an intensive art class during their first year of high school, aspiring to gain admission to an art institution. In December of their senior year, they had traveled to the provincial capital for a professional exam, the results of which were promising. Both were accepted into the Provincial Art Academy. Now, Lin Hao finds himself anxiously awaiting the results of his cultural exams, bitterly reflecting on his choice to enroll in an art program. It is rather vexing. After a night devoid of conversation, he awakens the following morning to find that his father has already set off for work, leaving a meal on the table. Upon lifting the lid, he discovers a plate of tofu stew from the previous night and a small bowl of steamed egg custard. Just as he finishes his meal, a knock at the door interrupts him. Upon opening it, he sees Wu Xiaozhou, whose right eye is swollen and red. What happened? Did your father truly hit you? Lin Hao inquires. Wu Xiaozhou chuckles, as if he would spare me. He strides into the room and plops down onto the leather sofa, tossing a cigarette to Lin Hao. Have you been to the police station? Lin Hao asks. Wu Xiaozhou nods nonchalantly. Nothing of consequence. I was merely boosting the morale of Fei and the others. Standing at 185 centimeters with a robust physique and a fiery temperament, Wu Xiaozhou has never been one to follow the rules. When will the scores be released? Lin Hao returns to the dining table, lighting the cigarette and taking a deep drag. Wu Xiaozhou ponders for a moment. Around mid-July, I suppose. What schools have you applied to? Wu Xiaozhou bursts into laughter. Lin Hao, taken aback, asks, what is so funny? Suppressing his mirth, Wu Xiaozhou casually states, my first choice is Tsinghua University, and my second is Yanda University. Lin Hao is momentarily stunned, recalling Wu Xiaozhou's lackluster academic performance. He wonders if he has lost his senses. Is your third choice the Provincial Art Institute? Wu Xiaozhou nods affirmatively. Bro, let me ask you something rather timidly. Lin Hao continues. What is it? Wu Xiaozhou raises an eyebrow. Since we agreed to both apply to the Provincial Art Institute, why did you also apply to Tsinghua and Yanda? Wu Xiaozhou smirks. I figured, what if I miraculously guess all the answers correctly on the exam? There is a chance I could end up at Tsinghua or Yanda. Lin Hao's eyes sparkle with admiration, thinking to himself how uniquely Wu Xiaozhou's mind operates. If it weren't for our poor cultural exam scores, we wouldn't be pursuing art at all. In the realm of arts, only fine arts can be crammed for learning. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hao reveals a decision he had contemplated the previous night. I want to change my major. What? Wu Xiaozhou is taken aback. What do you think of my singing? Not bad. Then that settles it. I am transferring to a music major. Lin Hao crushes the cigarette, but forcefully into the ashtray. Come on. We've both been accepted. We're merely waiting for the cultural exam scores. What is the fuss about? Wu Xiaozhou retorts. Let me ask you, do you wish to become a painter after graduating from the art program? Wu Xiaozhou laughs. Nonsense. It's merely to obtain a university degree. I have no interest in art whatsoever. Lin Hao counters, if you don't intend to pursue this career, what significance does that diploma hold? It makes finding a job easier. Lin Hao shakes his head. If it's merely about employment and money, I could start writing songs to sell right now, or even find a venue to perform. Those endeavors could also yield profit. Moreover, as a graduate in fine arts, securing employment post-graduation is unlikely to be a simple endeavor. The most probable scenario involves renting a modest space to establish a small tutoring center. Recalling the arduous days spent teaching in those small music studios, Lin Hao couldn't help but shake his head. A significant regret from his previous life was the absence of a university education, leaving him deprived of the joys of campus life. Back then, he was still a minor, accompanying musicians in dance halls, and all his knowledge was acquired through the university of life. Should he have the chance to attend university in this life, he would not allow regrets to linger. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity and make amends. I want to sing. I want to play the piano. Xiao Wu. Let us change our majors together. I assure you, you'll earn a fortune in the future. Wu Xiaozhou chuckled bitterly. Brother, I wish I could sing, but unfortunately, my singing is atrocious. Is that so? Lin Hao scratched his head, too lazy to reminisce, and said, sing a couple of lines for me. Wu Xiaozhou, without hesitation, opened his mouth to sing. After just 2 lines, Lin Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly interrupted. All right, shut your mouth before you attract wolves. Wu Xiaozhou laughed and replied, with my limited talent, I'm still better than your previous attempts at singing. But tell me, how did you come to sing? Lin Hao swiftly cut him off. Let me ask you, if I teach you a musical instrument, do you think you could achieve some progress by the end of August? An instrument? Wu Xiaozhou nearly lost his mind. I haven't even touched a harmonica. How could I possibly learn anything? Just consider the determination you would need. Imagine, when we perform, we could earn a substantial amount of money. Beautiful girls will be crying and rushing into your arms. Just think about it. Wu Xiaozhou, with his eyes half closed in a daze, responded, that sounds wonderful. All right, it's settled then. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the electric bass. With your physique, it would be a shame not to play the bass. What? Wu Xiaozhou's eyes widened in disbelief. What is a bass? Lin Hao slapped his forehead, realizing this guy didn't even know what a bass was, and he would need to teach him to read music. It seemed his task was formidable. On second thought, considering this fellow spends his days either playing online games or mingling with the local ruffians, if he didn't lend a hand, it would only be a matter of time before trouble found him. Besides, being unfamiliar with the area, having an additional friend nearby could only be beneficial. Do you have any money? Lin Hao inquired. Yes, Wu Xiaozhou replied, reaching into his shorts to pull out 2 100 yuan notes. Lin Hao shook his head. Not enough. Go get some more. How much? 1,000. Damn. Wu Xiaozhou pondered and said, wait for me a moment. With that, he dashed out, leaving the door wide open. Before long, he returned, drenched in sweat, entering with a secretive smile. Lin Hao changed into his sneakers and remarked, did you ask your mom for it? Damn. How did you know? It's obvious. Your dad would rather skin you alive than give you money. The largest music store in Chunhe City is called Bain Music Store, located at the end of the commercial street. As Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou entered, they were immediately struck by the jarring sound of an electric guitar amplified with distortion effects. A throng of about a dozen people had gathered around the guitar section, where a long-haired man in his 30s was attempting to play a black and red gradient electric guitar. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Hao furrowed his brow and approached with Wu Xiaozhou. Chapter 7. Lin Hao listened intently and discerned that the guitarist's skills were rather mediocre. The individual employed a plethora of formulaic fingerings, carelessly combining them into a display of technical bravado that lacked substance. As he finished his segment, applause erupted from the onlookers. The man, with a gaunt face devoid of any smile, coolly asserted, this American-made Fender has a remarkably pure and sweet tone, and its craftsmanship is top-notch. I think I'll take this one. A jovial man in his 40s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, nodded in agreement. All right, Teacher Qian, I trust your judgment. He then turned towards a nearby female sales associate and inquired, please prepare the invoice. How much is it? The sales associate, with straight black hair and a round, cheerful face, replied, "This is a genuine American model, priced at 19,800 yuan. Since it's brought by teacher Qian, I can offer you a 10 discount, bringing it down to 17,820 yuan. If we round it off, you'll pay 17,800 yuan. Additionally, you will receive a guitar bag and a set of strings." The man appeared taken aback, clearly surprised by the steep price of the electric guitar, leading to a moment of hesitation. A teenage boy of about 15 or 16, standing beside him, interjected with a drawn-out tone, "Dad, just get this one. I think it looks great." Reluctantly, the man acquiesced, aware of the many eyes upon them, and told the sales associate, "All right, please prepare the invoice." "Wait." A voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a young man stepping forward. He pointed at the electric guitar in teacher Qian's hands and declared, "That guitar is a fake." Wu Xiaozhou did not expect Lin Hao to stand up, but he promptly followed in his wake. The long-faced Qianyu, clutching the guitar, suddenly wore an even longer expression. The round-faced sales associate grew anxious and retorted, "What are you talking about? How can you say such things?" The middle-aged man purchasing the guitar glanced at Lin Hao before looking back at the instrument, asking, "Young man, are you suggesting this guitar is fake?" Lin Hao, with a serious demeanor, nodded affirmatively. Upon entering, he had instantly recognized that this was a remarkably cheap electric guitar. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the conspicuous English lettering on the headstock. He was astonished to discover that a Fender guitar existed in this world. Fender, in English. Fender has made monumental contributions to the evolution of modern music, being the pioneer in commercializing solid-body electric guitars and producing the world's first electric bass. The imprint of Fender instruments is indelible across numerous musical genres, including pop, jazz, blues, country, and rock. Fender guitars remain a favored and widely utilized brand among musicians globally. Lin Hao, at the psychological age of 42, had long since tempered his once fiery temper during the 2 years spent in illness. He had no desire to meddle in others' affairs, but the deceitful practice of swindling parents with counterfeit musical instruments was utterly infuriating. If he remained silent, this parent would suffer a loss, and many more would undoubtedly follow suit. Qianyu cast a sidelong glance at Lin Hao, disdain radiating from his lips as he remarked, "Kid, you better be prepared to take responsibility for those words." Nearby, several young men, clearly friends of Qianyu, echoed his indignation. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you even understand? Teacher Qian is a guitar virtuoso in Chuanha City. Do you think he cannot discern authenticity?" "Exactly. Do you even know what an electric guitar is?" The middle-aged man had initially hesitated to invest in such an expensive instrument, considering his son was merely a beginner. He believed a guitar priced around 2,000 or 3,000 yuan would suffice. However, having just heard his son's guitar teacher praise this particular model, and with so many eyes upon him, he felt pressured. After all, his hard work was for his child, and he ultimately resolved to purchase it. Little did he expect the twist of fate that would lead to claims that the guitar was fake. He quickly inquired, "Young man, could you explain how one can discern its authenticity?" Lin Hao nodded towards him and then turned to Qianyu, asking, "Teacher, if you assert this guitar is genuine, could you enlighten us on its style and model?" Qianyu smirked, responding without hesitation, "It's from a series. As for the style." He hesitated, his eyes flickering. "It's of the pop music genre." Lin Hao chuckled softly, extending his hand. "May I take a look?" "Sure." The man, rather straightforward, stood and handed the guitar to him. Lin Hao examined it closely from various angles, a smile forming on his face. The onlookers grew displeased. "Hey, what are you grinning about? Are you dumbfounded? Clearly, you've never touched such an expensive guitar. Idiot, what are you pretending to be?" Wu Xiaozhou, unable to contain his temper, exploded at the insults directed at his friend. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Hao raised a hand to stop him and then turned to Qianyu, stating, "If this guitar is indeed genuine, if..." Qianyu crossed his arms, silently observing, "You claim it's from a series, which is accurate." The crowd erupted in cheers, resuming their barrage of insults towards Lin Hao. Wu Xiaozhou, fists clenched in anger, was about to charge forward when Lin Hao swiftly grasped his arm, shaking his head. "This guitar is called. It embodies the pure Texas style." The entire assembly fell silent, astonished that this seemingly frail young man could articulate so much in English. However, it sounded credible, and thus, they ceased their chatter. Though the exterior of this guitar closely resembles its authentic counterpart, including the unique neck shape, fingerboard, 3 single-coil pickups, and gold-plated metal components, It cannot be deemed a precise imitation due to the numerous glaring discrepancies. He pointed to the 12th fret markers, noting that the spacing between the two markers is excessively wide. The back of the neck lacks a steel stamp, and there are no inscriptions to be found. The factory number inside the neck is irrelevant, as even if it coincides with the number on the back of the headstock, it is still counterfeit. For this serial number does not exist in the Fender catalog. He then gestured towards the 3 white pickups, which bore no Fender insignia. Genuine Fender pickups are exquisitely crafted with embossed gold lettering. As for the sound, I shall refrain from elaborating further. The fundamental requirement for testing an electric guitar is to refrain from using effects pedals, listening instead to the unaltered tone when plugged in. A real guitar produces a resonant, tubular sound. Regarding the price, Lin Hao turned to the middle-aged man, tapping the guitar's body with one hand, and remarked, "If this guitar were genuine, at 17,800 yuan, you would be getting an extraordinary bargain." The middle-aged man quickly inquired, "Then how much is this guitar worth?" 800. At this moment, no one dared to jeer. The entire room fell into silence. Qian Yu's face turned ashen, his lips pursed, rendered speechless. As a musical instrument instructor, it is not unreasonable to accept a commission from a music store. After all, parents are often inexperienced, and as long as they do not spend exorbitant amounts and end up with a decent instrument, it is beneficial for all parties involved. However, Lin Hao's expression darkened. If he colluded with the music store to deceive parents by selling counterfeit goods, would that not be a grave moral failing? Qian Yu's hands trembled, his complexion growing paler. Lin Hao's words were irrefutable, and guilt gnawed at his conscience, rendering him incapable of retorting. The round-faced saleswoman stood awkwardly, unsure of how to explain the situation. Lin Hao placed the guitar on the stand and turned to Wu Xiaozhou, saying, "Let us leave. This music store does not have the guitar we desire." He then proceeded toward the exit, and the gathered crowd parted to make way. Behind him, the middle-aged man called out, "Thank you, young brother." Lin Hao did not turn back, merely waving his hand in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the middle-aged man's expression soured. Qian Yu appeared distinctly uncomfortable, taking a step forward, his posture involuntarily bending as he said, "Lu Gu, please hear me out. What more is there to discuss?" The middle-aged man replied disdainfully, and without a glance back, he pulled his son along and turned to leave. Qian Yu stood frozen, his face alternating between hues of blue and white. The commission worth thousands of yuan had been utterly sabotaged. With the student gone, there was no possibility of continuing lessons under such circumstances, and he was so enraged he felt as though he might vomit blood. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished that teacher Qian had been so publicly humiliated, an embarrassment that resonated harshly. As Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou exited the music store, Wu Xiaozhou extended his thumb towards him, exclaiming, "Impressive. Have you been struck by lightning? When did you acquire such knowledge?" Lin Hao patted his sturdy shoulder, adopting a disapproving expression. "Brother, you ought to read more. Come on, you find Story Weekly too lengthy. When have you ever read a book?" Lin Hao was taken aback, realizing that this fellow's self-awareness was undoubtedly flawed. The reason he had intervened moments ago was simple. Qian Yu's behavior was utterly detestable, a disgrace to music instructors everywhere. Shortly after arriving in Zhongzhou in his previous life, he began teaching in several small music shops, assisting students in selecting and purchasing pianos, earning commissions in return. However, he steadfastly adhered to his principles, ensuring that even if he earned less commission, the price offered to students would always be lower than the retail price in the store. This way, the advantages of a teacher's guidance were evident. Parents spent less while acquiring suitable instruments, and the teacher benefited as well. After traversing 3 streets, the two finally stumbled upon another small music store. The shop was quiet, and near the back, a balding, white-bearded elderly gentleman reclined in a rattan chair, lazily fanning himself and dozing off. Lin Hao cast a glance at the few electric basses adorning the wall and shook his head slightly, recognizing them as inferior merchandise. "Do you have any second-hand electric basses?" he inquired. The old man, bleary-eyed, raised his fan and pointed towards the corner before closing his eyes once more. In the corner, a dozen guitars and basses lay stacked, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Lin Hao approached and squatted down to rummage through them. The electric guitars were all of poor quality, including 2 that could hardly be considered replicas of Fender and Gibson. He picked up a Yamaha imitation bass, but quickly set it down, finding it crude and poorly crafted. Suddenly, he grasped another electric bass and was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Lin Hao quickly covered his mouth, glancing back at the elderly gentleman in the rattan chair. Fortunately, the old man remained oblivious, eyes still shut. Wu Xiaozhou noticed Lin Hao's unusual demeanor and opened his mouth to inquire, but Lin Hao swiftly gestured for silence. He then examined the dusty bass more closely. It was a deep brown, vintage instrument, seemingly at least 20 years old, devoid of any markings on the body or headstock. Yet, Lin Hao could tell it was a quality instrument. Wiping away the dust, he scrutinized the dark brown veneer and the inner layer adorned with subtle red tiger stripes. His heart raced with joy. This was it. Indeed, musicians affectionately referred to it as. This was a brand of handcrafted bass highly favored by many bass players. Crafted by an American artisan, a quintessentially stubborn old countryman, dedicated to his craft for decades. The timbre is somewhat peculiar. Those who appreciate it elevate it to a pedestal, while detractors vilify and scorn it, rendering it worthless in their eyes. The mid-range and high frequencies possess a distinct crispness and woody quality, while the low frequencies are solid, albeit slightly lacking in warmth and depth. Within the realm of pop bands, its sound is too pronounced and does not align with the musical demands of the genre, resulting in its limited use among bassists. However, the high positions on the fretboard offer an irreplaceable tactile experience. It is clear and not overly thick, with an appropriate string height, making it more suited for jazz or blues. Naturally, some rock musicians particularly favor it, though this varies from person to person. Lin Hao casually returned the instrument to its place without a second glance. He stood up and aimlessly scanned the surroundings. After a short while, he pointed at a stack of speakers against the wall and inquired, "Boss, how much for this multifunctional speaker?" The old man lifted his eyelids and replied, 1,800. Lin Hao shook his head, deeming it too expensive for their budget. "What about this one? 1,200. And this one? 1,500. Wu Xiaozhou was perplexed by his intentions and could only obediently follow behind, observing. "How about this one?" he asked, pointing to a small speaker. 600. The old man was finally growing impatient. Lin Hao knelt down to examine the square black speaker. At only 30, it could suffice for practicing at home if not used for performances. He removed the cover to inspect it, noting 2 speakers, an 8-inch full range and an 18-inch tweeter. "Not bad. I'll take one for 500, Lin Hao declared. "All right, take it." The old man waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies. "Hey, old man. I see your collection of worn-out guitars. Why not gift me one? If I can't play it, I'll just hang it on the wall as decoration." "What?" The old man was taken aback, sitting up abruptly. "Why can't you play? They're all good." Lin Hao scoffed. "They're so worn out. What is the point? They're not even worth the cost of repairs. 200 each. Take it or leave it." After saying this, he lay back down, visibly irritated. Chapter 9. Lin Hao suppressed the urge to laugh uproariously, turning to Wu Xiaozhou, and said, "Stop dawdling. Hurry and pay." Wu Xiaozhou sensed that Lin Hao was concealing some mischief, though he couldn't quite grasp it. Since he was asked to pay, he complied. The old man accepted the money and stuffed it into the pocket of his white tang suit, squinting his eyes and falling silent. Lin Hao instructed Wu Xiaozhou to carry the small speaker while he rummaged through the pile of discarded instruments with an air of disdain. "Ah, this will do," he muttered to himself, picking up one of the guitars. He then added, "Old man, throw in a connecting cable and a strap, will you? Get it yourself." The old man waved his fan impatiently. "The strap is cheap." "All right." Lin Hao casually grabbed a connecting cable and a guitar strap from the rack, then carried the bass out, casually tossing over his shoulder. "Thanks." Wu Xiaozhou hurriedly followed out. Not long after they left, a panting, portly man rushed into the music store, exclaiming, "Boss, here, 500 yuan." The old man raised his eyelids with a semblance of composure, then expressed surprise. What was the occasion today? Why was everyone so interested in this pile of old pianos? These worn-out items were either remnants of years past or acquisitions from the past 2 years. Some were stolen goods, while others were exchanged by taxi drivers for a couple of cigarettes, likely left by passengers in their cars. Ever since his son went to the provincial capital to perform at nightclubs, the music store had been left unattended. Being a novice himself, he struggled to comprehend much, managing only to remember retail and purchase prices. Once these items were sold, he would swiftly close up, freeing himself from the burden. How delightful it would be to dance in the park with those elderly ladies. However, he had already inspected that heap of junk and found nothing of value. Just 2 imitation Fenders and a Gibson, all with broken pickups. How peculiar. This rotund man had previously perused the selection and, upon being told the price was 500 each, had bolted. Bring it over. The old man beckoned with a fan. What? The man was taken aback. The old man's eyes twinkled. Money, of course. Oh, coming right up. The man promptly scurried to hand over the cash. He then hurried to the corner where the pianos were stacked. What the hell? Where's the piano? Mine's missing. He bellowed. What are you shouting about? The old man grumbled, sitting up with a frown. It's gone. Mine's disappeared. The man, now flustered and crimson-faced, was sweating profusely. What? The old man was entirely perplexed. It was a deep brown bass. Ah, I seem to recall that the two young fellows just took a bass with them. That one sold earlier. He reclined back into his wicker chair. How much? 200. What the hell? The portly man was dumbfounded, nearly collapsing onto the floor. Lin Hao pedaled his bicycle at breakneck speed. After Wu Xiaozhou entered the room carrying the speaker, he plopped down onto the sofa, drenched in sweat. Why are you running so fast as if a dog were chasing you? Wu Xiaozhou grumbled. What else? Lin Hao chuckled, removing the electric bass slung around his neck and tapping it. Do you know what this is? An electric guitar? Wu Xiaozhou replied, instantly regretting it upon seeing Lin Hao's eyebrows rise incredulously. I mean a bass. An electric bass. Lin Hao sighed with relief, having briefly doubted the correctness of his decision. 200 yuan, is it worth it? It looks so dull. Wu Xiaozhou inquired. Lin Hao, uninterested in his comment, picked up a clean cloth from the table and began to wipe the instrument. Wow, it actually looks quite nice. Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed, his eyes widening. Indeed. Lin Hao caressed the tiger-striped surface, noting that it was made of walnut. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow. The design bore a resemblance to a black tiger, yet the dual-panel style seemed inconsistent with it. How peculiar! He had never encountered such a shape before. He examined the fretboard closely. Fortunately, despite some wear, it remained within acceptable limits. It appeared that the previous owner had more than one instrument, as this particular piece had not been heavily used. Is this thing worth 200 yuan? Upon hearing Wu Xiaozhou's inquiry, Lin Hao nearly spat blood in disbelief. Let me tell you, this very instrument, if you were to add 2 zeros and then multiply by 2, you still couldn't buy it. 2 zeros and then multiply by 2? Wait a moment. Wu Xiaozhou calculated with his fingers for a while. Wow, that's 40,000. Lin Hao nodded in affirmation. It's definitely not less. Before his journey through time, he had been quite impoverished. Thus, regardless of his profound passion and understanding of musical instruments, he could merely visit music shops to touch and try them out, just to satisfy his cravings. He had once saved for over a year to purchase a second-hand black tiger. Who would have thought that in this life, he would come across such an exquisite instrument? It was indeed a rare find. It felt akin to a martial arts master. Unarmed, stumbling upon a divine weapon, he quickly plugged in the amplifier and connected the cables, then struck the first note, nodding in approval. He adjusted the tuning slightly before playing, one piece after another, employing various techniques, plucking, striking, and tapping. Each skill unfolded in a delightful performance. As the music ceased, Wu Xiaozhou gaped in awe. How is it? Isn't the electric bass mesmerizing? Lin Hao asked. Wow. Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed, it's unbelievably beautiful. This is the only instrument I'll play for the rest of my life. Exactly what I wanted to hear. My brother, remember my words. Never underestimate the electric bass. If a band is likened to a person, the lead singer embodies the soul, the drums serve as the heart, the guitar represents the features. The keyboard acts as the limbs, while the often overlooked electric bass is the very torso. Without it, the person lacks a body. Without a spine, they cannot stand. With that, Lin Hao handed the bass to him and began instructing him on basic finger techniques. To his surprise, Wu Xiaozhou displayed remarkable talent, grasping the fundamentals after just one demonstration. Observing Wu Xiaozhou practicing the finger techniques, Lin Hao pondered, with only a bit over 2 months until the end of August. What could he play to achieve a stunning debut? Starting from the basics was not an option. That would be far too slow. He needed something that would amaze everyone, a performance that would facilitate a successful transition to the music department. It seemed shortcuts were the only way forward. Once he successfully transferred from the art department to the music department, he could teach him the fundamentals at a later time. What should he play? Suddenly, inspiration struck. There was a piece called fast-paced with a plethora of flashy techniques. Perfect. He was resolute. Even if it took breaking it down into segments, he would ensure that in 2.5 months, Wu Xiaozhou would master it. He was determined to astonish the crowd and leave them in awe. Chapter 10. Lin Hao contemplated the necessity of purchasing a metronome the following day. Otherwise, the relentless task of maintaining rhythm for his companion would surely exhaust him. Gazing at Wu Xiaozhou, who had already grasped the fundamental syllables, Lin Hao smiled and inquired, "How's it going?" "Not difficult." "Excellent. You are remarkable." Lin Hao sincerely praised him, recognizing that Wu Xiaozhou indeed possessed the potential to thrive in this endeavor. Wu Xiaozhou was tall and robust, with substantial hands, and most notably, his fingers, resembling small mallets, exhibited remarkable dexterity. As for rhythm and pitch, while innate talent certainly facilitated the process, with his guidance, Wu Xiaozhou would soon hone his skills. "Starting tomorrow, we will practice daily from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. at my home, continuing until the end of August." "What?" Wu Xiaozhou nearly erupted at this declaration, hurling his bass onto the sofa. "No way. I still need some time to relax." "Absolutely not. What will you do instead? Continue to waste time with Fei and the others? Are you looking to get beaten up? Moreover, think about it. Countless riches and beautiful women await you. Just consider it carefully." Wu Xiaozhou scoffed. "Stop trying to tempt me with that. I can assure you, by the time you graduate from university, you'll have amassed a fortune. I guarantee that every class beauty, campus queen, and charming lady will be vying for your affection. All the beauties of the provincial capital will be clamoring to have your children. Just think about it. Really ponder it." With a face full of yearning, Wu Xiaozhou replied, "I'm done thinking about it. Let us get started." 3 days later, amidst the monotonous ticking of the metronome, Lin Hao reclined on the sofa, engrossed in television. He had brought over his old, dilapidated fan from his bedroom, which sluggishly swayed without much effect, while Wu Xiaozhou, clutching the electric bass, was drenched in sweat. On the screen, the Spring River TV station replayed common people's stories, with the beautiful host, Chu Yu, delivering heartfelt tributes to fathers. Following this was footage of Lin Hao singing at a roadside stall, with the long-haired singer's son Xiao Wei standing nearby. In a voiceover, Chu Yu remarked, "This song titled Father is an original composition by this young man, Lin Hao, capturing the essence of fatherhood. Unfortunately, the audio quality of the song was mediocre due to environmental factors." Lin Hao grimaced, reflecting on the sluggish dissemination of information in this world. Had it been during his previous life, platforms like Weibo and Douyin would have allowed countless spectators to engage with any uploaded content. However, perhaps it was for the best to quietly savor 4 years of university life and experience a profound romance. Quite delightful indeed. Then, recalling the host's mention of original compositions, he remembered that he had already sung 3 songs from his past life, yet the copyright for these musical works had yet to be registered. Although this world bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous one, rife with plagiarism and cover songs dominating the market, the increasing chaos would inevitably lead the nation to place greater emphasis on copyright issues. Many individuals routinely refer to copyright as, which is rather unprofessional. The term originates from the Anglo-American legal system, whereas is a concept rooted in the civil law tradition. The former encompasses only the economic rights of the author without acknowledging moral rights, while the latter emphasizes the protection of moral rights. As a nation adhering to the civil law system, Daxia employs the term as the correct terminology, which signifies not merely a difference in nomenclature but a distinction in the rights conferred. A common misconception is that one must register to possess copyright. This notion is erroneous. Copyright is an inherent attribute that the creator naturally acquires upon the completion of their work. Registration merely serves to bolster the authority of the copyright, akin to purchasing insurance for the work, rather than a prerequisite for its possession. In the absence of registration, should a copyright dispute arise, the original creator must present the original manuscript or time-stamped recordings or videos, or enlist witnesses from public performances, any of which may serve as admissible evidence. Such cases are not particularly arduous to litigate. Historically, it was not until 2006 that significant measures were implemented to combat piracy, marking a turning point in the recognition of copyright, with many unauthorized original songs being removed from circulation that year. The fight against internet music piracy did not commence until 2015, heralding the end of the internet's free era, where listening to music online began to require payment. It remains unclear what the current process of copyright registration entails in this world. However, it is prudent to document those 3 songs and subsequently register the copyright to avert potential disputes in the future. Although the internet is not yet fully developed and residing in a small city presents its limitations, securing peace of mind is advisable. Not happening. Wu Xiaozhou interrupted Lin Hao's musings, reclining on the sofa and insisting, come to my place. My home is on a higher floor with a breeze. And you can still use the computer. Your place is too hot. Lin Hao's eyes lit up with this brilliant idea. He lacked a computer at home and could conveniently research copyright information at Wu's residence. Moreover, being at home would require him to cook. And Wu Xiaozhou consumed far too much food. All right, do you provide meals at your place? Lin Hao inquired. In a humble dwelling in Hushi, a band was engaged in rehearsal. Two Mustang multifunction speakers emitted a murky bass from the electric bass, while the distorted tones of the electric guitar pierced through the speaker cones. Suddenly, the drummer's sticks fell. Stop! 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 Qian Yu, with his flowing hair, stood up solemnly from his chair, raising a hand to signal the musicians to cease. All instruments fell silent. Qian Yu turned to the bassist, Wang, and said, Are you all right? It's just one note. Why do you look like you've lost your father? Are you done yet? Wang, with a mournful expression, remained silent. The keyboardist, a long-haired young man, lit a cigarette and glanced askance at Qian Yu, remarking, Old Qian, let us not point fingers. You missed a few notes just now. And starting from measure 39, the rhythm went completely awry. The drummer is a short and stocky young man, his face glistening with sweat as he bends down to retrieve the drumsticks from the floor, muttering, I've made several adjustments already. All right, let's call it a day. Qian Yu's expression was long and drawn, and after speaking, he set his electric guitar aside on the stand. Old Qian, tomorrow the two singers will be here, and in half a month we need to rehearse for this venue. So let's get moving. The keyboardist, feeling somewhat helpless, tidied up the cables and power supply while addressing Qian Yu. Qian Yu grunted in response, his mood as gloomy as Wang Fatty's. Ever since the incident at the 8-tone music shop, word had spread inexplicably, and a day later, two parents appeared at his door demanding refunds for the lessons. In total, he had to return over 20,000, including commissions and tuition fees, tarnishing his reputation in the process. The upcoming venue was newly opened, and its stability was crucial. Though 100 yuan a day was not much, consistency was key. If this trend continued, his teaching business would be doomed, and affording even basic meals might become a struggle. On the way home, the drummer and the keyboardist rode their bicycles together, chatting. What is up with old Qian? The drummer inquired. The keyboardist smirked, somewhat disdainfully. I told you not to be so shady. What happened? Did something go wrong after all? What are you talking about? The drummer shook his head, grinning foolishly. Old Qian went to the 8-tone to buy a guitar for a student, but he got caught on the spot, and the student's parents took him away. The drummer gasped in astonishment. Wow, that's incredibly awkward. He was just too shady. He sold that inferior counterfeit Fonta to students for nearly 20,000, and he has managed to sell quite a few. Unbelievable. Such a lack of integrity. The drummer shook his head. The keyboardist murmured in confusion. I heard it was a young kid who exposed him. That's impressive. A child? The drummer was even more astonished, knowing that identifying counterfeit instruments is quite the skill, especially those that are expertly replicated, difficult to discern. The keyboardist nodded. Yes. I heard that kid spoke so eloquently at the scene that old Qian was left speechless. Huh? Lure, I don't want to associate with old Qian anymore. His character is simply too poor, the drummer declared. Yes, the keyboardist nodded in agreement, pausing for a moment before continuing, but we have no choice. Old Qian has been around here for a long time. He knows many people and has extensive connections. Let's just deal with him for a couple of years and see how it goes. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaozhou's mother had rolled out the noodles and rinsed them in cold water, then placed them into 2 large bowls, topping them with a tomato and egg sauce. She felt a sense of comfort. Although her son and that boy from the old Lin family spent their days creating ruckus at home with their music, it was certainly preferable to them roaming the streets getting into fights. Moreover, once mastered, that skill would certainly make cotton picking a trivial task, providing a means of livelihood. Wouldn't it? Dinner time. She joyfully called out to her son's bedroom. Chapter 11. The two of them devoured the handmade noodles and retreated back into Wu Xiaozhou's room, closing the door behind them. Each lit a cigarette. Gazing at Wu Xiaozhou's smug face, Lin Hao felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. After more than half a month, this fellow had only managed to practice 6 measures, which was utterly disheartening. This piece was undeniably challenging, and with no foundational skills. He was merely mimicking the notes at a drastically reduced tempo. Any ordinary person would have likely given up by now. However, 6 measures were still far too slow. At this rate, he would never finish practicing before school started. How's he? Wu Xiaozhou, cigarette in mouth, wore a look of despair. If you call me Haozi again, I swear I'll lose my temper. Lin Hao retorted, displeased. Look at you, why so anxious? I've been calling you that since childhood. How can I change? Wu Xiaozhou replied with a grin. How about we take a stroll? I'm starting to feel stagnant. Not going. Lin Hao shot him a glare. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for leisure. Wu Xiaozhou's eyes twinkled with mischief. I've heard that a bar is opening on the pedestrian street, supposedly with a live band. Since we're considering a career change, why not go and appreciate it? It would be a good way to unwind. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao found some merit in the suggestion. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. All right, just this once for relaxation. But once we return, we must practice diligently. Sure, I'll follow your lead. Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed, bouncing up and quickly changing his clothes. A few days prior, upon arriving at Wu Xiaozhou's home, Lin Hao's first action was to search online for information, ultimately clarifying the process of copyright registration in this world. To his dismay, the findings were rather disappointing. It was now 2002, and indeed, this place resembled his previous life far too closely. It was a time rife with copyright confusion, marking the early phase of the internet's traditional free era, still relying on free content to draw more users online. At that time, the internet was flooded with songs and film piracies available for unrestricted downloading, with little regard for copyright or intellectual property. The copyright laws in this world were fundamentally similar to those of his past life, equating copyright with intellectual property rights. In this world, there were two methods to apply for music copyrights. First, the original creator must bring physical documentation and a recording of the work to the Daxia Music Copyright Association located in Dongdan Santiao, Dongqing District, Zhengzhou, for registration. Second, one could also register on the Daxia Music Copyright Association website, where the lyrics and music files needed to be uploaded separately for review, with the option to upload audio files as well. In fact, the process for applying for music copyright registration was quite similar to that of his previous life. In his past experience, the online registration platform was known as the Digital Music Copyright Registration Platform, a system approved by the National Copyright Administration for Digital Music Copyright Registration Services. After everything was clarified, Lin Hao found himself enveloped in a sense of melancholy. It was utterly impractical to traverse over 500 kilometers to Zhengzhou City merely for a few songs. The arduous journey on the green train would be taxing. Must every individual aspiring to register copyright in this nation travel to Zhengzhou? A subsequent search revealed that previously, registrations could be conducted at the offices of the Great Xia Music Copyright Association located in various provincial capitals. However, since last year, in an attempt to streamline and modernize operations, all such offices had been dismantled. Accepting that a trip to Zhengzhou was unrealistic, Lin Hao resolved to pursue online registration instead. Yet, in the year 2002, this endeavor proved equally cumbersome. First, he needed to scan the compositions he had painstakingly created, however, with no widespread access to disk drives. The scanned files could only be saved to floppy disks or burned on his CDs. Contemplating this convoluted process left Lin Hao with a throbbing headache. To compound matters, his home lacked even a single computer. The only feasible option was to visit a copy shop for scanning, then return to Wu Xiaozhou's home to upload and register the music. However, if he were to register each song individually, it would necessitate repeated trips to the copy shop, which was exceedingly tedious. Yet, he thought, if it must be a hassle, so be it. Registering was essential for his peace of mind. Thus, he began searching for the Great Xia Music Copyright Association, only to be met with near despair. The website, upon opening, displayed merely a primary page with a glaring announcement, "Website under construction." After the disappointment, he found solace in the understanding that, residing in a remote northeastern city, both reality and the dissemination of information were painfully slow during this era. With a journey to Zhengzhou ruled out and online registration unfeasible, he decided to organize and notate all the songs he had sung and intended to sing. Once the website was operational, he could then locate a copy shop to scan and register them in bulk, thus enhancing efficiency. As they pedaled towards the pedestrian street, the distance felt somewhat daunting, and by the time they arrived, it was already past 8 in the evening. The street was sparsely populated at this hour, and the bar appeared to have opened just that day, with an abundance of floral arrangements, over 100, adorning its entrance. "Look at that," Lin Hao remarked, gazing at the bar's vibrant neon sign. "Not a bad name." The two secured their bicycles and strode purposefully inside, while Wu Xiaozhou continuously exclaimed in astonishment at the names on the floral displays. Before they even crossed the threshold, they were greeted by the thunderous sounds of music. The bar was spacious, designed in a rugged style, featuring a long, linear bar counter crafted from solid timber, supported by oil barrels beneath. Directly ahead stood a stage. Although the band had yet to take the spotlight, the stage was illuminated with dazzling lights, flanked by two imposing Budweiser speakers, from which a foreign rock song, one Lin Hao had never heard, emanated. It appeared that the bar favored a rock ambience. The entire layout of the establishment was thoughtfully designed, with varying elevations that, despite being filled with patrons, did not feel congested due to its open spatial arrangement. A clean-cut young server guided the pair further inside. "Apologies, sir, but the venue is quite crowded at the moment. There are only 2 seats available near the stage." Wu Xiaozhou waved his hand nonchalantly, asserting that he could hear perfectly well. Lin Hao nearly burst into laughter. It was evident that this fellow seldom frequented places like bars. The location adjacent to the stage's speakers is typically unappealing to most, as it can be excessively loud. The seating arrangement comprised a small table for 2, and once they settled in, Wu Xiaozhou ordered 2 bottles of Corona. Before they could take more than a few sips, the band took the stage. "What the heck?" Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed, leaning forward to say, "That long-haired guy, isn't he the one who sold counterfeit guitars at the music store?" Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Surprised to encounter him here. What a stroke of luck. Qian Yu, however, did not notice Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou. Despite having rehearsed in advance and the manager being reasonably satisfied, today marked the band's official debut, which inevitably brought a touch of anxiety regarding his future prospects. A few bars of distorted electric guitars sounded, revealing a glimpse of Qian Yu's talent. The band collectively proclaimed, "We are the Black Knights." Lin Hao grimaced, thinking how foolish that sounded. Then, the short and plump drummer struck the bass drum, the double beats resonating like a heartbeat, echoing within the audience. After 4 bars of drumming, the electric guitar and bass joined in, accompanied by a keyboard playing a trumpet timbre, launching into a vigorous and exhilarating opening piece. Wu Xiaozhou's face flushed with excitement as he shouted to Lin Hao, "Wow, this is amazing." Lin Hao shook his head with a wry smile. This naive fellow had clearly never experienced anything like this before. He had played such opening pieces to death in his 20s. It seemed necessary to find ways to elevate Wu Xiaozhou's appreciation levels. Otherwise, he would appear rather unrefined when out and about. The opening piece was brief, and after a little over a minute, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, to which Lin Hao contributed a few token claps. He leaned over to Wu Xiaozhou, advising him to closely observe the bassist's hand positioning, urging him not to be distracted. Wu Xiaozhou nodded excitedly, increasingly convinced that he had made the right choice. Being in a band was delightful, surrounded by beautiful women, beer, and applause. The thought alone sent thrills through him. "I want to be in a band. I want to play the bass." He cheered inwardly. A male vocalist took the stage and performed 2 fast-paced songs, receiving a decent amount of applause from the audience. Lin Hao had anticipated that the female singer would follow with rock music, but to his surprise, she continued with pop songs. As the band played the original accompaniment without a hint of variation, Lin Hao shook his head in disappointment. The band's skill level was rather mediocre, and the singer lacked the ability to perform rock, which could spell trouble for this bar. After the 2 vocalists exited, the long-haired keyboardist sang "I Died in a Rainy Season." The intense accompaniment and strange shouts appeared to be rock-inspired, yet they only served to highlight the band's shortcomings. This group has always been enamored with the mainstream. They possess a scant understanding of rock music and mistakenly believe that mere exuberance equates to the essence of rock, thus rendering this particular song a chaotic rendition. In a corner of the bar sits a slender man, approximately 35 or 36 years of age. His short-sleeved white shirt is impeccably clean, and the crease of his black trousers is as straight as his posture. He gazes at the stage for a moment before turning to a bald man beside him with a slight grimace, beckoning him with a gesture. "Third brother." The bald man's waist bends slightly in a show of respect. "This won't do." The man shakes his head, expressing his discontent. "This group lacks the capability. At this rate, we won't be able to rise." The bald man wears a troubled expression. "Third brother, this is already the best band we have at Chuana." With a sigh, the man contemplates briefly and then concedes, "Go to the provincial city and find someone. Let them manage for a few days." A flicker of disappointment crosses the bald man's eyes. yet he nods in agreement. During the intermission, Lin Hao feels an urgent need to relieve himself and stands to head to the restroom. Upon pushing the door open and stepping out, he unexpectedly encounters Qianyu. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with animosity. Qianyu has dreamt of Lin Hao several times lately, and upon seeing him, his eyes immediately blaze with fury. Lin Hao chuckles. Go on in, just don't wet your pants. With that, he turns to leave. Qianyu's face flushes with anger. But despite Lin Hao's somewhat frail physique, his height gives him pause from acting on his impulse. After exiting the restroom, he directly seeks out the bald man from earlier. Brother Guang, could you do me a favor? Qianyu approaches the bald man, offering him a cigarette. Yes, speak up. The bald man replies as he lights the cigarette. I've encountered a little brat with whom I have a grudge. Could you find a couple of people to teach him a lesson? Brother Guang strokes his bald head, feeling a wave of distaste. What era are we in to still be resorting to such tactics? Wouldn't it be more prudent to earn a decent living instead? Who is it? What issue cannot be resolved without resorting to violence? Qianyu glances around, spotting Lin Hao at a table not far from the speakers. He points discreetly. It's those two little brats. Name your price. The mention of money changes Brother Guang's demeanor. Initially, he had hoped to introduce them for a long-term collaboration. But it seems third brother remains unsatisfied. All right, let's wait until after they leave. We can't make a scene now, he replies evasively. Noticing the bald man's displeasure, Qianyu dares not press further. Realizing whose bar this is, he simply nods and hastens back to the stage. As the second half of the performance progresses through merely 2 songs, Lin Hao feels the urge to leave, as Qianyu keeps casting furtive glances at him, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere that he has no desire to engage with. Before he can rise, a woman's voice suddenly calls out, "Is that you?" Lin Hao turns to see a familiar face. After a moment of reflection, he recognizes her as Chu Yu, the television host. He quickly rose to his feet, smiling. What a coincidence. Chu Yu's radiant smile lit up the room indeed. Why are you still seated? No sooner had she spoken than the band struck up a lively tune. The proximity to the speakers rendered Lin Hao unable to hear the remainder of her words. Chu Yu gestured for him to sit and turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, a waiter arrived with 6 small bottles of beer and a fruit platter. Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou exchanged puzzled glances, hurriedly inquiring of the waiter who had sent the drinks. The waiter leaned in close to Lin Hao's ear and exclaimed, "Our boss." He then pointed towards a figure in the distance. They looked over to find Chu Yu standing alongside a distinguished man. Noticing their gaze, Chu Yu waved cheerfully. Realizing the drinks were indeed a gift from her, Lin Hao raised a bottle in acknowledgement. He felt a twinge of confusion, uncertain whether Chu Yu was the boss or if it was the refined gentleman beside her. Nonetheless, since the drinks had been offered, he felt it inappropriate to leave immediately. So he begrudgingly clinked his bottle with Wu Xiaozhou's. On stage, the female vocalist danced exuberantly, belting out a cheerful song. Wu Xiaozhou drained his bottle, refusing to put it down, gripping it tightly in his hand. His gaze fixated on Qianyu, and with each glance, his anger intensified. This long-haired fellow on stage possessed a shifty demeanor and occasionally cast malevolent glances toward Lin Hao. As the song concluded, Wu Xiaozhou could no longer contain himself and hurled the empty bottle onto the stage. Thud! The bottle struck Qianyu squarely on the forehead, causing blood to flow. The bottle clattered to the ground, astonishingly intact. The venue fell silent, all eyes turning to the scene. Wu Xiaozhou rose, pointing accusingly at Qianyu. What are you staring at? Qianyu, momentarily dazed from the impact, clutched his head in confusion. The bald man, known as Guanggu, rushed over, flanked by 2 burly companions. Lin Hao, equally astonished by Wu Xiaozhou's impulsive act, had not anticipated such a rash move. He had not even conferred with him beforehand. After all, Chu Yu had just bestowed beer and fruit, and even if Wu Xiaozhou was dissatisfied with Qianyu, it was ill-timed to resort to violence. Guanggu glared menacingly at Wu Xiaozhou, entirely oblivious to Lin Hao's presence. Just as he prepared to charge, Lin Hao swiftly seized the back of his neck with his right hand and twisted his left arm behind him. In his previous life, aside from music, Lin Hao's greatest passion had been mixed martial arts. After relocating to Zhongzhou, he had trained diligently at a fighting gym, forging many friendships with like-minded individuals. Though merely an amateur, he had no trouble handling a local thug. At this moment, despite his somewhat frail physique, his movements had not dulled. Snap! With a sharp crack, Wu Xiaozhou seized a beer bottle and struck it against the table, then raised his hand, pressing the jagged edge against Brother Guang's neck, the shards glimmering under the kaleidoscopic lights of the bar. "Let go of me." Brother Guang glared down at the broken bottle, his bravado faltering as he barked. "Do you even know where you are? Do you even remember who you are?" Lin Hao remained silent, tightening his grip, refusing to relent. The two young men behind Brother Guang were poised for a fight, tension palpable in the air. In a corner of the bar stood two grim-faced figures, one tall and the other short. The man beside Chu Yu subtly shook his head, prompting them to return to their seats. Wu Xiaozhou spat on the floor, disregarding their presence. "That guy always looks down on us." On stage, Qian Yu seemed to recover from the incident, indicating that the blow had not been severe. "You dare to hit me?" Wu Xiaozhou chuckled darkly, about to retort when a deep voice interrupted. "Shut up." Everyone turned to see Chu Yu and the man approaching. Lin Hao, sensing the close relationship between Chu Yu and this man, felt reassured given they were in the latter's bar, and exchanged a glance with Wu Xiaozhou. Wu Xiaozhou slowly retracted the beer bottle, tossing it onto the table with a sharp thud. Lin Hao released his grip, and Brother Guang shot him a venomous glare before bowing slightly with his companions and addressing the man as third brother. "Do you two have a grudge?" The man's voice was low, almost indifferent, his gaze apathetic. The male singer handed Qian Yu some napkins. Wu Xiaozhou pointed at Qian Yu on stage, remarking, "Doesn't that guy up there always look at us with disdain?" Upon hearing Wu Xiaozhou speak, the man turned to him, his pupils constricting, momentarily lost in thought. Chu Yu gently tugged at his arm, bringing him back to reality, and he cast a lingering glance at Wu Xiaozhou, leaving the latter perplexed. Lin Hao chuckled. "My apologies. My friend has a bit of a temper. I'll make amends with the owner, and if any damage has been done, I will compensate." The man looked at him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Can you sing?" Lin Hao was taken aback, unsure why the conversation had shifted from a brawl to singing. Yet he nodded. "Good, then go up and sing a song as my apology." "How does that sound?" "Can he even sing?" Qian Yu exclaimed, shielding his head with a thick stack of napkins. The man did not even glance at Qian Yu, his expression calm as he fixed his attention on Lin Hao. Lin Hao glanced at Chu Yu behind the man, understanding that she must have said something that prompted this request. It seemed that he was indeed the true owner of the bar. The man before me, though outwardly refined, resembled a blade concealed within its sheath, with an almost discernible scent of blood lingering in the air. Lin Hao could only nod in resignation, regardless of the reasons. It was Wu Xiaozhou who had initiated the altercation, and it was on his turf. He had merely sought to unwind and enjoy the band's performance. Yet Wu Xiaozhou had once again stirred trouble. He turned to ascend the stage, while Qian Yu continued to protest loudly. "I certainly won't accompany you." Lin Hao chuckled, responding as he walked, "I truly do not require your accompaniment." "Why?" Qian Yu was taken aback that this fellow dared to step up. Could he genuinely sing? Lin Hao sighed. "Because your skill level is woefully inadequate." The audience erupted into laughter. Qian Yu clutched his forehead, his face turning as purple as an eggplant. Ignoring him, Lin Hao seized the microphone. "Next, let's allow our band to take a break. Oh, and to that brother who left bloodied, there's a clinic just around the corner. Do make sure to get properly bandaged. Tetanus can be quite deadly." Upon finishing, laughter reverberated through the bar. The band members descended from the stage, while Qian Yu shot a venomous glare at Lin Hao. Chapter 13. With the band gone, Lin Hao stood in the spotlight, pausing for a moment before speaking. "Today, my friends and I have erred, and I wish to extend my apologies to Sister Chu, that esteemed gentleman, and all friends present." He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Sparse applause filled the bar. Lin Hao moved to the central rear of the stage, behind a synthesizer. Though unfamiliar with its brand, he noticed that the arrangement of functional keys bore a striking resemblance to that of the Roland 10 with 61 keys. Feeling reassured, he flicked the power switch and swiftly selected the piano sound, allowing the gentle and emotive notes to fill the air. Accompanied by the piano, Lin Hao articulated, "A friend is like a guitar on stage, passionately strumming the joys of life for you. A friend is a spring breeze on sorrowful days, gently sweeping away the clouds of your heart. A friend is a wise mentor on the path to success, fervently guiding you towards the light. A friend is a beacon in the depths of despair, quietly dispelling the shadows of your spirit. I dedicate this song, Friend, to everyone." As all other stage lights dimmed, a solitary spotlight illuminated Lin Hao. "Friend, oh friend, do you ever think of me? If you are reveling in happiness, please forget me. Friend, oh friend, do you ever remember me? If you are enduring misfortune, please let me know." As Lin Hao's raspy, poignant voice resonated. A shiver coursed through the audience. The man and Chu Yu exchanged glances, unable to conceal their astonishment. No one could believe their ears. This hardly resembled the voice of a young man. If one were to close their eyes and listen, it would seem as though a middle-aged individual, weathered by years of smoky nightlife, was singing. Despite the mere simplicity of the piano accompaniment, Lin Hao appeared to unleash the grandeur of an entire electronic band. As the song reached its crescendo, the patrons of the bar began to tap along to the rhythm, with those possessing a good sense of melody even joining in song. Standing beside Chu Yu, the man's eyes glistened with unshed tears as memories of his brothers flooded back. The unfortunate Lao Pu, killed by his lover's husband, Yuan Yi, who had taken a bullet, Ding Zhangwo, who met a tragic end at the Nanshan mine, and Heihu, who bore 13 knife wounds yet urged others to flee. The tears streamed down his face as Chu Yu gently wrapped her arm around him, tenderly patting his forearm. The long-haired keyboardist, known as Lu Er, exchanged fervent glances with the drummer. Meanwhile, the bassist, Wang Pengzi, listened intently to Lin Hao's bass notes, nodding occasionally in appreciation. Though Qian Yu still wore an expression of disbelief, his slightly parted lips betrayed him. "Oh friend, do you still remember me? If you have found new shores, please leave me be," Lin Hao sang. He did not play the closing notes. Instead, he repeated the phrase "leave me be," allowing the music to come to an abrupt halt. A profound silence enveloped the bar, this sudden stillness seeming to hollow out one's heart, leaving an uncomfortable sensation in its wake. Then, the man was the first to break the silence with applause, and soon a thunderous ovation erupted. Lin Hao navigated past the synthesizer, slowly making his way to the center of the stage, bowing deeply to the audience below. A trio of girls shouted in unison, "Handsome guy, sing another one." Following their lead, many others joined in. "Handsome guy, sing another one. Sing another one." Understanding the sentiment, but not wishing to continue, Lin Hao chose to disregard the enthusiastic calls and swiftly exited the stage. The sound engineer, though unsatisfied, had no choice but to lower the volume as Lin Hao had already departed. As he stepped off the stage, Lu Er, the keyboardist, and Wang Pengzi, the bassist, rushed towards him. Wu Xiaozhou, fearing they intended to retaliate for their long-haired friend, instinctively reached for a beer bottle. "Brother, whose song is this?" Lu Er eagerly grasped Lin Hao's arm. Wang Pengzi, equally animated, chimed in, "Indeed, I've never heard it before. Whose is it?" Realizing their intentions were not hostile, Wu Xiaozhou relaxed, putting down the beer bottle and lighting a cigarette. Lin Hao smiled softly and replied, "It's mine." "What?" Not only were Wang Pengzi and Lu Er taken aback, but even Qian Yu and the drummer, who were not far away, exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe the revelation. Lu Er then inquired, "Brother, do you play any other instruments?" Lin Hao turned his head to glance at the stage, modestly stating that he had a slight understanding. Qian Yu, covering his forehead, displayed a disdainful expression, exclaiming, "What a pretense! So you can play the guitar as well?" The man beside Chu Yu furrowed his brows and cast a sidelong glance at Qian Yu. Qian Yu was so engrossed in his thoughts that he failed to notice. Otherwise, that glance could have haunted him with nightmares for days. He continued, "Since you claim to play, why not come up and show us? Merely talking about it amounts to nothing." Lu Er found Qian Yu's words unpleasant and turned to Lin Hao, saying, "Brother, I heard your piano skills earlier. They are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. I would like to know how you fare with other instruments. Why not perform for us?" Unbeknownst to him, his tone had shifted to one of respect, filled with earnestness. Lin Hao cast a sidelong glance at Qian Yu, whose face was a picture of contempt, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed he encountered such nuisances wherever he went. Sighing, he empathized with the keyboardist's sentiments, as he too had once been in such a position. This was the true passion of a music lover. He glanced at Wu Xiaozhou, who, with a cigarette in his mouth, grinned widely and gestured for him to proceed. As if to say, "Go on, show off." Lin Hao shook his head with a wry smile. This fellow was one who thrived on chaos. "All right," he acquiesced, turning to walk towards the stage. The sound engineer, noticing his return, felt a surge of joy and promptly lowered the music volume. Lin Hao approached Qian Yu's electric guitar. Picking it up, not bad. At least it was a genuine Fender. Considering Qian Yu's skill level, he decided against attempting pieces like the No. 24 Caprice by Yoshinobu Yamashita or Brian John Peter Finney's works, fearing he might confuse him further. It would be a grave misfortune if Qian Yu lost the courage to play the guitar afterward. He slung the guitar strap over his shoulder. musing that he would casually play a canon. With a swift slide, he launched into a 4-minute and 30-second rendition of canon, concluding at the 2-minute and 15-second mark, doubling the tempo. As the audience sat in stunned silence, he gracefully took a seat behind the drum set. The kit consisted of 5 pieces of average quality, belonging to the lower-end series. Grasping the drumsticks placed on the snare drum, he adopted a standard grip and began with a roll on the snare. After 2 measures, he introduced the double bass drum, and the sticks danced across the tom-tom, cymbals, hi-hat, and snare in a flurry of intricate rhythms. The stout drummer had yet to close his mouth in astonishment when Lin Hao had already moved to the bass guitar. Chapter 14. Lin Hao, addressing the microphone on the stand, declared, "I shall refrain from playing the bass. Let my buddy, Xiao Wu, come up and play a few bars." With that, he smiled and waved at Wu Xiaozhou below. He would not let go of this opportunity to allow Wu Xiaozhou to hone his skills. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed, "What? I've only been learning for half a month. You want me to go up and play?" "Absolutely not. I refuse." Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, prompting Wu Xiaozhou to swiftly ascend the stage. Leaning close, Lin Hao whispered in his ear, "Just those 6 bars. Repeat them twice, and it's done." Wu Xiaozhou remained silent, grasping the electric bass, which felt rather mediocre in his hands, incomparable to his own. Unfortunately, being a novice, he had no idea what brand it was. With a flurry of notes, he began to play, prompting Lin Hao to hurriedly adjust the volume knob. "Goodness, are you my father?" Lin Hao gasped, nearly breaking into a sweat. "You can't play without turning up the volume." Wu Xiaozhou, unperturbed, chuckled and continued to play. The 12 bars passed swiftly. Just as Wang Pengzi and the others registered their astonishment, it was over. This electric bass was undoubtedly a tool for showcasing skills, and those 12 bars left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Seeing Wu Xiaozhou set down the bass, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, "Oh no, that was too short. Brother, please, play a bit longer." Wu Xiaozhou intended to place the bass on its stand but, lacking experience, nearly toppled it over. Fortunately, Lin Hao was quick to catch it. Ignoring the situation, Wu Xiaozhou walked off the stage with his head held high and hands behind his back, displaying an air of modesty while frequently waving his hands dismissively. "That's enough. This bass just doesn't suit me," Wang Pengzi lamented, feeling unsatisfied. Although the 12 bars had been repetitive, they encompassed an array of challenging techniques, with 2 methods he had never encountered before. Noticing Wu Xiaozhou's indifference, Wang Pengzi quickly approached Lin Hao. Before he could speak, Lin Hao inquired, "What did you think of that bass segment?" Eager to hear the opinion of this knowledgeable individual, Wang Pengzi scratched his head, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. The techniques and skills were impressive, but Lin Hao smiled, remaining silent. "It just sounded a bit strange. Perhaps it's a new practice piece? Is he still getting accustomed to it?" Wang Pengzi appeared perplexed. This chubby fellow had no issues with rhythm or musicality. However, he lacked technical finesse, likely due to residing in the small city of Chuanha, which limited his exposure. Lin Hao was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that this chubby guy would possess such discerning insight, pinpointing Wu Xiaozhou's shortcomings with precision. It was worth noting that Wu Xiaozhou's techniques, skills, and tone would have struck a profound chord with an untrained ear, sounding nothing short of extraordinary. Even a typical aficionado might struggle to grasp the nuances. Yet, this chubby fellow discerned an air of unfamiliarity, prompting Lin Hao to regard him with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Jin Yu sat awkwardly, remaining motionless as the rest of the band gathered around. Lin Hao found it difficult to manage their enthusiasm when Chu Yu and another man approached. "Hey young man, would you like to join me for a cup of tea in my office?" The man smiled. Without needing to hear more, Lin Hao understood his implication. Seeing this as an opportune moment to extricate himself from the clutches of his companions, he waved at Wu Xiaozhou, and amidst the disappointed gazes of the band members, the two followed Chu Yu upstairs. In the elegantly antiquated office, Chu Yu sat before a spacious wooden tea tray, preparing to brew tea. The man did not exhibit any semblance of leniency towards the youthfulness of Lin Hao and his companion. Instead, he courteously invited them to take a seat and produced a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, offering to light them. Wu Xiaozhou accepted the lighter, smiling as he insisted on doing it himself. Soon after, the man introduced himself. "My name is Zhou Dongbing. My younger friends call me San Ge, while my older acquaintances refer to me as Lao San or Dongbing. Please, feel free to choose." Wu Xiaozhou accidentally dropped his cigarette onto the tea tray. Lin Hao, puzzled by the situation, quickly reached out to retrieve it. "Zhou, Zhou Dongbing. Wu Xiaozhou stammered. Zhou Dongbing nodded. Do you know me? Wu Xiaozhou was momentarily speechless. Taken aback. Sensing a lull in the conversation, Lin Hao swiftly introduced himself and Wu Xiaozhou. As the smoke curled upwards, Zhou Dongbing listened to Lin Hao while his gaze drifted toward Wu Xiaozhou. Once Lin Hao finished speaking, silence enveloped the room. Chu Yu, pouring tea, sensed the atmosphere and gently called out, Dongbing. The exclamation jolted Zhou Dongbing from his reverie. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he quickly urged them, drink tea, drink tea. The group lifted their cups and took a sip, prompting Lin Hao to exclaim, what exquisite tea. Chu Yu chuckled lightly, thank you. Zhou Dongbing pondered for a moment and addressed Lin Hao. I heard you mention that you two are about to enter university? Lin Hao nodded in affirmation. What a pity. Chu Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a playful glance at him. What are you saying? It's a wonderful thing that they got into university. Zhou Dongbing laughed heartily indeed. I stand corrected. Come, let me make amends with tea in place of wine. No need. Lin Hao replied, raising his cup alongside Wu Xiaozhou. I tend to be straightforward. I would like to discuss with you, young brother, whether you could come by daily to sing a few songs before school begins. Zhou Dongbing's expression remained calm as he gazed at Lin Hao. Lin Hao had not considered singing out, as he had made no plans for his future. He merely wished to savor the upcoming 4 years of university life. He had only dragged Wu Xiaozhou along to change majors out of a fear of loneliness. In his previous life, he had never strayed from such environments, from the earliest dance halls to music restaurants, and then to nightclubs, bathhouses, bars, and various performance venues. He had long grown weary of it all. Wu Xiaozhou, unusually quiet today, silently smoked beside him. Noticing Lin Hao's silence, Zhou Dongbing continued, you can choose any performance style. A minimum of 2 songs, with a payment of 100 yuan per song. The more you sing, the more you earn. What do you think? Upon hearing this offer, Wu Xiaozhou's eyes brightened. Lin Hao felt a flicker of interest as well. Having spent time at Wu Xiaozhou's home recently, he had become quite familiar with the current world. It strongly resembled the early 2000s of his own world. In these performance venues, even in larger cities, the typical rate for bands or singers was generally around 100 yuan per day, with additional charges for song requests and flower baskets. In certain smaller cities, it is quite common for modest bars to charge 50 yuan for solo performances and 80 yuan per band member. This week, the owner offered him a staggering 100 yuan per song. Such a price is indeed exorbitant, not only in Xuanhe City, but even in the provincial capital. Moreover, he mentioned that the more songs performed, the more one would earn. Therefore, singing 10 songs could yield 1,000 yuan, equivalent to the average monthly salary in this city. Wu Xiaozhou, feeling somewhat anxious, could no longer remain silent, discreetly nudging Lin Hao's thigh. Lin Hao, somewhat helpless, truly did not wish to perform at this moment. However, recalling his father's hands, marred with cracks and perpetually unclean, he sighed deeply and resigned himself to fate. After all, he was merely a young man from a humble background, awaiting entry into university, such is life. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Thank you, Brother Zhou, but I have a small request. Chapter 15. Zhou Dongbing raised his hand, urging him to continue. I do not wish to collaborate with the band. If you could grant me a specific time slot, I would perform 2 songs on my guitar each day. Would that be acceptable? Zhou Dongbing glanced at Chu Yu, slightly disappointed. Initially, he had hoped for Lin Hao to collaborate with the current band, believing it would elevate their performance quality. He had witnessed Lin Hao's brief performance on stage. Despite his lack of expertise, the astonished expressions of the band members indicated that this handsome young man possessed an extraordinary musical foundation. Although he had instructed Shaoguang to seek a band in the provincial capital, the details regarding cost, availability, and duration remained uncertain. Utilizing local talent would undoubtedly minimize complications. However, it was evident that Lin Hao was reluctant to integrate with the existing band. Lin Hao, if you are dissatisfied with the guitarist in the current band, we can easily replace him tomorrow, Chu Yu said with a smile. Lin Hao quickly waved his hand. Exposing Qian Yu at the music store stemmed from his actions of deceiving students and their parents, which crossed his moral threshold. However, dismissing him now would disrupt the established order. Every industry has its unwritten rules, and those who disregard them often meet with dire consequences. By publicly revealing Qian Yu's sale of counterfeit instruments, he could tarnish the reputation of the latter's teacher. If he were to also usurp the night performance opportunities, it would be tantamount to a complete severance. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's source of income is akin to killing their parents. Ultimately, Everyone faces their own struggles. He turned to Zhou Dongbing. Brother Zhou, may I pose a question? Go ahead. What style do you envision for performances at this bar? Initially, there was no specific style in mind. However, Sister Chu had recently developed a penchant for rock music, prompting him to seek out a rock band to establish that particular style. Lin Hao slightly shook his head, asserting that while rock music had experienced a surge in popularity in the past few years, it had since waned, lacking any truly commendable songs for widespread enjoyment. Zhou Dongbing and Chu Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lin Hao's astute observation. In our Spring River, it can be said that there is not a single authentic rock band. Even if there are some in the provincial capital, I doubt their quality would be significantly higher. Moreover, hiring a band from the provincial capital, with accommodations and meals included, would cost no less than 200 yuan per day. Otherwise, no one would be willing to come. If you could manage to hire someone for 100 yuan or a bit more, I believe their skill level would be quite comparable to the current group. Zhou Dongbing nodded slowly, agreeing that it was indeed not worthwhile to travel such a distance for meager earnings. Lin Hao continued, but if we offer more, how long can this bar sustain itself? He was unaware of the financial capabilities of the two individuals before him, merely considering the operational costs of a bar. What is your opinion? Zhou Dongbing inquired. I believe personal preferences should not intertwine with business. You may enjoy rock music, but does everyone who comes share that passion? How many people nowadays truly appreciate rock? Zhou Dongbing and Chu Yu nodded in silence. I think we should lean towards popular music, after all. It is what the masses are familiar with and fond of. Bands and singers are easy to find. Our Spring River bar is not numerous. And as long as the male and female singers are outstanding, business will surely thrive. Zhou Dongbing looked toward Chu Yu, who pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. Zhou Dongbing lightly clapped his hands and laughed. Young brother, you are quite the professional. You have illuminated our path. Otherwise, we would have remained indecisive. Shall we settle this then? He asked, glancing at Chu Yu. Chu Yu chuckled softly. What do I know? You decide. Zhou Dongbing took her hand and gently patted it, saying, silly girl, this bar is yours. If you do not take charge, who will? Chu Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she said nothing further. Observing the situation, Lin Hao felt it was inappropriate to linger, standing up with a smile. Brother Zhou, let us proceed as discussed. Starting tomorrow, I will arrive punctually in the evening to sing a couple of songs before the 8:30 show. Does that sound good? Zhou Dongbing also stood, smiling. Come early and sing more. With that, he extended his right hand. Lin Hao, not engaging further, simply smiled and shook his hand. Zhou Dongbing and Chu Yu accompanied him downstairs, where the stage featured a male and female singer performing a heartfelt duet. Upon seeing them come down, Guangge joined in escorting them to the door. Standing outside, Lin Hao recalled something and, somewhat bashfully, said, I must trouble you with one more thing. Brother Zhou. Zhou Dongbing smiled at him. I do not own a guitar. Could you possibly help me prepare an acoustic guitar? Chu Yu chimed in with a laugh. I have one at home, bought during my university days, but sadly, I still cannot play. Lin Hao had already felt it was somewhat unreasonable to ask for a guitar. At this moment, he felt too shy to inquire about brands or prices, quickly expressing his gratitude. On the way back, Lin Hao asked, why are you acting strangely today? What is going on? Haven't you heard? Wu Xiaozhou queried. Heard what? Zhou Dongbing. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and indeed recalled the name. It belonged to someone associated with the underbelly of Chuanha City. Is he formidable? Wu Xiaozhou chuckled wryly. Formidable is an understatement. With a look of yearning, he added, when he was at the peak of his fame, we were still in our diapers. His most glorious days were a decade ago, during which he was said to have countless associates, controlling the likes of Nanshan Mine, timber, and commercial real estate ventures. Have you heard of Yangtze from the provincial capital? Lin Hao nodded. This name was etched in his memory due to the man's notoriety. Conversely, his recollection of one Zhou Dongbing was rather vague, perhaps owing to his own detachment from such circles. It was rumored that before the death of Yangtze, he and Zhou were like brothers, inseparable. Are you suggesting that this Zhou Dongbing is? Don't spout nonsense. Wu Xiaozhou quickly interjected. Given his previous renown, how could he have fallen to running a bar? Lin Hao mused, perplexed. Can't you tell? Wu Xiaozhou replied. What do you mean? This bar was a gift from him to Chu Yu. Wu Xiaozhou laughed. Oh, now I remember. That indeed seems to be the case. He then inquired. Are they a couple? Wu Xiaozhou chuckled. Do they look like one? Lin Hao shook his head. They do not. Wu Xiaozhou, with a face full of admiration, remarked. How dashing. If only we could be as striking when we reach his age. Lin Hao contemplated and found Wu Xiaozhou's observation to be astute. Zhou Dongbing was not taller than him, yet in his 30s, his physique remained impeccable. His features and attire were exceptionally tidy, exuding a calm demeanor. Some individuals shine like fireflies in the dark. Zhou Dongbing was one of those luminous souls. At 11 p.m., at the Iron Horse Bar, the band had concluded their performance, and only a few patrons lingered. Zhou Dongbing sat quietly in a corner booth, smoking a cigarette, his face cloaked in shadows, flickering in and out of light. His eyes brimmed with stories, yet his visage bore no traces of hardship. Chu Yu ascended the stage, and everyone set aside their tasks. Her face was alight with joy, declaring that the first day had gone well, and soon she would find Guangxi to settle accounts. The mood among the crowd was tinged with apprehension, particularly for Qianyu, whose small eyes nervously fixed on the enchanting woman, fearing she might utter the words that they need not return tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, you must find another female singer. Furthermore, let us switch from rock to pop. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone, and Qianyu nearly shouted, "Hooray!" Just as Chu Yu departed, Guangxi approached, handing a stack of cash to Qianyu, cautioning him, "Distribute it outside, not within the bar. It's inappropriate." Once outside, the group paused not far from the bar, pushing their bicycles. Qianyu, with a napkin still stuck to his forehead, cheerfully distributed the money while exclaiming, "Today was the first day, not bad at all. We received over 20 flower baskets. Let us keep up the effort tomorrow." Everyone beamed with joy. Suddenly, bassist Wang Pongzi burst into hearty laughter. Everyone was puzzled by his laughter, all following his gaze. Qianyu's face instantly turned pale. Beside them stood a tidy shop, its blue sign illuminated by 7 white acrylic letters, Qian Lily Pet Clinic. Chapter 16. Just as the band departed, a sleek black BMW pulled up at the bar's entrance. A stout man wearing glasses stepped out, clutching a black handbag as he approached the establishment. Brother Guang hurried over to hold the door open, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Hu." The portly man merely nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Yu stepped forward with a smile, greeting him, "Brother Hu." His face lit up with a grin. "Dongbing is inside." Chu Yu indicated towards a corner. The stout man settled himself across from Zhou Dongbing, placing his bag on the table. Zhou Dongbing took a drag from his cigarette and inquired, "Did you find anything out?" The man nodded. "Yes, it was Chao Itue who drunkenly blurted it out." Zhou Dongbing appeared momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "That kid never knows when to keep his mouth shut." He waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it." The stout man fell silent. Amidst the smoke, he remarked, "Brother, tomorrow marks the anniversary of the founding of the nation." Zhou Dongbing nodded. "Yes, I've already purchased paper and incense. Come to my house to pick me up at 7 a.m. Brother, that loquacious Chao Itue." The stout man couldn't help but comment. But upon noticing Zhou Dongbing's sour expression, he quickly fell silent. He stood up softly, saying, "I'll take my leave." "All right." Chu Yu accompanied him to the door, watching the black BMW 7 Series drive away before turning back into the bar. She took a seat across from Zhou Dongbing and softly remarked, "Brother who is a mine manager, a prominent figure in Xuanhe, you shouldn't always wear a cold expression around him." "A mine manager, indeed," Zhou Dongbing retorted with a chuckle. But the nation's founding was marred by events at his mine. As he spoke, his hand had already warped the remaining half-pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes on the table. "You know better than anyone that this isn't Brother Hu's fault. Why can't you let go of this grudge?" Zhou Dongbing remained silent for a moment, then incredulously asked, "Have I really been cold?" Chu Yu laughed. "Take a look in the mirror. Your face is longer than a shoe's sole." Zhou Dongbing managed a grin, but sighed. "Time flies. Tomorrow is the anniversary again." Chu Yu understood his pain and sighed softly in her heart before quickly changing the subject. "Before you arrived this afternoon, Mr. Chao came by." "Really?" Zhou Dongbing inquired. "He brought a pair of flower baskets and 10,000 yuan." Chu Yu replied, "Oh, accept it," Zhou Dongbing said. However, after a moment's thought, he added, "Others typically give 5 or 10,000. Why did old Chao bring so much?" Zhou Dongbing chuckled. "That loquacious man is afraid I might reprimand him." "No worries, just take it. By the way, there are others in the city who sent money but no flower baskets." He scoffed. "They dare not put their names on the floral arrangements." "Indeed." Chu Yu contemplated before suggesting, "Shall I accompany you tomorrow?" Zhou Dongbing gently shook his head. The following day, amidst the monotonous ticking of the metronome, practice continued relentlessly. By afternoon, Wu Xiaozhou's right hand bore the evidence of his toil. with his index and middle fingers wrapped in band-aids. With a sorrowful expression, he cast a pained glance at Lin Hao, who was engrossed in a game at the computer desk, finally grasping the reason behind Lin's earlier acquisition of a stack of band-aids. Wrong. Lin Hao called out without turning his head. The third note of the eighth measure is a pluck. Put in some effort. Did you think you could just gnaw on that big bone at noon? It's a hook. Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed in frustration. Suddenly, a copy of Story Weekly flew through the air, striking Wu Xiaozhou on the head. How could you misplace your left hand? He lamented. After dinner, Lin Hao, patting his round belly, inquired if Wu Xiaozhou would accompany him to a bar. Wu Xiaozhou lay sprawled on his bed like a lump of clay, utterly motionless. Are you going or not? You might as well kill me. All I want is a good night's sleep. Lin Hao, feeling exasperated, replied, Fine, I'll go alone then. We'll resume at 8 tomorrow morning. Just as he stepped outside, he heard a soft thud behind the door. Wu Xiaozhou had thrown a pillow. Chuckling to himself, he left. It wasn't he that he was cruel, but the demands of time and task were heavy. To achieve an extraordinary breakthrough, one must toil diligently. As the saying goes, 10 minutes on stage requires 10 years of practice, though in reality, it often exceeds a mere decade. Whether in dance, vocal performance, or instrumental music, every resonating note is steeped in the performer's sweat, tears, and even blood. Wu Xiaozhou had only practiced for a few days, yet in comparison to his previous life, the distance was immeasurable. Reflecting on his past, he realized that in his childhood, he had been somewhat withdrawn. At the age of 7 or 8, he would sit at the dilapidated piano in the orphanage for hours on end, rarely leaving except for meals and restroom breaks. While other children played in the dirt, his own childhood was spent amidst a symphony of piano pieces and perspiration. Lin Hao returned home to change into a short-sleeved white shirt and black sports pants. Donning white sneakers, he purchased 2 baskets of small steamed buns from a roadside vendor and decided to visit his father, Lin Xingsheng, at his repair stall. Watching his father devour the buns ravenously stirred a pang of emotion within him, prompting him to call out, I'm off. He hopped onto his bicycle. The bar was teeming with patrons that night, the air filled with a cacophony of voices and cheers. Lin Hao was taken aback, noticing that 8 out of 10 individuals sported crew cuts and adorned themselves with ostentatious gold chains. Although he had never been involved in such circles in his past life, he had spent enough time in similar environments to understand their dynamics and even had a few acquaintances from the streets. After greeting Chu Yu, he ascended the stage. A tall bar stool was placed in the center, with a black microphone stand positioned in front. Next to the stool was a guitar stand holding a light yellow acoustic guitar. He picked up the guitar, seated himself, and strummed the strings with his thumb. Realizing that the tuning had long since abandoned any semblance of precision, lost somewhere in the vastness of the Pacific Ocean. He need not search for the notes on the keyboard, for the international standard pitch resided within his mind. First, he tuned the 5th string, made a few adjustments, and tuned it once more. Soon, all 6 strings were perfectly adjusted. Just as he finished tuning, Lin Hao lifted his gaze and was startled to find a round-faced man staring at him from the audience. The sudden appearance of this individual took him by surprise. The man appeared to be around 40, with a middle parting in his hair, small eyes, and a notably large mouth, from which dangled a cigarette. He wore a true Weissen t-shirt, and a gold chain, about the thickness of a pinky finger, was prominently displayed, adorned with a blood-red pendant of uncertain material. Hey! Round-faced man called out to him. Lin Hao was momentarily puzzled, unsure of the man's intentions. The music was quite loud, so he approached the edge of the stage, guitar in hand. Brother, did you call me? The round-faced man squinted his eyes in a grin. Little brother, sing a song about deep brotherhood, and I'll gift you 10 flower baskets. How does that sound? In the bar, a flower basket costs 100 yuan each, totaling 1,000 for 10. And it is customary for the bar and band to split the earnings evenly. Although Lin Hao hadn't discussed the flower baskets beforehand, he had a rough idea of their worth based on past experiences. All right, Lin Hao replied with a smile, gesturing for him to return to his seat. However, the round-faced man remained, crossing his arms. I'll just listen right here, understood? With a sense of resignation, Lin Hao retreated, accustomed to the diverse clientele found in bars and nightclubs. Sitting on the chair, he pondered what song would be fitting for a theme of brotherhood. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He had the perfect song in mind, one infused with a distinct northeastern flavor and a deep sense of camaraderie. He nodded towards the sound engineer on the left side of the stage, who promptly lowered the volume. Without further ado, he launched into the introduction. I still can't fathom why you chose to leave. I remember the glass marbles we played with as children and your favorite drink. The coarse liquor. Truth be told, I long for home every day, always yearning to make a call back. Just as Lin Hao sang a few lines, Zhou Dongbing entered from outside, and the round-faced man, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, turned and walked towards the door. Chapter 17. The round-faced man conversed with Zhou Dongbing, occasionally giving him a playful pat on the shoulder and teasingly tapping his chest. Zhou Dongbing maintained a smile, saying nothing. Soon after, the two walked side by side to the front of the stage. Lin Hao's voice continued to resonate, and the bar grew increasingly quiet. All eyes turned toward him. The song lacked an interlude, and as Lin Hao sang, he inwardly mused, "Tonight feels like a den of thieves. Why are all these people from the streets?" His raspy, weathered voice conveyed a profound sense of brotherhood, weaving an enchanting spell that captivated everyone in the bar, drawing them into the melody. With tears glistening in his eyes, Zhou Dongbing embraced the shoulder of his friend, Big Pancake Face. A glance at Big Pancake Face revealed a long stream of snot and tears cascading down his cheeks. "Brother, I miss you. How are you over there? You never even called to check in on me." "Rest assured, brother, I am doing well here, and I will return home for the new year. Just wait and see." As the melancholy melody played, the music came to a halt. Lin Hao leaned into the microphone, his voice rich and gravelly. "Brother, I'll be waiting for your return." The bar fell into a hushed silence as his deep voice faded. Zhou Dongbing's vision blurred with tears. Big Pancake Face forcefully wiped his nose, the impressive length of snot vanishing mysteriously. Some patrons were already in tears, a bald man sobbing over the table, while a burly fellow adorned with a tattoo of the character for endurance pounded the table in anguish. "Waitstaff!" Big Pancake Face bellowed. "Bring me 100 flower baskets." His commanding shout earned applause from the bar's patrons. Following this, he pulled out a thick stack of cash from the bag tucked under his arm. The young server hurried over, glancing at Zhou Dongbing, pondering how to procure 100 flower baskets when only 20 were typically available for reuse. After accepting the money, he quietly inquired, "Mr. Chow, the space is limited. Would it be acceptable if I brought them in groups of 20? "No problem." Big Pancake Face waved his hand, wiping away his tears. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy, a sum of 10,000 yuan. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. This man, with his broad face and ample wealth, had proven to be a worthy patron. Zhou Dongbing turned to leave, his posture less upright than before, each step weighed down by the burden of nostalgia. Big Pancake Face hurried after him. "Hey, Dongbing, wait for me." The beleaguered server began stacking flower baskets on stage. Lin Hao contemplated the next song, considering the predominantly male audience. Perhaps something more robust would suffice. The previous song had already stirred the wealthy patrons to tears. He refrained from further sentimental remarks. The vigorous and powerful rhythm surged forth, invigorating Lin Hao's voice with clarity and passion. With pride, I faced the turbulent waves. My fervor akin to the radiant sun, with iron-like courage and steel-like bones, my ambition knows no bounds, my vision stretches far and wide. I strive diligently to be a true man. Just a few lines into the song, the band members joined him on stage, gathering to listen. Big Pancake Face followed Zhou Dongbing out of the bar, and the two stood at the entrance. The poignant melody had evoked memories of past comrades for Zhou Dongbing, reminding him of Ma Lu and the Japanese fellow, who still dared not return to Chuan'an, stirring a sense of discomfort within him, prompting him to step outside for a breath of fresh air. "Dongbing, regarding what happened the night before last, I acknowledge my fault. So please do not take it to heart." The round-faced man pulled out a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and quickly lit one for Zhou Dongbing. Taking a deep drag, Zhou softly inquired, "Old Chow, you're nearly 40, aren't you?" The round-faced man chuckled, "Not quite, not quite. Our Spring River's largest bathhouse, disco, and karaoke are all thanks to you, Chow Itue. Did you ever envision this day while we were locked up back then?" "Utter nonsense." Chow Itue replied with an awkward laugh. "At that time, I merely wished to escape sooner. Who could think of such things?" Zhou Dongbing remained silent, smoking for a while without uttering a word, resigned to his thoughts. Once he finished the cigarette, he discarded the butt on the ground and ground it out with his toe. After a sigh, he remarked, "Cherish it." The smile on Chow Itue's face stiffened. He wanted to say something, but found no suitable words. Zhou Dongbing chuckled, threw an arm around his shoulder, and exclaimed, "Come, let us go listen to some music." Chow Itue promptly replied, "All right, let us be good men, passionate and warm-hearted, brighter than the sun. In the bar, Lin Hao repeatedly sang the last few lines, with everyone standing and joining in a grand chorus. Observing the band, even Qian Yu found himself involuntarily holding onto Wang Pengzi's chubby hand, singing along. The waiter had removed the flower basket from the stage 4 times already, and this time was the last, his arms too weary to lift any further. Lin Hao bowed as he stepped off stage, while the band members gave him a thumbs up. Qian Yu felt a bit shy, but still raised his hand, to which Lin Hao responded with a smile and a nod. Lin Hao believed that the incident at the music store would serve as a lesson. He was merely a guitarist, with no ties to the band. It was best to keep a cordial demeanor, as they would inevitably cross paths again. So there was no need for hostility. The bar erupted with fervent and prolonged applause, and the faces of the flashy gold chain wearers glowed with excitement, as if they had become valiant generals on a battlefield. In the office on the 2nd floor, Lin Hao sat on the sofa, while Chu Yu, beaming with joy, placed a stack of cash on the coffee table. It amounted to 200 yuan, of which 200 was his salary, and the remaining 5,000 was for the flower basket, split equally. Lin Hao nodded, examined the money, picked up the top 2 notes, and said with a smile, "Sister Chu, this 200 is what I am entitled to. As for the remaining 5,000, consider it waived." Chu Yu was taken aback. "Why?" Lin Hao shook his head. "That gentleman was likely using this as an apology to Brother Zhou. I cannot accept this money." Chu Yu was astonished, not expecting this young man, barely 20, to discern the intricacies of the situation. He was not ordinary. Just as she contemplated offering advice, Zhou Dongbing entered the room. She then reiterated Lin Hao's words. Zhou Dongbing gazed deeply at Lin Hao, approached him, and said, "Take it. Don't concern yourself with anything else. The money I, Zhou Dongbing, have given away has never been reclaimed." Lin Hao raised his head and looked at him seriously, stating, "I, Lin Hao, will only earn what I rightfully deserve." Zhou Dongbing chuckled heartily and pointed to the money on the table, exclaiming, "Isn't that the case? If you sing poorly, who would send you a flower basket? Have you not noticed how that little server has been worn out just for this meager sum?" Laughter erupted from Lin Hao and Chu Yu, joining in the mirth. Lin Hao, not one to be overly sentimental, understood that men like Zhou Dongbing despised fussiness, so he promptly grabbed the money and tucked it into his pocket. Standing up, he declared, "Then I shall take my leave." As he made his way out, Zhou Dongbing inquired, "What was the title of your first song today?" "Brother, I miss you." Lin Hao paused and replied, "It's melodious." Nodding, Lin Hao bid farewell and departed. Chapter 18. That evening, upon returning home, Lin Hao presented his father with 5,000 yuan. Upon learning that this was the earnings from his son's performances at the bar, Lin Qingsheng felt a tumult of emotions, grappling with the sense that his inadequacies as a father had compelled his son to resort to singing for income. When Lin Hao discerned his father's sentiments, he burst into laughter, quickly reassuring him, "This isn't ancient times, and I am not a frail girl dragging her blind father with to earn a living. Times have changed. Singing at a bar is nothing to be ashamed of." He further comforted his father, promising that he would earn even more in the future, alleviating his burdens. That night, Lin Qingsheng sat by Lin Hao's bedside for a long while, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. His son had grown, becoming more understanding and compassionate. The days passed swiftly. During the day, Lin Hao supervised Wu Xiaozhou's piano practice, and at night, he sang at Tietchi. Following that evening, the bar saw fewer individuals from the streets, and Zhou Dongbing seldom made an appearance. One day, arriving early, Lin Hao overheard several servers chatting and learned that it was the anniversary of Ding Zhengwo's death, which accounted for the influx of those streetwise patrons, many of whom had once associated with Ding Zhengwo. Typically, the bar began to fill with customers after 8:30 p.m., yet Tietchi was peculiar, often reaching capacity half an hour earlier, as many patrons came to await the 2 opening songs before the band performed. However, Lin Hao was equally unusual. He only sang 2 songs each night, refusing to perform more, and primarily chose contemporary pop songs. This was a strategic choice on his part, as he preferred not to unveil the classic songs from his past life too soon, thus opting for the melodies of this world. Nevertheless, Lin Hao's voice was undeniably captivating, attributable to 3 main factors. Firstly, his voice possessed remarkable versatility. Whether deep, bright, high, emotional, or husky, he seamlessly blended with the songs, ensnaring listeners in a trance. Secondly, he occasionally showcased his original compositions. Although limited in number and repetitively sung, These songs were unfamiliar to the audience, rendering each one a classic in its own right. Lastly, there was his undeniable handsomeness. Indeed, it was his striking looks that added to his charm. Although Lin Hao's physique is somewhat slender, his neat short hair and clean face, complemented by his large single eyelids, exude a refreshing yet resolute charm. In the dim surroundings, under the spotlight on stage, he quietly cradles his guitar, reminiscent of the boy next door in someone's cherished memories. Many girls, even some married women, frequent the Iron Horse CAF daily, simply to hear him sing a couple of songs. On this day, the college entrance examination results were released. Lin Hao scored 342, while Wu Xiaozhou obtained 305, both surpassing the undergraduate admission line for the Fine Arts Department at the Provincial Art College. Lin Hao discovered online that the admission scores for fine arts were higher than those for other art disciplines. This year, the undergraduate line for music was set at 280. It seemed that transitioning between departments would pose no issue academically. Thus, he became even more stringent in urging Wu Xiaozhou, much to Wu's chagrin. After several visits to Iron Horse, Wu Xiaozhou no longer wished to return, as he felt that Zhou Dongbing's gaze towards him was rather peculiar. He even suspected that this societal figure might harbor unconventional preferences, leading him to avoid the place altogether. That morning, Lin Hao tossed a thick volume of music theory and harmony at him, declaring, "You must master this within a year." Shocked, Wu Xiaozhou flipped through the book, his disbelief evident as he retorted, "You know all of this?" Lin Hao merely nodded, seemingly dismissive of the inquiry. "All right, let me quiz you." "Wait." Lin Hao's eyes sparkled mischievously. "You may ask me 3 questions at random. If I answer them all correctly, you must diligently study this book. And if I answer incorrectly?" Wu Xiaozhou grinned, unconvinced that Lin Hao could possibly know everything in such a hefty tome. "If you get one wrong, I will heed your every word from now on." With a firm handshake sealing the agreement, Wu Xiaozhou hastily opened the book, his head spinning from the dense notations. He randomly selected a page, noticing the abundance of Chinese characters, and began to read aloud. "What is a mode?" Without hesitation, Lin Hao replied, "In music, a mode is a system formed by a collection of many notes, typically not exceeding 7, that are interconnected by specific relationships centered around a principal note, known as the tonic." "Impressive," Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the text. "What is a syncopation?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hao could not help but chuckle. "Could you perhaps pose a more challenging question?" Wu Xiaozhou, astonished, replied, "Isn't this difficult?" "Not at all. Turn the pages. The further you go, the harder it gets." Lin Hao retorted in frustration. "Are you unable to answer it?" Wu Xiaozhou smirked, his eyes filled with derision. "Such questions are easily answered by elementary students who have taken music classes." Lin Hao sighed in resignation. "Come on. I have taken music classes too." Wu Xiaozhou scoffed in disbelief. "You merely slept through your music classes." Wu Xiaozhou felt that this problem must have stumped him, urging, quickly, "What is a syncopation?" Syncopation, in English, refers to a rhythmic alteration of strong and weak beats within a measure. The formats formed are as follows. 1. Weak beats extending into strong beat positions. 2. Wu Xiaozhou, with a face full of astonishment, exclaimed, "Howzy, when did you learn all this? You seem a bit peculiar." Lin Hao's heart tightened, aware that although Wu was sometimes carefree and oblivious, he was also quite perceptive. "Stop with the nonsense. While you're out fighting every day, I am diligently studying at home." Lin Hao quickly clarified. "You must be joking." Wu Xiaozhou retorted, "On numerous occasions, I peered through your window, and you were engrossed in martial arts novels. That was merely to lighten the tense atmosphere of studying. You wouldn't understand." Lin Hao replied, "Are we having a test? If not, you've lost." "No way, trying to cheat." Wu Xiaozhou hastily flipped to the back of the book. He finally found a page filled with Chinese characters that he could at least comprehend, asking, "What are the 7 medieval modes?" Upon asking, Wu Xiaozhou cast a sly glance at Lin Hao, thinking, "I refuse to believe you can recite these too." The 7 medieval modes emerged in medieval Europe. As this period was dominated by the Roman Church, these modes were later referred to as the church mode system, or the medieval modes. Their common characteristic is that their scales consist of 7 natural notes, devoid of accidentals, as if one were playing solely on the white keys of a piano. Thus, they are also known as the natural mode system. They are Aeolian mode, Ionian mode, Dorian mode, Phrygian mode, Lydian mode, Mixolydian mode, and Locrian mode. Wu Xiaozhou gaped at him, internally exclaiming, "Howzy, is that really you?" Could it be that an alien has taken over your body? Right? Lin Hao inquired. Wu Xiaozhou maintained a dazed expression. If so, hurry up and practice the piano. Study tonight. Lin Hao shouted. Wu Xiaozhou trembled in fear, weakly asking. I want to know what the family rules are. I haven't thought it through yet. Lin Hao replied before turning and logging into a game. Wu Xiaozhou sighed deeply, lamenting. Oh, what a wretched fate. Truly, one is left with tears unwept. Chapter 19. As August began, the weather grew increasingly oppressive. Lin Hao's mood had soured in recent days because the Daxia Music Copyright Association was still under construction. It infuriated him to the point where he wished to contribute some bricks and tiles to expedite the process. He had even called the public telephone booth, but the staff informed him that they were unaware of when the website would officially be operational and suggested he bring his materials to register in person in Zhongzhou. Isn't that just stating the obvious? He fumed, nearly throwing the phone in frustration. Although during this period he made an effort to sing the songs of the world at the bar in order to emphasize his uniqueness, he still performed several classic songs from his previous life, inevitably feeling somewhat uncomfortable about it. He understood that in this era of chaotic copyright, even if he registered his works, it would not prevent them from being plagiarized, as no one truly values such matters. Yet, having traversed from a past existence, he could only reassure himself that the patrons of the bar serve as powerful witnesses to his copyright. Even without formal protection, no one could take that away from him. Moreover, given the remoteness of this small town, the spread of information remained rather slow. One evening, after Lin Hao finished singing and was about to leave, Chuyu called him to the office on the second floor. Chuyu first handed him the earnings from the past 10 days, totaling 620 yuan, of which 620 yuan was from the flower basket share. Lin Hao found the daily settlements too cumbersome, hence he and Chuyu had agreed on a 10-day settlement cycle. He accepted the money, expressed his gratitude, and prepared to depart. However, Chuyu quickly stopped him. Come, sit for a while. Let me brew you a cup of tea. She invited, gesturing for him to take a seat. Observing her fair hands and the fluid grace with which she moved, Lin Hao chuckled. Sister Chu, you're busy at the television station during the day and still come to the bar at night. Aren't you tired? Chuyu smiled softly. This is what it means to be tired yet happy. Lin Hao remained silent, quietly admiring the woman before him. Chuyu did not fit the mold of a classical beauty. Her short hair was exceedingly neat, and her delicate, fair face bore a hint of determination and confidence. Her large, expressive eyes, refined nose, and bright smile further captured his attention. Lin Hao mused that perhaps only a woman like her could be a match for someone like Zhou Dongbing. Sister, I want to ask you for a favor. Chuyu interrupted Lin Hao's reverie. Oh, please, go ahead. Lin Hao replied, unperturbed, as he anticipated her request. He had been leaving promptly after his performances to avoid mingling with the band. One Wu Xiaozhou was already enough to keep him busy. He did not wish to take on the role of a mentor again. Yet, he understood that Chuyu was now his provider, and some matters were unavoidable. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. Chuyu poured him some tea and placed the cup before him. Lin Hao took a sip and remarked, This is Anshi Tiguanyin from this spring. Excellent tea. Chuyu found it somewhat difficult to decipher the slender, delicate young man before her. His eyes lacked the youthful innocence typical of his age. Engaging in conversation with him often gave one the impression that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He exuded a maturity and composure intertwined with a sense of worldly wisdom and nonchalance. Although he appeared indifferent to everything, he seemed to grasp the nuances of others' expressions effortlessly. This individual was like a fathomless pool of water, perpetually inscrutable. Every night, Chuyu was his devoted fan. His voice was remarkably versatile, with each song perfectly resonating with its intended emotion. When one closed their eyes to listen, they could fully immerse themselves in the essence of the music. As the melodies shifted, he transformed from an exuberant young man to a seasoned libertine, then to a world-weary middle-aged man, and finally to a sage who had witnessed the myriad facets of life. Sister, I wish to request your assistance in helping the band rehearse a few songs. After Chuyu voiced her request, a twinge of regret washed over her. In truth, she had hesitated to bring it up, but the band members had approached her numerous times, and last night, the band leader, Lao Qian, had also come to her. Lao Qian recounted the misunderstandings between him and Lin Hao, reiterating his willingness to apologize and stating that he would do anything as long as it benefited the band. Deep down, she understood that it was unrealistic to elevate the band's proficiency in such a short span. However, if Lin Hao could leave behind a few excellent songs, it would indeed be advantageous for the bar. With less than a month left before Lin Hao departed for school, the bar's patronage was bound to diminish by a third. It was evident that many came to hear him sing. His absence would undoubtedly be a significant loss for the establishment. If Lin Hao were not a student, matters would be much simpler. As long as the compensation was reasonable, he would not leave the Iron Rider. In other words, no one would dare to depart without her consent. Yet Lin Hao was still a student and remarkably talented. Dong Bing had previously remarked that this individual's future was limitless. Very well, let them come tomorrow at 1 p.m. A singer is unnecessary, just the band will suffice. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Hao stood up to Chu Yu's astonished gaze. Sister Chu, I'll be heading back now. Oh, all right. After escorting him out, Chu Yu remained in a state of bewilderment. After all, Lin Hao and Qian Yu had previously clashed. She had prepared a plethora of words to persuade him. Yet Lin Hao had agreed so readily. In the middle of the night, Zhou Dongbing arrived in a sleek black Mercedes, accompanied by several individuals of various heights and builds. After listening to Chu Yu recount the situation, he fell silent for a considerable time. Chu Yu sighed softly. What a pity. The Iron Rider's waters are too shallow to harbor such a magnificent fish. Zhou Dongbing shook his head. He is no mere fish. Then what is he? A dragon. At 1 p.m. the following afternoon, at the Iron Rider bar, Lin Hao entered to find the main hall dimly lit, save for the illuminated stage where the 4 band members awaited. Upon his entrance, everyone erupted into applause. Qian Yu, looking rather sheepish, quickly rose with his guitar in hand, murmuring, Lin Hao, I apologize for the past. Lin Hao chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. Let bygones be bygones. You are my elder brother. There's no need to hold a grudge. Qian Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. With a bright smile, Lin Hao continued. Sister Chu and I had a discussion, so I want to engage in pleasantries. I wish to connect with all of you. There is no hierarchy here. We are merely exploring ideas together, and everyone should feel free to express themselves. Once again, the room filled with applause, and Lin Hao offered a wry smile, gesturing for silence. Now, who will be the first to share the future direction of our band? Will it be pop, rock, jazz, metal, or perhaps Latin? Let's hear your thoughts. Wang Fatty chuckled. I favor rock. Lin Hao nodded and turned to the others. Keyboardist Lu Er responded without hesitation. So do I. The drummer raised his drumsticks. Count me in. Lin Hao then glanced at Qian Yu. After a moment's hesitation, Qian Yu replied, well, I'm open to anything. The remaining members remained silent, causing Lin Hao to furrow his brow. Among the 4, Qian Yu was the eldest and most cunning. Such individuals, while possessing a keen musical awareness, often struggle to focus and dedicate themselves to practice. For instance, when playing a simple, tender passage, they may infuse it with a unique flavor. Yet when faced with challenging sections requiring rigorous repetition, their shortcomings become evident. They simply cannot sit still. His ambiguous declaration of liking all styles reflects a superficial appreciation, indicating that he is merely a jack of all trades, master of none. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao said, Since we all enjoy rock music, let me briefly discuss it. The 4 nodded in unison, their faces brimming with excitement. To start, the origin of rock music lies in its influences from rhythm and blues, country music, and the sounds of the streets, making early rock primarily a rendition of rhythm and blues. Rock music encompasses numerous subgenres, including heavy metal, punk, Britpop, industrial metal, black metal, and blues rock. The group exchanged awkward glances, aware of their limited understanding of rock music. Chapter 20. Have you ever considered that as long as our music conveys a lifestyle and mindset, does it truly matter what form it takes? Lu Er glanced at the drummer, unsure of Lin Hao's sudden shift in perspective. What genre of music has the broadest audience? Lin Hao inquired. Lu Er replied, Certainly, it's pop music. Lin Hao nodded. Exactly. So why not make rock music more mainstream and accessible? The 4 looked even more perplexed, failing to grasp his meaning. Lin Hao pulled 4 sheets of paper from his pocket and distributed them, saying, Take a look. This is a song I've written for our band. Lu Er took the paper and read the title, Do You Love Me? After a moment of silence, an exclamation erupted. Wow! Lu Er exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This is fantastic. Qian Yu mirrored his enthusiasm. This song isn't difficult at all, especially considering your skill level. With a bit of practice, it will be no problem. He continued, You have an hour to rehearse individually to familiarize yourselves with it. and then we will reconvene. With that, he pulled up a chair, sat down, and lit a cigarette. After returning home last night, he tossed and turned in bed for a considerable amount of time, contemplating how to appropriately assist the four individuals. They had indulged in pop music for far too long, and their proficiency in the craft was quite mediocre. Assigning them to perform rock music was currently unfeasible. Particularly troublesome was Qianyu, a detrimental teammate who merely hindered progress. After much deliberation, he ultimately concluded that starting with "Do You Love Me" was the most fitting approach. The lyrics of this song are straightforward and easily comprehensible, while the melody is both beautiful and heartfelt, representing a perfect fusion of pop and rock, ideal as the band's signature piece. Last night, before Chuyu, he appeared nonchalant as he acquiesced, yet internally he was in turmoil. His relationship with Lu Er and the others was merely superficial. Had it not been for Zhou Dongbing's regard and his own slight inclinations, he would not have considered assisting them. His motivations stemmed from a lengthy period of contemplation. He harbored an abundance of classic songs from his past life in his mind, realizing he could not sing them all himself. In the future, he intended to perform some while selling the rest for profit. Beyond earning money as a songwriter, he aspired to aid certain singers and bands, as these individuals would become part of his future network. Having lived for 42 years, he understood that one should not be overly concerned with immediate trivial gains. Instead, a long-term perspective would yield greater rewards. Although Lu Er and the others currently lacked funds, with his capabilities, composing a few songs for them could elevate them to the status of a premier band in the country. At that point, could they truly distance themselves from his lyrics and compositions? While it seemed he was granting face to Zhou Dongbing and Chu Yu through this endeavor, it was merely the first kite he released into the sky. He was unperturbed by their soaring heights, as the string remained firmly in his grasp. On stage, the cacophony of electric guitars, bass, keyboards, and drums melded into a chaotic blend. Lin Hao, amidst this sonic turmoil, was quick to identify any errors or shortcomings. He particularly focused on Qianyu. Initially, Qianyu felt somewhat uncomfortable, being over a decade older than Lin Hao and subjected to the critiques of a younger individual. However, when the interlude was played incorrectly, Lin Hao seized the guitar and fluidly demonstrated the correct rendition, subsequently breaking it down at a slower pace for Qianyu's comprehension. It was at that moment that Qianyu fully submitted to Lin Hao's expertise. After more than an hour, they finally managed to synchronize the first half. Although numerous flaws persisted, they were merely indicative of individual skill levels, necessitating personal effort for improvement. "Now, let us rehearse together," Lin Hao declared, picking up the microphone. The prelude began with the sound of the piano. After 4 measures, the drums cascaded in like a splash of water, and amidst the resonant tones of the electric bass, Lin Hao opened his mouth to sing. "Find a reason for me to balance. Find an excuse for me to accept. I know your current thoughts. Yet you cannot perceive my feelings. The sky is dark. The wind is cold." This segment resembled an inner monologue, a quiet whisper softly revealing his heart, accompanied solely by the piano. "Do not speak of time. Let us begin with the playful entanglement of our souls, as the electric bass, drums, and guitar gracefully intertwine." Yet, in this seemingly simple entrance, Qianyu consistently seizes the quarter note, a mere fraction, causing the song to feel as though it is caught in a vice, stifling its essence. Thus, Lin Hao found himself ensnared in this predicament, compelling Qianyu to practice repetitively for over a dozen times. "Do you love me? I am uncertain of the path to take. Do you truly love me?" Awakening oneself makes sorrow less burdensome. Upon concluding this line, an interlude commenced, and Qianyu's electric guitar engaged with the distortion effect, entering with fervor. However, as the third measure began, the notes became disordered. After several attempts, Lin Hao had no choice but to call for a halt. "Teacher Qian, this passage is not particularly challenging. It is merely unfamiliar to you. With more practice at home, you shall surely improve." Lin Hao refrained from uttering any harsh words, yet Qianyu's face flushed with embarrassment. In the ensemble, he was the eldest, renowned as the guitar virtuoso of Chuanis City, yet he felt as though he had become a burden to the group, his heart heavy with frustration. In truth, Lin Hao had been quite considerate of his feelings. Had this been during his previous life at the age of 30, the microphone would have been hurled across the stage. Why was he once dubbed Lin the Mad? It was not solely due to his fervent practice, but also his fervor during rehearsals. He had no qualms about disregarding other sensibilities when confronted with issues. Why did he find himself in a state of poverty in his former life? Once, during a performance at the Yendu Sports Center, he witnessed a renowned singer lip-syncing and lost his temper, abandoning the band in a fit of rage. Such a temperament led to increasing ostracism within the industry, a situation that only mellowed as he aged. Lu Air, can you sing this song? Lin Hao inquired of the keyboardist, Lu Air. Lu Air's face lit up with surprise as he pointed to himself. Me? I sing. Indeed, your voice is absolutely fine. With the four of you, you can add a rhythm guitar, forming a quintet where you play the keyboard and sing. Lu Air's vocal prowess was undeniable. Though his explosive power required further development, a journey he would need to undertake himself. Lin Hao's involvement was merely a courtesy extended for the sake of Chu Yu and Zhou Dongbing. He believed that their fortunate encounter was a matter of destiny. He could assist them only up to this point, for once this band found its wings, even the iron steeds could not restrain them. In the following week, Lin Hao composed 3 songs for them. Do not misunderstand. Every night, every day, and have you had enough fun? He dedicated his afternoons to practice with them for a week before stepping back. One evening in mid-August, after securing his bicycle, he encountered Lu Air. Is something amiss? Lin Hao inquired. Lu Air tossed him a cigarette, lighting it before stating, I wish to discuss something with you. Lin Hao took a drag and replied, speak freely. Lu Air hesitated for a moment, expressing his desire to replace teacher Qian. Oh, Lin Hao was taken aback. Why? He is getting older, and many of his thoughts and consciousness are no longer in sync with ours. Furthermore, he has recently taken on more students, leaving him little time to practice the piano. His rehearsals are as sporadic as fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2. Lin Hao was aware that this day would eventually come, and he smiled. This is an internal matter for you. There's no need to discuss it with me. Lu Air chuckled. That won't do. I must mention it to you regardless. Lin Hao, wishing to remain uninvolved, suggested, all right, shall we go inside? Wait a moment. Lu Air quickly stopped Lin Hao. I heard you're leaving at the end of the month. A few of us would like to treat you to a meal. Lin Hao regarded him in silence. Lu Air swallowed hard, feeling as though Lin Hao's gaze pierced through to the truth, and thus he confessed, we also hope you could write us a few more songs. He quickly added, but we can't let you do it for free. Please name your price. Lin Hao raised his hand to interrupt him. Our country is vast. If you could manage to have just 1 or 2 standout songs, you would reap great rewards. With a sigh, Lin Hao continued, it is already a stroke of fate for me to write you 4 songs. You must maintain that style, as long as future songs do not deviate from the path. Your development will be limitless. Work hard. After saying this, he patted Lu Air's shoulder like a mentor and turned to enter the bar. Lu Air stood at the entrance, his expression one of disappointment. Chapter 21. As Lin Hao settled onto the stage, before the performance could commence, a waiter presented 2 floral arrangements. Brother Hao. The waiter leaned in. These are from a lady at table 28. The waitstaff, older than him, affectionately referred to him as Brother Hao, claiming that conversing with him felt like chatting with an elder brother. Following the waiter's gesture, Lin Hao spotted a woman in her early 30s seated not far away. From a distance, she appeared to be an exquisitely made-up beauty, with long, lustrous black hair, dressed in a striking red gown that made her resemble a flame. Noticing Lin Hao's gaze, she raised her hand with a hint of inebriation, as another waiter delivered a bottle of red wine and a platter of fruits to her. We extend our gratitude to the elegant lady at table 28 for her generous floral gifts. Now, this song, How Much Love Can Be Revisited, is dedicated to her and all our friends. As flowers were presented, a few courteous words were always in order. The gentle strumming of the guitar began. I often blame myself for not having done so. I frequently regret not having kept you here. Why, despite our love, must we ultimately part ways? Are we forever lingering just outside the door of our hearts? After only a few lines, a chorus of excited screams and applause erupted from the audience. Shortly thereafter, 6 more floral arrangements were delivered. Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. Chu Yu sat quietly in a corner, reminiscent of Zhou Dongbing's usual demeanor, listening to Lin Hao's rough, yet soulful singing, which stirred a multitude of memories within her. It was the year she graduated from university. Due to her mother's health issues, she chose not to remain in the provincial capital but returned to Chunha. Through connections and a bit of financial expenditure, she secured a position at the city television station. Although she was labeled a journalist, the reality for a newcomer like her involved performing menial tasks during the day and occasionally playing the social butterfly at night, accompanying superiors in their dealings with advertisers. She would forever remember that fateful night when a boorish photography studio owner pursued her into the women's restroom, leading to a struggle that spilled into the hallway. The director of the advertising department merely offered perfunctory advice from the sidelines, while the restaurant staff and other patrons kept their distance. Her newly purchased black blazer lost its only 2 buttons during the scuffle, at which point a handsome man emerged from the crowd. To this day, she can still hear the sound of that pig-like man kneeling and banging his head on the ground, only because the stranger uttered a single phrase, "She is my sister." That man was Zhou Dongbing. With that statement, the advertising director ceased to request her presence for client meetings. Merely half a month later, she earned the right to conduct independent interviews. Within 6 months, she had her own program titled Stories of the Common People. And it was because of that same declaration that she pursued him for 4 years. He would say, "I am unworthy to be with you, for I have already shattered the heart of a woman." Yet she remained undeterred, drawn to him like a moth to a flame. How many loves can be rekindled? How many souls are worth the wait? When love has traversed oceans and mountains, is there still courage to love? As Lin Hao's song concluded, a few girls in the bar began to whistle. Chapter 22 unfolded as a swath of red swayed toward the stage. Alarmed, Chu Yu quickly dialed Zhou Dongbing's number. "Dongbing, Daxia is here. What's wrong?" he inquired. "She seems to be intoxicated. I'm worried she might cause trouble for Lin Hao." "Who's at the bar?" "Erming and Chu Jiu are here. Have Chu Jiu call Baozi and swiftly escort her away." "Understood." Chu Yu hung up and made her way to the door, where 2 individuals sat, one tall and fair, the other dark and thin with a cleft lip. As Chu Yu approached, both stood and greeted her, calling her sister-in-law. In hushed tones, she urged the thin, cleft-lipped man, "Chu Jiu, Dongbing wants you to call Baozi and bring Daxia back." Chu Jiu nodded and promptly left with his phone. Chu Yu's gaze drifted to Daxia, who was now on stage, swaying unsteadily as she attempted to embrace Lin Hao. Chu Yu shook her head. This fiery Daxia had once been involved with Ding Zhengwo, which is why she refrained from taking matters into her own hands and chose to make the call first. Lin Hao initially greeted the beautiful woman with politeness, but soon sensed something amiss. She was intoxicated, her tears having smudged her eyeliner, leaving dark streaks across her face. Brother, the song you sing makes my heart ache so much," Daxia murmured as she ascended the stage. "Come, embrace me, just a moment, my heart is heavy." She approached him, extending her arms for a hug. Lin Hao's mind raced as he set his guitar on the stand. "Sister, do not be sorrowful. Shortly, I shall sing a cheerful tune that will surely lift your spirits." With that, he stood and gently enveloped the distressed woman in his embrace. "Oh," Daxia, akin to a lost child, wept bitterly once held by Lin Hao, clinging tightly to him as her sobs echoed with heart-wrenching despair. After a considerable time, he tenderly patted her back, softly assuring, "Do not cry, sister. What has passed is behind us. Regardless of the circumstances, we must live well, yes? Shall I sing another song for you?" "Yes, yes." Daxia released her grasp and gracefully settled onto the stage. Lin Hao glanced toward the audience, noticing Chu Yu standing at a distance without any reaction, compelling him to reconsider his choice of song, pondering what would bring joy to the woman. Chu Yu observed the stage, marveling at Zhou Dongbing's discernment. Had it been anyone else, Daxia would have chased them around the stage. This woman, having navigated society since her teens, was once the most sought-after figure in the early spring of the 1990s. The popular rhyme of that era still echoed in society. A cart pulled by 3 horses, carrying 3 sisters, Fangfang, Daxia, and Maya, the driver, known as Baozi. Fangfang had long since ascended to a life of matrimony, while Maya had briefly been involved with old Pooh before being lured away to the south. Only Daxia, now in her 30s, managed several hair salons and remained single. Her audacity today stemmed not solely from her inebriation, but also from her awareness of Ding Zhengwo's and Zhou Dongbing's relationship. She understood Zhou Dongbing's character well. Given her past with Ding Zhengwo, as long as she did not overstep, Zhou Dongbing would not pose any threat to her. On stage, Lin Hao's lively guitar reverberated, stirring Chu Yu's curiosity about what song he might sing to uplift Daxia. A little monk descends the mountain to beg, the old monk has warned him. The woman below is a tiger, and should he encounter her, he must be sure to steer clear. As the song began, the audience momentarily froze, quickly followed by a chorus of giggles from several young women. Chapter 23. As Lin Hao sang, he stood up and playfully pulled Daxia to her feet. His light-hearted and whimsical voice continued. The old monk quietly advises his disciple, "Such tigers are the most formidable." The little monk, frightened, hastens to flee. "Master, oh no. Bad, bad, bad. The tiger has already invaded my heart, captivating me entirely." Below the stage, numerous girls have rushed forward, dancing with exuberance. Xia, once in tears, now beams with joy. Her delicate face, slightly weathered, bears the remnants of a ruined makeup. She stands enraptured on stage, gazing at Lin Hao as he sings the second verse. He descends from the stage, causing his guitar and vocals to soften considerably. After stepping down, Xia joins hands with the other girls, encircling him in a dance. In no time, she places her hands on Lin Hao's shoulders, and soon a long chain of dancers forms behind him, twirling around as he leads the way, followed by a throng of young women. When the band arrives, they stand agape, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. A slender, middle-aged man rushes into the bar, his eyes immediately landing on Xia. Just as he intends to approach her, Chu Jiu, standing at the entrance, seizes him and shakes his head disapprovingly. As the song concludes, Lin Hao sings with joy, laughing heartily alongside the crowd. The lyrics of the song, inspired by Yuan Mei's The Master, does not speak of the young monk's thoughts on the tiger, carry a humorous tone, complemented by a lively rhythm, perfectly suited to comfort the sister who was moved to tears by his performance. The audience erupts in applause, and Lin Hao bows graciously in acknowledgement. After the band takes the stage, he packs away his guitar and heads toward the exit, only to spot a short, thin man at the bar's entrance tugging at the woman who had just performed. Lin Hao furrows his brow, perplexed by the connection between these individuals and the bar. Yet he remains indifferent, focused solely on delivering his performance, for he would soon be departing in less than half a month. Lin Hao. He hears Chu Yu calling him and makes his way over, passing several tables where a few girls greet him enthusiastically. "Sister Chu," he exclaims. "Sit for a moment." She gestures toward the seat opposite her. He realizes she wishes him to take a brief respite. In a hushed tone, Chu Yu inquires, "Are you feeling a bit dazed? Unsure of who this woman is?" Lin Hao chuckles softly, but remains silent. "Her name is Xia," she informs him. Lin Hao nods in acknowledgement. She once had a relationship with Ding Zhangwo, who was the best friend of Dongbing. He nods again. In truth, he had gleaned this information from overhearing a conversation among several waitstaff. Upon returning home, he had discussed the matter with Wu Xiaozhou, who shared that while Zhou Dongbing was undoubtedly the elder brother, his overly stoic nature caused most people to shy away from his company. In contrast, Ding Zhangwo possessed a more affable disposition, known for his generosity and loyalty, thus attracting the most companions. Regrettably, several years ago, his wife and daughter were captured by enemies and taken to the Nan mountain mine. He ventured alone to rescue them, ultimately perishing alongside his foes. Ding Zhangwo's demise profoundly affected Zhou Dongbing, plunging him into deeper silence. After a long pause, Chu Yu remains quiet until the petite figure of Chu Jiu approaches, whispering, "Sister-in-law." They have left. Chu Yu nods in response. Lin Hao rose to his feet and said, "Sister, I shall return home now." A few days later, on stage, Qian Yu was supplanted by a young man with long hair. One evening, as Lin Hao lingered a bit longer, he listened intently and discerned that although the new performer was of average skill, he possessed a certain creativity that surpassed Qian Yu's. He felt a sense of satisfaction. This was promising, young, imaginative, and willing to hone his craft. The future indeed held great potential. August 26th marked Lin Hao's final day performing at Iron Horse. He had brought Wu Xiaozhou along. Upon entering the bar's main hall, both were momentarily taken aback. Colorful streamers and balloons adorned the space, and a banner hung above the stage, proclaiming Lin Hao's farewell performance and Black Night Rock special. Lin Hao felt a swell of emotion within him. The bar was filled to capacity, with numerous additional chairs hastily arranged. Chu Yu and Zhou Dongbing were present and approached them as soon as they spotted the duo. "Wu, you haven't been around for quite some time." Chu Yu jested with Wu Xiaozhou. Scratching his head, Wu Xiaozhou chuckled. "How's makes me practice every day and forbids me from going out." Zhou Dongbing gave him a playful pat on the shoulder and said, "Come, let us have a drink together." Although a bit intimidated, Wu Xiaozhou followed Zhou Dongbing and Chu Yu, opting not to perform that night. The band had arrived early and exchanged greetings with Lin Hao. It seemed this evening marked the commencement of his official debut. Lin Hao joked, "Looks like it's time to step into the limelight." Everyone understood the underlying meaning of his words. Lu Er, somewhat bashful, remarked, since you are leaving. I wanted you to see the results of our efforts before you go. Nodding appreciatively, Lin Hao replied, all right, I shall take the stage first. As this was his final day, Lin Hao sat on stage, reflecting on the fleeting passage of over 2 months. He had earned nearly 30,000 yuan at this bar, a considerable sum in this era. The following day, he and Wu Xiaozhou would journey to the provincial capital, with train tickets already secured, leaving only 2 songs to perform. The gentle sound of guitar arpeggios filled the air, and the bar fell into a hush. Yet, at that moment, Lin Hao had yet to decide on the song to sing. Gazing into the sea of eager and warm eyes below, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Their next parting might stretch across months, or even half a year. As his fingers danced across the fretboard, lost in thought, he suddenly began to sing. Long, long ago, you possessed me, and I possessed you. In times past, you departed, soaring into the vastness. The world beyond is splendid, yet it is fraught with helplessness. Whispers began to ripple through the audience. A new song. Indeed, it's enchanting, so poignant. His voice is truly captivating. Wu Xiaozhou sat in a corner by the window, while Zhou Dongbing and Chuyu turned to gaze at Lin Hao on stage. He breathed a sigh of relief. His reluctance to attend Iron Horse stemmed from the peculiar way Zhou Dongbing regarded him. 2 girls clad in short skirts rushed to the bar, each purchasing a floral bouquet, which they placed together upon the stage. Lin Hao remained oblivious, his eyes gently closed, as his thoughts drifted further and further away. The interlude began, yet no one clapped. The bar resonated with the crisp sound of the guitar, and everyone was enveloped in a melancholic mood of farewell. The bassist, Wang Fatty, shed tears. The new guitarist leaned in to ask him, have you heard this before? Wang Fatty shook his head, nearly letting out a sob, quickly wiping his nose with the back of his hand. The guitarist murmured, what a genius. Truly a prodigy. This person is remarkable. Keyboardist Lu Er sighed softly. Not just a genius. Every time the sun sets, I find myself here, yearning for your return. Though the sky weeps, I still await your arrival. There was no raucous shouting. The song was a gentle lament, encapsulating the collective anguish and helplessness of everyone present. Chapter 25. The song, woven through with soft and sorrowful guitar notes, came to an unceremonious end. The edge of the stage was already heaped with flower baskets, purchased by guests and placed there with care. Ever since the incident with Chao E.S. Leg, Chuyu had bought over 100 flower baskets to avoid any further humiliation from back-and-forth trips. Everyone remained entranced by this unfamiliar sorrow. The guitar had ceased, yet applause was still absent. Suddenly, Chuyu was the first to applaud. Following her, a wave of enthusiastic clapping seemed poised to lift the roof off. A girl suddenly shouted, how go? I love you. With one voice leading, others followed suit. Lin Hao, I want to marry you. Lin Hao, I'll take you home tonight. I love you. Chuyu glanced at Zhou Dongbing, who smiled gently, whispering, youth is truly wonderful. Lin Hao leaned into the microphone. Speaking earnestly, this song, The Outside World, is dedicated to you all. The applause erupted once more. The next song is one I wrote for brother Zhou Dongbing. Zhou Dongbing was taken aback, not expecting a song would be written for him. He felt a surge of emotion and quickly stood to applaud. At the entrance, Meng, Chu Jiao, and a sturdy man also joined in the clapping. Time easily casts people aside, as cherries blush and bananas turn green. Jianghu's smile is a gift to time. A gift of love, a gift to you. May you wander for half a lifetime and return still young. As Lin Hao concluded, the music began anew. Jianghu's smile. Grievances laid to rest. As people cross paths, laughter conceals blades. In the world of mortals, laughter fades into solitude, with aspirations too lofty to reach. These lines struck Zhou Dongbing, causing a lump to form in his throat. In the interplay of laughter and conversation, amidst the dim lights, through countless twists and turns, all is but Jianghu. Lin Hao's voice seamlessly transitioned from the heartfelt tones of the previous song to a grand, desolate resonance. The essence of Jianghu palpable in the air. Keyboardist Lu Er murmured, what a pity. If this were accompanied by a full band, it would be truly soul-stirring. The drummer nodded in agreement. It sounds fantastic. Zhou Dongbing turned to whisper a few words to Chuyu, who nodded in understanding. Upon the conclusion of Jianghu Shao, the applause and cheers were notably less fervent than for the previous song. This was understandable, as the performance was dedicated to Zhou Dongbing. and the presence of many women in the audience diminished the resonance of such a heroic spirit. Lin Hao, intending to utter a few parting words before concluding his performance, was interrupted by the fervent calls from the enthusiastic women below. One more song. One more song. We haven't had enough. Again. Yes. One more. With a bittersweet smile, Lin Hao contemplated the final night and decided to acquiesce to their wishes. In the past, he had adhered to the principle of performing only 2 songs each night, wishing to avoid the impression of being overly mercenary and believing that 2 songs were just sufficient, allowing him to exit the stage before the audience grew weary. As he was about to bid farewell to his hometown and embark on his journey to the provincial capital for studies, he resolved to express his farewell through song. Regardless of how long the future may hold, he cherished every moment of togetherness. Through all the seasons, they would remain eternal friends. With a heart full of gratitude, he thanked the Iron Riders and all present, dedicating a song of parting to them. Before Lin Hao's guitar began to resonate, several girls had already reddened their eyes with tears. The members of the band exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment at the unexpected presentation of yet another original piece. Chapter 26. The guitar whispered softly as Lin Hao's voice emerged, unembellished, beyond the long pavilion. Beside the ancient path, fragrant grasses stretched to the horizon. The evening breeze caresses the willows, the flute's melody lingers, and the setting sun casts shadows beyond the hills. His voice gradually became husky. The mournful tune enveloped the audience in a melancholic aura of farewell, stirring a bittersweet emotion within all hearts. Lin Hao's voice began to tremble, the raw essence of his sound rendering it all the more poignant. From the ends of the earth to the corners of the land, dear friends are few and far between. I ask you, when shall you return? Do not linger on your way. Amidst the chorus of suppressed sobs, Lin Hao carefully set his guitar aside and bowed deeply towards the audience. The applause that followed was subdued, as the audience remained ensnared in their sorrow. Descending from the stage, he was swiftly surrounded by a group of girls clad in short skirts. Observing Lin Hao, drenched in sweat and weary from their adoration, Wu Xiaozhou remarked with a hint of envy, "It seems this lad has been deceiving me. Once he reaches university, it's unlikely those various flowers will pay me any heed." One girl, clutching a carbon pen and with tears still glistening on her cheeks, insisted that Lin Hao sign her shirt. Reluctantly, he complied, inscribing his name on the back of her white t-shirt. After completing one signature, the others clamored for their turn. With no other option, he proceeded to sign each shirt in turn. Thankfully, he had practiced his signature in his previous life, and though he had never utilized it, it flowed effortlessly now. He silently expressed his gratitude to fate for the continuity of his name across worlds. The last girl, dressed in a black t-shirt, resisted when he suggested they forego the signature. While he wrote, her large eyes blinked at him incessantly, captivating his attention. At the moment of completion, the girl bent down and softly whispered in his ear, "Later, I'll take you home." Lin Hao chuckled, "I still have friends. No need for that." Hastily, he dashed towards Wu Xiaozhou and the others. The girl stomped her foot and called out, "Hey, coward!" Lin Hao, appearing bashful and drenched in sweat, settled beside Wu Xiaozhou. Wu Xiaozhou cast him a disdainful glance. "Didn't you tell me to think it over?" "Well, I figured it out." Lin Hao was perplexed, gazing at him in astonishment. "With your flamboyant demeanor, how could I ever attract any campus beauty, class flower, or even wildflower?" Zhou Dongbing and Chu Yu burst into hearty laughter. On stage, the band was ready. Lu Er stood center stage, with a black keyboard stand before her, featuring a synthesizer above and an electric piano below. The 4 of them shouted in unison, "We are the Black Knights Band." The audience erupted in whistles. Lin Hao frowned slightly, realizing he needed to inform them that such an introduction was rather foolish. Fortunately, Lu Er refrained from saying more as the piano prelude began to play. Lin Hao nodded. Often, it was better to remain silent on stage than to speak, for words can lead to missteps. "You find a reason to balance me. You find an excuse to make me accept." As Lu Er sang these lines, thunderous applause filled the venue. A chill ran down Lin Hao's spine. It was strikingly similar, almost identical, except for the hairstyle. Zhou Dongbing, having never heard it before, was equally astonished, struggling to believe his ears. "Lin Hao, is this a new song you wrote for them?" Zhou Dongbing inquired. Lin Hao nodded. The outcome was satisfactory, and Lu Er's voice was quite remarkable. Zhou Dongbing acknowledged him with a nod toward the stage. "Brother Zhou," Lin Hao called out. Zhou Dongbing turned to face him. After the new year, you'll need to find a new band, Lin Hao stated. Oh, Zhou Dongbing was taken aback. Unsure of why he said that. They're destined to achieve nationwide fame. They want to stay here. Lin Hao chuckled. Zhou Dongbing's expression darkened. Unless I nod. No one is going anywhere. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou felt the surrounding air grow noticeably colder. Lin Hao shook his head. You wouldn't. Zhou Dongbing stared at him intently. Their eyes locked, and then both broke into smiles. Wu Xiaozhou appeared bemused, not comprehending the situation, and glanced at Chu Yu. Chu Yu smiled. Let us go. Today, Dongbing and I will send you off. Lin Hao turned his head and said with a grin, Thank you, sister. As he exited, he gave a thumbs up to the band on stage. Lu Er tossed her long hair and nodded gratefully at him. Across the street from the bar, in a seafood restaurant. On the third-floor private room, 3 individuals took their seats, with Chu Yu remaining on the first floor to place their orders, taking a considerable amount of time to return. Upon her arrival, she opened a deep brown leather bag she had with her, first retrieving a small stack of cash. Smiling as she said it was her salary for the last few days. Lin Hao received it with a grin, playfully exclaiming, Thank you, boss. Subsequently, Chu Yu produced a thick bundle of money from within the bag. Lin Hao, this is your tuition from Brother Zhou, a total of 100,000 yuan. Accept it, she declared, standing up to place the money on the table before Lin Hao. Wu Xiaozhou was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shining with excitement. Lin Hao's expression flickered with surprise. Brother Zhou, as the saying goes, one should not accept rewards without merit. This gift is far too generous for me to accept, he stated, pushing the substantial stack of cash back towards Zhou Dongbing. Brother, you have assisted us for over 2 months. I trust my judgment. Years from now, this amount will barely suffice for a celebratory toast, let alone a song. Zhou Dongbing replied, pushing the money back once more. Lin Hao remained silent, unwilling to incur a debt of gratitude from someone like Zhou Dongbing, whose keen perception was undeniable. Due to the distance between their seats, Wu Xiaozhou resorted to nudging him with his foot. Lin Hao ignored him. Lin Hao, your brother Zhou is merely extending a gesture of goodwill. Besides, you indeed require funds for your studies, so accept it, urged Chu Yu. Lin Hao's thoughts raced. He was acutely aware of the stature and influence this man held in Chunha. Frankly, he desired to avoid entanglements with such individuals. Having lived 2 lives, he was all too familiar with the types who linger near the riverbank. They could very well become a source of trouble, perhaps even significant trouble. It was undeniable that Zhou Dongbing possessed a unique charisma that set him apart from the ordinary. People are often unable to draw a clear line between the virtuous and the nefarious. Brother Zhou, Lin Hao lit a cigarette. You must know that my father is merely a roadside bicycle repairman, and my family doesn't even own a computer. Zhou Dongbing remained silent, his astute eyes fixed intently upon him. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth earned through honorable means. I have not earned little during my time at Tietze. Hence, you have it backwards. It is you who have aided me, rather than the other way around. In just over 2 months, I have earned over 30,000 yuan. If I manage my expenses wisely, this sum will cover my living costs for 2 years. Moreover, I can sing and earn more. I hope Brother Zhou understands that spending money I have earned brings me peace of mind. With that, Lin Hao pushed the money back again. Wu Xiaozhou felt a surge of anxiety. While Lin Hao might not comprehend who Zhou Dongbing truly was, he certainly did. Among those still thriving in Chunha, including the most formidable figures from neighboring cities, even they would respectfully refer to him as third brother. If Lin Hao were to provoke him, he might find it impossible to leave Chunha City the following day. Chapter 28. Zhou Dongbing did not exhibit the furious reaction that Wu Xiaozhou had anticipated. He pondered for a moment before breaking into a gentle smile. Very well, should you encounter difficulties in the provincial capital in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lin Hao exhaled in relief and promptly replied, certainly. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the dishes and drinks were served. Chu Yu poured wine for everyone. Zhou Dongbing remained seated, raising his glass and softly declaring, in light of my younger brother's rendition of Zhenghu Shao, let us drink to that. Cheers. The 3 clinked their glasses, and as Chu Yu prepared to refill the glasses, Wu Xiaozhou, displaying keen insight, stood up first. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in, Chu Yu called out. A stout man entered, adorned in a short-sleeved plaid shirt complemented by a blue tie, followed closely by a waitress in a qipao. Ha! You've got it wrong, Dongbing. You come in without giving me a shout? The rotund gentleman exclaimed. Bossly, with your busy schedule, how could I dare disturb you? Zhou Dongbing responded, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes as he rose to greet him. Your presence in my humble establishment is a testament to our friendship, Bossly remarked before pouring drinks for everyone from the waitress's tray. After sharing a toast and exchanging pleasantries, he placed the bottle on the table and took his leave. Not 5 minutes had passed before another set of knocks sounded. This time, a tall man with an elongated face entered. His appearance was marked by tattoos and a large gold chain, as if he were eager to broadcast his affiliation with the underworld. Without taking a seat, he respectfully raised a glass in salute, tossed 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes onto the table, and departed. From that moment on, the 4 individuals found it nearly impossible to engage in conversation, akin to a theatrical performance where one act seamlessly transitions to the next. Within a span of less than 40 minutes, 11 different guests arrived intermittently, leaving behind a mountain of liquor and cigarettes on the table. Zhou Dongbing wore an expression of resignation, while Chuyu stood up and remarked, "Enough is enough. Dining out always turns into such a commotion. Perhaps it's best to simply eat at home from now on." With a sigh, Zhou Dongbing turned to Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou, saying, "Collect a few packs of cigarettes and some liquor. It wouldn't violate your principles, would it?" Lin Hao burst into laughter. "Sister, just grab 2 plastic bags. I'll take them all." Zhou Dongbing chuckled and quickly instructed Chuyu, Go, get some larger bags." Outside the restaurant, as they watched 2 bicycles recede into the distance, Chuyu sighed. "Your predictions are remarkably accurate." Zhou Dongbing responded contemplatively. A golden scale is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. On the way home, Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou each hung 2 large white plastic bags from their bicycles, having collectively acquired 12 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and 8 bottles of liquor. "What were you thinking?" Wu Xiaozhou chided Lin Hao. "You would refuse 100,000 yuan just to haul back this excess of cigarettes and liquor? Do you not realize the abundance or scarcity of such items? Foolish boy, do you think his money is so easily spent? You know better than I who he is. Then why procure these items?" Wu Xiaozhou questioned, perplexed. Money must never be accepted. If I decline, he would not take offense. However, these items cannot be left behind. They must be taken. Wu Xiaozhou wore a perplexed expression, questioning why. Lin Hao chuckled, savoring the moment. After speaking, he pedaled away quickly. "Hey, wait for me. What does it all mean?" Wu Xiaozhou hastily chased after him. The following morning at 7 o'clock, Wu Xiaozhou and his parents descended the stairs, burdened with luggage, a large suitcase, and an electric bass. Lin Qingsheng and Wu Yongheng rode bicycles, with their sons seated on the rear, both holding their belongings and suitcases. The saying goes, "A child travels 1,000 miles, yet a mother is always anxious." As Wu Xiaozhou's mother stood at the entrance, wiping away tears, Wu Xiaozhou turned back, no longer looking, focusing instead on his father's broad back, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. Before long, they arrived at the train station, where many students could be seen queuing with their baggage and suitcases. Lin Hao and his companions squeezed onto the train first, locating their seats in the middle of the carriage. Lin Qingsheng and Wu Yongheng pushed their luggage through the window. An antiquated announcement echoed from the speakers on either side of the carriage. "Dear passengers, welcome aboard." As the train started, Lin Hao and his friend watched the figures of their parents, now stooped and blurred, feeling a heavy weight in their hearts. Just then, a bright, youthful voice called from behind, "Which school are you from?" Chapter 29. Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou turned around to see a vibrant, youthful face. A delicate hand reached out. "Hello, my name is Xia Yumen." Wu Xiaozhou, quick and agile, grasped her hand firmly, shaking it vigorously. "Hello, I am Wu Xiaozhou." Xia Yumen giggled, not releasing her grip, teasingly saying, "I'll make sure you get familiar with me." Wu Xiaozhou chuckled sheepishly, reluctantly letting go. When Lin Hao looked at her, his eyes sparkled. Yet he refrained from extending his hand, merely smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Lin Hao." He marveled inwardly at her beauty, noting her striking resemblance to the celebrity Gao Yuan from his past life, albeit with a freshness that suggested her youth. "Wow." Wu Xiaozhou turned in surprise, realizing there was a beauty seated beside him. He and Lin Hao had boarded first and sat facing each other by the window, gazing outside at their fathers, thus unaware of who had joined them. "Beautiful girl, I am Wu Xiaozhou," he declared, extending his hand once more. The girl, with her heart-shaped face framed by long hair, had her lashes lowered and did not meet his gaze. "Oh, hello," she replied briefly, without offering her hand or revealing her name. Wu Xiaozhou withdrew his hand, scratching his head casually, showing no signs of embarrassment, and turned to Xia Yameng, asking, "Are you both going to school in the provincial capital?" Xia Yameng smiled and nodded. "Which school?" Wu Xiaozhou inquired. "Normal University," she replied. Wu Xiaozhou adopted a posture of solemn respect, then extended his large hand, exclaiming, "Ah, the future educators of the people. My apologies." Summer Yameng, however, was not deceived and laughed lightly, asking, "Which school do you attend?" As she spoke, she turned to glance at Lin Hao beside her. Wu Xiaozhou, disappointed, withdrew his hand just as the train's vendor approached, pushing a cart filled with beer, beverages, bottled water, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, and grilled fish snacks. While urging passengers to clear the aisles, Lin Hao replied, "We are from the School of Arts." "Wow!" Summer Yameng exclaimed in surprise. "Musicians, then?" Lin Hao, feeling a bit bashful, smiled shyly and clarified, "We are from the Fine Arts Department." Summer Yameng's expressive eyes reflected slight confusion as she looked again at the unwrapped electric bass behind Wu Xiaozhou, asking, "Aren't you studying music?" Lin Hao, slightly embarrassed, responded, "It's a bit complicated." Wu Xiaozhou scoffed, "What's so complicated? We got into the Fine Arts Department, but want to switch to music." Summer Yameng's initial expression was one of astonishment, followed by a fit of laughter. "If you both can play music, why did you choose to apply for fine arts? Moreover, the admission scores for fine arts are higher than those for music. It's quite peculiar." Lin Hao stole a glance at her long, straight legs, pondering her height must be at least 1.7 meters. At that moment, a sudden strum of a guitar resonated from the opposite seat, where a young man stood up, prompting a round of applause from the crowd eager for a song. The young man had medium-length hair, suggesting he intended to grow it longer, and his fair complexion complemented his slender eyes. Lin Hao then realized that their entire train carriage was filled with students, none older than themselves. He could only imagine how delicate university students would become in the coming decade, many accompanied by their parents driving them to campus. "Hello everyone, my name is Wan Yong, and since we are all heading to the provincial capital for school, I would like to sing a song for you." Applause erupted again, mingled with whistles. Summer Yameng and the girl opposite her turned to look in his direction. Wan Yong showed no signs of stage fright. The guitar strumming continued as he began to sing. "That day, I entered the deep mountains, relinquishing all attachments, casting a sidelong glance at the heavens. I beheld a dense shadow, witnessed me wielding my sword to severing the tangled threads of obsession." The song exuded a zen-like quality, melodious and profound, yet entirely unfamiliar to Lin Hao. As Wan Yong concluded his verse and the interlude began, another guitar strum echoed from behind. The entire carriage froze in surprise, turning to see a scruffy man in his 30s kneeling at the entrance, wearing a black faux leather pouch around his neck and holding an old guitar. Bang, bang, bang. Another loud noise erupted from the opposite door, and everyone turned to see yet another disheveled man kneeling on the floor, also adorned with a black pouch, each hand gripping a brick, having created the earlier noise by striking the ground with them. Two disabled men, one in front of the other, encircled the carriage. The man holding a brick grinned broadly and shouted, to those coming from the south, heading north, to Jiamusi and Hugong. For those visiting relatives, fishing, drying nets, and even those facing execution, as well as those accompanying the performance. And let us not forget those who have squatted in the past, received education, endured beatings, and won great prizes. His words flowed like a gentle stream. "Today, meeting in this carriage is fate. My brother will sing a song for everyone. Those with wealth can support him financially, while those without can lend their presence. Come on, Heizi, let's get started." With a loud shout, he slammed the brick heavily onto the ground, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Wan Yong had barely sung half of his song when the two men stormed the stage, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. He cast a glance at the two hefty bricks and reluctantly returned to his seat. Behind him, a hoarse voice began to sing with a weeping tone. "Wandering souls miss you, dear mother. Wandering feet traverse the world, without a home, winter winds, carrying snowflakes. Blow my tears down." The familiar melody resonated, sending a shockwave through Lin Hao's heart. How could this song be here? Wasn't this a different world? How could songs from that world appear, aside from himself? Was it merely coincidence? Or was there some overlap? Before long, the middle-aged disabled man, leaning on two bricks, approached Wan Yong's seat. With no choice, Wan Yong pulled out 2 yuan from his pocket and tossed it into the man's pouch. Bang! The sound of bricks hitting the ground disrupted Lin Hao's thoughts. Little brother, how about a little something? Lin Hao looked up to see the middle-aged man with the bricks standing before them. Wu Xiaozhou chuckled. Big brother, we're just poor students, truly out of money. I've been observing you two for a while now. My admiration for you is as endless as the flowing Songhua River. Take me along. Look, I have everything ready. With that, he grabbed his electric bass from behind him, cradling it in his arms with eager anticipation, gazing at the mud-streaked middle-aged man. The man spat a thick phlegm onto the ground and retorted, "Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Hand over the money." Wu Xiaozhou shrugged. "I genuinely have no money. I play the bass quite well. It would complement your guitarist friend perfectly. We could make a fortune together. Wouldn't that be splendid?" The middle-aged man grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "All right, but first, I'll have to break your legs." Wu Xiaozhou exaggeratedly shivered in mock fear and then cheerfully responded, "Oh no. But look at you two, both having difficulties. If I were fully capable, couldn't I help you run errands?" The middle-aged man regarded him with a sidelong glance, while the girl beside Wu Xiaozhou, with long eyelashes, covered her nose in disgust. Chapter 31. As the middle-aged disabled man was about to speak, the guitarist known as Heihu had already crawled towards him on his knees, a pouch filled with coins hanging from his neck. His raspy voice continued to resonate, accompanied by a disordered strumming of the guitar, utterly off-key. Lin Hao, noticing Heihu had finally approached, fixed his gaze upon him and inquired, "How do you know this song?" Heihu visibly hesitated, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. With a resounding crash, the middle-aged man forcefully struck the ground with a brick, and before he could utter a word, the train came to a halt. Heihu reached out, pulling the middle-aged man urgently, exclaiming, "We must go." The man shot a fierce glare at Wu Xiaozhou, and as he turned to Lin Hao, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Subsequently, he steadied himself with two bricks and shuffled towards the train door. Soon, the two men disembarked. Wu Xiaozhou leaned his head out of the window, shouting, "If you need people, come find me in the provincial capital. I'm eager to earn money too." The two beggars did not turn back, especially Heihu, who moved swiftly on his knees ahead. Xia Yiming gave Wu Xiaozhou a thumbs up, which filled him with pride. The girl beside him turned to him and said, "My name is Jiang Rong." Wu Xiaozhou gazed at her delicate, fair face and replied, "I am Wu Xiaozhou." "Yes, I know," she responded. Wu Xiaozhou chuckled foolishly, unsure of what to say next. Lin Hao's mind lingered on Heihu. Why did he appear so flustered upon hearing his question? Who was this individual? His guitar playing was undeniably amateurish, often switching chords only after singing several lines, and sometimes he mismatched lyrics and chords entirely. His singing lacked any discernible skill, rendering him an ordinary person. Yet, how did he know this song? Was he taught by someone, or had he merely heard it sung before? If so, who was that person? As Lin Hao pondered these questions, Wan Yong across from him became animated once more. Xia Yiming and Jiang Rong looked on with eager expressions. Wu Xiaozhou leaned over, whispering, "Heihu, why not sing a song? With so many beautiful girls here, you should capture a few hearts." Lin Hao shot him an exasperated glance. He had recently realized a peculiar truth about himself. He seemed to possess little interest in girls his own age. Instead, he found himself drawn to mature women like Chu Yu and Xia. Was this due to a psychological age discrepancy, or were they simply too alluring? Though he wore the guise of a 19-year-old, he had lived until 42 before his demise, meaning his mental age was far from that of a teenager. With a heavy sigh, he wondered how to reconcile this. Was he destined to become a connoisseur of older women? This would not bode well for a future in the entertainment industry. It seemed imperative for him to engage in a youthful romance to correct this peculiar inclination. After all, weren't the delicate and charming young girls enticing? Furthermore, in his previous life, even while bedridden, he had always held a fondness for young girls. Upon reconsideration, he pondered whether the opportunity to interact with young girls had been too scarce during this period. He scratched his head, feeling a twinge of distress. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Xia Yiming beside him. From this angle, even the fine fuzz on her face was distinctly visible, causing his heart to race fervently. Fortunately, Lin Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, finding solace in the realization that he still harbored affection for young girls, as evidenced by this fluttering sensation in his chest. Wan Yong performed an upbeat song, igniting a lively atmosphere within the carriage, prompting many to join in the singing. Chapter 32. Indeed, the exuberance of youth. After Wan Yong completed 2 songs, a chubby boy stepped forward. Astonishingly, he employed a traditional folk singing style, with Wan Yong providing accompaniment. The boy's soaring voice prompted Lin Hao to applaud in admiration. Then, a charming young girl took the stage, eliciting whistles from numerous boys. Lin Hao recalled Zhang Sisi, who lived across from him, and inquired of Wu Xiaozhou, "Hey, where's Zhang Sisi? You don't know?" Wu Xiaozhou replied, astonished. Lin Hao was taken aback. What was there to know? Li Yibo failed to secure admission to the engineering university by 32 points. So Zhang Sisi decided to forego her place at the normal university to accompany him for another year. Lin Hao felt a wave of confusion wash over him. So, they had become a couple? Wu Xiaozhou expressed his regret. Oh, what a lovely flower, now planted in the dung heap of Li Yibo. It was likely that their relationship blossomed during the summer break. Upon reflection, it was not surprising. It seemed that since their first year of high school, Li Yibo had harbored feelings for Zhang Sisi. One was the artistic committee member, while the other was a renowned performer from the 10th middle school. It was only natural for emotions to develop over time. Wu Xiaozhou continued, "This news must have devastated Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang. When Aunt Zhang spoke to my mother, she was in tears, sobbing uncontrollably." Lin Hao shook his head, hoping that Zhang Sisi's sacrifices would yield rewards in the future. An ominous premonition nagged at him, and he felt a twinge of concern for Zhang Sisi. He had never thought highly of Li Yibo, always sensing a certain effeminacy about him. At the rear of the carriage, another girl's voice resonated, prompting Lin Hao to turn and kneel on his seat for a better view. The girl stood approximately 165 centimeters tall, clad in a flowing white dress, with long black hair framing her oval face and large eyes, her complexion strikingly fair. She sang a love ballad, her voice sweet and melodious. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled, akin to discovering a flawless gemstone. After listening for a while, he felt a twinge of disappointment. While the girl's voice was pristine, it lacked a certain intensity and power. Moreover, the primary issue lay in her breathing. She frequently alternated between quick inhalations through her mouth and nose. In this environment, it posed no problem, but on stage, such audible breaths would be transmitted clearly through the microphone to the audience's ears. Lin Hao furrowed his brow in regret. This girl, in both appearance and voice, was a promising talent. Given time and proper guidance, she could undoubtedly rise to fame across the land, becoming a beloved sweet songstress. Wu Xiaozhou gazed at the girl with wide, sparkling eyes as if radiating light from within. The girl finished singing 2 songs, and Wan Yong called out to Lin Hao, "Hey buddy, that little girl sang so beautifully. Why do you have such a furrowed brow? What does that mean?" Wan Yong's remarks sparked a flurry of discussions among the passengers, with some joining in, "Exactly, looking all gloomy." Another chimed in, "Come on, if you're so capable, why not get up and sing a song?" Lin Hao was taken aback that Wan Yong had focused on him. He had been lost in thought, analyzing the girl's singing technique, which likely explained his less than pleasant expression. Noticing the attention he was receiving, Lin Hao quickly clarified, "Sorry, I was just thinking about something else." He then gave a slight bow to the crowd as an apology. The girl who had sung smiled gently at him, showing no signs of anger. Wan Yong cast a sidelong glance at the electric bass behind Wu Xiaozhou and shouted again, "Since so many have sung, why don't you give it a try?" The others began to cheer him on. Lin Hao chuckled softly but remained silent, turning back to his seat. Xia Yumei glanced at Lin Hao and asked, "Can you sing?" Lin Hao merely smiled in response. Wu Xiaozhou, feeling indignant, stood up and pointed at Wan Yong, exclaiming, "Shut your mouth." The carriage fell silent. No one expected this burly fellow to be so blunt and rude. Wan Yong's face flushed with anger as he pointed back at Wu Xiaozhou. "You dare say that again? You scoundrel, I will indeed say it." Wu Xiaozhou was unfazed and continued his tirade, with all eyes on them. And knowing they were all students heading to the provincial capital, Wan Yong felt he had to act to avoid being looked down upon. He grabbed his guitar and approached. Wu Xiaozhou, arms crossed, looked at him with a smirk. In chapter 33, Wan Yong stepped forward, feeling frustrated when none of his classmates stopped him. He realized that the guy cursing at him was large and intimidating. Perhaps he was being a bit impulsive? However, with the arrow drawn, he felt compelled to advance. As he took another step, Lin Hao stood up, declaring, "All right, since this student wants me to sing a song, I shall." Lin Hao took a couple of steps forward and smoothly took the wooden guitar from Wan Yong's hands. Though he had no desire to sing and preferred to avoid the spotlight, he didn't want Wu Xiaozhou to escalate the situation further, so he stepped up. Wan Yong, feeling somewhat deflated, muttered a few disgruntled words before retreating to his seat. Seeing Lin Hao take the stage, Wu Xiaozhou understood his intentions and could only resign himself to silence. Lin Hao strummed the guitar strings, nodding to himself, although it was a low-end model. Its sound quality and feel were decent. This song, Blue Lotus, is my first performance today. I hope you all enjoy it. Just as Lin Hao finished speaking, Wang Yong let out a derisive hiss. The boys who had been talking earlier began whistling mockingly. Wuxiazu glanced at Wang Yong, thinking to himself, I hope you are not my classmate. Otherwise, I might just have to make your life miserable. Xia Yumeng and Zhang Rong were the first to applaud. As Wuxiazu inserted 2 fingers into his mouth and let out a resounding whistle, Lin Hao, guitar slung over his shoulder, stood in the aisle. Their seats located in the middle of the carriage, allowing him to cater to both ends. Without strumming his guitar at first, Lin Hao began to sing. Nothing can stand in the way of your yearning for freedom, a life unrestrained, your heart free of burdens. As he reached the 3rd line, the entire carriage fell silent, astonishment sparkling in everyone's eyes. They were taken aback by the melodious voice of this strikingly handsome young man. The girl with the sweet voice was the first to rise, followed by an increasing number of passengers. In the carriage, some knelt on their seats, while others stood in the aisle, all extending their hands to keep rhythm for Lin Hao, in perfect unison and resonant applause. The melody of the song was not particularly vigorous, nor did Lin Hao sing with a strained voice, yet it profoundly moved the hearts of all. They listened with rapt attention, utterly touched, inspired by the performance. Wang Yong, too, found himself unwittingly absorbed in the song, tapping his feet to the rhythm. In his heart, the world of freedom felt so clear and lofty, blooming like the eternal blue lotus. As the final note lingered, the guitar's concluding strum brought the song to an end. The carriage erupted into thunderous applause. With a loud crash, the carriage door was swung open, and a plump lady pushed a cart, calling out, beer, drinks, mineral water, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, grilled fish snacks. Hey, I'm talking to you, tuck your legs in. A hush fell over the crowd, quickly giving way to peals of laughter. The plump lady, perplexed, glanced down at herself, wondering what was amiss. Just moments ago, Chef Old Wang had been clumsy, and in such a short time, had managed to create a stir. Yet she was certain she had adjusted her attire properly before stepping out. What was going on? Everyone returned to their seats, and Lin Hao handed the guitar to Wang Yong with a cheerful smile, saying, nice guitar. Wang Yong awkwardly accepted the instrument, his expression serious and silent. Lin Hao turned and returned to his seat. Xia Yumeng and Zhang Rong, their faces alight with excitement, simultaneously gave him a thumbs up, with admiration in her eyes. Xia Yumeng asked, did you write that? Lin Hao modestly nodded, inwardly reflecting, I am becoming increasingly shameless. It appears that habit breeds nature. Zhang Rong, equally captivated, remarked, the ancient Egyptians revered the blue lotus as a symbol of life, eternally blooming, much like our own existence, everlasting. Lin Hao nodded in surprise at the quiet, elegant girl's talent. Xia Yumeng, smiling, exclaimed, I understand now. Both Lin Hao and Wuxiazu looked at her, puzzled about what she had grasped. Why did you both transfer to the music department? Xia Yumeng continued, though it is regrettable that we are losing 2 esteemed masters of art in the future. Gaining 2 musicians is certainly a delightful trade-off. Chapter 34. The 4 of them burst into laughter. Zhang Rong tilted her head towards Wu Xiaozhou, her red lips slightly parted. You must sing even better, right? Wu Xiaozhou's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, it's not bad. Heh, just all right. Lin Hao chuckled, his bass playing is even better. Wu Xiaozhou's progress with the bass had accelerated somewhat since then, but he had only managed to practice 22 measures in total. Nonetheless, his skill had significantly improved, completely shedding the awkwardness he had exhibited during his first performance with the Iron Knights. If the bassist Wang Pengzi were to hear him now, he would surely be astounded and filled with admiration. Wu Xiaozhou hurriedly turned around, cradling the bass in his arms. Have a listen? Zhang Rong continued to tilt her head, smiling sweetly. Sure. Wu Xiaozhou began to play, his hands dancing across the 4 strings, producing a cacophony of sounds from the unamplified electric bass. Zhang Rong and Xia Yumeng were initially taken aback, followed by a look of bewilderment. Wang Yong and a chubby young man seated across from him were left speechless. Wang Yong quietly inquired, Bao, what do you think? The chubby Bao's face was filled with envy. The bass is truly impressive. I've never heard anything like what he just played. But, Wang Yong pressed, but what? Bao replied, my teacher can't play like that. It's simply astounding. Wang Yong fell silent. Although his specialty was not electric bass, he understood the connection between electric guitar and bass, as many bassists transition from playing guitar. He could certainly discern Wu Xiaozhou's remarkable prowess. His question to Air Bao was instinctive, as if seeking validation for himself. If someone could declare Wu Xiaozhou inadequate, it would ease his own discomfort. He squinted at the instrument and cast a glance at Jiang Rong beside Wu Xiaozhou, his eyes brimming with jealousy. Once Wu Xiaozhou finished playing, Jiang Rong, still looking perplexed, asked him, "What was that you played?" "It was so tinkling, like Mr. Zhao from the market near my home, playing with cotton." Just as Lin Hao took a sip of water, he sputtered, spraying it all over Wu Xiaozhou's face. Wu Xiaozhou wiped his face, looking at him with a mournful expression. Lin Hao burst into laughter, quickly explaining, "It sounds great when amplified, truly. Get lost." Wu Xiaozhou retorted angrily. Jiang Rong and Xia Yumeng watched him in his disheveled state and erupted into laughter. At noon, the aroma of Master Kang's beef noodles and ham sausages wafted through the train carriage. After finishing their meal, Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou went to the connecting area of the carriage to smoke. Wu Xiaozhou remarked, "That one Yong has issues." Lin Hao nodded. He had noticed it too, but the reason eluded him. For now, it seemed that the presence of the two beautiful women, Xia Yumeng and Jiang Rong, beside them was the source of his jealousy. Yet, this single reason seemed insufficient, especially since neither of these beauties were his romantic interests, nor did he even know them. The mere presence of two beautiful women seated beside them, provoking such jealousy, seems rather unreasonable. Surely one cannot be so narrow-minded. After much contemplation, he turned to Wu Xiaozhou and remarked, "Do not always act so impulsively. A few choice words will not add any weight to your frame." "Damn. As long as it feels good," Wu Xiaozhou retorted nonchalantly. Lin Hao shook his head, choosing not to press the matter further. Wu Xiaozhou's character was overt, brash, and impulsive, yet those who truly believed this were gravely mistaken. This fellow was adept at playing the fool while hiding his true strength. Often, behind his seemingly reckless demeanor lay a web of cunning. As the afternoon wore on, the carriage grew considerably quieter, with most passengers succumbing to slumber. Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou, exhibiting commendable chivalry, relinquished their window seats to the two women. Jiang Rong had fallen asleep, resting her head on the small table, while Xia Yumeng leaned against the window, her eyes closed. Lin Hao casually stole glances at Xia Yumeng, admiring her long eyelashes, and the more he gazed, the more she resembled Gao Yuan, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. His eyes then flicked toward the trio seated across from him. Wan Yong sat in the middle, one hand resting on the corner of the table, his head cradled in his arm, likely asleep as well. His thoughts drifted to the issue of copyright, as he recalled having sung several classic songs recently, yet that website remained under construction. Alas, such worries. At this moment, Lin Hao remained oblivious to the troubles that lay ahead, nor could he fathom that these troubles would eventually lead to fortuitous outcomes. Such is life. Everything remains unknown, with cause and effect intertwined. The train emitted a monotonous sound, reminiscent of Matthew Lean's Bressonin. The song's conclusion echoed the sound of train tracks, mirroring his current state of mind. He cherished this song, for it had played incessantly in his dilapidated Jetta in his previous life. He mused that he must seize an opportunity to sing it aloud someday. Wu Xiaozhou, with his head drooping, had a droplet of glistening saliva elongate into a string before falling. Chapter 35. The green train meandered through the mountains, flanked by lush, primordial forests. The straight-line distance from Chuanhe to the provincial capital was a mere 320 kilometers, yet the green train halted at every station. Occasionally, one could spot an elderly farmer leisurely guiding his ox cart alongside the train. It was not until around 6 in the evening that the train, panting with effort, arrived at the provincial capital. Before disembarking, the two men exchanged contact information with Jiang Rong and Xia Yumeng. Regrettably, only Xia Yumeng possessed a mobile phone. The other three did not, necessitating a reiteration of their respective schools and majors. Xia Yumeng provided her phone number, and Lin Hao instructed Wu Xiaozhou to jot it down. Jiang Rong and Xia Yumeng were both students in the elementary education program at Normal University. A serendipitous encounter, as they had been strangers prior to sitting opposite each other on the train, only to discover they shared the same academic path. The crowd was overwhelming. Before they could exit the train station, Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou were swept apart from the two women. Wu Xiaozhou, burdened with an electric bass, luggage, and a suitcase, gazed at the throng with a look of profound regret. Lin Hao truly wanted to kick him and admonished, Hurry up. Soon we'll both be squeezed out. A throng of students emerged from the train station, where a line of large buses awaited them not far from the exit. Lin Hao and his companion were drenched in sweat as they finally located the bus marked with the banner for the art college. A plump senior greeted the students as they boarded. While assisting them in placing their luggage in the bus's right-side compartment, she remarked, "Wu Xiaozhou, why isn't your instrument packed safely? That could be quite dangerous." Wu Xiaozhou shot Lin Hao a glance. He had no awareness of the need for a case, as Lin Hao had not prompted him to purchase one. It wasn't he until they were organizing their belongings that he realized the oversight, but it was too late to remedy it. After stowing their luggage, they moved toward the bus and soon spotted Wan Yong and a portly fellow approaching while carrying their bags. Wu Xiaozhou chuckled softly and said, "I was right. This person is indeed from the art college." Lin Hao nodded in silence. The roads in the provincial capital were congested at that hour, and by the time they reached the art college located in Jiangbei, it was already past 8 in the evening. The bus lacked air conditioning, and despite the open windows, everyone was sweating profusely. Lin Hao had barely slept on the train, and as he settled into the bus, fatigue overtook him. He dozed off amidst the sweltering heat, arriving at their destination without even glimpsing the school's entrance on the first day. There were only 24 new students on this trip. On campus, 2 male teachers along with several senior students awaited them. A short, stout teacher wearing glasses shouted through a megaphone, "First, line up to register. Then drop off your luggage at the dormitory, and afterwards head to the cafeteria for a meal." After registering and retrieving their luggage, Lin Hao and his companion, along with 6 other students, followed a senior from the Fine Arts department to the dormitory. The Fine Arts dormitory was an old 3-story building, and the senior was quite chatty as he led them to the 2nd floor. Lin Hao and the others exchanged curious glances at the iron gate leading to the 3rd floor. The senior chuckled, "The 3rd floor is the girls' dormitory. This gate symbolizes our boundary. Do not cross." The 8 of them laughed heartily. As they walked down the corridor, the senior inquired of Wu Xiaozhou, "I have a suspicion that you might be in the wrong place. Are you from the Fine Arts department?" Wu Xiaozhou was taken aback and retorted, "Why do you say that, senior?" The senior pointed to the other students. "Just look at them. Besides their luggage, each has a drawing board. Yet you are carrying a guitar. Senior, this is an electric bass." Wu Xiaozhou quickly corrected him. "Oh, I don't know much about it. Regardless, you both don't seem to fit the typical mold of our fine arts students." Wu Xiaozhou chuckled. "What is wrong with us fine arts students having a little hobby?" The senior laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. "Well said." Lin Hao felt the senior's observation was quite accurate, glancing at the 6 fellow students. He noted that each carried a drawing board, while he and Wu Xiaozhou did not. There are still 2 spots in room 309, and room 310 is vacant, accommodating 6 people. The senior continued, "How would you like to arrange your living situation?" Chapter 36. Wu Xiaozhou inquired with a cheerful smile, "Senior, are there no single rooms?" The senior chuckled heartily. "Not just students. Many of our teachers share rooms as well." Wu Xiaozhou feigned a look of distress, somewhat exaggerated. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us go to room 309. The senior nodded with satisfaction and knocked a few times on the door of room 309. A voice called out from within, and he pushed the door open. "Let us welcome our new classmates." The senior exclaimed with enthusiasm. Inside the dormitory, on the left was a set of bunk beds made of iron pipes, and near the door stood a desk. On the right side against the wall were 2 more sets of bunk beds, with another desk positioned in the middle, facing south by the window. The room was quite warm, and the 4 young men inside were shirtless. 2 were reclining on their beds reading. 1 was seated on the lower bunk soaking his feet, while the other was at an easel, painting. The 4 of them glanced up towards the door. The 3 engaged in reading and painting remained silent, returning to their activities after a brief look. The one soaking his feet, a tall and slender fellow, smiled and said, "Welcome. Room 309 has gained new members." The senior nodded and instructed Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou, "First, drop off your luggage. We'll tidy up after dinner." The cafeteria was a bit distant, but the food was quite good, comprising rice accompanied by 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable. Soon after finishing their meal, the senior reiterated a few points. "Today is merely a simple sign-in. Tomorrow, I will take you to register in the department. For the next 2 days, get acquainted with the campus. Our School of Arts is quite large. 2 days from now, the new students would begin military training, with the opening ceremony and the conclusion of military training held together in a fortnight." As they walked back to the dormitory, Lin Hao contemplated his next steps. He needed to expedite the process of changing his major. He preferred not to wait until after military training to address it, aiming to finalize it by tomorrow. After we finish registering, let us proceed with changing our majors, he whispered to Wu Xiaozhou. Wu Xiaozhou appeared somewhat perplexed. Can it really be done that quickly? Why don't we attend a few classes first and then think it over? Lin Hao shot him a glance. We haven't brought any art supplies. What good will attending classes do? Besides, the longer we wait, the more complications may arise. Just trust my judgment. Although Lin Hao had never attended university, he understood that changing majors was not a trivial matter. While Wu Xiaozhou practiced his piano, Lin Hao researched online. To change majors, students were required to demonstrate a specific proficiency, submit an application, receive a recommendation from their current major, and then pass an assessment from the intended department. The current obstacles were twofold. First, freshmen could not change majors within their first semester. Second, a significant disparity in disciplines was prohibited. They had just enrolled and were attempting to transfer from the fine arts department to the music department, which posed a considerable challenge. Their only advantage lay in their strong foundational skills. Lin Hao had discovered that the head of the music department at the School of Arts was Fan Gang, a piano expert, a graduate of Zhongzhou Music Academy, who had spent many years studying in the United States and was highly regarded in the country. He had already devised a cunning plan in his mind, deciding to achieve an unexpected victory by relying on his professional prowess to win over the department head. As long as the head cherished talent and was reluctant to part with the two of them, the matter would become much easier. Upon entering the dormitory, the slender and tall individual who had just washed his feet had already laid down, while the artist was still engrossed in his drawing, and the two bookworms remained in their unchanged postures. The two newcomers greeted them with cheerful smiles, then unpacked their belongings to make their beds. With only the two upper bunks remaining, they did not have any particular preferences, as they were uncertain about how long they would be staying here, and thus were not picky. Their suitcase contained some clothing and toiletries, and the two took their toothbrushes and cups to freshen up. After they stepped out, one of the bespectacled bookworms looked up at the tall individual and asked, "Boss, are these two from our department?" The tall one chuckled. "I too suspect they might have taken a wrong turn. That fellow is even carrying a guitar. Isn't that an electric guitar? Oh, it just seems like they are spies infiltrating our ranks." After a long day of travel, both Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou felt fatigued. After washing up, they returned to their dormitory and climbed into bed. Chapter 37. The following morning at 7:30, the senior from last night arrived, bringing the 8 of them to first obtain their meal cards, followed by breakfast. After finishing their meal, they reported to the department, and the registration process, filled with various trivialities, dragged on until after 10. Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou returned to their dormitory to fetch the electric bass, and as they exited the dormitory building, they began inquiring about the location of the administrative office of the music department. Wu Xiaozhou took charge of asking for directions, as his tall and handsome appearance, coupled with his sweet-talking demeanor, made him quite successful, especially when he approached beautiful women, addressing them as sister. The Provincial Art Academy offered a range of mainstream art disciplines, including literature, drama, music, dance, fine arts, and arts management, among others. The campus was expansive, lined with tall trees and lush lawns. And perhaps due to the new semester just commencing, many students hurriedly passed by. Lin Hao found a long bench by the roadside, sitting down to tune his electric bass, fearing that any misalignment in sound would affect Wu Xiaozhou's performance. In early September in northeast China, the leaves had begun to fall. Wu Xiaozhou squatted beside Lin Hao, watching intently as he focused on tuning the bass. A withered yellow leaf fell before him. Holding a cigarette between his lips, he reached out to pick it up, lifting it to shield his eyes from the sun. Everything before him seemed dreamlike, and he could not fathom how, after years of preparing to pursue a fine arts major, they had suddenly shifted to music. Lin Hao's voice broke the reverie. "Fool, let us go." The music department's administrative building stood in the northeast corner of the academy. The two of them skirted around a large artificial lake before arriving at the building. Lin Hao walked in with his hands behind his back, while Wu Xiaozhou, carrying the bass, followed stealthily, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by a prominent inscription on the wall, "On the stage of knowledge. The most erudite teachers are also the humblest students." Lin Hao nodded inwardly. He was fond of this saying. Without needing to ask for directions, he ascended the wide staircase toward the top floor. After ascending to the 4th floor in one breath, Lin Hao turned right and knocked emphatically on the office door. "Come in." boomed a commanding baritone voice. Lin Hao pushed the door open and stepped inside, followed closely by Wu Xiaozhou. The office was spacious, and the first thing that caught their eye was a circle of sofas surrounding a large tea table, which bore an enormous inkstone and tea set. To the right, a variety of lush green plants adorned the sides. Further in, near the window, there stood a substantial wooden desk, behind which sat a man in his 50s with a square face. His thick black hair framed large eyes and a high nose, giving him an air of integrity, though his expression was stern. "Who are you?" he inquired, surprised to see the two young men before him. "Hello, Director Fan," Lin Hao responded as he moved further into the room. "We are new students from the Fine Arts Department. My name is Lin Hao, and this is Wu Xiaozhou." Director Fan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation with the doorman downstairs, who had allowed them entry without a phone call. Nevertheless, he nodded, relaxing his expression slightly. "Hello. Do you have business with me?" He was confused as to why two newcomers from the Fine Arts Department would seek out the head of the music department, especially considering that the taller one was carrying an electric bass guitar. Unbeknownst to them, Director Fan's thoughts were elsewhere, and if they had known, they would have likely defended the doorman, for they had not noticed anyone at the reception upon their arrival. Standing before the desk, Lin Hao wore a sincere smile. "Wu Xiaozhou and I have been playing instruments since we were 5, but our parents, both art teachers, have always compelled us to pursue the arts." Wu Xiaozhou, unaware of Lin Hao's intentions, found this statement amusing. He thought to himself, this guy can lie without batting an eye. Director Fan, clearly displeased, remarked, "How can one force a child into music? That would only stifle your talent." Lin Hao's eyes quickly reddened. "Indeed, we endured a tragic childhood in rebellion. Although we wielded paintbrushes daily, we never relinquished our passion for music." Director Fan's expression softened with understanding. "What are your respective majors?" "I specialize in piano." While Wu Xiaozhou was initially a guitarist, but he later transitioned to electric bass. "Very well, very good." As the time for college admissions approached, Lin Hao continued, "Initially, we intended to apply to the music department of our esteemed academy, as we dreamt of living in our beautiful provincial capital, Snow City. In our hearts, the Provincial Arts Academy represents the pinnacle of artistic achievement in Long Province, a source of pride for its people. However, our parents insisted we enroll in the Fine Arts Department." At this point, a tear rolled down Lin Hao's cheek. Wu Xiaozhou looked on in bewilderment, his admiration for Lin Hao swelling like the relentless waters of the Songhua River. Director Fan slammed his hand on the desk, his brow furrowing with intensity. "Please continue." "Though we were admitted to the Fine Arts Department, our love for music has not waned. Thus, we have come to beseech you today. We wish to change our major." "What?" Fan Gang was taken aback, exclaiming that such a thing had never been done before. At the very least, one must complete a semester before considering a transfer, not to mention passing an examination. After expressing his thoughts, Director Fan shook his head repeatedly. "Director Fan, if we attend classes in the Fine Arts Department, our piano practice will inevitably suffer. You would also lose 2 potential musicians who could achieve national, even global, acclaim." Lin Hao's eyes glistened with tears, conveying profound emotion. Fan Gang chuckled, "Oh, such confidence?" Lin Hao nodded affirmatively. "Director Fan, may I inquire about the graduation repertoire for the piano department?" Fan Gang was momentarily taken aback. Lin Hao continued, "I can perform a piece from the graduation repertoire for you." "You mean the graduation repertoire, not the entrance examination pieces?" Fan Gang clarified, to which Lin Hao nodded eagerly. "Ha ha." Fan Gang laughed heartily, his laughter resonating without a hint of mockery. "I will not assign you a piece. Choose one that truly represents your capability." Lin Hao was elated, having received the very affirmation he sought. "Well then, are you available now?" Fan Gang glanced at his watch, considered for a moment, and replied, "All right, let us see. However, I must clarify that merely performing will not guarantee your transfer." Lin Hao nodded vigorously, secretly thinking that as long as Fan Gang was willing to observe, he would surely retract his statement after witnessing the performance. The two followed Fan Gang as they exited, and Wu Xiaozhou gave him a thumbs up. The music hall of the music department was not far from the administrative building, and they often encountered teachers or students who greeted Fan Gang, to which he responded with a serious nod. Upon entering the grand music hall, they were met with a vast space that could accommodate over 1,000 seats, with high sound-absorbing walls on either side. A full orchestra occupied the expansive stage. However, they were not performing, but rather observing the scene below. A few girls in the front, holding violins, were engaged in hushed whispers. A female teacher, dressed in a gray pencil skirt, stood at the foot of the stage, her hands flailing about. Initially, Lin Hao thought she was conducting, but upon closer inspection, it seemed she was shooing something away. As the trio approached the stage, Fan Gang appeared somewhat displeased. "Teacher Chen, what are you doing?" "Ah, director, is there something you need?" The petite teacher, in her early 30s with short chestnut hair and large, bewildered eyes, responded. "My apologies. But two bees somehow got in here and are buzzing around me. It's quite bothersome." Teacher Chen quickly explained. "Oh, I was just checking the time and thought you had finished your rehearsal. Please, continue. We shall head to the small hall." Fan Gang turned to leave. Teacher Chen glanced at the electric bass behind Wu Xiaozhou and smiled. "It's a good time for a break, no worries." Fan Gang halted, nodded in agreement, and was about to speak when he noticed the buzzing sound. It seemed Teacher Chen was indeed telling the truth. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, that, Lin Hao." Realizing Fan Gang had forgotten his name, quickly interjected, "Lin Hao." "Yes, Lin Hao, you may proceed," Fan Gang urged. Lin Hao smiled back at Teacher Chen and then made his way to the stage. Chapter 39. A few bees buzzed around Fan Gang, prompting him to wave his hands in a flurry. "What is going on? Call Oldley from logistics and have him bring some insecticide. What if a student gets stung?" Fan Gang expressed his displeasure towards Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen swiftly took out his phone to make the call. Several bees continued to pursue Lin Hao until he reached the stage, after which they disappeared from sight. Lin Hao smiled and nodded at the students in the band, prompting a few girls with violins to whisper to each other, "So handsome." On the right side of the stage stood a black grand piano, unoccupied. Lin Hao approached it, but did not immediately sit down. Instead, he stood beside the instrument. This was a 7 Series, 9-foot concert grand piano. Its tonal balance was harmonious, and the keyboard's touch was delightful, making it ideal for performing polyphonic and Baroque compositions. However, it lacked the captivating overall coherence and musicality of a Steinway. Ironically, as Lin Hao stood there, he realized that he had made no preparations at all. His thoughts had been consumed with how to make Wu Xiaozhou shine, while he possessed such a vast repertoire that he had not deliberately considered what piece to perform. In a past life, his piano journey began at the tender age of 6, during his time in the second orphanage he had moved to. He vividly recalled a charming teacher named Ai Qing, who had an adorable doll-like face, strikingly beautiful. Many childhood memories had faded, yet that day remained etched in his mind, particularly the astonishment on teacher Ai's face as she witnessed his innate talent when he first touched the piano. It was the piano that accompanied him through his lonely childhood. The concert hall was enveloped in silence, with everyone on and off the stage focused on him. Lin Hao gently placed one hand on the piano, smiling down at the audience, and declared, "At this moment, I can't seem to recall what to play." The students on stage responded with good-natured laughter. "When I entered just now, I noticed a few bees buzzing around this beautiful and elegant teacher, which inspired me. So, I shall improvise a piece." With that, Lin Hao took a deep bow before sitting at the piano. The students on stage and Teacher Chen in the audience were unaware of Lin Hao's identity or his reasons for performing, but upon hearing that he would improvise, they all wore expressions of eager anticipation. Fan Gang, however, felt a twinge of discomfort at Lin Hao's decision to perform spontaneously instead of a fixed piece. How old could he be? He appeared to be merely 18 or 19, capable of playing a level 10 piece. Even if he made a mistake, Fan Gang would likely still appreciate his talent. Yet here he was, choosing to improvise, which seemed rather presumptuous. With his arms crossed and remaining silent, Fan Gang settled into a chair behind him. Some students on stage watched Lin Hao intently, while others casually strummed their instruments. Still recovering from the languor of summer, as rehearsals commenced at the start of the school year. At this moment, beneath the stage, Wu Xiaozhou felt a clammy perspiration in his palms, his breath becoming increasingly rapid. Although Lin Hao was clad in inexpensive casual attire, his posture was upright, his expression grave, and as his hands gently rested on the piano keys, his entire demeanor transformed. The sound of the piano erupted suddenly. First, a rapid descent of 2 octaves in a chromatic scale from the high register ensued, resembling a wild bee darting through the air, accompanied by a piercing resonance that shattered the silence. In astonishment, Fan Gang rose from his seat. As a seasoned pianist, he was acutely aware of the complexity of this passage. The unexpected intensity of the swift chromatic movement captured the attention of everyone present. In the following moment, Lin Hao's long fingers danced across the keyboard, executing rapid chromatic scales within a span of 4 degrees, each digit seemingly casting a shadow of its own. The music coalesced into a dense stream of sound, akin to a swarm of bees buzzing around, fluctuating in pitch and proximity. Soon after, Lin Hao shifted his fingers 4 degrees to the right, revealing a new tonal layer beneath. Teacher Chen gasped in astonishment, turning to whisper to Fan Gang, "Director, is this a new teacher? He seems astonishingly young." Fan Gang raised a hand, urging her to be silent. Internally, he felt as though a stampede of horses surged through him. It was hard to fathom that such music could emanate from the hands of this youth. And it was all improvised. As the music flowed, anyone could perceive the speed at which his fingertips moved and the fervor that erupted from his very being. Both the performer and the audience seemed to resonate with a shared rhythm. Subsequently, certain consonances and dissonances began to recur. The middle section continued with a hushed reverberation, introducing a new theme in the lower register. This melody, characterized by small leaps of a third, stood in stark contrast to the preceding chromatic sequences, appearing remarkably buoyant and vigorous. On stage, all the students of the orchestra rose in unison, one girl having dropped her violin bow, completely oblivious. The piano suddenly transformed, reintroducing the theme an octave higher, culminating in a series of variations and a clean, crisp resolution on the tonic. Precisely 1 minute later, the piece concluded. Lin Hao maintained his hand position for a full 5 seconds. Afterward, he stood, slowly approached the piano, and with a smile, placed his right hand over his heart, bowing to Fan Gang and Teacher Chun in the audience. He then turned to acknowledge the senior students on stage with another bow. The orchestra students erupted into applause, their enthusiasm growing ever more fervent. Below the stage, Fan Gang felt a twinge in his nose, and alongside Teacher Chun, he joined in the applause, clapping vigorously. Wu Xiaozhou clearly observed the excitement on the faces of Fan Gang and Teacher Chun, realizing that this moment was a triumph. He felt an exhilarating urge to leap up and shout, "Yes!" A long-haired girl playing the flute called out to Lin Hao, "Handsome, what is the title of this piece?" Lin Hao feigned contemplation for a moment before declaring, "Let us call it Flight of the Bumblebee." Applause erupted once more, as everyone felt the title resonated perfectly with the melody. The members of the band cast envious and admiring glances in his direction. Fan Gang nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Flight of the Bumblebee is a splendid name. I wonder if he can transcribe it. If so, this composition will surely gain worldwide acclaim." Lin Hao continued, "Director Fan, I would like to invite my friend Wu Xiaozhou to perform a segment on the bass." Fan Gang nodded and looked towards Wu Xiaozhou. Wu Xiaozhou grinned sheepishly, bowing to him and Teacher Chun before hurrying onto the stage, nearly stumbling as he ascended the steps. Fan Gang couldn't help but smile. This broad-eyed youth embodied the characteristics of his age, a bit clumsy and naive, in stark contrast to the composed Lin Hao on stage, who appeared far beyond his years. A male cellist handed Wu Xiaozhou a cable, to which he gratefully replied, "Next, I shall demonstrate some electric bass techniques for all the teachers and fellow students." "Thank you." Wu Xiaozhou stumbled through his words, still relying on Lin Hao's prior coaching. Standing by the piano, Lin Hao felt more anxious than when he played himself. Before long, the 22 measures of Chapter 41 had passed. Wu Xiaozhou squinted, his nervousness having dissipated. Noticing no one called for a halt, he repeated the passage. Fan Gang began to regret not inviting the pop music electric sound specialist, Lao Su, to witness this performance, as Wu Xiaozhou's bass playing could easily surpass that of the professional bassists in the provincial capital. Lin Hao raised his hand, but Wu Xiaozhou, oblivious, continued to repeat the section, prompting Lin Hao to rush over in frustration. "Come on, you two, follow me." Fan Gang shouted towards Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou on stage. As the three figures exited, the audience began to applaud once more. Teacher Chun appeared bewildered. The director had not informed her of the roles of these two individuals, who did not seem like teachers, yet their skill was on par with any instructor at the academy. Fan Gang understood that this applause was directed at the two young men. He recalled Lin Hao's earlier remark, "You will lose two future musicians who will be celebrated nationally and perhaps globally." At the time, it seemed merely youthful bravado. Now it was clear that Lin Hao's assertion was far from exaggerated. Upon returning to the office, Fan Gang did not resume his seat at the desk. Instead, he invited the two to join him on the sofa and set about making tea. Lin Hao quickly interjected, smiling, "How could I trouble you, director?" Observing Lin Hao's graceful tea-making technique, Fan Gang nodded in appreciation, His three greatest passions were smoking, drinking tea, and music. Lin Hao's expertise was evident as he heated the cups, infused the tea, and rinsed the leaves, filling the cups to the perfect level. After tasting the tea, Lin Hao spoke up. Director. Fan Gang's expression tightened. Call me teacher. Ah. Lin Hao's heart leapt with joy. Teacher. Fan Gang extended a finger, leaving Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou puzzled. One day, you grant me a day, and I have a condition. Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou exchanged glances, the surprise evident on Wu Xiaozhou's face while Lin Hao maintained an impassive expression. Please, speak, teacher, Lin Hao urged. You shall accompany me during your graduate studies. Fan Gang stated solemnly. Lin Hao was taken aback, recognizing the depth of Fan Gang's aspirations. Feigning innocence, he replied, Isn't that rather far-fetched? I haven't even completed my undergraduate studies yet. Not at all. Fan Gang shook his head. I will ensure you finish your undergraduate degree swiftly, in 2 years, at most. I will see you graduate. A weight lifted from Lin Hao's heart, and he poured tea for Fan Gang, smiling. Thank you, teacher. But there's no rush. I wish to savor my university experience. Fan Gang inquired about their family backgrounds. And upon learning that Lin Hao's father repaired bicycles, and that Wu Xiaozhou's parents were ordinary workers, he was taken aback. Are you deceiving me? He questioned, his expression darkening. Lin Hao, feeling guilty, replied, Please don't be angry, teacher. I resorted to this tactic to elicit your sympathy. I apologize. Rising to his feet, Wu Xiaozhou followed suit, bewildered as to why Lin Hao so swiftly confessed to his earlier fib. The two bowed respectfully to Fan Gang, who feigned anger, stating, This shall not happen again. Yet, he soon broke into a smile, playfully pointing at Lin Hao. You rascal, brimming with clever ideas. Lin Hao grinned sheepishly, mimicking Wu Xiaozhou's habitual gesture of scratching his head. After a few more casual exchanges, Lin Hao discreetly tugged at Wu Xiaozhou, and they both bowed to take their leave. On their way back, Wu Xiaozhou questioned why Lin Hao had revealed the truth so quickly. Lin Hao patted his shoulder. Silly boy, the goal has been achieved. With our backgrounds, how long could we keep it under wraps? By disclosing it early, teacher Fan won't be upset. Otherwise, it would lead to complications. What complications? Wu Xiaozhou protested. Silly brother, remember, for this one lie, we will need countless others to cover it up in the future. And it will be exhausting. Chapter 42. In his office, Fan Gang paced while smoking, exclaiming, Today, I've stumbled upon a treasure. Lin Hao's piano skills were undoubtedly on par with his own. How had this child managed to gain admission to the Provincial Art Academy? With such talent, he ought to be attending the Zhongzhou Conservatory of Music, Daxia Conservatory of Music, or even the prestigious institutions of the East, such as the Eastman School of Music, Juilliard School, or the Royal College of Music in Britain. It was a shame for him to be underappreciated here. Lighting another cigarette, he continued his restless pacing. He must expedite Lin Hao's completion of both undergraduate and graduate studies, then facilitate his further studies abroad for 2 years, enhancing his skills. By that time, this young man would undoubtedly emerge as a world-renowned piano maestro. The thought of such an illustrious figure being his student filled him with excitement, prompting him to rush to his desk and make a phone call. He is a person who values cleanliness immensely, yet at this moment, he couldn't be bothered to pick up the ash that had fallen on the floor and desk. The phone call connected, and a deep voice echoed from the other end. Old Fan, is there something you need? Bohan, there's an urgent matter. Fan Gang instinctively lowered his voice. Speak. A student wants to change majors. Before Fan Gang could finish, the voice on the other end interrupted. I'm in a meeting in the city. Come over to my house tonight. I'll have my sister-in-law cook a few dishes for you. With that, the call ended abruptly. Fan Gang could only helplessly set down the phone. He and the dean, Li Bohan, were classmates at the Zhongzhou Conservatory of Music and had maintained a close friendship, which explained why he had humbled himself to visit this institution, which was not highly ranked among art schools in the country. After a long wait until evening, Fan Gang carried a bottle of Jinbiao and made his way to Li Bohan's home. Their residences were adjacent, situated in the college's staff quarters. Oh. Li Bohan opened the door, and upon seeing the Jinbiao in Fan Gang's hand, he was taken aback. Has the sun risen from the west? Finally, a return on my investment. Is that the same bottle I gave you during the New Year? Fan Gang chuckled. Indeed, it is that very bottle. Li Bohan was shorter than Fan Gang by half a head and appeared much more frail, burdened by numerous responsibilities, his hair now streaked with gray. He adjusted his glasses and reached out, saying, Leave the drink. You can head back now. Fan Gang laughed heartily. ignoring him as he squeezed past into the house. Then called out, "Sister-in-law, have you made braised pork?" An elegant figure emerged from the kitchen, laughing. "Could your braised pork ever be absent? It's just coming to the table." Fan Gang and Li Bohan took their seats at the dining table. "You're so impatient. Spill it. Have you discovered another promising talent?" Fan Gang filled his glass and raised it, declaring, "Bohan, let us toast to my celebration." Seeing Fan Gang teasing him, Li Bohan reluctantly raised his glass and clinked it with his. "It's not just a talent, it's a prodigy, far surpassing anyone from my time. Even more so than Liang Haizhou." "Who? More impressive than Liang Haizhou?" Li Bohan's face was filled with astonishment. "Who is Liang Haizhou?" "He is a world-renowned young piano master. At 10, he won first place in the second international piano competition for youth in France, earning the Outstanding Youth Artistic Achievement Award. At 13, he took first in the inaugural Ivanovich International Young Musicians Competition. By 16, he graduated from the Juilliard School. At 18, he enrolled in Manhattan School of Music for a doctoral program. He is the first pianist to collaborate long-term with top orchestras in Vienna, Russia, Berlin, and has held solo concerts in all the renowned concert halls worldwide." Li Bohan reached out, as if to touch Fan Gang's forehead. "Old Fan, are you feeling feverish?" Chapter 43. Fan Gang picked up his chopsticks and playfully tapped Li Bohan's hand, then began recounting the events of the day. He had just shared a few sentences when Li Bohan's spouse, Zhou Wenin, joined them at the dining table. After listening to Fan Gang, Li Bohan and Zhou Wenin could hardly believe their ears. How could such a gifted young man emerge so unexpectedly? Chuanhe, a town nestled in the forest, lies over 300 kilometers from the provincial capital. In recent years, a few singing stars have risen from this place, yet not a single renowned pianist has emerged. Who could he have studied with? "Bohan, stop overthinking," Zhou urged. "Don't you trust my eyes and ears? This talent is not only a personal honor for me, Fan Gang, but also a testament to our esteemed art academy. We must not let him slip away." Li Bohan nodded gravely, then sighed deeply. "Fan Gang, this matter is settled, but I have but one request." Noticing the seriousness in his tone, Fan Gang quickly nodded. "He cannot go abroad. He may attend Zhongzhou Music Academy or Daxia Music Academy, but he must not leave the country." Upon finishing, Li Bohan sighed again, recalling the likes of Lu Qin, Ai Xiaonan, and Qian Xiaoqiang. His eyes brimmed with tears as he spoke of the sweat and hope they had invested in those three students. Yet, once abroad, they never returned. "What kind of talent is this?" he lamented. "Oldly," Zhou Wenin called out, quickly handing him a napkin. "You've barely had a sip of alcohol, and already you're spiraling? I thought we agreed to leave these matters behind." Li Bohan lifted his glass and downed its contents in one go. "You promise me, and I will make this one request. If you can ensure this, I will transfer them to a different department by tomorrow." Without hesitation, Fan Gang raised his glass. "It's a deal." He then downed his drink as well. Having drunk too much, Fan Gang staggered home, collapsing onto the stairs before even reaching the third floor. The motion sensor lights extinguished, casting the corridor into silence. He lit a cigarette, its smoke curling into the stillness. Dean Li Bohan specialized in the violin, and Lu Qin was one of his students. Ai Xiaonan and Qian Xiaoqiang were also his protégés. In those days, these three children were like precious jewels to them, frequently visiting their home, embodying their hopes and dreams. However, after graduation, all three pursued their studies abroad, achieving great honors in their fields. Yet nearly a decade had passed, and none had returned. He had never been adept at reading people. He could not have foreseen that Ai Xiaonan and Qian Xiaoqiang would end up in such circumstances. Similarly, due to their brief acquaintance, he could not ascertain whether Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou possessed any rebellious tendencies. Yet, he could not bear to part with Lin Hao, a prodigious talent. Privately, he believed that such a gifted youth, once renowned, would bring glory to him as a teacher. Publicly, Lin Hao's success would reflect honor upon the art academy and the nation. This kind of talent, he could not afford to lose. As for Li Bohan's request, he felt compelled to acquiesce, for no one could predict whether Lin Hao would indeed become that kind of person. No one possesses the foresight to see the future. Lin Hao was still quite young, realizing that he needed to exert more effort, and he ought to instill more patriotic ideals into himself. In the corridor, the flickering glow of a cigarette but reminded him of the melody of Flight of the Bumblebee, and his fingers involuntarily began to play an imaginary tune in the air. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou sauntered leisurely around the campus. Wu Xiaozhou grimaced, lamenting the poor quality of the girls in the fine arts department. Did you see those beauties from the music department on stage yesterday? They are truly incomparable. Lin Hao chuckled. You haven't even checked out the dance department yet. Wu Xiaozhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us go. What are we going for? Lin Hao inquired. To watch them dance. Wu Xiaozhou retorted. You fool. What are we going to see? Come on, let us continue familiarizing ourselves with the campus. At noon, after finishing their meal in the cafeteria, they had just returned to their dormitory when someone knocked on the door. A balding middle-aged male teacher entered. Which of you is Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou? He asked directly upon entering. The room contained only 4 individuals, with the other 2 yet to return. Lin Hao raised his hand. I am Lin Hao. Even Wu Xiaozhou, who was usually rather thick-skinned, understood it must pertain to the departmental transfer, and he too raised his hand. Pack your things and follow me. I will take you to process your transfer procedures, the teacher stated, casting an inquisitive glance at Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou. This was the first time in his many years at the school that he had encountered such an unusual situation. Chapter 44. President Li personally intervened. And without a recommendation from the Fine Arts Department, and without undergoing military training, these 2 freshmen astonishingly transferred to the music department. What formidable connections they must have. Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou quickly packed their belongings, tying them up in no time. Before stepping out, they bid farewell to the tall, lean student and another classmate. As the dormitory door closed, the 2 remaining students were still in a daze, unable to comprehend how these 2 had moved out after just one night. Did the teacher imply that they had transferred departments? To which department? Could freshmen so casually switch departments? They exchanged glances, and the tall student murmured, I told you. They don't look like they belong to our fine arts department at all. The teacher led them first to the dormitory of the music department. The dormitory comprised 2 buildings located at the northernmost end, behind the practice rooms. As they walked, the teacher briefly introduced the layout of the music department. Adjacent to the artificial lake's northern shore was the administrative building, followed sequentially by the concert hall, the teaching building, the practice room building, and the 2 dormitory buildings. The first building was 4 stories high, designated for male students, while the second was 3 stories, meant for female students. These 2 buildings appeared newer than those of the fine arts department. The teacher, clearly out of shape, was already perspiring profusely by the time they reached the 4th floor. They proceeded down the corridor to the far west side, where the teacher produced a set of keys. After unlocking the door, he said, Room 428 is the only quadruple room in the entire building, although the restroom is located at the end of the corridor, which is a bit far. Currently, only the 2 of you are here. Go ahead and settle your luggage. Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou were overjoyed. It was a stroke of luck to secure a 4-person room, and the absence of any other occupants was truly splendid. They hastily placed their luggage on the lower bunks, indifferent to whether others would arrive, prioritizing the occupation of the lower beds. The teacher observed their actions, pondering the peculiar relationship between these 2 and Fan Laohu, who seemed to be looking out for them. Although the dormitory was situated far from the restroom, its sparse occupancy promised tranquility. The transfer procedures were quite intricate, and the 2 had traversed back and forth between the fine arts and music departments 3 times. By the afternoon, nearing 4 o'clock, they had finally completed all the formalities. As they emerged from the administration building, fatigue enveloped them. After a few steps, they encountered Fan Gang. Today, he donned a light, gray short-sleeved t-shirt, paired with thin light blue jeans and white sneakers. The 2 promptly greeted him as teacher. Fan Gang was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, What are you 2 doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in class divisions? Class divisions? Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou were momentarily stunned. Indeed. Hurry to the teaching building and see what classes you've been assigned. They had been so preoccupied with the transfer that they had entirely forgotten about class assignments. Lin Hao, with a playful grin, asked, Teacher, may I pose a question? Ask away. You wander around campus daily. Doesn't the teacher's wife worry? Lin Hao inquired with a mischievous smile. Fan Gang paused, bewildered. Who? Why would she worry? With a teacher as handsome as you, those female students must be flocking to you. Lin Hao exclaimed, prompting Fan Gang to feign anger and kick at him, causing Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou to flee. Tomorrow is military training. Make sure to perform well. Fan Gang called out with a chuckle at their retreating figures. Rest assured, handsome. Lin Hao shouted back without looking. Elated by the success of his efforts over the past 2 months, Fan Gang shook his head with a wry smile, contemplating how Lin Hao was quite unlike a typical 19-year-old. Over the years, no freshman had dared to jest with him so freely. which was perhaps why he had earned the nickname Fan Lao. Chapter 45. As they rounded the music hall, Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou entered the teaching building, where they noticed many classmates examining the notices on the wall. They quickly squeezed closer. Keyboard group, piano major, class 1, section 3, Lin Hao. Lin Hao finally located his name and mused that Director Fan was indeed reliable. It appeared he had submitted their names even before they completed their transfer procedures. Electric group, electric bass major, class 1, section 5, Wu Xiaozhou. Wu Xiaozhou also found his name and, upon a closer look, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! That Wan Yong is in my class." He pushed through the crowd and declared, "Isn't that a coincidence?" Lin Hao inquired, "Coincidence? What do you mean?" "Wan Yong, that rascal, is in the same class as me." Lin Hao laughed heartily. "Perfect. Now you have something to keep you occupied." Wu Xiaozhou clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds, and donned a fierce grin. "This time, let us see where you can run." Wu Xiaozhou suddenly pondered a question and inquired of Lin Hao, "What does it mean to be divided into groups?" Lin Hao, having researched the topic online, explained, "Our school is an integrated institution specializing in the arts. Thus, the music department constitutes one division. If it were a music academy, our current grouping would be akin to a department." Wu Xiaozhou scratched his head, perplexed. "Pig." Lin Hao further elucidated, "For instance, the orchestral group in a music academy is referred to as the orchestral department, while the keyboard group corresponds to the piano department, and so forth." Wu Xiaozhou's expression shifted to one of dawning comprehension as he nodded slightly, indicating a semblance of understanding. Exasperated, Lin Hao rolled his eyes and said, "Come on, let us visit our classroom and meet our counselor." Wu Xiaozhou then asked, "Is there no homeroom teacher?" As they ascended the stairs, Lin Hao explained, "What do you do online every day?" "There are no homeroom teachers in university. They are collectively referred to as counselors, who encompass the responsibilities of a homeroom teacher." "Hey, why are you following me?" Lin Hao called out as he noticed Wu Xiaozhou trailing behind him to the second floor. Wu Xiaozhou queried, "Aren't we going to the class?" "Brother, are we even in the same class?" Lin Hao was at a loss for words. "Right, I'm in class 5, but where is class 5? Wu Xiaozhou's face displayed confusion. "Did you not see the class address on the announcement?" Wu Xiaozhou shook his head, indicating he had not looked. "Look at it." Lin Hao barked, startling Wu Xiaozhou into a hasty retreat down the stairs. Lin Hao was left exasperated, thinking, "This fool." Upon entering the classroom, Lin Hao found it empty. With over 40 sets of desks and chairs, the classroom was unremarkable, resembling those from his senior year. He stepped out of the room and encountered a plump male teacher in his 30s approaching. "Hello, teacher." Lin Hao greeted with a slight bow. "Oh, from class 3? What is your name?" The teacher seemed somewhat distracted, lost in thought. "My name is Lin Hao." "Oh," the teacher responded, and both continued walking. Suddenly, the teacher halted and turned to ask, "Are you Lin Hao?" Taken aback, Lin Hao spun around, unsure of the reason for the inquiry, and nodded. A smile spread across the teacher's face. "I'm Mr. Wu, the counselor for your keyboard group." "Hello, Mr. Wu. Have you taken care of your meal card and such?" Mr. Wu clasped his hands behind his back, his round face exuding warmth. "I handled that yesterday at the fine arts department." Good. It's universal, but you can dine at our department's cafeteria. The food there is better than at the fine arts department." "Thank you, Mr. Wu." Lin Hao thought it curious that the man was rather talkative. He surmised that Mr. Wu was likely aware of Director Fan's decision to accept him as a student, which explained his amiable demeanor. "Tomorrow we begin military training. Be in class by 7 a.m. sharp. Each class will gather on the playground." "All right, goodbye, Mr. Wu." Lin Hao replied with a smile and a nod. Watching Lin Hao's slender figure depart, Mr. Wu squinted thoughtfully, stroking his bald chin. Observing this lad's attire, it is evident that he hails from a modest background. Could it be an instance of feigned simplicity to mask deeper wealth? Are the affluent now indulging in such charades? It has been years since Fan Lao last welcomed a freshman. What peculiar winds are blowing today? How strange indeed. As Lin Hao descended the stairs, he encountered several captivating young ladies, their long hair cascading gracefully, exuding a delicate fragrance. He mused to himself, the music department truly boasts a higher caliber. One wonders what the dance department holds in store. Upon exiting the building, he immediately spotted Wu Xiaozhou, who was a short distance away, smoking and drooling over the legs of a girl clad in a denim skirt. Lin Hao found himself equally entranced by those legs. Although the girl was not particularly tall, her legs were perfectly proportioned, smooth, and fair. "Hello," a sweet voice rang out, prompting Lin Hao to look up. The girl now stood before him. He thought, how curious that those legs have drawn closer. Ah, hello. Lin Hao quickly averted his gaze and greeted her. Aren't you? This girl was none other than the round-faced girl who had sung sweetly on the train, though at that time, she wore a white long dress. And he had failed to notice the beauty of her legs. Greetings, I am Bai Jitong, from the vocal music class 1. The girl extended her hand with poise. Lin Hao shook her hand briefly. Her delicate hand felt pleasantly soft and boneless. I am Lin Hao, from the piano class 3. Your singing is so enchanting. Why did you choose piano as your major? Piano is my true vocation. Singing is merely a pastime. A pastime sung so beautifully. Are you not making it difficult for us professionals? Bai Jitong laughed lightly. Wu Xiaozhou, having discarded his cigarette, hurried over. Hello. I am Wu Xiaozhou from the electric bass class 5. He said, extending both of his large hands, seizing her delicate hand in a firm grip. Bai Jitong flushed slightly, attempting to pull away, but Wu Xiaozhou held on, inquiring, you haven't introduced yourself yet. Bai Jitong retorted playfully, standing this close. Did you not hear me when I introduced myself just now? With that, she forcefully withdrew her hand, shaking her wrist as though it had been pinched. Wu Xiaozhou, still captivated by her long, fair legs, had indeed missed her introduction. He chuckled sheepishly, and Bai Jitong waved goodbye, saying, let us chat again sometime. I must return to my dorm. As the two made their way back to their dormitory, Lin Hao inquired, have you seen the instructor? Wu Xiaozhou shook his head. Not a soul in sight. The classroom is deserted. Have you not seen Wang Yong? Indeed, I have not spotted that fellow either. Wu Xiaozhou expressed his confusion. The corridor was a cacophony of noise, with several individuals clad in shorts, running about shirtless between the dorms. Unfamiliar with anyone, they reached room 428. Just as Lin Hao was about to retrieve his key, he realized the door was ajar. Chapter 47, pushing the door open. Lin Hao observed two individuals squatting on the floor, busily unpacking their belongings. Who are you? Lin Hao was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that he would move in with new classmates after just one night. The intimacy of their duo was abruptly dissolved. Upon noticing the return of the two, they promptly stood up. One of them was tall, resembling Wu Xiaozhou in stature, with a fair, plump visage and eyes that appeared as if a blade had etched a line across his face, giving him a rather jubilant expression. The other stood approximately 170 centimeters tall, with short hair and large eyes hidden beneath thick brows. The tall, rotund individual waved his hand and said, hello, I'm Meng Dafa, but my friends call me Fatty. I'm in the percussion group, class 6. Greetings, I'm Chui Gang from the brass group, class 7. Chui Gang was strikingly handsome. Yet his voice contrasted sharply with his appearance, possessing a gravelly, raspy quality that momentarily startled Lin Hao. After the two introduced themselves, Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou quickly followed suit. Meng Dafa specialized in the jazz drum, while Chui Gang played the trumpet. Lin Hao pondered privately about the two newcomers' presence in their dormitory 428. It could be attributed to either exceptional talent or familial connections. He was curious to discern which category they belonged to. The 428 dormitory, likely due to its architectural design, was approximately one-third smaller than the typical 8-person rooms. Hence it could not accommodate 4 double beds. The layout was similar to other dormitories, featuring 2 iron-framed double beds against the walls and an old, worn desk positioned by the window. To the right upon entering, there was a 4-door wardrobe, which, though aged, had doors and drawers in decent condition. Another desk was situated on the left side of the entrance. Although there were only 2 desks, their usage rate would likely be minimal among them. Since Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou had yet to make their beds, they quickly set about the task. Both had chosen the lower bunks. And as Lin Hao prepared to unpack, he glanced at Fatty Meng and said, you take the lower bunk. I'll opt for the upper. Meng Dafa clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, thank you, brother Lin. Lin Hao chuckled, what is there to thank? I'm merely afraid you might fall from the upper bunk and crush me. The 4 erupted into hearty laughter. After tidying their beds and stowing their clothes in the wardrobe, each having their own door, with the locks functioning well, they checked the time and realized it was mealtime. The quartet headed to the cafeteria together. The cafeteria was bustling with activity, alive with chatter and noise. After collecting their meals, they gathered around a table. Wu Xiaozhou gestured with his chin towards a direction, Wang Yong. Lin Hao looked up and indeed saw Wang Yong, the singer from the train, alongside Fatty, both balancing trays while searching for a seat. Fatty Meng grinned. The music department is splendid. It's filled with beautiful ladies. Wu Xiaozhou blinked his large eyes. Meng, what is your plan? Meng Dafa laughed heartily, his small eyes nearly disappearing. Let it be, let it be. Such is the nature of youth. The four quickly became acquainted. And by the time they returned to the dormitory, they had already begun to bicker playfully. Chui Gang, perhaps due to his voice or personality, spoke rather sparingly. However, Meng Dafa's chatter was incessant. This time, upon encountering Wu Xiaozhou, the two found themselves well matched, akin to chess players of equal caliber. After returning to the dormitory, the four of them, bare-chested and legs crossed, indulged in smoking and engaging in lively banter from the lower bunk. Meng Dafa, hailing from the same city, and Chui Gang, whose home was not far from Chuanha, brought an air of camaraderie. Lin Hao found both their personalities quite appealing. Meng Dafa's demeanor was reminiscent of Wu Xiaozhou's, seemingly carefree and jovial, yet possessing an intricate depth. In contrast, Chui Gang shared a personality more akin to Lin Hao's, even exhibiting a touch more introversion. During conversations, he spoke little, maintaining a polite gaze and demonstrating an ability to listen intently. Notably, Chui Gang abstained from smoking. He had a peculiar habit of perpetually holding a small brass mouthpiece, occasionally placing it in his mouth, as if to emulate playing. Chapter 48. Meng Dafa began learning the Yanqin at the tender age of 5, his parents both professionals in traditional music. Though he hailed from a family steeped in folk music, he claimed that, over a decade ago, they had transitioned into the realm of business. In 5th grade, he developed a fascination with the drums, which his parents could not deter, ultimately allowing him to pursue his passion. Chui Gang's parents were both workers at a timber factory, likely hoping to instill a skill in him from a young age to ensure his future livelihood. Thus, they apprenticed him to an elderly master of the suona. He began learning the suona at 7. But it wasn't until he was selected to play the trumpet in the school's brass band in the 7th grade that he set aside the suona for the allure of the trumpet. His hometown was a county even smaller than Chuanha, where he struggled to find a teacher for trumpet lessons. It wasn't until the 8th grade that he managed to acquire a copy of Albin's short trumpet tutorial. After the lights went out at 10, the four of them chatted late into the night. The following morning, they awoke a bit late, missing breakfast as they rushed to their respective classes. When Lin Hao arrived at his classroom, students were forming a line to exit. He quickly stepped aside, waiting for everyone to leave before following behind. Observing the scene for a moment, he was taken aback to discover that the majority of his class consisted of girls, with fewer than 10 boys, including himself. On the playground, the 3rd class of Lin Hao's piano major was assigned a dark-skinned, slender instructor who appeared to be no older than 23 or 24. My surname is Yu, pronounced as Go Yu. From this day forth, you shall address me as Instructor Yu. No one spoke. Yet a few students couldn't suppress smiles upon hearing the name. They lined up to collect their uniforms before returning to the dormitory to change. I want to see you all here within 20 minutes. Begin, he declared, glancing at his watch. Lin Hao clutched his clothes and dashed towards the administrative building of the music department, where there was a restroom on the 1st floor. Why bother returning to the dormitory to ascend 4 flights? Upon entering the corridor, he was taken aback by the throngs of people already present. The men's restroom was utterly overcrowded. He shook his head in a wry smile, realizing his earlier assumption of cleverness was misplaced. Everyone else had the same idea. With no other option, he sprinted back to the dormitory, encountering a breathless Meng Dafa along the way. Hurry up, he shouted. Damn it, I'm completely out of breath. I can't run anymore. Lin Hao seized his arm, urging him to run. What about Xiao Wu and Chui Gang? He inquired. Ahead. Up front. These two unrefined fellows. By the time they reached the small playground of the music department, they discovered that a considerable number of people had already returned, each resembling defeated soldiers returning from the battlefield, shedding their gear. Instructor Yu glared at them with his piercing eyes, solemnly observing these disheveled individuals. Gradually, the group gathered, and with their hands clasped behind their backs, Instructor Yu remained silent, prompting everyone to quickly adjust their posture, striving to stand as orderly as possible. He then commenced his lecture. Standing at attention, also known as military posture, is the first lesson for soldiers. His voice was resoundingly clear. Feet shoulder-width apart, legs straight, thumbs pressed against the second joint of the index fingers, hands naturally hanging down along the sides of the thighs. Remember, they must be pressed tightly. Tightly. Even if someone pulls at your hands with all their might, even if you are toppled, your grip must not loosen. As he spoke, he pointed at a boy. Hey, you. Yes, you with the orchid fingers. A burst of laughter erupted. What are you laughing at? Instructor, you bellowed. Suck in your stomach, puff out your chest, lift your head, gaze forward, and pull your shoulders back. After detailing the nuances of standing at attention, he began to walk before each individual, adjusting their stances one by one. Chapter 49. The sun gradually ascended, the temperature rising, yet everyone maintained their stance, sweat beginning to trickle down. Lin Hao glanced around, muttering a curse, damn. This is the same routine. Other classes are also standing idly in formation. Upon noticing the instructor standing like a javelin under the scorching sun, he realized there was little to say. A girl in the front row cried out with a whimper, Instructor, there's a bee. Do not move. Wait until it bites you before you react. Instructor, you shouted. Laughter erupted from several individuals. After some time, a few began to sway unsteadily. Instructor, you shouted. If your classmate suddenly faints, what immediate measures should be taken? Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. You. Step forward, come out. Instructor, you pointed to a small boy. You answer. If your classmate suddenly faints, what should you do? Despite his small stature, the boy's voice was notably loud. Report, instructor. I would first slap him to see if he is pretending. This statement sent the entire class into uproarious laughter. Even the adjacent class could hear and joined in. Instructor Yu's face, which had been stern, turned red as he stifled a laugh. At lunchtime, everyone's appetite was poor. After eating, they quickly sought refuge on a shady patch of grass, sprawled out in various positions. In the afternoon, they began practicing the march. Lin Hao finally realized the extent of his poor physical condition and silently resolved that once military training concluded, he would need to run every day. Otherwise, he feared that with such a physique, he might not endure even a single performance on stage. The following day, Instructor Yu had already acquired a nickname, Dry Hook. That evening, in dormitory 428, the four of them lay listlessly on their bunks. Wu Xiaozhou remarked, Now I finally understand why military training involves turning in circles. Meng, the hefty one, inquired, Why is that? Because only this way can one get an even tan. The four erupted into laughter. The fortnight of military training swiftly came to an end, leaving each of them at least a shade darker, yet significantly stronger. Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou had also become more familiar with their classmates. On the morning of September 15th, the school's opening ceremony and the conclusion of military training took place triumphantly on the grand playground, ushering all freshmen into the realm of academia. The curriculum for the piano major was quite substantial, likely due to the first-year nature of their studies. From Monday to Friday mornings, they had 2 classes, basic music theory, fundamentals of computer applications, career planning for college students, and college English, with only the course on physical movement and dance being segregated by gender. However, most boys attended just once before losing interest, rendering the class virtually irrelevant. Afternoons were filled with courses on moral education and legal basics, physical education, and so forth. There was a weekly professional course, and practice time was self-regulated. Each student possessed a practice card, mandating a minimum of 4 hours of practice daily, with statistics compiled each semester. A few days later, Lin Hao discovered a pressing issue. Their piano major comprised nearly 80 students across 2 classes. Yet there were fewer than 30 practice rooms available, necessitating a scramble for space to practice. Fortunately, he found that he could occasionally exercise his fingers without needing to compete for a room. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Lin Hao was to attend his first professional class. Arriving 10 minutes early, he stood at the door of the innermost classroom on the west side of the 5th floor of the teaching building. As this was the dedicated classroom of Fan Gang, it was said that Fan Gang also had another specialized classroom for graduate students. But it was not located within this building. The head of the music department, Fan Gang, arrived punctually, carrying a substantial stack of books. Lin Hao gazed at him with quiet admiration. Nearing 50, Fan Gang was impeccably dressed every day, his posture always upright, exuding vitality. This aura emanated from deep within, a result of years of cultivation. Behind Lin Hao was a window on the west side of the corridor, and the setting sun obscured Fan Gang's face. Fan Gang nodded to himself, appreciating that this young man understood the value of respect for his teachers, at least having the foresight to wait for him. Good day, teacher. Lin Hao slightly bowed. Fan Gang smiled. Have you been waiting long? Just arrived, Lin Hao replied, promptly taking the stack of books from Fan Gang's arms. Fan Gang retrieved a key to unlock the classroom door. Lin Hao glanced down, noticing that the topmost book was History and Appreciation of Western Music. The dimensions of this room are comparable to Lin Hao's dormitory 428. To the right of the entrance lies a black leather three-seater sofa, accompanied by a coffee table adorned with a tea set, which evidently has seen little use. Slightly distant from the south window rests a vintage triangular piano from the 1950s or 60s. Lin Hao placed the stack of books in his hands onto the coffee table. Fan Gang, without further ado, picked up a music score and approached the piano, opening it and setting it on the music rack. Lin Hao, come take a look at this piece. Lin Hao hurried over, standing before the piano with utmost seriousness. The piece was titled First Piano Concerto, composed by Ivanovich. Initially taken aback, Lin Hao recalled having played Tchaikovsky's First Piano Concerto in his previous life, yet this Ivanovich was entirely unfamiliar to him, presumably also of Russian origin. Upon closer examination of the score, he chuckled. This composition bore a striking resemblance to Tchaikovsky's, revealing the subtle nuances of a parallel world. Nevertheless, the piece remains substantially challenging. The first movement, in D-flat minor, unfolds with a solemn yet composed allegro, characterized by a deeply emotional and sincere theme. The second movement features a ternary form in B-flat major. The first section evokes a pastoral style, the middle section accelerates to a brisk tempo, and the third returns to the theme of the initial section. The third movement bursts forth with fiery passion in D-flat minor. The recurring theme entwines two motifs that escalate into a climactic crescendo. The entire composition is profoundly lyrical and beautiful, brimming with vitality and an exuberant inner joy. Have you played this before? Fan Gang inquired. Lin Hao shook his head, replying, "This is my first encounter with this piece." He spoke truthfully in this regard. Fan Gang gestured toward the piano bench, suggesting, "Why not try playing a short segment first?" Lin Hao nodded, seated himself, and turned to him, asking, "Teacher, may I begin?" Fan Gang nodded in affirmation. The solemn, composed allegro resonated. Lin Hao's slender fingers danced gracefully across the black and white keys. As an orchestral work, the piano solo felt somewhat diminished, lacking a certain grandeur. Lin Hao completed the entire piece in 11 minutes and 40 seconds. Compared to the version from his previous life, there were indeed some discrepancies. These differences were not solely in difficulty, but also due to his unfamiliarity, as it was an impromptu performance, inevitably leading to minor flaws. Lin Hao felt a twinge of frustration. Such imperfections were absolutely unacceptable to him. Given the profound and thought-provoking nature of classical music, he approached his performance with utmost seriousness. He turned to Fan Gang, only to be taken aback. Chapter 51. Fan Gang stood before the piano, his eyes brimming with tears. "Teacher, what is the matter?" Lin Hao quickly rose to assist him. At that moment, Fan Gang's emotions were profoundly complex. He had only reached this level of proficiency with the first piano concerto at the age of 31. Although Lin Hao had stumbled slightly on 3 occasions, it did not diminish the overall quality of the performance. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that at the age of 31, he has achieved such proficiency only through countless hours of practice. In contrast, Lin Hao was merely auditioning. He performed a piece of such formidable complexity that he had never encountered or played before, yet he executed it flawlessly. It was clear to him that upon Lin Hao's completion of Flight of the Bumblebee, he realized that he was unworthy to be the mentor of such a prodigious talent. Yet, he found it difficult to relinquish this role, grappling with profound inner turmoil. Lin Hao, not a supernatural being nor possessing any telepathic abilities, remained unaware of Fan Gang's current thoughts as he assisted him to the sofa and helped him sit down. Fan Gang took a moment to steady his mind. He felt compelled to speak candidly, for otherwise, his conscience would be troubled. "Lin Hao, I was mistaken." Lin Hao was taken aback, confused by Fan Gang's words, and quickly responded, "Teacher, what have I done wrong? Please tell me." Fan Gang shook his head and gestured for him to sit down beside him. "You know," he pointed towards the piano, "the piece you just played, the first piano concerto. I could only reach your current level at the age of 31. And now, due to work and other commitments, even if I were to play it entirely, I could not replicate the quality of my youth." Lin Hao was profoundly astonished. He never expected Fan Gang would expose his own limitations in his presence. It is a rare and uncomfortable admission for a teacher, even if true, as most would refrain from uttering such confessions. Many piano instructors, due to personal circumstances, may struggle to play even the pieces they teach to advanced students, often because their hands have grown unaccustomed. Nevertheless, this does not hinder their ability to teach, as they possess the experience to guide students. discerning even the slightest errors in their performances. Teacher, I did not play well. There were several mistakes. Lin Hao said earnestly. Fan Gang shook his head. But you were auditioning. If we were to summon any concert pianist to attempt this challenging piece, who among them could surpass your performance? Tears streamed down Fan Gang's face. I am sorry, Lin Hao. I cannot teach you. Lin Hao understood the implication behind his words and felt a surge of admiration. To him, this piece was merely an audition, yet there were many passages with which he was intimately familiar from his past life, a fact he could not disclose. He reached out and grasped Fan Gang's arm, affirming that a teacher must first cultivate their own character to impart knowledge and nurture others. This is the essence of teaching ethics. Today, you have enlightened me on this principle. If one were to measure a teacher's worth solely by their technical prowess, I believe that would be misguided. In terms of age, my skills are decent, yet I have much to learn. For instance, in musicology, music theory, and music history, these theoretical foundations are areas in which I lack knowledge. You possess a wealth of experience and wisdom, having much to impart to me. Moreover, you are a renowned pianist in the field. Once I graduate, I will surely seek your guidance. How could you dismiss me? Fan Gang chuckled softly at his final remark, gently patting Lin Hao's hand and letting out a long sigh. Deep down, he understood that Lin Hao was attempting to comfort him. Nevertheless, expressing his innermost thoughts today had brought him immense relief. All right, from now on, let us convene in this room every week to reflect and learn together. With that, Fan Gang reached out to the stack of books on the coffee table. These are all prepared for you. Take a look. Chapter 52. Lin Hao felt a weight lift from his heart as he noticed Fan Gang sidestepping the issue. He merely wished to savor the 4 years of university life without the fear of being persuaded to withdraw due to his advanced abilities. Moreover, Fan Gang was indeed a figure of respect. He had not undergone formal training and recognized the vastness of his own shortcomings. He picked up the books from the table, perusing them one by one. A history of contemporary music in Daxia, an appreciation of Daxia's music history, songwriting techniques, the history of instrumental development, folk and ethnic music, harmony, analysis of form and works, Western music history and appreciation, and instrumentation for electric bands. Nearly 20 substantial volumes brought Lin Hao great joy, as many of them contained the knowledge he sought to acquire. In his previous life, he had been a child prodigy on the piano. Yet aside from his teacher Ai Ching at the orphanage, no one had recognized or cared about his talent, particularly in that relatively insular era in a remote northern town. At a small orphanage, with an old piano donated and equipped with 2 pedals, he was a solitary child, preferring the piano to playing with other children. Lin Hao had honed his skills in various instruments and vocal techniques through diligent practice and perseverance, while theoretical knowledge came from reading and later researching online. Now, the opportunity to systematically learn these concepts promised to transform his instrumental and vocal abilities profoundly. It was akin to a protagonist in a martial arts novel embarking on a serendipitous journey in the mountains and acquiring a legendary martial arts manual. Suppressing his excitement, he stood and bowed respectfully to Fan Gang, exclaiming, "Thank you, teacher. I will certainly strive to learn." Fan Gang sensed his sincerity and, feeling gratified, gently supported him, smiling. "Excellent. Come to my home for dinner tonight. My culinary skills are quite commendable." Lin Hao's heart swelled with joy, realizing that Fan Gang had resolved his inner turmoil and fully accepted him. "Thank you, teacher." As he departed, Fan Gang handed him a key, granting him access to practice in the room. On his way back to the dormitory, clutching the books, Lin Hao suddenly pondered why Fan Gang hadn't mentioned his wife's cooking skills instead. Was it possible that she could not cook? At that moment, as Lin Hao played the first piano concerto, Wu Xiaozhou awaited the start of the first professional class. Fan Gang, Lin Hao's teacher and the department head, had not taught freshmen in several years, resulting in an unusually tranquil classroom atmosphere. However, the classroom environment for Wu Xiaozhou was quite different. In the corridor of the 3-story teaching building, clusters of students awaited their lessons. The soundproofing of the classrooms was rather mediocre, and the amplified sounds of electric guitars and basses rendered the floor exceedingly noisy. Amidst this clamor, Wu Xiaozhou sat on a chair in the corridor, cradling his electric bass. Drowsily dozing off. "Wu Xiaozhou," someone called out, jolting him awake. He grasped his bass and entered the classroom. His instructor, Wang Luping, in his early 30s, possessed a square face and was somewhat renowned in the provincial music scene. Wang Luping sat on a chair before a speaker, holding a large glass jar of peach preserves. the red tea within nearly devoid of color. Wu Xiaozhou? He inquired. Wu Xiaozhou chuckled innocently, yes? Upon noticing the bass in his hands, Wang Luping was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself that this lad must come from a well-off family to afford such an instrument. All right, plug it in and play a piece for me, he said. Taking a sip of tea, Wu Xiaozhou, feeling comfortable, bent down to pick up the connecting cable, plugged it into the bass, and began to play. After just a few bars, a sharp crack rang out. Startled, Wu Xiaozhou abruptly ceased playing. He turned to Wang Luping. Realizing that the sound had come from the large glass jar of peach preserves he had been holding, now shattered on the floor, glass shards and tea spilling everywhere. Don't move, teacher. I'll clean it up, he exclaimed, quickly rushing to the corner to fetch a broom. In no time, he had tidied up the mess and returned to Wang Luping. How long have you been learning? Wang Luping asked. Wu Xiaozhou sheepishly scratched his head. 3 months. Wang Luping nearly spat out his tea in disbelief. He could barely manage the few bars himself. And here was this audacious boy claiming he had only been learning for 3 months? Gritting his teeth, he persisted. How long, really? Truly just 3 months. Wu Xiaozhou insisted. Wang Luping, with trembling hands, pointed to a segment of sheet music on the stand marked with chord symbols. Play this. Wu Xiaozhou shook his head vigorously. I can't. What? Wang Luping was perplexed. He had just played remarkably well, and now he claimed he couldn't? I really can't. Wu Xiaozhou was a sincere lad. Then what were you just playing? Wang Luping pressed. I can only play that. Fine. Wang Luping ground his teeth. Then play it again. Wu Xiaozhou picked up the bass and began anew. He had no choice. Those 22 bars were ingrained in his memory, having practiced even in his dreams while cradling the bass during sleep. This time, he was wise enough not to repeat. Upon finishing the 22 bars, he looked at Wang Luping. Wang Luping's mouth fell open. You finished? Yes. After a moment, he asked again, is that all you can play? Wu Xiaozhou nodded. Nothing else? Wu Xiaozhou nodded slightly. Wow. Wang Luping exclaimed, utterly astonished. This was truly bizarre, and he was scratching his head in frustration. He had come to understand that this young man must have practiced this particular technique specifically for the entrance examinations of art institutions. However, it didn't make sense. Their assessments encompassed not only practical skills, but also sight singing, ear training, and music theory. How had he managed to pass those? How did you get in? He asked directly. I didn't take the exam. I transferred from another department, Wu Xiaozhou replied candidly. Transferred? Wang Luping suddenly slapped his thigh. From the fine arts department? Wu Xiaozhou nodded again. Wow. Wang Luping realized then that this was one of the legendary prodigies from the fine arts department, evaluated by Fan Lao. This had already circulated privately among those in the know. Teacher Chun from the orchestral group mentioned that she was present during the assessment and stated that these 2 young men possessed exceptional skills. Could it be that the piano major was also like him? Had he also practiced a single piece specifically to transfer? If that were the case, Fan Lao had certainly misjudged him, which would be quite embarrassing. Who did you learn that from? Wang Luping inquired. Wu Xiaozhou understood that he couldn't hide the truth. As Lin Hao had said, one lie leads to a multitude of others to cover it up. My buddy, Lin Hao, who transferred with me, is now a student of Director Fan. Although Wu Xiaozhou was somewhat rough around the edges, he was not foolish and quickly invoked the name of the esteemed Fan gang. Wang Luping was astonished. He can play the bass too? Wu Xiaozhou grinned widely. Not just can he plays it exceptionally well. Wang Luping nearly broke into a sweat. Possessing such remarkable piano skills and also being adept at the bass would indeed make this fellow a genius. Could you introduce me to this Lin Hao? Absolutely. Wu Xiaozhou replied confidently, but then hesitantly asked, Teacher, can we start the class now? Wang Luping slapped his forehead. Having completely forgotten the main point, this young man essentially had no foundational skills and was indeed quite the anomaly, needing to begin with the very basics. After teaching for a while, he discovered that Wu Xiaozhou's fundamental finger techniques were sound, which brought him some relief. However, a short while later, he was nearly exasperated. This young man struggled to read the staff notation and chord symbols, lagging behind even elementary students. Upon further testing of his music theory knowledge, Wu Xiaozhou managed to identify most of the notes contained in various chords and could respond fluently to questions regarding harmony. Wang Luping was unaware that this was largely due to Lin Hao's diligent efforts with Wu Xiaozhou's copy of music theory and harmony. Scratching his head, Wang Luping was on the verge of losing his sanity. He had never encountered such an unusual student. All right, let us start with the very basics then. Lin Hao stood before the piano in Fan Gang's home, where a few dolls were arranged atop the instrument. In a nearby frame, a youthful Fan Gang embraced a bright, beaming little girl, both of them radiating warmth and joy. Fan Gang was indeed quite skilled. He prepared a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup. A delightful feast for the eyes. Lin Hao did not inquire about Fan Gang's family circumstances. Instead, the two of them indulged in a few bottles of beer, primarily discussing professional topics. After returning from Fan Gang's home, they immersed themselves in rigorous study. Wu Xiaozhou embraced his drumsticks even in sleep, while Meng Pongzi was never seen without his sticks, his chubby hands diligently practicing various flamboyant drumming techniques each day. Cui Gang, aside from eating, sleeping, and conversing, rarely parted with his trumpet. Lin Hao, the most eccentric student in the piano department, never rushed to seize a practice room, often walking around engrossed in a hefty tome. Eventually, some classmates discovered that Lin Hao was not neglecting practice. Rather, he was secretly honing his skills in Fan Director's exclusive practice room. His unconventional behavior naturally attracted numerous criticisms, yet he remained steadfast in his ways. In truth, Lin Hao frequented that practice room primarily for its tranquility. He would play the piano for no more than an hour each day, spending the majority of his time lounging on the sofa with his books. As Wu Xiaozhou and Meng Pongzi were known for their boastful tales, more and more students began visiting their dormitory. Gradually, Lin Hao also became acquainted with several students from other classes, some of whom he deliberately befriended after careful selection. The first was Yin Bin, a major in electric guitar, affectionately referred to as Little Seven due to being the 7th in their dormitory hierarchy. He was tall and slender, often seen with long hair that he would frequently straighten off campus. The second was Chu Cece, another electric guitar major and one of the few female talents in the field. Nicknamed Little Sister, her appearance was as delicate as her name suggested, resembling a refined lady from the Jiangnan region. However, in reality, she was quite the tomboy, often seen casually linking arms with Wu Xiaozhou and the others, as if they were comrades. Both of these individuals demonstrated commendable skills in electric guitar, particularly Chu Cece, whose explosive energy and captivating presence transformed her when she picked up the instrument. Her vocal quality was exceptional, characterized by a powerful, resonant, and penetrating timbre. The third was Gao Ling, a fellow piano major and Lin Hao's classmate, whose bald head made him particularly noticeable wherever he went. Due to his poor academic performance, he had repeated 2 years before finally gaining admission, making him 2 years older than Lin Hao and his peers, which earned him the nickname Boss Gao. Gao had studied the accordion since childhood, often boasting, "Who among you has played an 8-bass accordion?" His reference to the smallest children's accordion was a veiled attempt to flaunt his early start in music. He switched to piano in his first year of high school and excelled in fundamental skills, music theory, and improvisation, though his foundation in classical music was somewhat lacking. Lin Hao harbored a notion in his mind, feeling it was not yet the right time to share it with Wu Xiaozhou. This idea had begun to take shape during the train ride to the provincial capital, prompting him to cultivate relationships with these individuals, waiting for the opportune moment to put his plan into action. Chapter 55. Initially, it was anticipated that Wu Xiaozhou and Wang Yong would engage in conflict. After military training, Lin Hao had even specifically advised him to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, to everyone's surprise, no altercation ensued. In Wu Xiaozhou's words, he was so engrossed in his daily practice that he scarcely had time to acknowledge someone he deemed cowardly. Among them, Cui Gang, a trumpet major, exhibited the most diligence in his practice. He spent the longest hours in the practice room, often being the last to return to the dormitory. Recently, he had purchased a mute for his trumpet, which alleviated the disturbance, allowing him to practice even more fervently. On the weekend, heavy rain poured outside. The 4 occupants of dormitory 428 chose to remain indoors, sitting cross-legged on the lower bunks, engaging in banter. Lin Hao settled on the lower bunk of Meng Pongzi, with Cui Gang beside him. Across from them were Wu Xiaozhou and Meng Pongzi. Wu Xiaozhou boasted that Lin Hao could play any instrument, to which Meng Pongzi retorted that he was merely a pretender, prompting a verbal exchange between the two. Lin Hao, disinterested, puffed on a cigarette, lost in thought. Cui Gang diligently polished his domestically made Parrot brand trumpet, its once shiny plating now tarnished with age. As Meng Pongzi struggled to keep up with Wu Xiaozhou's taunts, he cast a sidelong glance at the trumpet in Cui Gang's hands and mused, "If Haozi can play a piece on the trumpet, I would concede." Lin Hao, hearing Meng Pongzi refer to him as Haozi, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Wu Xiaozhou smirked. Let's get practical. What good does it do to concede? From now on, I shall call you Wu Yi. How about that? All right. Wu Xiaozhou's face flushed with excitement as he shouted towards Lin Hao. Come on, Haozi. Play something. Lin Hao sighed, recognizing that this fellow had always relished stirring up trouble. Cui Gang, with a look of astonishment, turned to Lin Hao. You really can play? Lin Hao nodded. Cui Gang hurriedly wiped the trumpet's mouthpiece. Come on, Haozi, play a tune. Lin Hao felt resigned. Even the most earnest Cui Gang had taken to calling him that. Reluctantly, he accepted the trumpet. Meng Pongzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Lin Hao truly possessed the skill to play the trumpet? Before he could begin, Yin Bin, Yin Xiaoqi, Gao Ling, and Chu Cixi arrived. Chu Cixi carried an umbrella, quickly opening it and propping it in the corner as her white sneakers became damp. The three of them pulled over wooden chairs and settled down, with Chu Cixi removing her shoes and sitting cross-legged, abandoning any semblance of ladylike decorum. Yin Xiaoqi lamented the dreadful weather, while Gao Ling chuckled. What is going on with you lot? Wu Xiaozhou recounted the earlier bet with Meng Pongzi, causing all three to turn their attention to Lin Hao. Chu Cixi, shocked, exclaimed, Lin Hao, you really can play the trumpet? Lin Hao did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he positioned the mouthpiece against his lips and began to play. The trumpet's tones soared high and bright, and amidst the tense yet fervent notes, a vivid image of a bullfighting arena materialized before the group's eyes. Dressed in resplendent attire, the matador exuded valor and prowess, raising a crimson cloth high aloft. The muscular bull, with eyes fixed in fierce determination, pawed at the earth with a hind hoof, sending up clouds of dust. As the performance concluded, the audience was left utterly astounded. Among them, Cui Gang was particularly taken aback, staring in disbelief until he finally managed to utter a question. What is the name of this piece? Chapter 56. Lin Hao pressed the water key of the trumpet and blew gently into the mouthpiece, causing a trickle of saliva to flow from the key. This piece is called Spanish Bullfighter, exclaimed Gao Lauda, who then broke into applause, soon followed by Yin Xiaoqi, Chu Xiaomei, and Meng Pongzi, who joined in the clapping. Wu Xiaozhou cast a teasing glance at Meng Pongzi, who, aware of the implication, hesitated to respond. Gao Lauda shouted, Old Meng, go on and call it out. Indeed. Yin Xiaoqi tossed her hair back and joined in the raucous encouragement. Oh, come on. Meng Pongzi exclaimed helplessly, looking at the grinning Wu Xiaozhou, and called out, Wu. Master Wu. Wu Xiaozhou elongated his tone, responding readily. Meng Pongzi muttered a curse, prompting hearty laughter from the group. Cui Gang seized Lin Hao's arm, urging, Quick. Write it down for me. He felt this piece was perfectly suited for the trumpet and was anxious that Lin Hao might refuse to let him play. Lin Hao smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, it's yours to play? Cui Gang scratched his head, eager for Lin Hao to write it down immediately, yet aware that pressing too hard might be inappropriate. Chu Xiaomei looked on with envy, for Lin Hao had become the most enigmatic figure in the entire music department. It was said that when he transferred from the fine arts department, he had impromptu played Flight of the Bumblebee just before taking the stage, as a few bees surrounded Professor Chun of the Wind Instrument Group. Recently, Director Fan had distributed the piece to the senior students, with Lin Hao's name clearly printed as the composer. Rumor had it that many senior students from the piano department were fervently practicing the piece. Yet none had managed to replicate Lin Hao's speed and artistry at that time. Gifted, handsome, and a disciple of Fan Gang, Lin Hao's aura radiated around him, though he remained blissfully unaware of it. As Chu Xiaomei returned to her thoughts, she inquired of Lin Hao, I've noticed that when others play the trumpet, they often turn red in the face during the high notes, yet you appear so at ease. How do you manage it? Cui Gang shared the same concern. Yes, Haozi. I heard the final note hit 2 beats, yet you seem completely unfazed. Lin Hao felt a twinge of apprehension. If he were to share his methods with Cui Gang, his professional instructor might take issue. However, withholding knowledge from a friend felt unjust. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved that there was no need for such worry. The priority was Cui Gang's improvement. If his instructor were truly so petty, then perhaps he was unworthy of the title. If necessary, Lin Hao could teach him himself in the future. With that thought, he cast aside his reservations and asked, First, explain to me how sound is produced. Cui Gang was momentarily taken aback, somewhat perplexed by his meaning, for the question was exceedingly simple. Nevertheless, he replied, Sound is produced by the vibration of objects. Lin Hao pointed to the trumpet in his hand. What about this trumpet? The mouthpiece vibrates. Cui Gang continued. Most people, when playing the trumpet, believe that higher notes require greater effort and subconsciously press the mouthpiece tightly against their lips. Am I right? Chui Gang nodded. Lin Hao turned around and noticed a plastic ruler on the desk. He placed the trumpet on the bed, reached for the ruler, and everyone watched him with curiosity. Unsure of his intentions, he balanced the ruler on the edge of the desk, allowing a long segment to dangle in the air. With one hand pressing down on the base, he gently scraped the ruler, causing it to vibrate and emit a humming sound that persisted for a considerable time before it ceased. He then shifted the ruler further onto the desk, leaving only a small portion suspended, and scraped it again, producing a brief, fleeting sound. Lin Hao raised the ruler, explaining, just like this ruler, the larger the remaining volume, the longer the sound resonates. If you press it down completely, it produces no sound at all. The others remained bewildered. Only Chui Gang appeared to be contemplating deeply. When you press your lips tightly against the mouthpiece, you effectively stifle its vibration frequency, making it arduous to produce high notes. Let me ask you, he said, looking at Chui Gang, I have observed your embouchure while playing. When your teacher instructed you, didn't they emphasize to gently pull the corners of your lips back? Keep your chin level and form a smile? Chui Gang nodded vigorously. Chapter 57. Chui Gang came from a humble background, and there were no trumpet instructors in his small county. By the time he reached the second year of junior high, a music teacher transferred from another school, a graduate of a normal university's music program who had studied the trumpet. Chui's father utilized numerous connections to ensure Chui Gang could study under him successfully. Lin Hao sighed. Many of our instructors, when teaching Western instruments, overly emphasize embouchure and hand positioning, imposing various constraints from the very beginning. Everyone in the room pondered Lin Hao's words. After a while, Chui Gang looked at him with a hint of confusion. Are you suggesting that I should relax? Lin Hao burst into laughter, patting his shoulder with gusto. Exactly. Chui Gang winced in pain. Cast aside those restrictive notions. Relax. Completely relax. Play in whatever manner feels comfortable to you. Forget about crooked lips, puffed cheeks, or the need for your finger joints to slightly protrude. Disregard the idea of holding it as if it were an egg. Just play in whatever way feels right. When practicing, you can even suspend the trumpet, not touching it with your hands. Just rest your lips on the mouthpiece. Wow, Chui Gang, usually so refined, exclaimed in surprise. Is that even possible? Lin Hao chuckled. That's precisely how I practiced. Really? Everyone was taken aback. Wu Xiaozhou's eyes darted about in disbelief. How could Lin Hao possess such extraordinary talent? It was inconceivable that he had never even touched a trumpet, let alone practiced with one. Had he been struck by lightning? Or perhaps encountered extraterrestrials? This was truly perplexing. Could this be what they referred to as genius? Chui Gang picked up the trumpet and attempted to follow Lin Hao's instructions, but was met with silence. After a lengthy struggle, he felt disheartened and placed the instrument on the bed. It's not working. I can't produce a sound. Lin Hao suggested, I recommend you take a leave from your major courses. Only when you can relax and play will you be ready to attend class. Chui Gang, bewildered, inquired why. Lin Hao replied, I estimate it will take you at least half a month before you can play a note. Moreover, your instructor won't approve of changing methods. Half a month? Everyone was taken aback. How could it take so long? Lin Hao nodded, affirming, yes, half a month. After 6 or 7 years of playing, switching methods is akin to crossing a chasm. If you succeed, you will thrive, but if you falter, you will revert to old ways. Chui Gang silently resolved to request leave the following day. He had grasped Lin Hao's point. To progress further, he must adopt a more scientific approach. Lin Hao seemed to read Chui Gang's mind. Do you not agree that my method is more scientific? Chui Gang nodded in agreement. However, Lin Hao shook his head, insisting, this is not about science. Everyone was momentarily confused. Had he not just measured, vibrated, and adjusted lengths? Was that not scientific? Lin Hao explained, what I previously mentioned is merely a synthesis of conclusions drawn by those who came before us, which lends it a scientific aura. In truth, it is simply a matter of cultural differences. The individuals in the room exchanged puzzled glances, unsure how the conversation had shifted to culture. Many Western musical instruments, particularly brass, are taught without rigid requirements for embouchure or finger positioning. Each student's unique conditions dictate what feels most comfortable. This autonomy is essential to their learning experience. For instance, in wind instrument fundamentals, as long as one's lips descend through a 5-tone scale, the depth achieved is what matters. The focus is on relaxing the lips and the apparatus to create a stable airflow, which prevents high-pitched and tense sounds when playing. Once stability is achieved, producing higher notes becomes a matter of adding pressure, allowing the lip's vibrational frequency to ascend effortlessly. Similarly, when it comes to the trumpet, to reach higher notes, one must first master the lower tones. The deeper the low notes played, the more explosive the high notes become. The requirements are not complex. They are remarkably simple. Play in a manner that feels comfortable to you, provided you remain relaxed. Observe how crucial the concept of relaxation is, whether playing the piano or drums. The outcome will differ dramatically based on whether one is in a relaxed or tense state. Reflect on this truth, dear friends. We often encounter numerous jazz maestros and rock legends from abroad, whose eccentric appearances may seem peculiar to us. Some may play the trumpet with an awkward pout, while others bend over the piano. Yet, none of this detracts from their mastery. Their greatness stems from their music, not the elegance of their posture. Gao pondered for a moment and countered, "You are mistaken. The posture is indeed significant when performing classical music." Lin Hao clapped his hands and chuckled. "Please note, I was referring to jazz maestros or rock stars, whose personalities can be freely expressed. In classical music, however, seriousness prevails. Maintaining an upright posture is a mark of respect towards the audience and the composition to be performed. Nevertheless, one must bear in mind that if your hand positioning feels uncomfortable, and you believe playing with flat fingers is more comfortable, you should certainly play in the manner that feels best for you." Gao smiled wryly. "What you suggest is unrealistic. If I did that, my teacher would have my head." Laughter erupted among the group. "You are absolutely correct. The foundational skills required for piano playing are indeed rigorous at the outset, and there is nothing wrong with that. However, once one matures, the playing becomes effortless, and one no longer fixates on hand shape or fingering." That day, Lin Hao shared a plethora of advanced musical concepts that left everyone enlightened and greatly benefited. The weather grew colder, and that evening, gentle snowflakes danced in the air. Lin Hao lay on his bunk on the second floor, composing songs he had previously performed. During this period, including the summer vacation, he had penned over 30 compositions. None of the dormitory residents owned a computer, and a fortnight prior, he had ventured to an internet cafe only to find that the Great Summer Music Copyright Association website was still under construction, its progress sluggish, perhaps due to a shortage of sand or cement. Now, in the biting cold, it seemed even more challenging to continue the work. While transcribing melodies posed no significant issue, lyrics occasionally presented difficulties. Sometimes, what flowed effortlessly on stage became a block when it came to writing, especially since copyright registration required separate notation for music and lyrics. When inspiration eluded him, he could only hum the melodies repeatedly in his mind, thereby slowing his writing pace. Upon entering the dormitory, Wu Xiaozhou, with an air of mystery, inquired, "Haozi, do you know what Bai Zhitiao is up to?" Bai Zhitiao was the nickname Wu had given to Bai Zhitiao, which Lin Hao initially found somewhat trite, but later deemed quite fitting. Wu Xiaozhou remained infatuated with Bai Zhitiao, yet the music department's students were elusive, often disappearing despite being mere freshmen. Lin Hao shot him a glance. This fellow had begun to grow his hair long like their classmates. Unfortunately, his hair was now in that awkward in-between length, and with his robust physique, he resembled a golden lion. The beauty of art schools lies in their leniency towards students' eccentric attire and hairstyles. After all, those engaged in the arts are allowed to express their individuality. "What are you up to?" Lin Hao responded casually. He had little regard for Bai Zhitiao, but was rather enamored with those two long, fair legs. It was merely a manifestation of a man's innate desires. Singing at a bar, Wu Xiaozhou remarked as he removed his outer coat, complaining, "It's so cold. I'll have to wear my military coat tomorrow." In recent years, for reasons unknown, students from the art academy had begun to favor vintage military coats, resulting in a sea of green across the campus in winter. Oh, Lin Hao found nothing peculiar in this. It was quite normal for students from the vocal department to take on part-time jobs to earn some tuition. He turned to gaze out the window, lost in a white expanse. Thoughts of his father crossed his mind. On such a chilly day, he likely wouldn't rest, earning merely 20 or 30 yuan a day repairing bicycles. Last week, his father had called him and Wu Xiaozhou using a second-hand phone recently purchased by Wu Xiaozhou's father. Reaching them at the dormitory's gatehouse, Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou had chatted for quite some time until the call ended amidst Wu Xiaozhou's mother's choked sobs. Reflecting on Wu Xiaozhou's remarks about Bai Zhitiao, Lin Hao pondered the necessity of not remaining idle. Should he not consider earning some money? Chapter 59. Lin Hao further contemplated that the little money he had was not to be squandered. If he could earn more, his father would not have to toil so hard. Moreover, he ought to purchase 2 mobile phones, gifting one to his father for convenience in communication. However, he was hesitant to spend his limited funds carelessly. Although the phones were not yet smartphones, even a second-hand one would cost around 2,000 yuan, which would surely pain his father if he were to use his own money to buy it. Hey, what is up? Wu Xiaozhou's voice interrupted his thoughts. What is going on? Wu Xiaozhou, having removed his shoes, sat cross-legged on the bed and lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. What are you thinking about? I was just talking about those long legs. Lin Hao, somewhat distracted, replied, Oh, what did you say? Shall we check it out tonight? I've heard this bar in the provincial capital is quite large. Wu Xiaozhou proposed. Lin Hao shook his head. Although he was indeed curious, especially after contemplating earning money, he felt too lethargic to move. It is often said that spring brings drowsiness, autumn fatigue, and summer naps. He had added his own, winter stupor. Let us go. Staying cooped up in the dormitory is no fun, Wu Xiaozhou urged him. Lin Hao remained reluctant. The cold weather made him disinclined to budge. During military training, he had secretly vowed to run every day, yet after only a brief period, the cold had set in, and the inconvenience of bathing deterred him from continuing. Wu Xiaozhou's eyes lit up. Oh, I heard that the song you sang on the train is being performed at a bar, and it's garnered quite a response. Your work has been stolen, and you're not even going to check it out? What? Lin Hao sat up at once. The song he had sung on the train was Blue Lotus. How could it have been stolen? Wu Xiaozhou chuckled, knowing that this tactic would be effective. Who sang it? Lin Hao inquired. Guess. Wu Xiaozhou replied with a mysterious smile. In an instant, Lin Hao realized it was Wang Yong. Wu Xiaozhou gave him a thumbs up. Well done. You figured it out right away. What time does that bar open? Lin Hao had his legs dangling off the bed as he lit a cigarette. It was probably around 8:30. This was the time when Wang Yong would perform his guitar and singing, with the band starting at 9. The alluring girl with the long legs would be accompanying the band. Our department's band. Wu Xiaozhou shook his head. No, it's from outside. Is it far? Lin Hao inquired. Wu Xiaozhou tossed the cigarette onto the floor, too apathetic to step on it. Not far. It's about a 20-minute walk. Lin Hao climbed off the bed. Let us go eat. At this hour, the awareness of copyright was still rather feeble, and he felt uncertain about whether he could reclaim his work. Nevertheless, he wanted to listen and see what Wang Yong had to say. If Wang Yong claimed the lyrics and music as his own on stage, that would be unacceptable. Wu Xiaozhou remained still, waiting for Meng Pongzi and Lao Chui, who intended to join them later that evening. Lin Hao realized that the three had conspired together. They must have wanted to provoke him into going by leveraging Wang Yong's performance. Is Wang Yong truly singing my song? Lin Hao asked. If it were not for this matter and he merely wished to see Bai Zhitong, he wouldn't have bothered to move. Wu Xiaozhou grew a bit impatient. It's genuine. I'm not pulling your leg. Get lost. You've played the sun so many times, yet never once called me father. Wu Xiaozhou chuckled and casually reclined on the bed. Howsy, I feel like Chu Xiaomei looks at you differently. Aren't you going to make a move? Lin Hao was taken aback. That shouldn't be the case. I consider her a buddy. Wu Xiaozhou replied. Yes, we all see her as a friend. But I can't shake the feeling that girl's gaze towards you is peculiar. Chapter 60. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and found nothing amiss. Oh, come on. Is it you who has taken a liking to her? Wu Xiaozhou suddenly sat up, exclaiming, What? Me? I could never like her. With that face. One can hardly distinguish between genders. Lin Hao burst into laughter. You're hilarious. Wu Xiaozhou squinted, appearing lazy. I still prefer the long legs. That's what a woman should be. Isn't there anyone more beautiful in your class? Lin Hao asked. Wu Xiaozhou shook his head, sighed, and responded, Alas. Too many wolves and too little meat, and the quality is poor. There's only one beauty, and she's a tomboy. That is not right. Wu Xiaozhou suddenly sat up again. Your piano major must have at least 50 or 60 girls. Haven't you found one appealing? Lin Hao reflected, realizing that nearly half a semester had passed, yet he hadn't made any significant impressions. There seemed to be several beautiful girls in his class, but he hadn't devoted any thoughts to them. Moreover, most of his classmates looked at him with peculiar expressions, making him even less inclined to engage. Hadn't he vowed to enjoy his university life and to date a few girls? Why, now that he was in college, did he find himself straying from that pursuit? As they conversed, Meng Pongzi and Chui Gang returned. Noticing that Chui Gang wasn't holding his trumpet today, Lin Hao cheerfully asked, Where's your trumpet? Shui Gang replied in earnest, shaking his head. It's cold. It sticks to the lips. Laughter erupted from everyone. At the ferry bar, precisely at 8:20. This bar had only emerged over the past 2 years. Although nightclubs were thriving, they primarily attracted affluent middle-aged patrons, while bars catered more to the younger crowd. This establishment was quite spacious, its faade considerably more extravagant than that of the Spring River Iron Horse Bar. Lin Hao, Wu Xiaozhou, Mengpongzi, and Shui Gang entered the bar, where a young waiter promptly approached to guide them inside. The interior was vast and opulently decorated, indicating that the owner had invested significantly. The stage was sizable, reminiscent of a performance venue. Above it, a structure of welded iron pipes supported numerous lights. Wang Yong, with hair cascading to his waist, sat on a chair, presumably tuning his guitar. The four friends spotted him immediately. Lin Hao felt a pang of shame. Having earned some money at the Spring River Iron Horse, he had grown complacent, while Wang Yong was out there seeking opportunities to earn. The bar was not yet crowded, with patrons sitting scattered about. Lin Hao pointed to a 4-person table directly in front of the stage. Meng Pongzi, hailing from the provincial capital, came from a family that had ventured into business early, so he took the initiative to treat everyone tonight. He ordered 8 bottles of Qingdao beer, a plate of spiced melon seeds, and a fruit platter. Before the beer arrived, Wang Yong began to sing, having shared a few auspicious words beforehand. Before he could finish his first song, the number of patrons grew, and occasionally, one could spot a few flashy individuals adorned with gold chains, presumably brought in by the bar owner to liven up the ambience. After Wang Yong completed a song, a girl in the audience shouted, "Handsome guy, sing Blue Lotus." Whistles erupted around the room. Blue Lotus. Blue Lotus. Applause rang out chaotically. The spotlight on stage was blinding, preventing Wang Yong from seeing Lin Hao and the others. His fair face beamed with a smile as he intentionally lowered his voice to sound more resonant. Thank you for your generous support, friends. Next, I present to you a song I wrote, Blue Lotus. Whistles filled the air. Wu Xiaozhou jumped to his feet, but Lin Hao swiftly grasped his arm, forcing him back into his seat. Chapter 61. Wu Xiaozhou had only heard that Wang Yong was singing the bar's signature song, but he was taken aback by his audacity to claim that Blue Lotus was his own composition. When Lin Hao had sung this very song, all 118 seats in the carriage had been filled. So many had heard Lin Hao as the original singer, yet this scoundrel had the gall to be so shameless. Lin Hao shook his head. Such matters could not be resolved through force unless one intended to render him senseless. Furthermore, to maintain such a substantial venue in the provincial capital of Long Province's Snow City, Wang Yong could not possibly be an ordinary individual. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Wang Yong was indeed clever. Having merely heard Lin Hao sing it once, he had mimicked it with striking accuracy. He opened his mouth and sang, "Nothing Can Stand in the Way," followed by the rhythm of the guitar. Your yearning for freedom, a life unrestrained. Your heart free from worries. In the bar, many joined in the singing, indicating that this young man had been performing for quite some time. Halfway through the song, Lin Hao furrowed his brow, not out of annoyance at Wang Yong singing his own song without a greeting, but because the rendition completely lost its original essence. Blue Lotus embodies the unwavering spirit of pursuing dreams along the path of life. The lyrics are devoid of grandiose statements, and the melody is quite simple. Yet it is this very simplicity and authenticity that stirs the soul profoundly. However, Wang Yong infused this inspirational song with a touch of superficiality, especially when he added a vocal modulation on the last syllable of the phrase "the world of freedom within the heart." To the untrained ear, one might admire his vocal technique, but the spirit of the song crumbled in an instant. The applause thundered. 2 girls carrying 4 flower baskets took the stage, one of whom, with short hair, kissed Wang Yong on the cheek, prompting several sharp whistles from the audience. A middle-aged man with slicked-back hair stepped onto the stage, carrying 2 flower baskets. He bore a slight beer belly, yet his demeanor was quite impressive. Wang Yong quickly rose, bowing respectfully. The man placed the flower baskets at his feet and patted his shoulder twice before descending the stage. The applause for him was far more fervent than that for Wang Yong. With his lips close to the microphone and his emotions heightened, Wang Yong expressed his gratitude for the flower baskets from Boss He, saying, "Thank you. Truly grateful." At that moment, a loud voice shouted, "Did you write and compose this song?" Lin Hao slapped his forehead, contemplating bringing out some tape to silence Wu Xiaozhou. In that brief moment of distraction, the fool could not hold his tongue. Just earlier, he had devised 2 strategies. First, after Wan Yong descended the stage, he would approach him. If Wan Yong admitted to plagiarizing his work, he would demand a public apology. If he denied it, Lin Hao would seek out the students from that day in the train carriage to testify on his behalf. The second option was to sing the song again as a guest once the band arrived, publicly addressing the matter, ensuring that whether Wan Yong was present or not, his newly gained popularity would surely dissipate. However, the first option was cumbersome, and the likelihood of Wan Yong denying the accusation was high, requiring Lin Hao to find those witnesses, with only Xia Yumeng and Jiang Rong from the Normal University currently accessible to him. He preferred the second method. But before he could implement it, Wu Xiaozhou, that simpleton, had disrupted everything. The bar fell silent in an instant. Wan Yong listened intently, his pale face shifting from green to white under the spotlight. Chapter 62, he squinted carefully to observe those below, and was taken aback to recognize Lin Hao and his companions. He resolved to ignore them, convinced that no one would dare to cause trouble in Sister C's territory. Subsequently, as Wan Yong, feigned ignorance of Wu Xiaozhou's calls and commenced to announce the next song. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Wu Xiaozhou stood up, his voice cutting through the air. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 burly figures encircled him. "Shut your mouth, you little brat." One man, broad-shouldered and adorned with a gold chain, seized Wu Xiaozhou by the front of his shirt. Wu Xiaozhou raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Hey, big brother. What is the meaning of this? I was merely asking the singer a question. You can't hit a guest, can you?" Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the foolishness of his friend, who, despite his blunders, was smart enough to avoid immediate trouble. "Let go of him, Dotto." A woman's voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn. A woman, elegantly clad in a black leather mini-skirt and with long flowing hair, approached with a graceful stride. She appeared to be in her early 30s, her waist swaying alluringly, and her delicate features illuminated by the colorful lights. "Sister C." Dotto immediately released his grip and stepped back with the others. "Little brother, do you know whose territory this is?" The woman, referred to as Sister C, inquired of Wu Xiaozhou. Wu Xiaozhou chuckled. "No, I'm not here to cause trouble. That fellow up there is singing a song written by my buddy. Yet he shamelessly claims it as his own. I couldn't help but feel indignant." "Oh." Sister C cast a glance at Wan Yong on stage before turning back to Wu Xiaozhou. "Then tell me, which song is it?" "Blue Lotus. My friend composed it while on a train, and an entire carriage can attest to that," Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed, his gaze catching sight of Bai Jitao, who had just entered. He waved eagerly. "Hey, Long Legs." At the mention of Long Legs, Lin Hao, Meng Pongzi, and Cui Gang nearly burst out laughing, as Wu Xiaozhou had inadvertently called her by her nickname in his fluster. Wu Xiaozhou pointed at Bai Jitao, who was approaching, saying, "She's our classmate. She can vouch for me." Bai Jitao had just arrived at the bar and was unaware of the unfolding situation. Infuriated by Wu Xiaozhou's reference to her nickname, she approached with a flushed face. Sister C glanced at her. "A new singer, I presume?" Bai Jitao nodded, recognizing Sister C as the owner of the bar, having spoken with her after her audition last week. Sister C's expression remained impassive as she remarked, "He claims that Wan Yong's rendition of Blue Lotus is a plagiarism of your friend's work, and that you can attest to it. Is that true?" Upon finishing her statement, Sister C turned to Dotto, her displeasure evident as she commanded, "Have the sound technician play some music." Dotto hurried off to the sound room. All eyes turned to Bai Jitao, who felt somewhat bewildered. Having only recently started coming to the bar, she was unaware of Wan Yong's previous performances, as he typically finished his set just as she arrived. According to Wu Xiaozhou, Wan Yong had the audacity to claim the song Blue Lotus, which Lin Hao sang on the train that day, as his own. Such behavior is indeed disgraceful. On stage, Wan Yong's palms were clammy with sweat, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Over a month ago, during his audition, he had sung Lin Hao's Blue Lotus, which had delighted the fourth sister, prompting her to inquire about the song's authorship. In a moment of foolish vanity, he had boasted that he was the lyricist and composer. The fourth sister, pleased by his response, promptly arranged a performance for him every evening from 8:30 to 9, for half an hour, offering him 150 yuan a day, with the costs split for the flower basket. Chapter 63. The fourth sister's enchanting gaze fell upon Bai Jitao, who felt a twinge of anxiety under her scrutiny. This woman was no ordinary individual. She was surrounded nightly by a throng of people from various societal circles, yet she berated them as if they were mere grandchildren. Stealing her resolve, Bai Jitao knew she must speak her truth. She looked at the fourth sister and declared, "If it is indeed that song Blue Lotus, I can attest that it was composed by Lin Hao." A wave of murmurs swept through the bar as patrons engaged in fervent discussions. They all cherished the song and were astonished to learn of its alleged plagiarism. What a spectacle this was! Who is Lin Hao? The fourth sister turned her gaze towards Wu Xiaozhou. Lin Hao, composed and dignified, smiled at the fourth sister, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Lin Hao." The fourth sister's eyes narrowed in inquiry. "Did you write this song?" Lin Hao nodded in affirmation. "What proof do you possess?" Despite the music playing softly in the bar, all attention was riveted on this unfolding drama, with even those at a distance rushing over to witness the spectacle. Instead of responding directly to the fourth sister, Lin Hao directed his question at Wang Yong. "What does Blue Lotus signify?" Wang Yong, undeterred, confidently asserted, "This song inspires youth to yearn for freedom and embodies the spirit of perseverance." Lin Hao refrained from contradicting him, recognizing that there was a kernel of truth in his words. He then inquired, "What is the background of its composition?" Caught off guard, Wang Yong faltered momentarily. However, his astute mind realized that he had to respond, even if it meant fabricating a story. He replied, "It was during the summer vacation when I contemplated my imminent transition to university, embarking on a new chapter in life, which filled me with both trepidation and hope. It was in this state of mind that I penned this song." Lin Hao chuckled inwardly, impressed by the boy's quick wit and ability to articulate his thoughts. Meanwhile, Wang Yong's expression darkened, anxiety gnawing at him. The bar was bustling with patrons, many of whom were regulars eager to hear him sing. He was determined to prevent Lin Hao from exposing his deceit. Convinced that his explanation was sound, he felt secure in the simplicity of the song's lyrics, which he had memorized well, believing they conveyed precisely that meaning. Lin Hao surveyed the patrons of the bar, yet he could not locate the earlier flower-presenting Mr. He. Noticing that all eyes were upon him, he offered a faint smile and spoke of the blue lotus, a flower that never withers. Revered by the ancient Egyptians as a symbol of life, embodying the hope that our existence may endure eternally. The inspiration behind this song was a tribute to the renowned Tang dynasty monk, Xuanzang. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the crowd within the bar, including the performer Wang Yong on stage, fell momentarily silent. None could have anticipated that such an uplifting song was dedicated to the historical figure of the Tang monk. Lin Hao, having researched the history of this world online, was aware that it bore striking similarities to his previous life, including the existence of the Tang dynasty and the figure of Xuanzang. Xuanzang journeyed through the Jade Gate Pass from Liangzhou, traversing 50,000 miles to the land of India, where he spent 17 years studying and traveled through over 110 countries. Setting aside his profound contributions to Buddhist philosophy, his indomitable spirit is one that we all ought to emulate. Thus, this song serves as a homage to Xuanzang. If one listens closely, the entire composition resonates with the essence of Zen. At that moment, a male patron shouted, "Brother, sing it for us." "Indeed, that was well said. Please, do sing it." The crowd erupted into applause, voices chiming in, creating a cacophony of encouragement. Lin Hao turned his gaze towards Sister C. In Chapter 64, Sister C grappled internally. Although Wang Yong exhibited a somewhat sycophantic demeanor, ingratiating himself daily to those around him, which was rather off-putting, his music was commendable, particularly this song, Blue Lotus, which she had instantly adored during the audition. If this young man were to reclaim the song today, Wang Yong's significance would diminish considerably. For such singer-songwriters were abundant in the provincial city. She had once held high hopes for Wang Yong, considering that creative artists were a rarity. She had anticipated new works from him, yet apart from Blue Lotus, nothing new had emerged for quite some time. Regardless, with so many onlookers, she could not deny this young man the opportunity to perform. She glanced at Lin Hao, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Shall you go up and sing?" Lin Hao had awaited her words. Though the situation had not unfolded as he had envisioned, the outcome remained satisfactory. He cast a sidelong glance at Wu Xiaozhou, who had clearly acted with intent. His seemingly reckless behavior was, in fact, the most direct and effective approach. Perhaps he had overthought the matter. After all, age does diminish one's vigor. Yet, he chastised himself. He was merely 19. Wu Xiaozhou grinned widely, signaling victory to Lin Hao, while Bai Jitao shot him a glare filled with disdain. With a chuckle, Wu Xiaozhou ambled over to her side, but Bai Jitao turned away, ignoring him. At this juncture, the band members arrived, for in total, each with varying hair lengths and diverse physiques. The keyboardist quietly inquired of a waiter what had transpired, and the waiter softly recounted the events. A female singer clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit approached and tugged at by Ji Tao, prompting the two to step aside. A male singer also joined them, listening intently as Bai Ji Tao narrated the incident. Lin Hao, hands clasped behind his back, ascended the stage. Greeted by the fierce gaze of Wang Yong. "May I borrow your guitar for a moment?" Lin Hao asked with grace, his smile disarming. With so many eyes upon the stage, Wang Yong had little choice but to comply. He rose, handed the guitar to Lin Hao, and turned to leave the stage. Wang Yong realized that he had met his match today. Having heard Lin Hao sing, he understood the latter's remarkable talent. Not only was his vocal expression and timbre exceptional, but his guitar skills also far surpassed his own. At that moment, Wang Yong felt an urge to bash his head against the wall, lamenting his earlier decisions. Had he known how this day would unfold, he would never have claimed authorship of the song in front of Sister C. If only the train carriage had been occupied solely by him and Lin Hao, there would have been no witnesses to verify the true composer. Today, Lin Hao could easily take the spotlight, and Wang Yong could have denied any claims. However, the carriage was filled with countless others, and even if he denied it now, the truth would inevitably surface. Moreover, the song's origin was absurdly ironic. Who would have imagined that such a piece was initially intended to commemorate a monk? It was ludicrous. Songs typically evoke inspiration, familial bonds, friendship, or love. Who had the leisure to compose a song for a monk? The more Wang Yong pondered, the more despondent he became. Stealing a glance at Sister C, he noticed she was not even looking in his direction, intensifying his anxiety. He had been at the bar for a month and was well aware of Sister C's background. She was the younger sister of He Qing, a figure known for his exploits alongside the renowned Yang Ziyi in the provincial capital. Though Yang Ziyi had departed, his legacy still loomed large. In the provincial city, who would dare disregard He Qing's reputation? Chapter 65. Lin Hao positioned Wang Yong's guitar on a chair, gently plucking a string with his right index finger while adjusting the tuning peg with his left hand. He had keenly noted that one string was slightly off during Wang Yong's performance. Without uttering a word, Lin Hao opened his mouth and began to sing. Nothing can stand in the way of the guitar's entrance. Your yearning for freedom, a life unbridled, your heart unencumbered. Through the shadowy years, uncertainty has lingered, but in the moment you lower your gaze, you realize the path beneath your feet. Sister C watched from the audience, her eyes alight with wonder. The lyrics remained unchanged, the melody familiar, yet the experience resonated within her ears as something entirely new. It may also be attributed to Lin Hao's prior mention that the original intention behind this song was to commemorate Master Xuanzang. Thus, as he began to sing, it seemed as though a desolate scroll unfurled before the patrons of the bar. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, a monk trudged onward with great difficulty. As the monk drew nearer, beneath the dust of the winds, one could discern a handsome and resolute visage. In the distance, the melodious sound of camel bells echoed, while the monk's departing footprints were swiftly concealed by the sands, leaving behind an air of desolation. Bai Ji Tao was utterly captivated by the melody. The first time he heard this song was on a noisy train, where the acoustics were far from ideal, yet now, the ambience, the voice, and the overall effect were profoundly different. Lin Hao's voice, soaring with a hint of melancholy, ignited a spirit of indomitable resolve within listeners, tinged with a touch of sorrow. The patrons of the bar, each experiencing a unique sensation, could distinctly perceive the difference in Lin Hao's performance. While Wang Yong had also sung beautifully, the adage rings true: without comparison, there is no harm. Upon hearing Lin Hao's voice on stage, it became evident that Wang Yong's rendition bore an excessive softness and flamboyance. As the second segment commenced, Lin Hao's voice faded, and the entire bar erupted in unison, singing along fervently. When Lin Hao concluded his performance, the applause resonated as if it could shatter the very ceiling of the bar. He rose and bowed in gratitude toward the audience, only to find that Wang Yong had vanished. This fellow has even abandoned his guitar? Though it may be a low-end instrument, it is still rather costly. Lin Hao mused silently. As the applause waned, a chorus of shouts erupted. One more, one more, one more. With a smile, Lin Hao replied into the microphone. The four brothers of the band are already eager to take the stage. If I sing another, they might just skin me alive. This elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. I am Lin Hao, and I dedicate Blue Lotus to you all. Thank you. With that, He offered a slight bow and swiftly exited the stage. Lin Hao spoke no falsehood. Indeed, the 4 members of the band were already awaiting him at the right side of the stage, as it was now 9:10 p.m., 10 minutes later than usual. As he brushed past them, they collectively gave him a thumbs up, to which Lin Hao returned a smile and a nod. Bai Jitao, standing at the right side of the stage, also raised her thumb in approval. Lin Hao quietly inquired, "Did Wan Yong leave without his guitar?" "He told me to help bring it back when he left," Bai Jitao replied. Lin Hao nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The applause welcoming Lin Hao was not solely from Wu Xiaozhou and the others, but also included the applause and smiles from Sister C. "Would you mind coming to my office for a moment?" Sister C asked him. Chapter 66. Lin Hao understood what she wished to convey and nodded in agreement. He turned to Wu Xiaozhou and the others, saying, "You all enjoy your drinks. I shall return shortly." Following Sister C, the two navigated through tables of patrons, many of whom greeted Lin Hao warmly. At a table adorned with 4 flamboyant young ladies, a girl with short hair forcefully nudged her long-haired companion out of her seat. Blushing, the long-haired girl stood before Lin Hao, who greeted her with a smile. "Hello." A sprinkle of playful freckles adorned the sides of her nose, and her voice was soft. "Which school do you attend?" Lin Hao replied, "I am from the Provincial Academy of Arts. You are welcome to visit." "Are you in vocal studies?" she inquired. "No, I specialize in piano," he responded. "Great." With that, she quickly bowed her head and dashed back, greeted by the laughter of her friends. Lin Hao chuckled softly and, noticing that the girl had walked far away, hurried to catch up. Just a few steps later, a bottle of Corona appeared before Lin Hao, blocking his path. A robust man in his 30s stood up, swaying slightly as he said, "Brother, you sang brilliantly. Let us have a drink." He then thrust the beer bottle into Lin Hao's hands. With a smile, Lin Hao replied, "I have something to attend to, but I will join you shortly, all right?" The man's expression soured instantly. "What is this? Are you refusing me?" Shi Lao-san, after downing 2 bottles of that cat urine. "You won't even remember your own name, will you?" came the voice of Sijia. She had noticed Lin Hao's absence and turned back to find him cornered by the notorious Shi Lao-san, her face darkening. "Oh." Shi Lao-san's demeanor changed swiftly, morphing into a grin. "Sijia. Haha, I just like this kid. It's all good." Lin Hao smiled at him and walked towards Sijia. The steel staircase, coated in pure black floor paint, spiraled upwards. Sijia's silver-gray high heels clicked against the steps, resonating hollowly amidst the distant music from the stage band. Thankfully, the second floor was not too high. Otherwise, he might have suffered a nosebleed. Lin Hao found himself pondering why he was so intrigued by this mature woman. While he felt no such allure towards younger girls like Bai Jitao, was he truly becoming infatuated with older women? Pushing open the solid wooden door of the office, Sijia flicked the wall switch to illuminate the room. The office exuded an impressive atmosphere, yet it bore no resemblance to a woman's workspace. The expansive wooden desk held a laptop, while behind it stood a row of mahogany bookshelves, densely packed with seemingly new volumes. Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the incongruity. It hardly seemed like a corporate office. Perhaps a shrine to Guan Yu would have been more fitting. "Please, have a seat." Sijia gestured towards a nearby sofa. Lin Hao accepted the invitation without hesitation, lighting a cigarette as he sat. Sijia, however, chose not to sit but casually leaned against the desk. She made no move to pour tea, and the coffee table before the sofa lacked any tea sets. Sitting low, Lin Hao noticed a layer of dust on the desk, suggesting that this place saw little traffic. "Your name is Lin Hao?" Sijia remarked, as she lit a cigarette of her own. Lin Hao smiled and nodded, apologizing, unaware that you also smoked. Fourth sister sighed and remarked wistfully, "As children of the rivers and lakes, when we first took up smoking, we thought it was the only way to appear grown-up." Lin Hao remained silent. Fourth sister gently shook her head and smiled. Lin Hao gazed at her, momentarily entranced. The soft lighting softened her striking features, rendering her far more enchanting. "Come sing for me," she proposed. "During this time slot, I can offer you 200 a day. What do you think?" Chapter 67. Observing her directness, Lin Hao responded candidly. "With finals approaching, I must return to Chuanhe once they conclude. Would it be acceptable for you to find someone else to perform in the meantime? If you wish to change singers when school resumes in March, I can return then." Fourth sister fell silent for a moment, contemplating the seemingly impoverished young man before her, struggling to comprehend his rejection. His worn cotton shoes were hardly worth 100 yuan, and his thin blue cotton coat likely cost even less. Yet, despite his humble attire, He possessed a charm and poise that far surpassed that of Wang Yong. Though Wang Yong had long hair and a fair complexion, he lacked the aura that this young man exuded, a commanding presence that suggested he would dominate the stage with his guitar. She had little affinity for long-haired men and found it perplexing that musicians believed their hairstyles could set them apart. Lin Hao, with his short, tidy hair, was far more appealing. Why was that? With her straightforward nature, she posed the question directly. Lin Hao replied with a smile, "I can only manage a few days. I must return home soon, and then you will need to find someone else again." Fourth sister pondered his words, sensing some validity, yet something felt amiss. "Please leave me a way to contact you." Lin Hao sighed, "I don't have a phone. I can only tell you that I study piano at the Provincial Arts Academy." Fourth sister said nothing, rising to go behind her desk. She bent down and rummaged through a drawer, emerging with a box the size of a shoebox. She placed it on the coffee table before Lin Hao. Looking down, he saw it was a brand new smartphone, still sealed in its packaging. "This is new. I haven't used it yet. Tomorrow, buy a SIM card, insert it, and call me. We'll reconnect in early March." Though fourth sister was undeniably forthright, she possessed considerable social acumen. By offering him the phone, she intended two things. First, to ensure she wouldn't lose track of him. Second, to bind him with financial incentive. Although she already knew which school he attended, she hadn't seen it firsthand and wanted to maintain contact. Moreover, given his seemingly modest background, she doubted he wouldn't want to earn some money. Today, having accepted her gift, the future would require reciprocity. She was curious to see how he would repay her. Lin Hao was certainly aware of the price of such a mobile phone at this moment. He chuckled softly, nudging the exquisite box with his hand, and requested, "Please provide me with your phone number. I shall call you when the time comes. As for the phone, let it be." With that, he stood up. Sister C furrowed her brow slightly. This lad appeared to be no more than 20 years old, yet spoke with an air of maturity, addressing her with you in such a formal manner, which was quite rare in the Northeast. Unbeknownst to her, although Lin Hao hailed from the Northeast in his previous life, he had grown accustomed to this formality during his prolonged stay in Zhongzhou. Some habits are subtly ingrained, perhaps even unbeknownst to himself. Sister C regarded the strikingly handsome young man before her. His shabby attire suggested financial constraints. Why, then, would he refuse such an expensive mobile phone? Had it been Wang Yong in his place, he would have been positively ecstatic, showering her with gratitude. Sister C pointed at the mobile phone on the table. Having posed this question for the second time that evening, growing increasingly perplexed by his demeanor. No reward without effort, she mused. Upon finishing her thought, Lin Hao extended his hand. Momentarily dazed, Sister C instinctively reached out to shake his hand in farewell. "Sister C, I was actually asking for your phone number." Lin Hao chuckled wryly, inwardly lamenting, "I didn't intend to shake your hand. Why did you extend yours?" A rare blush crept on his Sister C's cheeks as she hastily withdrew her hand, mentally cursing, "You little rascal, how dare you tease me?" Had Lin Hao heard her unspoken thoughts, he would have protested, "By heaven's grace, I merely wish to obtain your business card." She turned to rummage through the card holder on her desk, retrieving a card and handing it to Lin Hao. He accepted it with both hands, glancing at it. It bore only a name, followed by a phone number. He Jingyun. He studied the name attentively before tucking the card into his coat pocket. "I shall take my leave now. Farewell." With that, he turned and departed. Sister C watched Lin Hao's retreating figure, refraining from uttering another word. Of course, Lin Hao desired to earn that money. However, if Wang Yong were to depart from the Duhua bar in such a manner while he ascended to prominence the following day, it would disrupt the established order. Indeed, it was his own order. In his previous life, whether due to his disposition or fate, Lin Hao had not fared well. Yet he had friends scattered across the globe. In his 30s, while drinking with several friends, one remarked, "Old Lin, you're remarkable. You can traverse each city without a dime, and wherever you go, friends invite you for drinks and always offer you a place to stay." This friend was not mistaken. Lin Hao had indeed performed in various locales, and he could justly claim to have friends everywhere. However, most of these friends led rather ordinary lives, and drinking often meant dining at street stalls, with occasional nights spent sharing a bed with them. Why has Lin Hao managed to forge so many friendships? It is precisely because Lin Hao is principled and adheres to his own rules. Take the incident with Wang Yong as an example. Even if there were no personal grievances between them, if the boss were dissatisfied with Wang Yong and wished to replace him, Lin Hao would not intervene. Wang Yong is his classmate, and he would never engage in such unprincipled behavior. unless it were an empty venue or a newly opened one. He would never seize the opportunity to overshadow a friend due to his own superior skills. Of course, this does not apply to strangers or enemies, for otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Undeniably, Wan Yong's actions were underhanded, even despicably so. However, Lin Hao had already proven himself on stage, delivering a resounding slap to Wan Yong's face. Otherwise, Wan Yong would not have discreetly slipped away. Had Wan Yong not been his classmate, Lin Hao would not have hesitated to trample on him further, ensuring his eternal downfall. He is principled indeed, but he is no saint. Yet, Wan Yong remains his classmate. And as the saying goes, one should leave a line for future encounters in the world. Lin Hao could indeed perform, and he wished to do so. But he could not just oust Wan Yong and take the stage immediately after. This encapsulates Lin Hao's principles in his previous life. In that life, he remained a brash and impulsive youth well into his 30s. He exhibited a blind and limitless trust in his friends, feeling embarrassed to ask for repayment of borrowed money. Yet he still found himself ensnared by those so-called friends. In dealing with enemies, he resorted to brute force, but such confrontations often resulted in mutual destruction. Regrettably, it was only at the age of 40 that he grasped these truths, that sheer bravado could only harm one's own interests while inflicting damage on the enemy. Before one possesses formidable strength, sometimes it is more prudent to strike from the shadows to silence all opposition. Unfortunately, by the time he comprehended these lessons, he lay confined to a hospital bed. He cared little for Wan Yong, yet his experiences had instilled in him a profound awareness of the weight of public opinion. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Hao frequently reflects on his past, integrating and adjusting his former principles. Whether through sheer bravado or covert actions, there exists a delicate balance, a matter of moderation. Many believe that a man should embody the valor of Xiang Yu. Yet the brashness of Xiang Yu led to his demise at the Wu River. On the other hand, Liu Bang, the founder of the Han Dynasty, excelled at covert maneuvers but was plagued by suspicion, ultimately failing to trust even his most loyal supporter, Fan Kuai, which led to his own demise. Thus, no situation should be approached with extremism. Lin Hao must learn to master this balance, to navigate the nuances of interaction. Previously, he firmly believed that one should treat friends with the warmth of spring and enemies with the ruthlessness of winter. However, he now realizes that when dealing with friends, there should be a foundation of trust, care, and assistance. While sometimes treating foes with the warmth of spring can lead to their complacency, making them more susceptible to an unexpected strike. What kind of friends are worthy of your trust? When should you unleash your fury? And when is it prudent to smile while covertly striking? Mastering this balance is essential for one to carve out a respectable existence. It is not merely talent that propels one to prominence. Those endowed with skill, yet lacking emotional intelligence, often find themselves mercilessly trampled by society. In a past life, he was such a person. Rules are not born from impulsive thoughts. They are cultivated gradually over time. In Chapter 69, Lin Hao returned to the table of Wu Xiaozhou and the others. Wu Xiaozhou wore a mischievous grin and asked, "So, how was it?" Lin Hao felt an urge to land a punch on his prominent nose, for the question implied he had engaged in something untoward. However, upon reflection, he conceded that Sister C was indeed captivating, mature, and undeniably cool. Yes, that was the word, cool. This was not to say that Sister C was unattractive. She was quite beautiful, her face bearing a resemblance to a celebrity from his past life named Fan, with an oval face and large eyes that aligned perfectly with our aesthetic standards. Yet, Sister C possessed an enigmatic quality that transcended mere beauty, an essence that spoke of the world, not in a vulgar sense, but with a certain camaraderie born from life's trials. Gazing at Bai Jitao singing on stage, Lin Hao felt his brow furrow slightly. If she continued to sing like this, she would ruin her voice. The song she was performing was wholly unsuitable for her. The wide vocal range of the piece caused her to fracture her performance. Her high notes were thin and airy, while her mid-range retained her personal flair. Yet, the lower notes fell flat. A single song showcased 3 disparate tonalities. Although her pitch was accurate and the average patrons found her performance enjoyable, it was unbearable to Lin Hao's ears. During the intermission, the keyboardist leaned in to whisper something to Bai Jitao, and soon after, she approached him with 4 members of the band in tow. "Lin Hao, allow me to introduce our band." Bai Jitao smiled, though a hint of resignation lingered in her expression. Lin Hao had no objections. Such introductions were commonplace. He understood that this group was eager to meet him. not solely due to his earlier performance, but primarily because of his guitar accompaniment, which they could discern held a certain caliber. This band exhibited a superior level of professionalism compared to the musicians at the Chuanha Bar, a testament to the advantages of living in a large city, where exposure and experience naturally enhance one's craft. Lin Hao, piano major at the Provincial Arts Institute. Lin Hao politely stood to shake hands with the keyboardist. Wu Xiaozhou, Meng Pongzi, and Chui Gang also rose to their feet. Keyboardist Lu Ming, drummer Lao Hu, guitarist Li Hongyu, bassist Liao Kai. The group gathered a few chairs and settled in. Lu Ming, the keyboardist, appeared to be in his mid-20s, with sharp eyes that suggested astuteness. Bai Jitao mentioned you were a piano major? He inquired of Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded with a smile. Wow, I thought you were a guitar major, exclaimed Li Hongyu, a tall and slender guitarist. A group of individuals gathered together for a casual chat when the keyboardist, Lu Ming, suggested, "Why don't you all go up and play for a while?" Lin Hao quickly waved his hands, insisting, No. We just started our freshman year and have never performed together. Oh, it's fine, just play around, they urged. Indeed. Let us just have some fun since we're here. The members of the band chimed in, encouraging them to take the stage. Lin Hao understood that their intentions were not to embarrass him. It was merely a common trait in the music industry to seek out fellow musicians, either to gauge their skills or to invite friends to join in for a brief jam. Realizing he could not resist their persuasion, he turned to Meng Pongzi and Wu Xiaozhou, suggesting, "Shall we three go up and play for a bit?" Chui Gang, who had initially learned to play the suona before transitioning to the trumpet, found himself without an instrument at that moment and felt unable to join the performance. Both Wu Xiaozhou and Meng Pongzi looked bewildered, unsure of what they could play since they had never collaborated before. However, with Lin Hao's insistence, they could only chuckle awkwardly and rise to their feet. The trio made their way to the stage, with Meng Pongzi lowering his voice and gritting his teeth, exclaiming, "What are we even going to do up there?" Lin Hao whispered, "Let us do a funk jam?" "Of course," Meng Pongzi retorted, a bit annoyed. Before entering university, he frequently accompanied his teacher to various performance venues, often jamming with familiar bands. Although he did not recognize this particular group, he was confident they would know of his teacher. Lin Hao turned to Wu Xiaozhou, inquiring, "How many measures have you practiced?" As they walked onto the stage, Wu Xiaozhou scratched his head and replied, 28 measures. Lin Hao shot him a disapproving glance. "Why so slow?" Wu Xiaozhou retorted, "I practice my fundamentals every day. I need time to rehearse too, you know." Once they were on stage, Lin Hao instructed them, "Pongzi, you start with 8 measures at a tempo of 120. Then comes Wu's 28 measures of bass, followed by my 28 measures. We'll repeat this twice, and after I finish the last round, I'll cut it off decisively. Keep track of the measures. Understood?" Wu Xiaozhou grinned. "This is much simpler." Meng Pongzi chuckled. "All right." Lin Hao approached the 2-tiered keyboard setup, noting a Roland synthesizer on top and an electric piano below. He switched on the electric piano, leaving the synthesizer untouched. Looking up, he saw Wu Xiaozhou already strumming the electric bass. Concerned that he might not have adjusted the volume, Lin Hao gestured, and Wu Xiaozhou flashed a wide grin and nodded. Turning to Meng Pongzi behind the drum set, he confirmed he was ready and nodded toward the sound engineer. The music softened. Lin Hao signaled to Meng Pongzi. Below the stage, the 4 members of the band, Bai Jitiao, and the other 2 vocalists watched them intently. Not far away, Si Jia had also come down, standing at the entrance, engaged in conversation with a woman. Many patrons, noticing the band had changed, turned their attention toward the stage. The drums resonated, an 8-bar segment that, while brief, especially at a tempo of 120, was met with enthusiastic nods from the drummer, Lao Hu, who marveled at the incredible talent of today's youth. Soon after, Wu Xiaozhou's electric bass made its entrance. Within just 2 bars, bassist Liao Kai stood up, gasping in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, wow," as he continued to express his disbelief. Keyboardist Lu Ming and guitarist Li Hongyu exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. If one were to close their eyes at that moment, they might be led to believe that the performers were a group of African-American musicians, as such improvisation was beyond their capabilities. Sister C, standing at the entrance, was drawn in by the captivating sounds. Her crimson lips parted in surprise as she gazed at the stage. An increasing number of patrons were entranced by the peculiar music emanating from the stage. They could not discern the intricacies but were captivated by the impressive display of the tall, handsome young man whose hands danced deftly over the instrument. The 28-bar electric bass segment soon concluded, giving way to the electric piano, which seamlessly transitioned from high to low, a cascade of bluesy notes cascading downwards. Then, Lin Hao surrendered himself to the rhythm, a torrent of improvisational notes flowing continuously from the towering Budweiser speakers flanking the stage. Some girls rose to their feet, swaying to the music, as the bar transformed into a vibrant celebration reminiscent of a hippie fest. When the piano and drums came to a simultaneous halt, an immediate hush fell over the establishment. Moments later, Lu Ming, the keyboardist, initiated applause, quickly joined by the other band members and the vocalist. Sister C, unfamiliar with this genre of music, was simply entranced by the pulsating rhythm and Lin Hao's ability to produce such an array of notes in such a brief span. She clapped along, struck by his impressive talent. It was only then that the revelers began to awaken to the moment, a wave of applause erupting throughout the bar. Lu Ming quietly inquired of Bai Jitong if they were indeed Lin Hao's classmates. Bai, eyes shimmering with excitement, murmured, "I'm beginning to doubt even that." Drummer Lao Hu remarked, "Wow, this must be from Daxiao Music Academy, right?" Bassist Liao Kai exhaled in relief, shaking his head. Even graduates from Daxiao Music Academy might not reach this level. As Lin Hao and his companions descended from the stage, the four band members offered their applause in appreciation. Keyboardist Lu Ming remarked, "Young brother, that was too brief. I was left wanting more." Guitarist Li Hongyu echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, I truly didn't have enough." Lin Hao chuckled, "Just a little fun. We'll definitely collaborate again in the future." The male vocalist glanced at his watch and approached Lu Ming, stating, "Brother Ming, it's time." Lu Ming, feeling a tinge of regret, replied, "We have to go, but young brothers, please do come back to play anytime." Wu Xiaozhou smiled, "Absolutely." Chapter 71. As the band took to the stage, Lin Hao turned to Bai Jitong and asked, "How will you get back tonight?" Bai Jitong replied with a smile, "Two members of the band live near our school, so they can drop me off at the school gate." Wu Xiaozhou inquired, "How will you get inside?" Lin Hao suddenly recalled that the school gate closed promptly at 10 o'clock every night. How would she manage to enter the campus? Bai Jitong chuckled playfully, "It's a secret." "Oh no, we can't go back now," Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed anxiously. Bai Jitong, with her hands behind her back, feigned seriousness, "Call me sister, and apologize to me." "Sister." Wu Xiaozhou, without a shred of hesitation, called out unabashedly. Bai Jitong merely intended to tease him, yet was astonished by his audacity. "Sister, what do I need to apologize for?" Wu Xiaozhou genuinely seemed perplexed. Bai Jitong's cheeks flushed slightly as she chided, "What did you call me?" The male singer on stage had already begun to perform, and they were close enough to the stage that they had to raise their voices to converse. "Oh, that matter," Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation. "I was wrong, sister, truly. I will never call you long legs again." Hearing him call her sister so readily, Bai Jitong's face turned even redder, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Wu Xiaozhou adopted a bashful demeanor. Bai Jitong felt a shiver run down her spine and promptly shouted, "At the west wall, behind the two haystacks, there's a section where the wall is much lower. We can jump in." "All right." Wu Xiaozhou's earlier bashfulness vanished in an instant. "Thanks, let's go, long legs." "You." Bai Jitong stomped her foot in frustration, watching Wu Xiaozhou's tall figure retreat. Lin Hao, Meng Pongzi, and Chui Gang stifled their laughter as they followed Wu Xiaozhou out. Before they reached the gate, they spotted Sister 4. Lin Hao waved with a smile. It was too noisy for words. Sister 4 wore a neutral expression, merely nodding at them. 20 minutes later, the four of them indeed discovered a breach in the west wall and effortlessly climbed through. The final exams had concluded. The professional course assessments were conducted in the small studio, where Lin Hao performed a piece from his course. He executed it flawlessly, without any mistakes. Yet it lacked any remarkable flair. After the exam, many teachers murmured behind his back, speculating that Director Fan, having not taken in first-year students for several years, seemed to have misjudged this time. It appeared the rumors were unfounded. However, Fan Gang remained unperturbed, offering no response. As the students prepared to leave the campus, Lin Hao, Wu Xiaozhou, and Chui Gang queued at the train station to purchase their tickets, with their train scheduled for the following evening. The three of them idly reclined in their beds, engrossed in reading. Meng Pongzi had returned home earlier, leaving just the three of them in the dormitory. Chui Gang lay on the upper bunk above Wu Xiaozhou, playfully blowing into a mouthpiece. Following Lin Hao's guidance, he had spent 12 days learning to produce sound, and it took another 2 days before he attended class. His professional teacher was astounded by his transformation. After learning the reason, he even treated Lin Hao to a meal. The two shared a hearty drink, leaving the teacher greatly impressed and appreciative of Lin Hao. Moreover, Wu Xiaozhou's electric bass instructor, Wang Leping, frequently invited Lin Hao out for drinks, often leaving Wu Xiaozhou behind. It is not merely due to the additional expense of another person partaking in food and drink that he hesitates. Rather, it stems from the awkwardness of seeking professional advice from his students' peers. Gradually, this evolved into both Cui Gang and Wu Xiaozhou's instructors consulting Lin Hao, who, after assimilating their insights, would impart these advanced concepts to their students. Chapter 72. Although Lin Hao felt somewhat helpless, he had no recourse but to establish 3 rules with these inquisitive teachers, ensuring that this little secret of his remained undisclosed. Otherwise, his studies would be disrupted. On the train home, he did not encounter Xia Yumeng or Zhang Rong from the normal university, nor did he see Bai Jitao, leaving both Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou with a hint of regret. Lin Hao had a bit of money at his disposal, yet he still refrained from purchasing a sleeper berth, being young and vigorous. The group of young men found it bearable to sit through the night in hard seats while engaging in conversation. In the dead of night, hunger struck the 3 of them. Lin Hao opened a large plastic bag containing provisions given to him by Fan Gang before his departure. Wu Xiaozhou unwrapped a plastic casing around a sausage, mumbling, "Look at Haozi's teacher. He knows to send some delicacies. That miser Wang Leping didn't even invite me when treating." Lin Hao playfully smacked him on the head with the sausage, exclaiming, "How can you speak of your teacher like that?" Wu Xiaozhou merely scoffed, "Such pretentiousness." Cui Gang chuckled heartily, remaining silent as he busied himself with his meal. When did Wan Yong leave? Lin Hao inquired of Wu Xiaozhou. "Yesterday," Wu Xiaozhou replied, then pondered. "Isn't it strange? I heard from Lao Lu in his dorm that Wan Yong took all his bedding when he left. When asked by Lao Lu, he claimed he was taking it home to wash. What is the point of washing a quilt?" Wu Xiaozhou remarked, taking a bite of the sausage, which quickly vanished. Lin Hao pondered deeply. Could it be that this fellow was contemplating dropping out? The incident regarding Wan Yong's plagiarism of his own song at the crossing bar soon circulated throughout the academy. Lin Hao assured that he had not spoken of it, and neither had Wu Xiaozhou nor Meng Pongzi or Cui Gang. One day, while having lunch in the cafeteria, Lin Hao encountered Bai Jitao, who insisted that she was not the source of such gossip. This was perplexing. None of the 4 had spoken, and Bai Jitao did not appear to be lying. How could such a rumor spread so widely? Until the exams concluded, Lin Hao did not see Wan Yong again. According to Wu Xiaozhou, this fellow seemed to have undergone a drastic personality change. Once lively and flirtatious in class, he now walked with his head down, often sticking close to the walls. At 5 o'clock the following morning, before dawn had broken, Cui Gang was the first to arrive. As agreed, they would meet at the start of the semester. He disembarked from the vehicle with his trumpet and suitcase. Over an hour later, Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou exited the train station and quickly hailed a taxi. The cold was biting, a good 5 or 6 degrees lower than in the provincial capital. As Lin Hao opened the door to his home, greeted by the reassuring smile of his father, Lin Qingsheng, and the sight of a table laden with white porridge, steamed buns, and a plate of braised spare ribs, a sense of warmth enveloped him. 2 days later at noon, Lin Hao was reclining on his bed, engrossed in forms and analysis of works, when a knock resounded from the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an unexpected visitor, a woman named Chu Yu. "Sister Chu?" Lin Hao exclaimed, taken aback by her presence. "What brings you here? Aren't you going to invite me in?" Chu Yu was clad in a white long down coat adorned with a fox fur collar and black knee-high stiletto boots, exuding the essence of a mature woman, mingling with the frigid air of the outside world, which was hovering around -30 degrees Celsius. "A rare guest. Come in quickly, it's freezing out here." Chu Yu stomped her feet a few times before stepping inside with a bright smile. Noticing her searching for slippers, Lin Hao quickly interjected, "No need to change. My home isn't that particular." As she walked further into the room, she slipped off her down coat and handed it to Lin Hao. "Cold, isn't it?" he remarked as he hung the coat on a hook, feeling its icy chill. "Indeed. I would estimate it's around -34 or 35, Chu Yu replied, settling onto the sofa across from the dining table. Lin Hao hurriedly poured her a cup of hot water, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him. Southerners could hardly fathom such frigid temperatures. Suddenly, a humorous anecdote from his previous life about a comedic skit by Guodi Gang and Gao Feng regarding a stool stick flashed through his mind, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. "Sister, what brings you here?" Chuyu rolled her eyes at him, puzzled by his mischievous grin. Her large eyes, starkly defined in black and white, were truly captivating. What do you think I want? Can you help me become the station director? All right, just wait. I'll write a note. She chuckled, taking a sip of hot water. I heard you're on holiday, so I managed to find out your address. I need your help. Lin Hao paused. Have the band left? He inquired. Chuyu shook her head. No, but after last winter, business has been poor. So I hoped you could come back and help boost the crowd. Lin Hao laughed. Sister, you're overestimating my abilities. You see, since you left, the number of patrons has dwindled. With this cold snap, it has decreased even further. Please, help me out. Don't say that. Even if you hadn't come to find me, I was planning to seek you out. I need to earn money too. Lin Hao replied sincerely, having initially intended to rest for a week before visiting the Iron Riders. Good. Chuyu felt a weight lift from her heart. During a casual conversation with Zhou Dongbing, she had mentioned her greatest aspiration was to own a bar. Without hesitation, Zhou had invested in the Iron Riders for her. Although she did not expect the bar to be a lucrative venture, she felt a responsibility to manage it well since it was entrusted to her. After chatting for a while, Chuyu finished her cup of hot water and stood up to leave. Lin Hao promptly handed her the down coat. Will you be able to come tonight? She asked just before stepping out. Lin Hao nodded affirmatively, assuring her it would not be a problem. Chuyu smiled. And as Lin Hao offered to escort her to the door, she declined, saying it was too cold for him to venture outside. In the evening, Lin Hao prepared rice in a rice cooker, stewed pork belly with potatoes and frozen green beans, and indulged in 2 hearty bowls of rice. He then placed the remaining dishes into the pot, awaiting his father's return to heat them up for dinner. His culinary skills from his previous life were indeed commendable. Just as he stepped outside, Lin Qingsheng returned home. Dad, the food is in the pot and still warm. I'm off to find Xiao Wu. We're going to the bar to sing tonight. Lin Qingsheng looked at his son, who had grown sturdier, and smiled broadly. You've truly grown up. You can even cook for me now. Go ahead, but be careful on the slippery roads. Got it, Lin Hao replied, dashing up the stairs. The two arrived at the Iron Horse Bar on the pedestrian street just past 8 o'clock. Wu Xiaozhou had taken 2 tumbles, while Lin Hao fared worse, falling 3 times. After securing their bicycles, Wu Xiaozhou rubbed his backside and muttered, I'm not coming tomorrow. This is too much trouble. Fine, if you don't come. Just practice diligently at home. Otherwise, when I make it big, I want to take you along. Don't say that, Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed, throwing an arm around Lin Hao's shoulder. If you dare abandon me, I'll just camp out at your place every day. Lin Hao's thoughts about the next 2 years were growing increasingly mature, yet he felt unable to implement them just yet, having to take things step by step. A significant part of his reasoning stemmed from Wu Xiaozhou. After getting to know Yin Xiaoqi, Gao Laoda, and Xu Xiaomei, along with Meng Pengzi and Cui Gang, his resolve to remedy a few regrets from his past life intensified. Although the professional skills of these individuals fell short of his aspirations, they were all fervent practitioners. With his assistance, they should not hinder progress in a year or 2. However, Wu Xiaozhou lagged considerably behind. If he could not improve rapidly, Lin Hao would have no choice but to delay his plans. After all, they had grown up together, and he could not simply abandon him for a new bassist. He could impart many practical skills to Wu Xiaozhou through their professional teacher, Wang Leping. Not merely out of regard for Wu Xiaozhou, but primarily to ensure he caught up with the others and did not fall behind. While Wang Leping was Wu Xiaozhou's teacher, Lin Hao had his own studies to attend to. He couldn't monitor him every day. Upon entering the bar, Lin Hao discovered that Chuyu had indeed spoken the truth. The atmosphere was rather subdued. In the expansive bar, only 2 tables were occupied, and 4 young servers huddled together chatting. One of the servers recognized Lin Hao and hurried over, exclaiming, How good, you're here. Lin Hao chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. The other 3 servers appeared to be newcomers, unfamiliar to him. The server guided the 2 to a 4-person table near the stage. As they settled down, Lin Hao noticed a wooden guitar already set up on the stage. He smiled knowingly. This place felt much more welcoming. The server brought them a pot of tea, and the 2 of them sipped tea while chatting. After all, they were there to earn money and could not indulge as they did initially, ordering beer and platters. Having a pot of hot tea was quite sufficient. At 8:30, a few more tables arrived, and Chuyu also came over. She greeted Lin Hao just as she was about to sit down to converse, when friends from the other side interrupted her, leaving her with no choice but to excuse herself. Lin Hao commenced the evening with a rendition of Friends. Although the crowd was sparse, his performance was met with enthusiastic applause. As he finished, the band arrived. Upon seeing Lin Hao, keyboard Lu and the others were delighted, insisting that he and Wu Xiaozhou stay, claiming they would all go out for drinks together once they finished. Lin Hao felt it was too late and initially hesitated to wait, but Wu Xiaozhou, smitten by the appearance of a new female singer, stubbornly pulled him along, declaring they wouldn't leave. Reluctantly, Lin Hao acquiesced. Throughout the evening, he noticed the absence of Zhou Dongbing, which piqued his curiosity. When Chuyu returned around 10, he inquired about Zhou. Chuyu chuckled, saying, "He is quite the busy man, off to a meeting in the province." Lin Hao was taken aback. He couldn't fathom why Zhou would be attending a provincial meeting, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Chuyu, perceptive as ever, elaborated with a smile. "Your Zhou is the president of Beishua Group." Lin Hao merely responded with a simple acknowledgement, but inside he was engulfed by a tempest of surprise. Beishua Group was the largest private enterprise in Chuanha, ranking prominently within the province in recent years. It owned various ventures, including Nanshan coal mine, real estate companies, property management firms, construction companies, furniture factories, cement plants, and hotels. So, he was the president of the group. No wonder there were so many attendees at that dinner toasting to him. After Chuyu departed, Lin Hao turned to the equally astonished Wu Xiaozhou, asking, "Did you not know?" Wu Xiaozhou appeared bewildered as well. After all, he had previously been just a high school student, and the friend he hung out with, Fei, was merely a street hoodlum. Although they were aware of Zhou Dongbing's reputation in Chuanha and his considerable influence, the specifics of his position remained elusive to them, as they felt worlds apart from him. The two friends managed to endure until midnight when the band concluded their set, leading the group to a hot pot restaurant frequented by musicians. This establishment had become the late-night haunt for these night owls. Chuanha may be small, but in recent years, it had seen a surge in nightlife venues, including dance halls, nightclubs, music restaurants, bars, and spas. Many of the bands and singers performing at these venues often sought a late-night drink after their gigs. By midnight, most restaurants had closed, and initially, patrons would flock to skewers, but over time, they grew weary of that fare. Eventually, someone discovered the Fish Hot Pot restaurant on Xianan Road, and upon tasting the dishes, they were astounded. Thus, it became a popular late-night destination. The group of 9 reserved a spacious private room. Keyboard Lu introduced Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou to 2 new female singers, while the male singer remained unchanged, as they were already familiar with him. Wu Xiaozhou, once again smitten, clung to the hand of one of the long-haired singers during their handshake, prompting Lin Hao to feel the urge to kick him. What a disgrace. The long-haired female singer appeared to be around 24 or 25, with captivating almond-shaped eyes and delicate lips adorned with a beauty mark, exuding an enchanting allure. Initially, she blushed shyly while holding hands with Wu Xiaozhou. However, after indulging in some drinks, she began to cast flirtatious glances at him, leaving him utterly entranced. As the fish pot arrived, the broth was bubbling with thin, snow-white slices of fish, topped with a layer of crispy, spicy fried chili strips, making it quite appetizing. Lu Er raised his glass and expressed his gratitude to Lin Hao, who reciprocated with polite remarks. As the evening progressed, Lu Er and Lin Hao excused themselves to the restroom, with Lu Er casually draping an arm around Lin Hao's shoulders and declaring, "Howsy. We plan to leave after the new year." Lin Hao, unfazed, replied, "Have you made plans?" "Yes, we're heading to Zhongzhou," Lu Er affirmed. Lin Hao nodded, suggesting they take their time upon arrival, find a stable place, and learn as much as possible, as the area was teeming with talent. Lu Er agreed, echoing his thoughts. Lin Hao continued, "When the opportunity arises, seize a chance at a large performance, and you will undoubtedly shine, perhaps due to the effects of beer." Lu Er's eyes were bloodshot as he placed both hands on Lin Hao's shoulders, sincerely stating, "Lin Hao, thank you." This expression of gratitude felt far more genuine than their previous exchanges at the table. Lin Hao smiled, anticipating the day he would hear "Do you love me?" resonating through the campus. Lu Er nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Hao quickly pushed Lu Er's hands away, realizing he hadn't washed them yet. Upon returning, he discovered that Wu Xiaozhou had seated himself next to the female singer, clearly eager for something more before spring even arrived. He had long foreseen this group's departure and had previously informed Chuyu and Zhou Dongbing, not wishing to remind Chuyu again, having mentioned it once sufficed. Whether they could indeed leave depended on Lu Er's ability to take action and Zhou Dongbing's sentiments. As Zhou Dongbing had once remarked, if he kept quiet, no one would be able to leave. While attempting to light a cigarette, Lin Hao dropped it. As he bent down to retrieve it, he noticed the female singer playfully kicking Wu Xiaozhou's leg with her foot. After a satisfying meal, Lu Er settled the bill, and the group made their way out, crossing paths with two other bands also departing. At that moment, Lu Er's social skills became evident as he warmly greeted everyone, sharing jokes and camaraderie. Outside the restaurant, Wu Xiaozhou hesitantly approached Lin Hao and murmured, "When you get home, tell my family I drank too much and crashed at your place." Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're not going home?" "Well, Xiaomin invited me over for dumplings." Wu Xiaozhou chuckled, exhaling frosty breath. Lin Hao's forehead furrowed. Xiaomin was the alluring female singer. And after just finishing the fish pot, what could possibly prompt a late-night dumpling feast? "Are you really still hungry?" Lin Hao shot him a disapproving glance. Wu Xiaozhou exhibited a palpable hesitation, contemplating his hunger. He glanced sideways at the female singer and then at Lin Hao, who was glaring at him. With a firm resolve, he declared, "I am not hungry." Lin Hao chuckled, patting his shoulder, and said, "If you're not hungry, then go home." As they parted ways, Wu Xiaozhou clearly discerned the resentment in the singer's eyes, leaving him feeling despondent, lamenting that he could not even enjoy dumplings. In the exuberance of youth, it is entirely natural to develop feelings for women. Lin Hao, having traversed various locales in his previous life, had encountered numerous transient couples among band singers. He wished for Wu Xiaozhou to avoid such a fate. One may possess affection, yet one must never be frivolous in matters of the heart. The fundamental distinction between humans and animals lies in the presence of a sense of shame. One cannot engage in intimate acts without a foundation of genuine emotion. A few days later, with Lin Hao's return, old patrons began to gather in greater numbers, and by a little past 8, the Iron Horse returned to its lively atmosphere. Since the day of their drinking escapade, Wu Xiaozhou had not set foot in the Iron Horse. Lin Hao noticed that the singer named Xiaomin gazed at him with an expression filled with melancholy. That afternoon, after completing 2 songs, Lin Hao visited Wu Xiaozhou's home, where his mother opened the door for him. Lin Hao pushed against Wu Xiaozhou's bedroom door, which was locked. He knocked 3 times. The door creaked open, revealing Wu Xiaozhou clad in thermal wear, yawning incessantly, with remnants of sleep in the corners of his eyes. "What time is it? Still sleeping?" Lin Hao entered the room. Chapter 76. Wu Xiaozhou promptly leaped onto the bed, burrowing beneath the covers. Lin Hao glanced at the ashtray on the computer desk, brimming with cigarette butts, and surmised that adding one more would cause it to collapse. Then his gaze shifted to the electric bass resting in the corner, now coated in dust. Anger ignited within him as he strode forward and abruptly flung the quilt off Wu Xiaozhou. "Ah, it's quite cold," Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed, attempting to reclaim the blanket, only to be met with Lin Hao's furious countenance. Stunned, he murmured, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Lin Hao pointed at the electric bass in the corner and asked, "Tell me, how long has it been since you touched your instrument?" "It's vacation. I need to rest." Wu Xiaozhou replied nonchalantly. "Rest? Do you dare to rest?" Lin Hao raised his voice. "If it weren't for waiting on you, I would have already revived the band." "What band?" Wu Xiaozhou queried, somewhat bewildered. "Don't concern yourself with what band." Lin Hao tossed the quilt onto the bed and opened the computer. "What?" I said, "Open the computer." Lin Hao's eyes widened in urgency. Realizing that Lin Hao was genuinely furious, Wu Xiaozhou quickly jumped out of bed, barefoot. In truth, if a confrontation were to ensue, even 2 Lin Haos would not be a match for Wu Xiaozhou. In their youth, Wu Xiaozhou had often bested Lin Hao in physical confrontations. However, as they spent more time together, from elementary school through high school, their bond deepened. Wu Xiaozhou had always been the brave one, charging ahead, while Lin Hao preferred to linger in the background, quietly observing. Human nature is indeed peculiar. Aside from his father, Wu Xiaozhou had never feared anyone. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an undeniable shift in Lin Hao after the artistic performance that marked their graduation from high school. It was a transformation that even Lin Hao himself struggled to articulate. When Lin Hao was angry, an instinctive sense of dread would rise within others. Coupled with the genuine care Lin Hao exhibited, Wu Xiaozhou found himself inexplicably intimidated. As the computer powered on, Lin Hao gazed at the icons of online games on the desktop and commanded, "Open." "Why would you want to attack him?" Wu Xiaozhou mumbled. "Open it." Lin Hao's anger flared. Observing the character in the game wielding a massive sword with ferocity, Lin Hao's fury intensified. He pointed at the screen. "How many levels was he at before we started school? And how many now?" Wu Xiaozhou remained silent. You wanted to go sleep with that girl who sings. And I didn't say anything afterward. It's not a big deal since neither of you is married. It's just nature. I didn't go? Wu Xiaozhou protested. Displeased, Lin Hao glared at him. Do you still want to? She's such a casual woman. What if something goes wrong? Wu Xiaozhou fell silent. Neglecting practice to play games every day. Am I not justified in criticizing you? Lin Hao directed his finger at the game. Delete it. Don't. Wu Xiaozhou lunged toward the desk, unwilling to part with the fruits of his labor from countless days and nights. Will you delete it or not? Wu Xiaozhou stood still, silent. Exasperated, Lin Hao clenched his jaw. Practicing is like rowing upstream. If you don't touch the instrument even for a day, your skills will stagnate, especially at your level, which lacks any foundation. Do you think Meng Pangzi is lazy? Let me tell you. He started learning the Yanqin at 5, and he is now adept. That's what they call childhood talent. Do you understand? Do you know how many hours Yan Shaoqi practices daily? 8 hours. An average of 8 hours a day. When have you seen Gao Laudo idling about? Never. While you're loitering in the flower bed watching girls, he is sweating it out in the practice room. Why does Chu Xiaomei always gravitate towards the vocal department? Because she is cozying up to the vocal instructor there. She doesn't just want to master the guitar, she wants to sing. Do I even need to mention Chui Gang? Can you compete with that? Don't think that hugging your bass while you sleep counts as diligent practice. Who are you trying to impress? Wu Xiaozhou, I will ask you one last time, delete it or not. Lin Hao's voice trembled as he offered Wu Xiaozhou a final opportunity. If he squandered it, Lin Hao vowed to never speak of it again. So be it. Chapter 77. Wu Xiaozhou remained motionless. Fine. He felt despondent. I'm leaving. Don't. Wu Xiaozhou turned back to see tears glistening at the corners of Lin Hao's eyes. Don't go. I'll delete it. He gritted his teeth and deleted his character from the game. After closing the game, he resolutely uninstalled it as well. Lin Hao sighed deeply. Wu Xiaozhou, I possess a shortcut, but you have none. Take care of yourself. After speaking, Lin Hao turned and walked away. Wu Xiaozhou, feeling dejected, did not rise to see him off, fully aware that he had wounded Lin Hao's feelings. Once Lin Hao departed, he approached the electric bass, reaching out to gently brush away the dust that had settled on it. Time flew by swiftly. In just 2 days, it would be New Year's Eve. And today marked the final day of business for the bar. Despite the gentle snowfall outside, the bar remained lively with patrons. Upon entering, Lin Hao spotted Zhou Dongbing, who stood not far from the entrance, engaged in conversation with a bespectacled, rotund man, dressed in a sharp, deep gray suit. Zhou Dongbing appeared to have come from a significant event, draping a half-length black mink coat over his arm. As Lin Hao made his way inside, he noticed Lu Er and the others had arrived earlier than usual, which piqued his curiosity. However, recalling their previous conversation during a drinking session, he surmised they intended to perform a farewell show, as Lu Er had mentioned they would be leaving for Zhongzhou after the new year. Lin Hao greeted them but bypassed idle chatter, heading straight for the stage. After making slight adjustments to the guitar strings, he announced, "The first snowfall of 2002. Dedicated to you all." As the guitar resonated, the clamor of the bar gradually faded away. Noticing Chu Yu's arrival, Zhou Dongbing casually handed her his coat and said to the rotund man, "Come on, Lao Hu, let us go listen to the music." The man nodded in agreement. The first snowfall of 2002 arrived later than usual. The number 2 bus parked on the 8th floor carried away the last fallen yellow leaf. This snowfall remains an unyielding sentiment in Urumqi. You flutter like a butterfly, swaying in the season of drifting snow. After hearing just a few lines, Lu Er felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Yet another original song. Lin Hao was nothing short of a genius. Lin Hao's raspy voice conveyed a profound melancholy, enveloping the bar in an atmosphere of nostalgia. By the time he reached the second verse, some audience members had begun to tear up. The song seemed to unroll a canvas of memories, each note striking a poignant chord. It is your crimson lips that have ensnared my everything. Your tenderness rekindles my fervor. Your myriad of affections melts the ice and snow. Your sweet words transform the seasons. Xia had also arrived, beckoning to a server and handing him 200 yuan for 2 floral arrangements. After finishing the song, an air of sorrow hung over the crowd, rendering them momentarily speechless. Zhou Dongbing, unusually animated, shouted, "It's New Year's. Let us have something lively." Laughter erupted among the guests. "Thank you," Lin Hao began, expressing his gratitude to Xia and the other patrons who had sent the flower baskets. He continued, "Management has suggested that, to avoid being dismissed, The next song, Wishing You Prosperity, is dedicated to you all, wishing Brother Zhou, Sister Chu, and all our friends here a prosperous new year. Some whistled, some applauded. And everyone emerged from the recent sorrow. I congratulate you on your wealth. I congratulate you on your brilliance. Let the worthy come forth, and the unworthy step aside. Laughter erupted in the bar. Lu Er gently shook her head and murmured, "This is the most insipid song I've heard Lin Hao sing." Yet the male singer appeared contemplative. I find it rather delightful, quite festive. Chapter 78. Lin Hao descended from the stage amidst fervent applause, and the band took to the platform. Zhou Dongbing waved at him from a window seat. "Brother Zhou," he called as he approached. Zhou Dongbing gestured to the stout man across from him, saying, "Hu Jigang. You should address him as Brother Hu." Lin Hao quickly extended his hand for a handshake. "Brother Hu." Hu Jigang beamed. "That was splendid. Young man, that snow song was even more enchanting." Lin Hao graciously acknowledged the compliment. Zhou Dongbing shifted in his seat and patted the chair. "Sit for a while, have a smoke." He then produced a soft cigarette and offered it to Lin Hao. As Lin Hao sat down, Zhou Dongbing attempted to light it for him, but he quickly took the lighter and lit it himself. "Brother, why bother with real estate? Just start an entertainment company or a record label and support this young man. He'll surely rise to fame." Hu Jigang chuckled. Zhou Dongbing replied, "Do you understand?" Hu Jigang shook his head. "There are plenty of profitable ventures in this world, but familiar ones are the most lucrative. What else can you see that's worth pursuing?" Zhou Dongbing laughed. Hu Jigang scratched his head. "True, but anything is better than coal mining, right?" Lin Hao smiled. "In a few years, Brother Hu, you'll be counting money until your hands cramp." Hu Jigang forced a smile. "Let us hope for that. Alas, these coal prices. If we don't mine, we lose on wages. If we do mine, we're still losing money." Lin Hao smiled, refraining from further comments, thinking to himself, "In a few years, coal bosses will be impressive, but it's all about whether you can endure." After chatting for a while, Lin Hao extended early New Year greetings and stood to take his leave. In the second-floor office, Chu Yu smiled. "In these last days, it's less than 10, plus the floral arrangement, totaling 400 yuan. Lin Hao accepted it with a smile. Chu Yu then produced a red envelope. "This is from me and Dongbing. No matter the amount, it's our small token of appreciation. You must accept it for the new year." Lin Hao snatched it eagerly, exclaiming, "How could I refuse? That would be foolish." "Thank you, boss." Chu Yu laughed heartily, thinking to herself, "This behavior truly reflects a big child. We will resume business on the 16th. You must arrive on time." "No problem." As Lin Hao hesitated at the door, he recalled Lu Er mentioning their departure, but decided against voicing it, trusting they would manage the situation without his interference. The year-end. The year-end. For the impoverished, the new year represents a hurdle. Yet for Lin Hao, singing in the bar had significantly enriched him. The father and son had procured a considerable amount of supplies, and there remained some Zhonghua cigarettes and premium liquor at home, all brought back by Lin Hao during his last visit. Initially, Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou intended to take a few packs of cigarettes with them to school, but their fathers resolutely disapproved. What would others think of a student smoking Zhonghua? The day after the bar closed, Lin Hao used the red envelope gifted by Chu Yu to purchase 2 second-hand mobile phones. The envelope was quite generous, totaling 5,000 yuan. After acquiring the 2 Nokia phones, he still had over 1,000 left. Holding the 2 Nokia 3210s, Lin Hao felt a wave of nostalgia, as it had been nearly 20 years since he last used such a device. In his previous life, he had purchased this model during the Spring Festival of 2000, shortly after its release, and had used it for over 4 years. The sight of this phone brought memories of Rin Qing flooding back. She had accompanied him when he bought this model, a sweet and charming girl who was in her sophomore year at the time. They had been together for more than 3 years, yet their relationship had not endured as long as the lifespan of that phone. Rin Qing's mother had caused an uproar, ultimately forcing them apart. As fate would have it, although this world did not contain the same individuals from his previous life, there were still numerous overlaps, particularly in terms of history, technological advancement, and various brands. Regrettably, Lin Hao had merely been a down-and-out musician in his former existence. Despite his awareness of the forthcoming societal and technological changes, he remained an outsider to the realms of stock markets and business operations. He had once contemplated writing novels in his spare time, considering the wealth of classic literature from his previous life that, if replicated, could achieve remarkable success. Yet, 2 significant obstacles plagued him. First, he had difficulty remembering. In his previous life, he had dedicated most of his free time to honing his craft. having read only a handful of novels. The ones that lingered in his memory were the four great classical novels, along with Ordinary World, White Deer Plain, and To Live. While he retained vivid recollections of certain plot lines, transcribing them would be a fanciful endeavor. Although modern literature in this world lacked those specific titles, the four great classical novels remained intact, and the path of literature seemed unattainable for him. Second, time was a constraint. Just as he began university, the books given to him by Fan Gang were already overwhelming. His previous technical skills and music theory were rooted in practice, and he found himself lacking in theoretical knowledge, which this life provided an opportunity to rectify. Even if he found some spare time, he needed to diligently transcribe the classic songs he had once known, swiftly applying for music copyrights. Although he was familiar with and had sung numerous classic songs, capturing their melodies posed a challenge. Writing them down proved to be a daunting task, requiring not only arranging harmonies for instrumentation, but also crafting lyrics for which he occasionally struggled to recall, leaving him in deep contemplation. Lin Hao took considerable time to transition from the confusion of his rebirth to a clearer understanding of himself. He continuously weighed various matters in his mind, ultimately concluding that excellence can be found in every profession, and one should not merely gaze at distant peaks. The realm I am most familiar with is undoubtedly the arts, a field poised for even greater flourishing in the future. Whether it be singing, forming a band, or pursuing a career as an actor or director, these are the avenues in which I excel, and I am diligently striving to enhance my skills in this lifetime. To truly master what one knows best is to achieve greatness. On the morning of the Lunar New Year's Eve, the grandfather and grandson visited the ancestral grave to pay their respects and burn offerings. They encountered no other relatives. The biting cold compelled them to return home swiftly after completing their rituals. That evening, the meal was a sumptuous affair, and they uncorked a bottle of premium wine. Indulging in a few sips, Lin Hao attentively watched each segment of the gala, realizing that mere online research was insufficient. He aimed to become well acquainted with the stars of this world. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, at Wu Xiaozhou's residence, Lin Hao gathered with Wu Xiaozhou and Zhang Cixi, their families having developed a strong camaraderie over the years as neighbors. After a hearty meal, the fathers continued to drink while the three friends retreated to Wu Xiaozhou's bedroom. "Cixi, how are things going with Li Yuba?" Wu Xiaozhou inquired, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Zhang Cixi's cheeks flushed momentarily before she sighed, uncertain if she would perform well in her upcoming exams. Wu Xiaozhou remarked, "What is the matter? If you don't do well, you can always repeat a year." Zhang Cixi initially nodded but then shook her head, whispering, "How could that be possible? Enough about me, what about you two? I might just apply to an art academy. Who knows, you might end up being my seniors." She forced a smile while asking. Wu Xiaozhou boasted, "There are many who study music, especially those girls in the dance program. Their waists are so slender that one could easily carry them with a single hand." Zhang Cixi rolled her eyes, "As if you've ever carried one." "Uft. Your little Wu Gu is adored by all at the academy," he replied cheekily. "Ugh, who are you calling little Wu Gu?" Zhang Cixi spat back. Lin Hao chuckled as he observed their playful banter. These two were indeed rivals, having bickered since childhood, each dismissing the other. Zhang Cixi was undeniably a beauty, having studied dance since childhood, with her height, figure, and features being exceptional. In contrast, Wu Xiaozhou was tall and robust, with striking features. Yet they seemed to clash in temperament. Lin Hao noticed the calluses on Wu Xiaozhou's fingers, a sign of his dedication, which brought him some solace. It appeared that this young man was indeed deserving of a good scolding. It seemed he had truly been putting in the effort lately. During the new year, Lin Hao rarely ventured out. Lin Qingxing also took an extended break, choosing to stay home and watch television rather than socialize with old friends over drinks. Lin Hao devoted his time to reading, having brought back from his travels the books given to him by Fan Gang. Occasionally, he would ascend to Wu Xiaozhou's room to offer guidance on any issues he noticed in his practice. Wu Xiaozhou was indeed born for this path, exhibiting a fierce determination to practice diligently for hours each day, resulting in rapid progress. Lin Hao felt a sense of pride. If Wu Xiaozhou could commit to at least 5 hours of practice daily once school resumed, his aspirations might soon be realized within the year. After the Lantern Festival, the Iron Horse Bar finally opened its doors. Lin Hao's schedule was rather packed. He never missed an evening of singing at the bar. Mornings were dedicated to reading, while afternoons were reserved for composing songs he intended to perform or potentially sell in the future, as he needed to write the sheet music and lyrics separately. Revisions often took 2 to 3 days for a single song. In the final hour, he would diligently inscribe melodies in a newly purchased notebook. Certain preparations required advance attention, and although he could have started earlier, these 6 songs were particularly challenging to craft. He aimed for perfection, aspiring for a remarkable debut when the time came. During this holiday, both Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou led fulfilling lives, especially Lin Hao, who earned over 20,000 yuan during his time at Iron Horse. On this day, having received his salary for the last 10 days at the bar, he visited the mobile phone store from before, spending 1,800 yuan on a second-hand Samsung phone for Wu Xiaozhou, a reward for his diligent practice. When Lin Hao presented the phone, Wu Xiaozhou nearly leaped with joy. Coming from a family of ordinary workers, his father's phone was an outdated black and white model. If his father hadn't claimed they needed a phone for convenience to communicate with their son in the provincial capital, his mother would have been reluctant to spend the money. Lin Hao received his salary every 10 days, giving the entirety to his father, Lin Qingsheng, who deposited it into the bank. He only allocated 3,000 yuan for Lin Hao's card, advising him to save it as it was meant for half a semester's living expenses. The remaining funds, as Lin Qingsheng put it, were to serve as a dowry for Lin Hao's future wife. Lin Hao was accustomed to frugality, even when encouraged to enjoy life. He remained indifferent. Before school reopened, he made a trip to the mall, purchasing several sets of clothes and shoes for both himself and his father. While none were particularly expensive, upon returning home, he inevitably faced a scolding from Lin Qingsheng for his extravagant spending. Nevertheless, after donning his new attire, Lin Qingsheng felt a sense of joy, knowing that these were gifts from his son's earnings, standing tall with pride as he wore them. On the train, Wu Xiaozhou wandered through the compartments with a cigarette, returning dejected. Lin Hao, aware of his quest, inquired, "Did you find her?" Wu Xiaozhou shook his head, lamenting that not only had he not spotted the tall girl, but even Zhang Rong was nowhere to be seen. Although there was only one train to the provincial capital each day, it was uncertain whether they would be on it. Lin Hao offered consolation, suggesting that when they returned to school, he should ask where she lived. Lin Hao chuckled in surprise. "What are you planning? Proposing? Nonsense. I'll be able to hang out with her during summer vacation." Wu Xiaozhou replied, squinting his eyes with a mischievous grin. "Summer vacation, sunshine, short skirts, long legs, just think about it." Lin Hao rolled his eyes. "Spring is here." "Damn," Wu Xiaozhou retorted. "Stop pretending to be serious. By the way, that Xiaomin girl asked about you the last day of the bar performance." Lin Hao remarked. Wu Xiaozhou sighed heavily. "What a pity about that dumpling meal." 2 individuals burst into hearty laughter. Wu Xiaozhou, clearly reluctant to revisit that sorrowful past, playfully inquired, "Who is it that you truly fancy?" This question left Lin Hao somewhat perplexed. It seemed that none of the girls at school had truly captivated his heart. Yet, he pondered why he had no fleeting thoughts about the beautiful girls in his class. The only ones who stirred a slight ripple in his emotions were Chu Yu and the 4th sister from the bar at the provincial capital's ferry terminal. Both shared the commonality of being nearly 30, possessing beauty and alluring figures. However, upon reflection, it appeared that this inclination bore no resemblance to romantic affection, merely a primal instinct inherent in male creatures. As these thoughts danced through his mind, a girl's image materialized before him, both teasing and smiling. Xia Yuma, the girl he had encountered during his first train journey to school. This girl bore a striking resemblance to the renowned actress Gao Yuan from his previous life, embodying his ideal type. He could not ascertain whether he was genuinely smitten, yet she was the sole one who lingered in his thoughts. The other girls, such as Zhang Rong, Bai Ji Tao, and those designated as class beauties, were now mere shadows, their faces slipping from his memory. As noon approached, some passengers disembarked, and a short-haired girl boarded. Noticing her struggling to place her suitcase on the overhead rack, Lin Hao rose to assist her. She expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you, and subsequently took a seat beside Wu Xiaozhou. Wu Xiaozhou cast a quick glance, deeming her appearance rather ordinary and somewhat rustic, thus refraining from initiating conversation. Lin Hao, momentarily taken aback by her thank you, glanced at the guitar case she held and inquired, "Are you a singer?" The girl looked surprised. "How did you know?" Her voice possessed a distinctive quality. When she spoke, her tongue retracted slightly, creating a resonant nasal timbre that blended softness with a hint of huskiness. Lin Hao gestured towards the guitar nestled in her arms. The girl chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Well, I've been singing for a few years. What do you think?" "Not much," she admitted, her expression dimming. Wu Xiaozhou turned his gaze towards Lin Hao, puzzled by his unusual engagement with a girl who was not conventionally attractive, unlike his typical encounters with beautiful women. He tilted his head for a better view. In truth, the girl was not unattractive. She simply possessed a larger frame, lacking the delicate grace often associated with femininity. Her skin was not particularly fair, her features slightly angular, and beneath her straight, thick brows lay large, expressive eyes. Is it that you haven't found the right song for you? Lin Hao smiled. The girl was taken aback by his observation. Despite having sung for over 3 years, her performances often lacked longevity. Those who appreciated her talent would commend her unique singing style, while others, disinterested, would even hurl bottles at her in disdain. With countless popular songs available, she endeavored to discover those that suited her voice. Yet she still struggled to pinpoint her true musical identity. Sweet songs eluded her, and she had yet to find a band willing to embrace her for rock music. If this continues, she would inevitably return home to assist her parents in farming, at which point they would arrange a husband for her, and she would bear 2 children, spending her life in the fields. Yet she was unwilling to accept such a fate. How can you be so sure? She queried Lin Hao. He replied, Your voice is remarkably unique. It is destined to be fraught with challenges. The girl nodded, sighed, and gazed out of the window at the fleeting landscape, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Hand me the guitar, Lin Hao instructed. The girl hesitated for a moment, but ultimately handed it to him. Lin Hao opened the guitar case, revealing a vintage red cotton guitar with a decent tone. Strumming the strings, he deemed it sufficiently in tune, too lazy to retune, and shifted the capo to the 4th fret, then said, I'll sing a song. You tell me if it suits you. The girl nodded in a daze, unable to believe that this young man, several years her junior, could produce any pleasant melodies. As the music commenced, Lin Hao did not linger on a lengthy prelude. After a few chords, he began to sing. Every nightfall brings loneliness to my side. Each dusk, my heartbeat waits, a boundless tenderness within me. The girl shivered involuntarily, feeling her hair stand on end. Chapter 82. This is my voice, she internally exclaimed. Although Lin Hao's voice was masculine, the distinct raspy quality tinged with nasality was undeniably hers. She had long wished to change it. For a period, she had harbored a deep disdain for this voice of hers, as it was too singular, making it challenging to find suitable songs. Yet she adored singing. Without it, she found no meaning in life. Lin Hao's voice drew the attention of many travelers, who stood to listen, while the girl wept profusely amidst the melody. She felt as though this song was written for her, as she had persistently crawled along this muddy path for years. I longed to transcend this mundane existence, inevitably adrift for now, unable to quell my fervor within, my unwavering devotion to the future, embracing you. Do you see my tears? The girl was entranced by Lin Hao's singing, her vision completely blurred. As the music faded, applause erupted in the carriage. Was it beautiful? Lin Hao asked, looking at the girl, whose face was streaked with tears. She nodded, suddenly realizing the song had ended, hastily wiping her face with the back of her hand. Thankfully, she rarely wore makeup, or she would have appeared as a painted clown. Your voice is not poor. It merely hasn't encountered the right song yet. Preserve your voice. You are one of a kind. Lin Hao handed the guitar back to her, saying, Now, you give it a try. The girl took the guitar, timidly asking, Can I do it? You can. Lin Hao replied. I sang it in a different key, using specific finger placements. Just remove the capo. The girl took off the capo. She could sing in tune, hitting the 1st chord, then the 2nd, and finally the 4th. The girl was exceptionally bright. In no time at all, she had mastered the simplified prelude that Lin Hao had played. Lin Hao sang the first 4 lines of the lyrics, teaching her line by line. Upon finishing, Wu Xiaozhou was utterly astonished. The girl's voice was extraordinarily unique and, in fact, more pleasing to the ear than Lin Hao's earlier rendition. It seemed as if this song had been crafted especially for her. Lin Hao marveled at his fortune in encountering such a remarkable voice and appreciated her heartfelt thank you. Moreover, the thought of sharing such an extraordinary sound with the world filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Applause erupted within the carriage, and the girl quickly wiped away a tear, feeling somewhat bashful. It was at that moment Wu Xiaozhou noticed how attractive she was, particularly when she smiled shyly just moments ago. What is the name of this song? She inquired. Persistence, he replied. Did you write it? The girl asked. Lin Hao nodded. She hesitated, then after a brief silence, asked, Can you sell it to me? Lin Hao chuckled. You can't afford it. The girl fell silent. and the other passengers in the carriage, realizing the singing had ceased, began to settle back down. Name your price. I can owe you. Lin Hao gazed into her eyes. Really? The girl asked, her face lighting up with surprise. Lin Hao nodded affirmatively. The girl furrowed her brow, unsure of the market value. Yet, she understood that the worth of a song is not singularly determined. It depends on the melody, the lyrics, and the reputation of the composer. A good song could be quite inexpensive if the songwriter was obscure, often selling for a few thousand yuan. Conversely, if a creator's work caught the attention of a celebrity, they might even give it away for free, knowing that their own value would rise after a star performed it. However, if the songwriter were famous, the price could soar to tens or even hundreds of thousands. In Lin Hao's case, this pricing posed a dilemma for her. Regardless of whether it was too high or too low, she had no money. 50,000, she declared, biting her lip. I can give you an IOU. Lin Hao was taken aback by the girl's boldness. 50,000 yuan was exorbitant in this age, especially for someone without any acclaim. However, he shook his head gently, causing her expression to dim. Wu Xiaozhou, feeling anxious, interjected, Brother, that's 50,000 yuan. What are you thinking? Besides, this girl clearly lacks funds. You can't be too greedy. Just as he was about to continue, Lin Hao raised 2 fingers. 100,000. I'll give you 2 songs. Really? The girl exclaimed in delight. Lin Hao nodded. All right. Once I start making money, I'll repay you at the earliest opportunity. Lin Hao chose not to dwell on the financial aspect any longer and instead asked, Do you have a sheet music book? The girl quickly nodded, opened her small backpack, and produced a staff notebook, accompanied by a carbon pen. Lin Hao took the paper without hesitation and began to write on the small table. He was not a person driven by greed, nor did he have an urgent need for the 100,000 yuan. However, this matter necessitated such action, even if it meant incurring a debt. He could not forego the payment. There were several reasons for this. First, he did not want her to perceive the song as cheap. Second, owing money would provide motivation. Third, there were unwritten rules in the industry. One could not undermine the principle even if selling for a mere yuan. Fourth, this girl was the second kite he had set free. What is your name? Wu Xiaozhou inquired. I am Haning. And you? After introducing himself and Lin Hao, Wu Xiaozhou began to converse, leaving Haning momentarily stunned. If it weren't for the concern of disturbing Lin Hao, Wu Xiaozhou would have eagerly showcased his electric bass skills, as he seldom missed an opportunity to impress women. After 20 minutes, Lin Hao completed his work and inscribed his phone number and bank account details in the notebook. Haning quickly took a look. The title Wildflowers revealed that Lin Hao was indeed an experienced composer. Only novices wrote scores as neatly as printed text. Lin Hao's sheet music was quite casual, with slanted and fluid notes, and the note heads were merely dots. He had only written the main melody and chord markers, with the lyrics beneath, which were beautifully penned. Lin Hao smiled and said, Keep this safe. These 2 pages will be worth a fortune one day. Wu Xiaozhou scoffed slightly, but Haning nodded with earnestness. She began with Wildflowers, humming involuntarily, her face lighting up with delight. The song, both in lyrics and melody, resonated perfectly with her. Teacher, could you sing Wildflowers for us? Lin Hao nodded and took up the guitar. The enchanting melody of Wildflowers once again drew in the audience, and when he finished, applause erupted. Haning clapped enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. Lin Hao handed her the guitar and said, I have a few points to emphasize. Please, go ahead. First, the price of these 2 songs must remain a secret forever. Haning nodded eagerly. Second, this price will never be offered again. Haning was taken aback, struggling to comprehend what he meant. Did this imply he would no longer sell songs to her in the future? Lin Hao clarified. These 2 songs will one day bring you national fame, and naturally, my worth will rise correspondingly. I hope you can understand. Haning pondered over his words and asked, Is that true? Lin Hao chuckled. Do you not believe me? You can still back out now if you wish. Haning quickly shook her head, jesting. Once I become famous, will I still care about this small sum? Third, once you reach the provincial capital, go directly to Zhongzhou. What? Haning exclaimed. I am not familiar with Zhongzhou. Lin Hao shook his head. The provincial capital is too shallow, with scant opportunities. Zhongzhou is where you will soar. Trust me. Haning gazed into Lin Hao's eyes, contemplating his words. Her eyes, though not particularly large and single-lidded, radiated a profound wisdom that instilled a sense of safety and trust. She found herself nodding involuntarily. Haning sensed that Lin Hao was no ordinary university student. It was not merely his talent, but also the way he spoke and the depth of his gaze that exuded the sagacity of a mature man. Subsequently, Han placed her music sheets on the small table and, cradling her guitar, sought Lin Hao's guidance line by line. Lin Hao, displaying remarkable patience, meticulously explained each word and helped her analyze the pieces. After discussing 2 songs, he began to teach her vocal techniques, particularly the resonance of nasal tones at the end of phrases. Han, lacking formal training, sang purely based on her natural abilities, often referred to as a wild singer, devoid of any technique. After more than 2 hours, Lin Hao felt fatigued and dragged Wu Xiaozhou to the carriage connection to smoke. You trust her with 100,000 yuan, just like that? Wu Xiaozhou queried, unable to comprehend why they wouldn't sell to a more established singer for immediate cash. Lin Hao chuckled. You naive fool. What do famous singers know of you? Nothing compares to the fulfillment of nurturing a star from scratch. A star? You mean her? Wu Xiaozhou scoffed. She is not exactly a beauty. Is that so? Lin Hao asked. Wow. Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. So that's why you look like a monk. Your taste is questionable. Get lost. Lin Hao laughed. This girl possesses a truly unique voice, and her appearance is perfectly fine. Aren't you worried she might default on her debts once she becomes famous? Lin Hao shook his head. Can 2 songs sustain a lifetime? It's akin to planting a seed in spring. Only in autumn will you reap the harvest. So, you mean when she starts earning, she'll naturally repay you? Wu Xiaozhou replied. All right, you're not completely foolish. He nudged Lin Hao playfully. You're quite cunning. Are you suggesting the price will go up by then? Cunning? Huh. That's merely market strategy. You should learn from it. Lin Hao concluded, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray mounted on the wall. Upon returning, they ceased their light-hearted banter. Lin Hao, weary, leaned back in his chair and began to doze off. However, Han was still too excited to sleep. She had not anticipated such an extraordinary experience during her trip to the provincial capital. This charming young man with single eyelids was undoubtedly her benefactor. Gazing at Lin Hao's prominent nose, she found herself murmuring his name, Lin Hao, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Yet, she quickly reminded herself of their age difference and resolved to focus on earning money, more money, so her parents could escape the mountains and enjoy a better life in the city. As images of her parents' prematurely aged faces, weathered by sun and wind, and the mischievousness of her 2 younger brothers crossed her mind, she sighed deeply. I will become famous. I will make money. She encouraged herself inwardly. Though it was already late February, the evening air remained frigid, and the taxi navigated cautiously. For the snow that had melted during the day had refrozen into ice by nightfall. The roads of the provincial capital had transformed into an ice rink. And only the drivers from the northeast, seasoned by years of experience, could navigate such treacherous terrain with remarkable speed. Lin Hao occupied the front seat, aware that he would be the one settling the bill upon disembarking. In this current phase of his life, all financial responsibilities rested upon his shoulders, a consequence of his newfound ability to earn. Wu Xiaozhou, seated behind, remarked, that Han truly listened to you. She indeed went to purchase a train ticket to Zhongzhou. Lin Hao chuckled. She understands well that lingering in the provincial capital at her age, even with a couple of signature songs, would merely afford her a modest living. This place is simply too barren for growth. Wu Xiaozhou pondered, what about us? Lin Hao, taken aback, responded, oh, look at you, brother Wu, dreaming of the future. Get lost. Wu Xiaozhou retorted, annoyed. We too, sooner or later, shall head to Zhongzhou. With that, Lin Hao gazed out into the night, the sky adorned with twinkling stars. Longing for Zhongzhou, a place rich with memories from his past life. On the first night of the new semester, Lin Hao visited Fan Gang's home, bringing along some dried hazelnuts and wood-ear mushrooms, as well as a flying dragon. These were all specialties from Chunha. He purchased 4 of each, neatly wrapped and stored in his suitcase. Upon reaching the dormitory, he shared 2 portions with Wu Xiaozhou. Wu Xiaozhou hesitated, but Lin Hao explained. This is a society of reciprocity. Only through mutual exchanges can relationships flourish. Chapter 85. The recipient of a gift finds joy not in the weight of the offering, but in the sentiment behind it, a recognition that they have not been forgotten. Wu Xiaozhou realized he could not argue against Lin Hao's reasoning and reluctantly accepted this reality, feeling as if he had been molded into a sycophant. The following day, Lin Hao paid a visit to his instructor, Wu Shanliang. Wu Shanliang was taken aback by Lin Hao's unexpected visit. Upon opening the door, his round, plump face lit up with a broad smile. After sharing a cup of tea, Lin Hao took his leave, as his interactions with Wu Shanliang were infrequent, and the latter was well aware of Fan Gang's regard for Lin Hao, thus refraining from causing any trouble. The university campus resembled a microcosm of society, where many relationships required nurturing, something Wu Xiaozhou had not considered. Yet, possessing the heart of someone in their 40s, he understood that failing to manage these connections would render his existence futile. Unbeknownst to Wu Xiaozhou, Lin Hao had not always been this way. He once held disdain for such underhanded practices. In his previous life, his stubbornness and deep-seated aversion to injustice led him to offend many who should not have been antagonized, resulting in a dismal existence. He lived until the age of 42 without ever acquiring a home in Zhongzhou. Regardless of whether it was Western or traditional instruments, he excelled in both. His versatile voice could mimic the great stars with remarkable precision. Yet, he found himself in a state of utter despair. Frequently lost in reflection, he contemplated his past, vowing never to tread the same path again. During his tenure at the largest performance bar in Shanghai, upon discovering that the stage manager was withholding the band's wages, he had even gone so far as to knock out the man's front teeth. To this end, he entered the police station, not merely to settle matters with monetary compensation, but also to serve a 15-day detention. Upon hearing that a close confidant had been wronged by a director, he ventured to Hengdian and worked as a background actor for over a month, portraying lifeless corpses countless times. Eventually, he seized an opportunity and thrust a steel fork into the director's backside. Consequently, he found himself back in the police station, from which he was ultimately extricated by friends. A talent show invited him to compose music and serve as the keyboardist for the band. Yet he vehemently accused a female celebrity judge of accepting bribes and cheating, resulting in a prolonged period during which no one dared to approach him again. While teaching music at a studio, he discovered that a mother, who had long accompanied her daughter in practice, had begun teaching piano at the same establishment. In a fit of rage, he tendered his resignation. Later, friends urged him to pursue live streaming or create short videos on Douyin, claiming it could be lucrative. He dismissed these suggestions with disdain, deeming them beneath him. Reflecting on his past, Lin Hao realized he had truly been an indignant youth, utterly foolish. He understood that he could no longer live in such a manner. Given the divine opportunity to relive his life, he resolved to seize it with vigor. He aimed to harness the resources within his mind, aspiring to become the most luminous star in the world, to form his own band, and to become an exceptional lyricist and composer. He harbored numerous desires and contemplated extensively. Many of his ideal futures awaited realization, yet he recognized the necessity of patience. He yearned to relish his university experience, to recharge himself, to amend the regrets of his past life, and to strategically pave the way for his future in the coming years. On the morning of the third day, he called Sister C at the dock bar. "Sister C, it's Lin Hao." She was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Hello, are you back at school?" "Yes, I wanted to inquire if you still need someone for live performances." "Indeed, we do. We had arranged for a female singer to perform, but she suddenly called a few days ago to cancel." Lin Hao was astonished by the coincidence. The world indeed felt small, so he asked, "Is that female singer named Haning?" Sister C paused. "You know her?" Lin Hao affirmed with a nod. Sister C invited him to arrive early that evening to discuss further, and he agreed before hanging up. Chapter 86. In the afternoon, Lin Hao purchased a red cotton guitar from a music store for 900 yuan and also bought a new set of electric bass strings for Wu Xiaozhou, as the current set was nearly worn out since it had come with the bass. That evening, he ventured alone to the dock bar, guitar slung over his shoulder. Sister C did not lower the price simply because he had reached out. It remained at 200 yuan per day, from 8:30 to 9 o'clock p.m. For half an hour, the fee was 200 yuan, a rather steep rate in the provincial capital, where typical performances range from 80 to 150 yuan. Some smaller bars that did not hire bands would employ only a guitarist for performances that stretched from 8 p.m. to midnight, with the highest compensation often capping at 200 yuan, and sometimes even less. Certainly, while the prospect of a higher salary cannot be entirely dismissed, such opportunities are typically reserved for those of considerable renown, particularly in provincial capitals. In comparison to the previously established Spring River Iron Riders Bar, the current pricing appears rather modest. In truth, the remuneration offered by Iron Riders is already exorbitant. Yet this can be attributed to Zhou Dongbing's flamboyant persona and his profound admiration for Lin Hao's talent, as well as an inexplicable fondness for both him and Wu Xiaozhou. Initially, Zhou Dongbing proposed a fee of 100 yuan per song, yet Lin Hao only wished to earn 200 yuan in a day, preferring to sing merely 2 songs rather than overexert himself. Within half an hour, should he sing continuously, he could easily perform at least 6 songs. Setting aside the daily operational costs of 600 yuan that Iron Rider's bar might struggle to sustain, such a practice would be unsustainable for Lin Hao in the long run. He inquired with Sister C whether he could sing 3 songs in one evening, but she declined. Ultimately, they settled on a performance of 4 songs per night, with the flower basket's proceeds split evenly and settled in cash each day. Lin Hao refrained from suggesting a 10-day settlement, opting instead for a daily arrangement to ensure peace of mind given their unfamiliarity. That evening, upon taking the stage, he opened with Blue Lotus, followed by 3 of the world's current popular songs. Despite garnering thunderous applause, Sister C appeared somewhat disheartened. She had anticipated that Lin Hao would perform his own original compositions, only to find him singing the same song as Wang Yong. Fortunately, Lin Hao's versatile vocal abilities rendered each performance akin to the original rendition, which indeed became a distinctive feature. Sister C could only silently wish for him to produce some commendable original works in the future. Following the incident with Wang Yong, Lin Hao recognized that he could no longer sing newly minted classic songs. These compositions would serve as his future capital. Premature exposure prior to the establishment of that flawed website could lead to complications. Thus, he predominantly performed songs from the world, which he had learned, occasionally interspersing 1 or 2 original pieces he had previously sung. He urged himself to accelerate his songwriting efforts, including the 2 songs sold to Han Ying on the train and the piano piece Flight of the Bumblebee, along with the trumpet piece Spanish Bullfighter. Once that flawed website was operational, he intended to swiftly apply for music copyright. Should the site remain unusable by summer, he resolved to take a few days off to visit Zhengzhou City, ensuring he registered all his songs promptly. He also established a personal guideline. In future, he would only resort to singing original works when absolutely necessary, avoiding those beloved annual chart toppers from his past, settling instead for similar alternatives. On the 5th day of school, after Meng Pongzi finished his evening drumming practice and returned to the dormitory, he relayed some insider information he had gleaned. Wang Yong had dropped out and reportedly gone to Zhengzhou. Lin Hao was not particularly surprised. Under such circumstances, it is common for individuals to feel too ashamed to remain at school. However, this effectively established Wang Yong as an adversary. Should Wang Yong achieve any semblance of success in the future, it would be inevitable that he would seek retribution against Lin Hao. Lin Hao merely shifted his thoughts. He had never been afraid of such challenges. He believed in confronting obstacles head-on, for he had weathered numerous storms in his previous life. Why should he fear a mere figure like Wang Yong? Days passed seamlessly, and Lin Hao amassed a considerable following at the Dukou bar, gradually gaining recognition in the provincial music scene. As the weather grew warmer, he intentionally brought along Wu Xiaozhou, Meng Pongzi, Yin Xiaoqi, and Gao Laoda to frequent the bar. After performing, he would not leave, instead encouraging his friends to observe the band on stage. Occasionally, they would join in to play popular music, accumulating valuable stage experience. One day, the keyboardist Lu Ming approached Lin Hao, mentioning that his friend's band was in need of a keyboard player, inquiring if Lin Hao was interested. Without hesitation, Lin Hao declined, citing his rigorous academic schedule. Professionally, his skill level did not necessitate further practice, and financially, he was already earning over 200 yuan daily, sufficient for his needs. Thus, he could not afford to take on additional work. On a weekend morning, the lively Xia Yumeng and Zhang Rong unexpectedly visited the dormitory, prompting Lin Hao to treat them. He took the 3 wolves from the dormitory and the 2 lovely ladies out for a day filled with dining and movies. Xia Yumeng remained her usual self, outspoken and beautiful, effortlessly mingling wherever she went. Zhang Rong appeared more cheerful than before, likely due to her companionship with Xia Yumeng. That evening, the 4 of them accompanied the 2 ladies back to the provincial normal university. While taking the bus back to campus, the 3 wolves began debating who was more attractive between Xia Yumeng and Zhang Rong, eventually discussing compatibility. Lin Hao seldom interjected. The warm breeze wafting through the window mirrored the restlessness of youth. He relished the moment, finding everything so enchanting. Gazing out at the passing skyscrapers and twinkling streetlights, he realized his preference leaned towards Xia Yumeng, not due to her looks, but rather her refreshing and vibrant spirit. After the professional examinations concluded before summer vacation, Lin Hao received a call from Fan Gang. "Can you stop being so pretentious?" People are gossiping about my vision now. Fan Gang grumbled over the phone. Lin Hao chuckled. He had played a rather ordinary piece during the exam, not particularly exceptional, yet not lacking either. As summer began, Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou opted not to return to Chunha, having agreed with their families to stay in the provincial capital for work. Meng Pengzi returned home, though his residence was not far from the university, allowing for occasional visits. Chui Gang, struggling to find work in his challenging field of study, also returned home for the summer. The dormitory was left with only Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou. Since the previous year's military training, Lin Hao had vowed to run and improve his fitness, yet he had abandoned that resolution within months due to the cold weather. With the onset of summer vacation, he established a new routine, rising at 6:30 every morning. The two would jog around the music department's small square for half an hour before having breakfast, after which they would return to practice. Lin Hao borrowed an electronic piano, and in the morning, he observed Wu Xiaozhou as he practiced the fundamentals while engrossed in a book. In the afternoon, he accompanied Wu Xiaozhou in a duet session, commencing with popular songs. That evening, Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised to spot Bai Jitao still at the dock bar. Bai Jitao was aware of Wu Xiaozhou's little infatuation. However, she felt that he was somewhat frivolous and thus refrained from getting too close to him. After finishing his performance, Lin Hao chose to remain, as there were several vacant seats available, and he sat alongside Wu Xiaozhou to watch the band perform, occasionally pointing out areas where Wu Xiaozhou could improve. During the band's intermission, Bai Jitao joined them at their table. The band huddled together in a nearby corner, as if engaged in a meeting. Lin Hao, why do I feel like I'm regressing in my singing? Bai Jitao inquired. Previously, Lin Hao had advised her to focus on sweet melodies and to avoid songs with overly broad vocal ranges. Yet, it was evident that Bai Jitao had not heeded this counsel, so he chose not to reiterate it. Wu Xiaozhou chuckled. Come on, help her out, Haozi. Lately, he has been addressing her more affectionately, even referring to her as Peach in front of Bai Jitao instead of his earlier jibes. Lin Hao shrugged. I have already mentioned it. He left the latter part of his statement unspoken, yet it was clear that she had disregarded his advice. Bai Jitao's cheeks flushed slightly. There are too few sweet songs. If I keep singing the same few, the lesson will soon be over. However, I just heard that Sister C seems to be looking to replace us. Oh. Lin Hao was taken aback, finally comprehending why the band had not approached them. Evidently, news had circulated. However, upon reflection, it made sense, as bands typically do not retain the same group of performers for long, for the novelty tends to wane over time, particularly for bands specializing in popular music. Wu Xiaozhou asked, what will you do? Chapter 88. Bai Jitao rested her chin on the table, a frown etched on her face. I had already made arrangements with my family, believing I could secure a long-term position, yet unexpectedly, just as summer vacation begins, I face unemployment. Lin Hao reassured her. Do not be anxious. Bands often seek female vocalists. What if the new band happens to need one? Bai Jitao shook her head. What are the odds? Furthermore, if they leave tomorrow and I remain, I would offend everyone in the band. Sigh. Lin Hao nodded, recognizing her intelligence. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly froze, for the introduction of the song playing through the speakers was strikingly familiar. Upon closer listening, he realized it was the prelude to Father. He stood up in astonishment. Indeed, the vocals resonated. That was me, as a child. Wow. Lin Hao exclaimed, rushing towards the sound booth. He recognized the voice. It belonged to the long-haired boy who performed at the Chunha barbecue stall. Had he released an album? The sound engineer handed Lin Hao the CD case, and upon inspecting it, he felt a surge of anger. On the cover, Sun Xiaowei, the once long-haired performer from the barbecue stall, was depicted with straight hair, clad in a black leather jacket, perched on the hood of a dark green Jeep, holding a wooden guitar and gazing into the distance with a melancholic expression. The cover features two grand characters, Father. Below, in smaller text, it reads, Lyrics, Composition, Performance, Sun Xiaowei. Upon opening it, Lin Hao discovered that this was a single, a format that had only gained popularity in his previous life around 2006, flourishing into the digital age of the 21st century. In the era of cassette recorders, albums were the norm. With the advent of the internet, where music could be accessed anytime and anywhere via computers and smartphones, releasing singles became a viable means to garner attention and traffic. Producing 3 to 5 singles a year was far more advantageous than the former practice of releasing an album annually. He glanced at the record label, Zhongzhou Fenghua Fashion Audiovisual Media Company, Limited. The production was exquisite. and it included a colorful insert detailing Sun Xiaowei's biography and the emotional journey behind the creation of this song. Recalling Sun Xiaowei's humble smile from that night, Lin Hao felt a surge of irritation, which explained why he had rarely sung original songs since arriving at the dock. That perpetually under construction website had truly been a trap. The anticipated issue had indeed arisen. Holding the disc case, he addressed the sound engineer. Lu Gu, can I buy this album from you? The sound engineer, a short and slender man named Lu, chuckled at Lin Hao's inquiry. Buy what? It's almost over. I'll take it out, and you can just take it. Today, fourth sister brought a bunch of new discs. She wouldn't even notice if one or two were missing. Lin Hao hastily expressed his gratitude. I'll take it back as soon as I finish listening. Lu waved dismissively, and as the music concluded, he retrieved the disc and handed it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao placed the disc back into its case and turned to leave. The band was about to take the stage, and Bai Jitao appeared somewhat downcast, rising to head towards the stage. With a thud, the disc case landed on the table in front of Wu Xiaozhou. What's this? Wu Xiaozhou asked, picking it up. What the hell? Isn't this that long-haired guy from the barbecue stand? He actually released an album? And it says he wrote the lyrics and composed the music himself? Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Wu Xiaozhou had just insulted someone for having long hair, yet his own locks had grown quite lengthy. And he had only just tied them back into a ponytail after someone compared him to a lion. I said this song sounds so familiar. Didn't you sing it at the barbecue stand that day? You even scared that annoying girl away. Wu Xiaozhou continued. Lin Hao rolled his eyes. You only just figured it out? Wu Xiaozhou scratched his head, looking a bit sheepish as he replied. I was too busy chatting with Taozi. Suddenly, Lin Hao recalled something. Wait, what did you just say? Taozi? You only know about Taozi? No, not that line, the previous one. Wu Xiaozhou pondered for a moment. What? The barbecue stand? Lin Hao shook his head again. Chapter 89. Did you really scare that little girl away? Yes. Lin Hao exclaimed, slapping his thigh. The image of that girl running away from the barbecue stand had indeed been captured on television, featured in Chu Yu's Stories of the Common People, alongside footage of himself singing. It seems that Sun Xiaowei is also present in the footage, standing not far from me. The television station must have a backup of this recording. Thus, we have evidence that might allow us to reclaim this song. Let us go. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he picked up the disc and headed for the exit. Wu Xiaozhou hurriedly grabbed him, saying, I've already promised Taozi to return to school together. Let us wait a moment. Damn, Lin Hao exclaimed, uncharacteristically cursing. After a moment's thought, he relented. All right, you stay here. I'll step out to make a phone call. Standing at the bar entrance, he noticed two girls nearby, one of whom was leaning against a tree, retching, while the other was gently patting her back. Lin Hao moved a bit farther away, took out his phone, and after a moment's contemplation, called Chu Yu. Heizi, how could you bear to call me? Chu Yu answered with a playful tone, sounding rather cheerful. Sister, don't say that. I was just thinking of you and Brother Zhou. Lin Hao replied. Cut the nonsense. Just tell me what's up. Chu Yu laughed heartily. He appreciated her forthright nature, reminiscent of Xia Yumeng at times. Actually, there is something. He recounted the entire situation from beginning to end. Upon hearing it, Chu Yu was also incensed, exclaiming, What kind of person does that? How can he act so brazenly? Lin Hao felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that someone from a street barbecue shop could wield such influence. In just a year, this song, which had become quite outdated in the previous life, had garnered such attention. Initially, when Sun Xiaowei had asked to sing the song, Lin Hao readily agreed, thinking that as a street performer, he deserved the opportunity to earn a living. However, the circumstances had drastically changed. Now, he claimed the song as his own and was engaged in commercial exploitation. How could this be tolerated? This matter still needs your assistance, sister, Lin Hao said. Speak. I'll help as much as I can. Lin Hao then explained the recording incident from that day. Not a problem. All our footage is archived. I can provide you with a copy, Chu Yu assured him. And then, I intend to file a lawsuit. Against him? Lin Hao nodded, as if Chu Yu could see him, affirming, yes, exactly that. Wait a moment, Chu Yu said, and there was silence on the other end for quite some time. After a considerable pause, Zhou Dongbing's voice came through. Heizi, Brother Zhou. Lin Hao felt a bit exasperated. It seemed everyone was adopting Wu Xiaozhou's way of addressing him. I'm not familiar with the entertainment industry, but I believe there are two possibilities regarding this matter. Go on. First, this individual might be concealing the truth, and the signing company is unaware that the song is plagiarized. Second, The company may know about the plagiarism and could choose to settle out of court. I understand. Lin Hao had considered both scenarios. If it's the first case, the matter is quite straightforward. We have solid evidence, and the lawsuit should be manageable. However, if it's the second case, you need to carefully consider your approach. Zhou Dongbing continued. Lin Hao acknowledged with a sound of agreement. Zhou Dongbing pondered for a moment before responding. I find it perplexing. Logically speaking, for a nascent singer, the paramount objective should be to gain fame. Is it conceivable that this company, fully aware of his plagiarism, would still pursue legal action? Lin Hao chuckled. Brother Zhou, whether one is a star or a writer, once the taint of plagiarism attaches, it is akin to stepping in muck. It may not be excrement, yet it is nonetheless sullied, and recovering from such a fall is no easy feat. Thus, any sensible company would refrain from resorting to such tactics to promote their artists. Chapter 90. On the other end of the line, Zhou Dongbing laughed heartily. Well, you possess a sharper insight than I do. It suffices that you grasp the intricacies of this matter. I'm here to assist you. Just express your desires. Noticing Lin Hao's silence, he added, if you wish to resolve this matter discreetly, I can enlist the assistance of my friends in Zhongzhou. Simply state your figure, and they shall not dare to shortchange you. Lin Hao was weighing whether to accept Zhou Dongbing's offer of help. His call to Chuyu was solely to obtain the video footage from that program. To facilitate the legal proceedings, he never intended to seek Zhou Dongbing's assistance. He was well aware of Zhou Dongbing's stature and influence. His willingness to offer help indicated that his connections in Zhongzhou could indeed be valuable. He hadn't anticipated Zhou Dongbing's proximity to Chuyu, nor his proactive stance in this affair. However, given that the situation had escalated to this point, and Zhou had openly extended his hand, Lin Hao felt it would be impolite to refuse or disregard this kindness. The company that Sun Xiaowei had signed with, named Fenghua Shishong, was scarcely visible online, suggesting it was a relatively small enterprise. He surmised that this lawsuit would likely not attract significant attention within the industry. Upon further reflection, he realized his primary desire was simply to complete his university education in peace. If he wished to stir the pot, there would be ample opportunity post-graduation. Whether seeking fame or fortune, he believed both would not pose insurmountable challenges in his future, since he intended to lay low for a few years. The key was to discreetly secure his earnings. Nevertheless, he recognized that such matters could not be resolved privately. Doing so would only amplify the debt of gratitude owed, whether to Zhou Dongbing or his connections in Zhongzhou, and he was reluctant to owe such a favor, given that he possessed ample evidence. Pursuing a conventional legal route would yield financial compensation without incurring a substantial debt of gratitude. With this thought in mind, he chuckled and said, then I would appreciate it if Brother Zhou could help me find a lawyer in Zhongzhou. I want to address this matter comprehensively. After hanging up, Zhou Dongbing turned to Chuyu. Are you still going to sue? She inquired. Zhou nodded, lighting a cigarette. Oh, Chuyu responded, somewhat puzzled. It's merely a matter of compensation. Why must you resort to litigation? After all, court proceedings can be quite cumbersome. Wouldn't it be better to settle this privately? Litigation is not the end goal. Zhou Dongbing hesitated briefly, feeling confident in his conjecture, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. The aim is to gain recognition. Chuyu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, this is hardly a young lad of 20. He is indeed a cunning old fox. Zhou Dongbing murmured, indeed. The wind has arrived. 2 days later, Wu Xiaozhou accompanied by Ji Tian to the train station in the evening. He instructed her to wait at the entrance, and soon returned. Drenched in sweat, carrying a plastic bag filled with tea, eggs, ham sausages, and 2 bottles of frozen mineral water. Here, take this. If you're hungry, enjoy, he offered, handing the bag to her. Bai Jitian was not in high spirits. The band had indeed been replaced, and she had not chosen to stay. The new band brought along 3 female singers, reputed to be exceptionally talented. Without earning any income, it was difficult for her to linger on campus. So she had no choice but to return home. Wu Xiaozhou wished to keep her there, yet he was still following Lin Hao around for meals. And it seemed unreasonable to add Bai Jitian to the mix. Let's not go in. We would have to buy a platform ticket, which is a hassle. Bai Jitian gazed at the sweat on Wu Xiaozhou's face, longing to wipe it away, but fearing he might misinterpret her intentions. It's fine, I already bought it, he replied, raising the platform ticket in his hand. A warmth spread through Bai Jitian's heart, and she quickly lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wu Xiaozhou, feeling a pang of sympathy, embraced her tightly. Bai Jitian experienced a rush of anxiety, but did not resist. In that vulnerable moment, Wu Xiaozhou seized the opportunity perfectly. Peach, I will practice diligently. Once I earn money, I will ensure you never suffer again. His face was devoid of the usual playful demeanor, and he spoke with utmost sincerity. Bai Zhitian lifted her gaze, reaching out to wipe the sweat from his face, a blend of perspiration and the scent of smoke enveloping her, mingled with a subtle hint of youthful hormones. Her fair complexion flushed with 2 shades of crimson as she struggled momentarily, but Wu Xiaozhou held her even tighter. If you don't let go, the train will depart, she murmured, lowering her head. All right. Wu Xiaozhou reluctantly released her. Bai Zhitian felt a coolness envelop her. Yet her heart felt hollow. As she watched the train fade into the distance, Wu Xiaozhou raised his arms and shouted exuberantly, yes. A few other send-off attendants nearby were startled, and a plump elderly gentleman muttered under his breath, crazy. Upon returning to the dormitory, he eagerly shared his progress with Bai Zhitian with Lin Hao. Lin Hao set down his book, admonishing, be serious. If one day you part ways, don't let her be heartbroken. Damn it. Wu Xiaozhou, shedding his damp short-sleeved shirt, picked up a transparent plastic basin from the floor, preparing to shower. Lin Hao's words dampened his spirits. I've only just made some progress, and you speak such disheartening words. Go wash up. Lin Hao dismissed him. It seemed that Wu Xiaozhou might have genuinely developed feelings, though part of that was likely due to Bai Zhitian's fair beauty. If desire taints love, how long could such a relationship endure? Contemplating this, he shook his head, considering whether one could truly expect unwavering devotion at such a young age. A moment of bitter laughter crossed his mind, realizing that he still instinctively approached problems with the mindset of someone in their 40s. A habit that was decidedly unproductive and overly pessimistic. His phone chimed, and upon seeing the unfamiliar number, he was momentarily taken aback, noting the abundance of 9s in the digits. Hello? He answered politely, unaware of the caller's identity. Hi Z, it's Brother Zhou, came the voice of Zhou Dongbing through the receiver. Brother Zhou? Lin Hao suddenly recalled that he had only ever possessed Chu Yu's number. This was indeed the first call he had received from Zhou Dongbing. Zhou Dongbing acknowledged him with a sound and continued, the lawyer has been arranged. In the next few days, your sister Chu will send over the footage via express delivery. We will need your cooperation in drafting some materials, including the physical sheet music for that song. Absolutely. Please hold on a moment while I fetch some paper and pen. Lin Hao replied, hastily rising from his bed. Meng Pongzi had returned home, occupying the lower bunk to avoid the hassle of climbing up and down. Before long, he had meticulously noted down the tasks required by the lawyer. After expressing his gratitude, he ended the call. Although Zhou Dongbing had previously offered assistance, he was somewhat taken aback by the level of concern displayed. Several days later, the case involving Zhongzhou Fenghua Fashion Audiovisual Media Company, Limited, and its newly signed artist, Sun Xiaowei, made headlines on the country's largest comprehensive website, Holang.com. It was Meng Pongzi who had rushed to the school with a laptop to show him the news. In the video, an executive from Zhongzhou Fenghua, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, gestured emphatically, asserting, this person appears to be desperate for fame. This song, Father, was crafted by our artist Sun Xiaowei over the span of 3 years, and all the original drafts are available. We shall see this lawsuit through to the end. The reporter then directed the microphone towards Sun Xiaowei, asking, do you know someone named Lin Hao? As the saying goes, people are dressed in clothes, and horses are saddled. Though Sun Xiaowei was dressed casually, his outfit exuded considerable worth. His hair was straightened, appearing dark and glossy. I don't know him. I've never heard that name. Sun Xiaowei replied decisively, maintaining a humble smile throughout. Meng Pongzi closed the laptop and asked, Haozi, is that really you? Lin Hao nodded. Damn, Meng Pongzi exclaimed. Is this person in Zhongzhou? Let's go and take him down. Wu Xiaozhou laughed heartily. I think that's a good idea. You could crush him. Fuming, Meng Pongzi punched Wu Xiaozhou, then turned to Lin Hao, inquiring about the situation. Lin Hao recounted the events. Do you have confidence in winning? Won't you have to appear in court in Zhongzhou? He asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao shook his head. I have already filled out the power of attorney, designating Xiao Wu as my special agent. He can act on my behalf fully. After receiving Zhou Dongbing's call, Lin Hao began to ponder. After much contemplation, he concluded that he did not wish to make an early appearance in the public eye. He feared that his university life over the next 3 years would be disrupted. Whether it was for financial gain or for renown, he possessed the knowledge and skills within him. There was no rush, and the time to shine would come in due course. He then contacted the lawyer surnamed Wei, who was assisting Zhou Dongbing. to gain a clearer understanding of the relevant legal knowledge. According to the civil procedure law, a plaintiff may appoint a special agent to appear in court, and the presence of a special agent is regarded as equivalent to the plaintiff appearing in person. There are two types of agents. First, a general agent, who possesses no decision-making authority and merely assists in legal representation, such as a lawyer. Second, a special agent, who has decision-making power and can decide on behalf of the principal whether to initiate a lawsuit, withdraw a suit, accept mediation, or appeal, thus serving as the principal's voice in legal matters. Lin Hao understood that pursuing legal action often comes with apprehensions, and it was clear that such an honorable and significant task could only be entrusted to one person. He shared his concerns with Wu Xiaozhou, lamenting with a sigh, one truly realizes the scarcity of capable individuals only when in need. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaozhou patted his chest, exclaiming, "What are you worrying about? I happen to be heading to Zhengzhou for a stroll. I'll consider it a business trip." Lin Hao, seizing the moment, promptly presented the special power of attorney he had prepared. Wu Xiaozhou glanced at it, and, upon seeing his name inscribed clearly, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Damn! You are truly devious." Lin Hao laughed heartily, retorting, "If you don't take on this task, who will? You're being kept for nothing, eating and living off the same pot." After their playful banter, Wu Xiaozhou inquired, "Why are there two power of attorney documents?" Lin Hao explained, "The other one authorizes you to assist me in registering the music copyrights for several songs and compositions." He then retrieved a brown paper bag from his drawer, containing nearly 50 songs. Although he was reluctant to take on this responsibility, it was imperative that Wu Xiaozhou handle it. Delaying the registration was not an option, and reliance on that unreliable website was out of the question. He had consulted Lawyer Wei regarding this matter, and as long as a written authorization was provided, it was permissible for Wu Xiaozhou to file the registration on his behalf. Following this, Lin Hao meticulously outlined all potential scenarios that might arise during the lawsuit and the appropriate responses. Wu Xiaozhou was set to depart that evening, with train tickets already secured. Upon hearing this, Fat Ming expressed his dissatisfaction, insisting, "Why should such a great opportunity exclude me? No way, I'm going to." Lin Hao was taken aback, bewildered by how this had transformed into a delightful excursion. Ultimately, he could not dissuade Fat Ming, who promptly called home, abandoning his laptop, and accompanied Wu Xiaozhou onto the train bound for Zhengzhou. Before boarding, the two purchased several cans of beer and vacuum-packed pig trotters and ham sausages. Once on the train, they found seats together and began to indulge in their drinks. "Howsy, you're so stingy, not even offering to buy us a sleeper ticket," Fat Ming teased with a grin. Wu Xiaozhou joined in, adding, "When I asked him, he claimed they were sold out, leaving only hard seats." Such a black heart. When Fat Ming learned that Wu Xiaozhou had successfully charmed Bai Jitiao, his eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming in disbelief, "Wow, wow, wow. Oh, the one who often accompanies the long-legged beauty." Before Ming Pongzi could finish his sentence, Wu Xiaozhou interjected anxiously, "You mustn't refer to her as long legs anymore. She is a dear friend of mine. You ought to be more refined." "Damn," Ming Pongzi retorted, "you are such a shallow friend, prioritizing romantic interests over camaraderie." Wu Xiaozhou chuckled heartily, taking another swig of his beer. "I was merely about to say, with that." Ming Pongzi nearly uttered long legs again, slamming the table in frustration. "Damn it. I've become so accustomed to calling her that, it's hard to change. Brother, it's not my intention to criticize, but I am older than you, and soon. You might have to refer to her as sister-in-law. How could you address your future sister-in-law so rudely?" Wu Xiaozhou rolled his eyes at Ming Pongzi. With a deep sigh, Ming Pongzi replied, "What I meant was, the tall girl who is always with Bai Jitao, remember? Ding Long Long." Chapter 93. Ming Pongzi slapped his thigh. "Yes, that's the one." Wu Xiaozhou inquired, "What's up? Once school starts, we should find a chance for Bai Jitao to bring her along, and the four of us can go out together." Ming Pongzi said with a cheeky grin. "You rascal." Wu Xiaozhou pointed at him, chuckling. "If we're talking about Ding Long Long, those long legs, I can't help but feel they diverge right from the navel. Aren't they long?" "Indeed, very long." Ming Pongzi laughed heartily. "Well then, if you manage to pull this off, I'll treat you to a box of Dijonnois." Wu Xiaozhou grimaced. "One. No way. I would have to save for many days to afford a whole box. I'm truly broke." Speaking of money, Ming Pongzi added, "Look at Hauzi, earning 200 yuan a day. When will we start making money?" Wu Xiaozhou pondered for a moment. "I gathered from Hauzi that he has something big planned." "What grand plan?" Meng Pengzi asked, intrigued. He often scribbles in a thick notebook, guarding it from prying eyes, but I suspect it relates to making money, and it involves us. Meng Pengzi stroked his chin, composing, making money, and it includes us. It must be forming a band. I think so too, Wu Xiaozhou recalled, last time at my place. He let it slip, mentioning that the band was waiting for me. So I assume he intends to establish a band. A band? Hold on. Meng Pengzi counted on his fingers. Look, I'm on drums, you're on bass, he's on keyboards. The three of us are fine. But we still need a guitarist. However, Yin Shaoqi and Chu Xiao may both play electric guitar, and Gao Laoda is also on keyboards. Why would we need 2 keyboards and 2 electric guitars? Plus, Chui Gang plays the trumpet. Have you heard of an electric band incorporating a trumpet? Wu Xiaozhou nodded yes. The configuration is excessive. No bar could sustain such a lineup. Could it be that Haozi doesn't want to include Gao Laoda and Chui Gang? Meng Pengzi inquired. Wu Xiaozhou's expression darkened. If it were anyone else, I might believe it, but Haozi would never do that. You don't know him as I do. We've been through thick and thin since we were kids, and he has never let a friend down. Upon witnessing the rare expression on Wu Xiaozhou's face, Meng Pengzi realized that he should not harbor doubts about Lin Hao and promptly offered his apologies. However, Wu Xiaozhou himself was perplexed. Meng Pengzi was right. The configuration was indeed excessively extravagant. With so many individuals gathered, where would the profits come from? Lin Hao had always been somewhat mischievous from a young age. In his childhood, it was hard to discern whether he was meticulous or not. The most vivid memory Wu Xiaozhou had was of Lin Hao's unmatched speed during fights. Yet, over the past year, Lin Hao had undergone such a profound transformation that it instilled a sense of trepidation in him. His earlier remark to Meng Pengzi was primarily to prevent others from underestimating his childhood friend. As for whether Lin Hao would exclude Chui Gang and the others from his endeavors, Wu Xiaozhou himself was uncertain, especially given that no nightclub in the provincial capital would require a band with such an extensive lineup. Too many people, combined with a few singers, typically exceeded the financial capacity of most venues. While Wu Xiaozhou and Meng Pengzi were lamenting Lin Hao on the train, a building in the East 3rd Ring Road of Zhengzhou was shrouded in smoke. A man, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, forcefully slammed his folder onto the table, rising to declare, "Do not involve me in such trivial matters in the future." With that, he turned and strode out. "Old Zhang, don't leave," shouted a somewhat balding rotund man. "I simply cannot afford to lose face." The man with the glasses retorted as he exited, slamming the door behind him. Zhang Datong let out a helpless sigh. Zhang Yinsong had been with him for 5 years, contributing both merits and hardships. While he was not angry about Zhang's abrupt departure, the situation was undeniably distasteful. He felt nauseated himself. The office fell into a silence, and he lit a cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at the dejected Sun Xiaowei. More than half a year ago, it was this very Sun Xiaowei who had persistently blocked Zhang Datong for over half a month, appearing wherever he went. On their first encounter, he declared himself a fan and requested an autograph. Zhang Datong was pleased. After years of obscurity, it was gratifying to know someone still remembered him. This sense of fulfillment was priceless. However, the young man soon began to dog Zhang Datong, insisting on performing a song for him, which became increasingly irksome. Eventually, when Sun Xiaowei again cornered him in a parking lot, Zhang Datong could no longer tolerate it and allowed him to sing in front of his car. To his surprise, by the time Sun Xiaowei finished, Zhang Datong was on the verge of tears. The lad had a remarkable voice, particularly with his original song Father. That very day, Zhang Datong brought him to the company, signing him on an 8-year management contract and having him sign a commitment to his original works. The company hired professional instructors to rectify his singing flaws and brought in an image designer to craft his persona, guiding him through recording sessions. During that period, the entire company revolved around him, and Zhang Datong felt as though he had discovered a treasure. Yet, who could have anticipated that shortly after the release of his debut, a lawsuit would emerge? Zhang Yinsong repeatedly sought confirmation from Sun Xiaowei, who solemnly vowed that the song was indeed his original creation. This assurance prompted Zhang Yinsong to publicly speak on the matter. However, during the recent meeting, after merely applying a slight amount of pressure, this young man faltered and confessed to his plagiarism. He regretted his misplaced trust, lamenting why he hadn't registered the copyright for the music. Over the years, copyright had seemingly lost its significance, and with Sun Xiaowei presenting some manuscripts and recordings from his previous performances at a roadside eatery, he had dismissed the issue entirely, proving himself quite foolish. General Jiang, I apologize. Sun Xiaowei had uttered this apology several times, and just moments ago, he had escorted Zhang Yinsong away. Jiang Datong felt a surge of frustration, his teeth grinding in annoyance. Initially, he had relished the prospect of a legal battle at this juncture. Thinking it a stroke of fortune, this incident could indeed be leveraged to elevate the previously obscure Sun Xiaowei into the limelight. A new program focusing on familial relationships among middle-aged and elderly individuals was set to launch on Zhongzhou television, aligning perfectly with the themes of the song Father. The company had already utilized its connections to submit the song, receiving feedback suggesting that there should be no complications. He sighed deeply and turned to his right. Addressing Lawyer Fong, "What should we do next?" Lawyer Fong, a clean-cut middle-aged man, adjusted his glasses and replied softly. The primary concern at this juncture is to ascertain the evidence in the possession of the opposing party. Upon finishing his statement, he glanced at the downcast Sun Xiaowei, internally cursing his misfortune in taking on such a troublesome case. "Speak." Jiang Datong slammed his hand on the table, producing a sharp sound. Sun Xiaowei jumped in fright, his expression one of utter confusion as he raised his head. Regret washed over him. He wished he had never come to Zhongzhou. He had intended to gain fame through this song. Yet before he could relish any of the glory that might accompany such recognition, he found himself embroiled in a lawsuit. He couldn't fathom how the student like Lin Hao had discovered the song so swiftly and managed to file a lawsuit against both him and the company. "What should I say?" Sun Xiaowei stammered. Jiang Datong's anger flared further. "Evidence. What evidence does that Lin Hao possess?" "Evidence." Sun Xiaowei hesitated. What could he possibly have? "I merely recorded his live performance with a tape recorder. What evidence could he have?" Jiang Datong turned his gaze to Lawyer Fong. Lawyer Fong responded, "If the opposing party lacks any evidence proving that the song is the plaintiff's original work, then our chances of winning are significantly enhanced." "What does this so-called evidence encompass?" Jiang Datong inquired. "For instance, audiovisual materials from public performances and media appearances. Of course, the timeline is also crucial." As Lawyer Fong mentioned audiovisual evidence, Sun Xiaowei's face drained of color. He recalled the night when a female reporter from a television station had interviewed Lin Hao, microphone in hand. Additionally, there had been someone else carrying a camera. However, he was unaware of what the program was, nor had he ever seen it, leaving him uncertain if Lin Hao would be able to locate those recordings. Sun Xiaowei. Jiang Datong noticed the change in Sun Xiaowei's demeanor and interrupted Lawyer Fong, calling out to him. Sun Xiaowei was startled once more. It seemed that one could not engage in unscrupulous activities without the constant fear of impending consequence. "What have you thought of?" Jiang Datong's sharp eyes scrutinized Sun Xiaowei beneath his thick brows. Sun Xiaowei, intimidated by that gaze, averted his eyes and lowered his head, murmuring, I remember. His fear rendered him stammering. Jiang Datong's right hand clenched into a tight fist on the table. This was something he had personally signed. Otherwise, he would demand Sun Xiaowei leave at once. He refrained from speaking further, knowing that any additional words would only heighten his anxiety. "I remember that night, at the scene, there should have been a television station. It seemed they interviewed him." Lawyer Fong quickly inquired, "Did the plaintiff's performance get recorded?" Sun Xiaowei pondered for quite some time. He had seen Chuyu speaking with Lin Hao, but that was after Lin Hao had finished singing. During Lin Hao's performance, his entire focus had been on him, leaving him with no recollection of whether it had been recorded. Thus, he voiced his doubts. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. After a significant pause, Jiang Datong called out, "Lawyer Fong." Lawyer Fong cleared his throat, presenting two possibilities. "Oh." Jiang Datong perked up. "First, the plaintiff might possess manuscript evidence. However, such evidence is challenging to authenticate for its creation date, rendering it largely ineffective. Likewise, Sun Xiaowei also has manuscripts, which significantly increases our chances of winning." A balding man across the table interjected, "What if they bring in witnesses from the audience that night?" Lawyer Fong nodded, adjusting his glasses, and stated, "For songs and copyright-related matters, witness testimony from the audience holds little weight unless supported by audiovisual evidence that explicitly outlines the time and place of the performance." The individuals in the room nodded in agreement. Lawyer Fong continued, "Second, if the opposing party can produce audiovisual evidence from that night, proving the time of the plaintiff's performance." Jiang Datong exhaled deeply, realizing that would seal their defeat. Lawyer Fong nodded in affirmation, as Sun Xiaowei lacked any evidence predating the plaintiff's timeline. especially audiovisual proof. In the conference room, the occasional sound of someone lighting a cigarette was distinctly audible. What to do? Jiang Datong hesitated. Though he could gamble recklessly, the risks were monumental. If this lawsuit were to be lost, Sun Xiaowei would vanish entirely from the entertainment industry, with any hope of redemption utterly quashed. He would be relegated back to obscurity, left to perform on street corners or at barbecue stalls. The company would not only incur losses from his promotion and production expenses, but also face a long, arduous battle to cleanse itself of the tarnish of plagiarism, a task that would take years to rectify. He rested his hands on the conference table, kneading his temples. Chapter 96. Wu Xiaozhou and Meng Pongzi departed from the Zhongzhou train station at 6:30 in the morning. It was too early to contact a lawyer, and the two were uncertain of their next course of action, so they decided to seek solace in a small eatery near the station. After their meal, they settled on the steps of the pedestrian bridge to smoke. Meng Pongzi wore an expression of indignation, declaring, "If I ever eat at this station again, I'll be a fool." Wu Xiaozhou chuckled, recalling how atrocious the noodles at that eatery had been, likely having simmered overnight in water, lacking any elasticity. Although advertised as beef noodles, he had to sift through the broth for a meager 3 slices of beef thinner than paper, truly a testament to the chef's skills. Couldn't they put more effort into the food? He mused. Pongzi, at train stations or bus terminals, have you ever encountered anything palatable? Wu Xiaozhou inquired. Meng Pongzi pondered for a moment before responding. Well, I suppose KFC and McDonald's are tolerable, even if a bit pricey. At least they maintain a consistent flavor. Wu Xiaozhou nodded in agreement, recognizing that the chain establishments seemed to offer the only reliable quality amidst a sea of dubious eateries. Such a lesson learned, sighed Meng Pongzi, pointing to the nearby KFC sign with a face full of dismay, lamenting that he hadn't noticed it earlier. Wu Xiaozhou burst into laughter. For the next hour or so, the two of them were engrossed in observing the passing crowd on the pedestrian bridge, thick, thin, fair, and dark, a visual feast. Suddenly, Wu Xiaozhou's phone rang. How's he? Lin Hao asked, have you arrived? Yes. It's sweltering in Zhongzhou. Wu Xiaozhou replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Have you called Lawyer Wei yet? Wu Xiaozhou glanced at his phone and exclaimed, oh no, it's already 8:30. I'll call him right away. What are you two up to? Lin Hao inquired. Just people watching. Wu Xiaozhou retorted before hanging up. Lin Hao smiled wryly at the phone, bemused by the unreliability of these two as they represented him in court. Having just returned from a run, his athletic shirt was soaked through. He had woken late that day, and though it was already warm outside, he had persisted in his hour-long run. Removing his shirt, he noticed a bit more muscle on his frame, no longer resembling the frail figure from the previous year. Bare-chested, he took a basin to the bathroom at the end of the corridor for a shower. The hallway was eerily quiet. He was the only one on the floor. Lin Hao, Lin Hao. A girl's voice echoed through the empty corridor, startling him. Quickly shutting off the water, he strained to listen. It was Chu Xiaomei. He hastily dried himself, wondering how she had arrived. Lin Hao. As her voice grew closer, he called out, I'm coming, in a flurry of urgency. As Lin Hao reached for the large shorts hanging on the wall, he inadvertently stepped onto a plastic basin, causing him to slip and land unceremoniously on the floor. To his astonishment, Chu Xiaomei had entered the room. Ignoring the pain in his backside, Lin Hao scrambled to his feet, hastily using the plastic basin to shield his body. Chu Xiaomei, with a hand over her mouth, erupted into giggles, teasing him about the transparent basin. Did you hurt yourself? She inquired, her laughter ringing out. Lin Hao, sweating from embarrassment, thought her appearance was rather delicate, yet her demeanor was audacious. He urged her to leave quickly, with her hands behind her back. Chu Xiaomei turned and exited, laughing heartily. Hurry up. Dressed in a simple yet refreshing manner, Chu Xiaomei wore a pure cotton white t-shirt that barely covered her thighs, creating the illusion that she was not wearing shorts. Her long, slender legs were a pristine white, adorned with pink flip-flops that showcased her perfectly manicured toes. What brings you here? Lin Hao asked, seeking conversation to ease the awkwardness. Oh, I just wandered over while exploring. Thought I'd check on you and Xiao Wu. She replied cheerfully. Let us go to the dorm. It's too hot. Lin Hao said as he gathered the basin and towel, heading toward the dormitory. The electric fan they had purchased just days prior was essential, as Wu Xiaozhou had insisted they acquire one. Upon entering the dormitory, Lin Hao left the door ajar, joking. Let some air in. It's nice to have a cross breeze. He switched on the fan and adjusted it to oscillate. In a hurry, He rummaged through his wardrobe for a loose shirt to wear. Chu Xiaomei settled onto Lin Hao's bed, her hands resting on the mattress as her lovely legs swung playfully. "Where's Xiaowu?" she inquired. "He went with Meng Pongzi to Zhongzhou for some matters," Lin Hao replied. She did not press further, and he did not elaborate. A brief silence enveloped the room as Lin Hao fetched a cup of water, pouring a glass of cool water for Chu Xiaomei. "So, what brings you here again?" She glanced at him, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Haven't you asked me that already?" "Ah." Lin Hao felt a flush of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Today felt peculiar, as though he were a novice in matters of the heart. He reminisced about his past, recalling a time when he was surrounded by admirers, untouched by any entanglements. Despite a tumultuous previous life, he had never been without female companionship. From his days as a performer in dance halls to his later years in illness, he had always found himself in the company of women. Of course, his claims of remaining unscathed were largely self-aggrandizing. He had invested deeply in each relationship, only to find himself heartbroken in the end. After all, poverty had been his constant companion. "What did you do during the holiday?" Lin Hao asked, now seated on the bed across from her, lighting a cigarette casually. "Where else could I go? I just helped my parents with their stall. Haven't you noticed that I've gotten a bit tanned?" Chu Xiaomei remarked, glancing at him. Lin Hao observed for a moment, nodding in agreement. Indeed, there was a noticeable improvement in her health, and he found her appearance quite appealing. "Really?" she responded, her spirits lifting. Lin Hao affirmed. Recalling what Yin Shaoqi and Meng Pangzi had mentioned about Chu Xiaomei's family's financial struggles, her father had lost a leg in a car accident, and her mother was unemployed, with the couple working at the vegetable market. "By the way, Shaoqi is in a relationship," Chu Xiaomei announced with a smile. Intrigued, Lin Hao inquired, "Who is it?" "A stunning girl from the dance major. She's breathtakingly beautiful. They started dating before the holiday, didn't you know?" Lin Hao shook his head, admitting that he rarely paid attention to such matters. "How's your vocal training coming along?" he asked. Chu Xiaomei sighed. "Not well. I still haven't found my true path." Ever since Lin Hao had heard her sing, he had envisioned a promising future for her. He pondered for a moment and said, "Your voice possesses great penetrative power and a metallic sheen. You simply haven't yet discovered the right direction for your singing." Chu Xiaomei regarded him earnestly. "Don't rush. Focus on practicing the guitar, and don't neglect your vocal training. By next year at the latest, I will present everyone with a surprise," Lin Hao declared. "A surprise?" Chu Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin Hao chuckled. "If I tell you now, it wouldn't be a surprise, would it? By next year at the latest, I will write 2 songs for you, and I guarantee you will become a sensation." "Really?" Chu Xiaomei was aware of Lin Hao's talent for lyrics and composition, having already witnessed him perform numerous original songs at the Ferry Dock Bar. Lin Hao nodded. "Why not write them for me now?" she pressed. Lin Hao shook his head. "Though your vocal quality is exceptional, your technique still requires refinement. This year is crucial. You must establish a solid foundation without haste." In truth, Chu Xiaomei's singing talent was remarkable, and she could perform well even now. However, Lin Hao was waiting for Wu Xiaozhou to mature and felt that the timing was not yet right. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Chu Xiaomei lowered her gaze and murmured, "All right then." The two continued to chat leisurely for a while, until Chu Xiaomei, feeling fatigued, lay languidly on the bed. "I'm tired, don't mind me. I'll just rest for a bit." With that, she closed her eyes. Chapter 98. Lin Hao watched her long eyelashes flutter, feeling a mixture of helplessness and fondness. He quite liked this girl, but his affection resembled that of an older brother rather than romantic interest. Yes, that was precisely the sentiment he had never noticed before. And even when Wu Xiaozhou had hinted at it, he had dismissed it. Yet today, it became evident that this girl indeed harbored feelings for him. Or else she would not be lying on his bed, claiming to need rest. Of course, it did not necessarily mean her presence was driven by romantic intent. It was an unspoken understanding, an emotion that could only be felt and not articulated. Lin Hao's intuition was astute. At that moment, Chu Xiaomei could hear her own heartbeat, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation, hoping Lin Hao would embrace her while simultaneously feeling a flicker of fear. She had liked him from the very first glance, an affection that had blossomed instantly. Lin Hao was not the kind of boy who struck one as exceptionally handsome at first glance, but he possessed a certain comfort, exuding an aura of cleanliness. Chu Xiaomei was particularly fond of gazing into his eyes, which were deep and brimming with wisdom, reminiscent of a weathered middle-aged man, instilling a profound sense of security. After a considerable time, She stealthily opened her eyes a crack, only to quickly shut them again upon seeing Lin Hao, who was leaning against Wu Xiaozhou's bed, engrossed in a book, entirely oblivious to her presence. What an unromantic oaf. A repugnant swine. Chu Xiaomei silently cursed him, resolutely closing her eyes, and before long, she actually drifted off to sleep. Upon hearing the steady rhythm of her breathing, Lin Hao let out a long sigh of relief, quietly setting down his book and stepping into the corridor with a cigarette in hand. Chu Xiaomei was undeniably beautiful and a good girl, yet she was simply not his type. In his previous life, he had endured too much. Despite being wholly invested in each relationship, none had concluded favorably. In this lifetime, although he constantly reminded himself to relish his university experience and to seek a girlfriend, the shadows of his past still haunted him. He did not want, nor dared, to love so casually again. He needed a woman who could elicit his complete devotion and effort. And all of this had to be built upon a foundation of his own strength. With a deep sigh, he lit a cigarette and began to smoke in silence. Memories of Ren Qing, who had abandoned her studies to follow him through thick and thin, of Ai Xiaonan, who had silently accompanied him for 3 years, of the enchanting Zhang Yuchen from Baiwujiao, of the stubborn drummer Xiao Yin from Dali, and of Xiao Yuyu, who sang jazz at the Dianshi bar in Harbin, flooded his mind. There were so many. In retrospect, he had wholeheartedly invested in each relationship, yet had been unable to offer them anything substantial. No stable home, no reliable income, no tangible future. He was painfully aware of how he had wronged them, how he had wounded their hearts. To his dying day, he would owe them a debt. Once one has traversed the vast sea, one cannot treat other waters as mere streams. Once the mist of Wushan has been dispelled, no other clouds can compare. Each time he recalled these memories, he found it impossible to forgive himself. Wu Xiaozhou was pulled into the shade by Meng Pongzi, both of them entranced by the sight of their legs, nearly scorched by the sun. "Hello, Lawyer Wei," Wu Xiaozhou greeted over the phone. "Hello, Mr. Wu." It was Wu Xiaozhou's first time being addressed as Mr. Wu, stirring a slight excitement in his heart. Following the address provided by Lawyer Wei, the two took a taxi to the northern Third Ring Road. Lawyer Wei's firm was located in an imposing skyscraper, its marble lobby gleaming as if freshly licked. They felt like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, and were interrogated by security for quite some time. Lawyer Wei was exceedingly courteous, personally waiting for them in the elevator. Upon meeting Wu Xiaozhou and his companion, he showed no sign of condescension despite their youth. Once seated in a spacious and immaculate office, a girl clad in a black suit brought forth 2 cups of coffee. "Mr. Wu." Lawyer Wei is a middle-aged man with a square face, exuding an air of seriousness. Wu Xiaozhou set down his coffee cup and gazed at him. "Just now, the attorney hired by Fenghua Fashion called me," Lawyer Wei remarked. Wu Xiaozhou nodded quietly, refraining from speaking, as Lin Hao had advised him that sometimes silence is more prudent than words. Chapter 99. He found himself pondering. Could Lin Hao's predictions truly be accurate? Lawyer Wei was somewhat intrigued by the 2 young men before him. They appeared to be no older than their early 20s. Despite their robust physiques, they did not seem to belong to the societal norms he was accustomed to. His mind wandered back to that phone call from the previous evening. He had been reclining on the bed at the Holiday Inn, the sound of running water echoing from the bathroom. Upon seeing the incoming call, he sat up abruptly. "Wei Yuan." A deep, gravelly voice resonated from the other end. "Fifth Master," he replied cautiously. Back at the Holiday Inn again." Wei Yuan's heart raced violently. Beads of sweat began to form, his saliva vanished, and his throat felt parched. "Yes," he managed to utter with great difficulty. There was a prolonged silence on the line, and he dared not speak further. "Feng Xiangyu is already aware and is en route." With that, the call ended abruptly. He hastily dressed and exited without looking back. In the corridor, he hesitated momentarily, intending to call the elevator, when his phone rang again, indicating the fire escape, room 2121. Upon knocking on the door of 2121, he found Fifth Master Shen seated alone in the suite's living room, sipping tea. On the table lay the delicate Wangwali tea set he often used. Wei Yuan nodded at the bald man who opened the door and softly called out, "Sure to." The bald man grinned, a scar stretching from the corner of his right eye to his mouth, contorting his smile. Approaching Fifth Master Shen, he felt a wave of trepidation. Fifth Master Shen, with his head of silver hair, appeared no older than his mid-40s. He was of modest height, his pale and slender face devoid of expression. "Sit down and have some tea." Fifth Master Shen gestured for him to take a seat. Wei Yuan took a small sip, moistening his dry throat. A brother of mine from the northeast has a case. You shall take it on. Wei Yuan was puzzled. Fifth Master Shin had not mentioned the earlier matter but was now assigning him a case. He quickly replied, understood. This is my life and death brother. Victory is the only option. Wu Wu cast him a sidelong glance. I understand. I've sent the information to your email. Off you go. Fifth Master Shun waved his hand dismissively. Wei Yuan stood, bowing slightly to Fifth Master Shun before making his exit. Just as he reached the door, he heard Fifth Master Shin's nonchalant voice. Do not underestimate Feng Xianyu. He is quite invested in this affair, so sever it. Wei Yuan remained silent, wiping the sweat from his forehead, while Shirtu gazed at him with a silent smile. Rolling his eyes at Shirtu, he bent slightly before finally leaving the room. Wu Xiaozhou inquired, what do they mean? Wei Yuan placed both hands on the table, lightly tapping one as he expressed a desire for an amicable resolution outside the court. Wu Xiaozhou felt little astonishment, for Lin Hao had meticulously analyzed all possible scenarios and provided him with strategies for response. What are the conditions? He asked Wei Yuan. We will voluntarily withdraw this case in exchange for a sum of 200,000 to purchase the copyright of Father. Wu Xiaozhou chuckled. But must we issue a statement admitting our error? Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan was taken aback, realizing that this seemingly rugged young man possessed a keen intellect, effortlessly discerning the other party's terms. Just as Wu Xiaozhou was about to speak again, his phone rang. It was Lin Hao. He nodded at Wei Yuan and answered the call. Wu, Lin Hao asked, do we have news from the defendant? Yes. Lin Hao pressed further. Does it align with my projections? Indeed. Understanding that this loquacious individual was at the law firm, Lin Hao instructed, raise the price to 500,000, maintaining all other terms. Also, suggest that the defendants watch the replay of tonight's Chinga contest on Dasha TV. After finishing, he hung up. Wu Xiaozhou tucked his phone into his pocket and smiled at Wei Yuan. Could you please relay my message? Wei Yuan nodded. Wu Xiaozhou continued. While we are open to withdrawing the lawsuit, the compensation must be 500,000, along with a public apology to Mr. Lin Hao in the media. Additionally, I recommend they watch tonight's Chinga contest on Dasha TV. Wei Yuan shook his head, incredulous. How could such conditions be feasible? Even if we were to proceed normally, winning this case would yield little more than that. This was hardly an amicable settlement. He expressed his thoughts, but Wu Xiaozhou merely chuckled. Just convey that. But emphasized the last statement. Wei Yuan was momentarily puzzled as to why that final remark held such significance. Nevertheless, as the plaintiff's representative had requested, he had no choice but to parrot the message. He promptly redialed. Old Fong, this is Wei Yuan. Yes, the plaintiff's representative is in my office. I've conveyed your thoughts. But they do not agree and have put forth their demands. They are willing to withdraw the lawsuit, but they require 500,000 in compensation and a public apology to the plaintiff, Lin Hao. In the media, the voice on the other end was indecipherable, and after a brief pause, Wei Yuan added, we are merely the messengers here. If you choose to vent your frustration at me, I won't forgive you the next time we drink together. Oh, there's one more thing the defendants must hear. Tell them they must watch the Chinga contest on Dasha TV tonight. That will be all. I'm hanging up. Wu Xiaozhou and Meng Pengzi stood up. Wu Xiaozhou courteously addressed Wei Yuan. I apologize for the inconvenience this matter has caused you. We shall take our leave now and await your call. Wei Yuan hurriedly stood up and approached, escorting the two of them to the door. In the East 3rd Ring Road, at the 19th floor conference room of Fenghua Fashion Audiovisual Media Company, Limited, Jiang Datong chuckled after hearing Lawyer Fong's words and jested. Even if I were to win, I could never compensate him with 500,000. Is he out of his mind for money? Lawyer Fong was also somewhat perplexed, as the other party had suggested they watch the Chinga contest tonight. The Chinga contest? Jiang Datong was taken aback. It concluded last night. I missed it due to a drinking engagement. Wasn't it the finals last night? A woman in her early 30s with long hair remarked, President Jiang, there's a replay tonight. Jiang Datong frowned, murmuring, Chinga contest, Chinga contest? He then looked around the conference room and inquired, who among you watched it last night? Silence enveloped the room, with everyone lowering their heads. Lawyer Fong discreetly shook his head, thinking that old Fu's son-in-law was decidedly mediocre. Jiang Datong, infuriated, slammed the table and exclaimed, what kind of company are we? What are you all doing? How could you not watch the Chinga contest? Everyone bowed their heads even lower. Chapter 101. He was too weary to continue. These individuals were merely resting on their laurels from a couple of years of glory. It seemed that reform was in order. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to disperse. Afterward, Jiang Datong accompanied Lawyer Fong to the elevator and asked, "What do you think they mean by that?" Lawyer Fong pondered briefly and replied, "Just bargaining." Jiang Datong nodded in agreement. In the East 3rd Ring Road, at the Jingdu Fashion Villa district, Jiang Datong declined the evening's social engagements and returned home early. His wife, Fu Hongjing, descended the stairs wearing a pink silk nightgown, her pristine and elegant legs on display. "Oh, the sun must have risen in the west today. President Jiang, why are you home so early?" Fu Hongjing's words dripped with sarcasm, and as she exaggeratedly expressed herself, a slice of cucumber from her face mask fell to the ground. Jiang Datong remained silent, accustomed to her tone. At the age of 24, he had burst onto the scene with a song that became a sensation throughout the land. At that time, Fu Hongjing was one of his ardent fans, always present at his performances in various cities. Many of the gifts and love letters he received were from her. Yet how could he ever have considered a woman 5 or 6 years his senior? Unfortunately, the glory was fleeting, and within 3 years, lacking further hits. Jiang Datong found himself drifting aimlessly in the entertainment industry. However, Fu Hongjing relentlessly pursued him. He did not refuse her, yet neither did he affirm their relationship, keeping her in a state of limbo. By the time he turned 30, even his performances at different venues had dwindled, and Fu Hongjing once again extended the olive branch of love. Though Jiang Datong was not destitute, he felt compelled to grasp the opportunity. Fu Hongjing's father was a well-known produce magnate, and the promise of a villa and luxury cars awaited him. Not long after, the couple organized an extravagant wedding. Subsequently, he established the illustrious and fashionable audiovisual media company. This enterprise is a talent agency, primarily engaged in the management of singers. For the past 2 years, he has been eager to secure the rights for record distribution, yet progress has been elusive. Jiang Datong, unaware of the broadcast schedule, reclined on the sofa after dinner, fixated on the television. On another sofa, Fu Hongjing was already snoring thunderously, her face adorned with cucumber slices scattered across the sofa and floor. Following the evening news at 10, the long-awaited rebroadcast of the youth singing competition finally commenced. Upon seeing contestant Han Ing take the stage, the subtitles read, "Perseverance. Lyrics and music by Lin Hao." Jiang Datong's face instantly drained of color. He realized this was the reason the plaintiffs insisted on watching the finals of the singing competition. Han Ing possessed a remarkably unique voice, unlike anything the music industry had encountered before. The song itself was a masterpiece. And when Jiang Datong witnessed Han Ing lift the golden trophy, he promptly dialed Lawyer Fong's number. "Apologies for disturbing you at this late hour, Lawyer Fong. Did you see it?" "I did." Jiang Datong replied gravely. "I must trouble you to negotiate with them. 500,000. They will withdraw their lawsuit, and both parties will declare this a misunderstanding. Furthermore, Lin Hao must sell us 2 more songs, including Father, and we shall sign a compensated transfer agreement for the music copyrights." Lawyer Fong pondered, considering that if Han Ing had not won, such a price should be acceptable. However, Jiang Datong chuckled. "Did you not say it's merely haggling? Very well." Jiang Datong ended the call, reflecting on the prowess of this young man, who, despite being over 2 decades his junior, had managed to lead him by the nose. 500,000. Jiang Datong's teeth ground in frustration. How long would it take to earn that back? How did he ever sign on Sun Xiaowei? Now, he could only pray that the opposing party would not be unreasonable. As long as he spent some money to erase the stigma of plagiarism, he could recoup his earlier investments. If he could also acquire 2 more songs, Sun Xiaowei would have 3 original compositions, allowing him to generate revenue for the company for several years. In retrospect, he considered himself prudent, fortunate to have signed an 8-year management contract with this individual. The profits for the first 3 years were divided 90-10, as the company had heavily invested in the signed artists, allowing them only a 10% share of the profits. The thought of that 500,000 made his heart bleed. Yet he reassured himself that for a renowned lyricist and composer in the industry, that amount was merely the price of a single song. Lin Hao had just won a Golden Award at the youth singing competition. Acquiring 3 songs for that price should be reasonable, though he wondered if this cunning fox would agree. The next move now depended on Lin Hao's stance. Should he prove obstinate, well, he would not hesitate to take more drastic measures. Chapter 102. The following morning at 9, Wu Xiaozhou called Lin Hao from Wei Yuan's office. Initially, Lin Hao's foremost intention was to seek an out-of-court settlement. He understood that Sun Xiaowei would undoubtedly recall certain events from that fateful night at the food stall. Even if he had not viewed that particular episode of Stories of the People, he could not possibly have overlooked the interviews conducted by Chu Yu and her team. Those guilty of plagiarism are inherently anxious, particularly a newcomer like Sun Xiaowei. Signing a contract and engaging in a lawsuit are two entirely different matters. While he may have felt uncertain at the time of signing, the desire to establish himself could compel him to disregard his scruples. However, once the prospect of litigation arose, he would undoubtedly falter. If he were to reveal the truth to his signing company, they would be too intimidated to proceed with the lawsuit. Subsequently, Fenghua Fashion would certainly propose a sum, not merely for compensation, but also to acquire the rights to Father, solidifying the song as Sun Xiaowei's original creation, while demanding a public statement from him to clarify that this was a misunderstanding. His psychological threshold was set at 200,000 yuan. After all, he was relatively unknown, and that amount was substantial for him. In this manner, he would receive 200,000 yuan, restoring Sun Xiaowei's reputation, with both parties benefiting. Although this outcome was not ideal, it was certainly acceptable, as he simply wished to acquire the funds discreetly. Lin Hao's mind was brimming with melodies. Father was merely one song from many years ago, and he felt no significant attachment to it. Yet, plans often change unexpectedly. Just as Wu Xiaozhou and Meng Pengzi were en route to the law firm, he was perusing the news in the notebook left behind by Meng Pengzi in their dormitory. Upon discovering that Han Ying had won the gold medal for popular singing at the Qinggu competition, he burst into laughter, never anticipating such a twist. Indeed, this alteration was one he welcomed, as it allowed him to raise his demands. However, a sigh escaped him. He had originally intended to quietly complete his 4 years of university, meticulously considering the case from every angle. He was not seeking the spotlight, merely wishing to resolve the matter quietly and collect his money, even delegating the trip to Zhongzhou to Wu Xiaozhou. Yet, fate had other plans. The seeds he had sown on the train were intended to bear fruit only around graduation, but it seemed Han Ying had emerged much sooner than expected. It appeared that his future university life would be anything but tranquil. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that Fenghua Fashion was relatively small, and with Sun Xiaowei being a low-profile newcomer, it was unlikely they would create too much turbulence. He could only hope for a peaceful completion of his 4 years. After listening to Wu Xiaozhou on the phone, he did not hesitate. The price remained unchanged at 500,000 yuan, and the song would indeed belong to Sun Xiaowei. You can represent me in making a statement, he instructed. And what about the purchase of the song? Wu Xiaozhou inquired. It depends on my mood, Lin Hao replied before ending the call. Wow, Wu Xiaozhou chuckled, amused by his friend's assertive tone. The previous night, he and Meng Pengzi had also watched the replay at the hotel. When he saw Han Ying perform Persistence, he was equally astonished, realizing that Lin Hao had been spot on. This girl had truly made a name for herself. The Daxia Youth Singer Grand Prix stands as the pinnacle of national singing competitions, renowned for its prestige and authority. Han Ying's achievement of the Gold Award in the popular singing category heralds a future ablaze with stardom. After placing the call, Wu Xiaozhou conveyed Lin Hao's sentiments to Wei Yuan. In the conference room, upon the conclusion of the lawyer's recitation of Wei Yuan's words, Jiang Datong nearly succumbed to a fit of rage. Narrowing his eyes, he cast a glance at Sun Xiaowei, who, sensing the scrutiny, hastily lowered his gaze, aware that he had no words to offer, nor the courage to speak. Zhang Yinsong adjusted his spectacles with a sigh, stating, President Jiang, given the circumstances, we must accept this reality and swiftly mitigate the repercussions. Money can always be regained. Jiang Datong felt a suffocating frustration. After nearly a decade in business, he had never faced such a setback, only to be outmaneuvered by a mere youth with little experience. Assess the situation, he muttered, veins protruding from his hands as he surveyed the room. Everyone, please return to your offices. I require a word with Lawyer Fong. In silence, the others departed, and Sun Xiaowei attempted to engage Zhang Yinsong, but the latter departed with such haste that no opportunity was afforded. Chapter 103 finds Sun Xiaowei in a state of deep discontent. Zhang Yinsong, not only his music producer but also his manager, had strained their relationship significantly. What would the future hold? Old Fong, with no outsiders present, I cannot swallow this indignation. Jiang Datong glared at Lawyer Fong. Startled, Lawyer Fong lit a cigarette, peering through the smoke at Jiang Datong. Their relationship was merely cordial, Yet he had long-standing ties with his father-in-law, Fu Shan. Years prior, he had represented Fu Shan in various legal matters, which was the only reason he now offered assistance to Jiang Datong. Such trivial lawsuits could easily be handled by any junior lawyer. Old Fong, I intend to leverage connections in northeast China through my father-in-law. This college student, does he not fear? Jiang Datong began, but was interrupted as lawyer Fong raised a hand to halt him. You are aware that the plaintiff's lawyer is Wei Yuan. Jiang Datong nodded, perplexed by his implication. Lawyer Fong inhaled deeply, shaking his head in dismay over Fu Shan's choice of such an inept son-in-law. Do you know how Wei Yuan rose to prominence? Jiang Datong shook his head, unfamiliar with the legal circles. Years ago, Wei Yuan was merely a third-rate lawyer in Zhongzhou until he won the most infamous case. Do you recall? Lawyer Fong rapped the table with his lighter, producing a monotonous sound. Jiang Datong fell into contemplation. Reflect carefully, Lawyer Fong concluded, continuing to smoke in silence. Jiang Datong felt bewildered. He merely wished to seek out his father-in-law's acquaintances in the northeast to deal with Lin Hao, not understanding how the conversation had strayed so far. The most infamous case from years ago? He pondered for quite some time, but still found himself at a loss. The myriad of lawsuits in Zhongzhou City accumulated year after year, making it implausible for him to remember any of them. He shook his head and turned to Lawyer Fong. With a hint of helplessness, Lawyer Fong reminded him, Master Shun. Who? Jiang Datong momentarily froze, and then a chill ran down his spine. Are you referring to? Lawyer Fong nodded, confirming, yes, that case. However, Master Shun was only imprisoned for 5 years before returning. Was the lawyer at that time this Wei Yuan? Jiang Datong inquired. Lawyer Fong nodded again, affirming, indeed, no one dared to take on that case, believing Master Shun was doomed this time. Back then, Wei Yuan had offended someone, and his law firm forced the case upon him, expecting failure. Yet, unexpectedly, he turned misfortune into fortune. But what does this have to do with me teaching that Lin Hao a lesson? Jiang Datong asked, somewhat perplexed. Let me ask you, where did Master Shun serve his 5-year sentence? After a moment of thought, Jiang Datong replied, northeast. Upon saying this, he suddenly realized, you mean? Lawyer Fong nodded. Jiang Datong, feeling deflated, leaned back in his chair, exclaiming, so that's how it is. It must be. The plaintiff, Lin Hao, is from the northeast. He must have used connections to find Master Shun, who then had Wei Yuan take on the case. He shook his head, chuckling bitterly. If I had revealed Master Shun's stature from the outset, I wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. He lit a cigarette and took a couple of deep puffs, contemplating, Master Shun, I can only look up to you. Even my father-in-law, Fu Shan, the famous fruit and vegetable tycoon, must show great respect in Master Shun's presence. After a moment of silence, he exhaled deeply, his voice filled with dejection. So be it. Lawyer Fong nodded, choosing not to comment further. Chapter 104. On the morning 2 days later, as Wu Xiaozhou and Meng Pongzi entered the small playground of the music department, they chanced upon Lin Hao jogging. The morning sunlight bathed him in a golden hue, his tank top soaked halfway through from sweat. Upon noticing them, Lin Hao raised his hand. Wait a moment, I have another lap to go. Wu Xiaozhou and Meng Pongzi, feeling bored, squatted beneath the horizontal bar, smoking. This guy is much sturdier than when he first started school, Meng Pongzi remarked. Wu Xiaozhou scoffed. He may have gained weight, but I've lost so much. Meng Pongzi burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Just look at your big belly. Why not join us for a run every day? Wu Xiaozhou teased as he playfully patted Meng Pongzi's belly. Come on, I have no desire to endure that torture. Meng Pongzi responded, feeling resigned. Both of his parents had robust physiques, and despite not eating more than other children, he seemed to have a body that easily gained weight. Even drinking cold water would cause him to put on pounds. Breathless, Lin Hao ran over. Gentlemen, how was your journey? Wu Xiaozhou replied. Hurry and give us some bonuses. We saved you money by taking the subway, eating at snack stalls, and choosing large dormitories for our accommodations. Was it easy for us? Meng Pongzi chimed in, chuckling. Exactly. Was it easy for us? Lin Hao wiped the sweat from his brow. Did I ever say you should save it? He retorted. You willingly seek trouble and then cast blame on me? Damn it. Wu Xiaozhou, in a fit of anger, leapt up to kick him. Lin Hao bolted, with Wu Xiaozhou hot on his heels, while Meng Pongzi shouted in despair, damn. Are we getting breakfast or not? An hour later, the trio found themselves at a rice noodle shop near the school gate, indulging in a hearty meal. The cafeteria was closed for the summer, leaving them no choice but to fend for themselves outdoors. Back in their dormitory, They sat on their beds, exhaling clouds of smoke. Wu Xiaozhou handed a thick stack of certificates from his backpack to Lin Hao, exclaiming, "This little nuisance has caused us a whole day's worth of trouble." Lin Hao quickly accepted the pile, exclaiming in disbelief. It was filled with copyright registration certificates, A4, sized, resembling small diplomas, emblazoned with 6 bold characters. Work registration certificate. With Lin Hao's name clearly inscribed as the copyright holder. Overjoyed, Lin Hao eagerly flipped through the documents. His anxieties were finally laid to rest. The staff at the window informed me that their website is up and running, so we no longer need to make such a long trek. Wu Xiaozhou complained. What? Lin Hao was taken aback. In just a few days, they managed to complete it? He quickly opened Meng Pengzi's laptop to check the vanished announcement. Navigating through several pages, and indeed, he found that those secondary pages were accessible. Overwhelmed with joy, he nearly shed tears. It was finally operational. Lin Hao securely placed the certificates in a drawer and locked it, then began to listen to the two of them babble about trivial matters, such as the beauty of the women in Zhengzhou City and the charming owner of a grilled squid stall in the snack street. After they finished their idle chatter, Wu Xiaozhou recounted the subsequent events. The dealings with Fenghua Fashion had been remarkably smooth, surpassing everyone's expectations. Just the day before Wu Xiaozhou and the others returned, Fenghua Fashion had invited lawyer Wei Yuan and the representatives of the plaintiff to their office. In the company's grand conference room, Jiang Datong sincerely requested Wu Xiaozhou to convey his apologies to Mr. Lin Hao. Subsequently, both parties signed a compensated transfer agreement for the copyright of the song Father. The agreement stipulated that the original author, Lin Hao, was to transfer the copyright of Father for a sum of 500,000 yuan. From the moment of signing, all rights would belong to Fenghua Fashion, and Lin Hao would no longer hold any copyright or usage rights. Jiang Datong did not assign ownership of the song to Sun Xiaowei. Although Sun Xiaowei could promote it as his original work during the contract period, he would be barred from using the song for any commercial performances thereafter. Upon signing the copyright transfer agreement and the accompanying statement, the company's finance department promptly transferred the compensation of 500,000 yuan to Lin Hao. Following this, both parties engaged in a cordial discussion for some time, with Fenghua Fashion's general manager, Jiang Datong, warmly expressing his intention to purchase several songs from Mr. Lin Hao in the future. Chapter 105. Throughout the entire process, Wu Xiaozhou and Meng Pengzi maintained smiles, speaking very little. As they bid farewell, Wu Xiaozhou leaned close to Sun Xiaowei's ear and whispered, "Don't ever let me see you again." Sun Xiaowei's face paled at the words, especially upon noticing Jiang Datong warmly clasping Wu Xiaozhou's hand. He could only pretend he had heard nothing. That afternoon, Lin Hao received the funds and promptly called Zhou Dongbing. Upon learning that the compensation had been deposited, Zhou Dongbing expressed his delight. Lin Hao mentioned his intention to settle the fees with lawyer Wei, but Zhou Dongbing quickly interjected. "Brother, you needn't concern yourself with that money." Lin Hao insisted, "That won't do. I cannot allow you, Brother Zhou, to bear this expense. Besides, I am not without funds." The fact that Zhou Dongbing had already extended such a significant favor was more than enough. Truth be told, their relationship was not so deeply rooted. It would be unbecoming to ask for further financial assistance. He understood well that when one can minimize debts of gratitude, one should not hesitate to part with money. Zhou Dongbing chuckled wryly. "Haozi, this matter cannot be succinctly explained. This friend from Zhengzhou shares a life and death bond with me. I sought his help, and he would never accept a dime. Similarly, the lawyer he approached would also refuse any payment. Do you understand?" Lin Hao feared this was indeed the case. These individuals prioritized loyalty above all, and many matters could not be quantified in monetary terms. However, by this turn of events, he inadvertently found himself in debt of gratitude. "Well then, when it is convenient for you, please extend my thanks to your friend," Lin Hao said. Zhou Dongbing agreed with a smile, engaging in light conversation before ending the call. Afterward, Lin Hao reached out to lawyer Wei, refraining from mentioning the money, instead expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Wei Yuan was exceedingly courteous, and once he concluded the call with Lin Hao, he contacted Master Shun. He succinctly recounted the events, with Master Shun remaining silent throughout. Just before hanging up, Master Shun uttered, "You've worked hard," and then ended the call. Those 3 words filled Wei Yuan with elation, prompting him to pace around the room several times. Previously, Master Shun had not regarded him with such warmth. Over the years, he had indeed been rather disappointing, frequently succumbing to his penchant for infidelity, which had led to numerous troubles, all of which Master Shun had ultimately resolved. Lin Hao would never have anticipated that a song sung at a barbecue stall would yield him an income of 500,000 a year later. However, Wu Xiaozhou was greatly disheartened. While Lin Hao had struck it rich, he still found himself trailing behind, eating noodles day after day, with no other changes to his circumstances. Meng Pongzi had initially accompanied him for a few days, but soon realized he could not continue relying on this path. The lavish lifestyle he and Wu Xiaozhou had envisioned was destined to remain a distant dream. Consequently, Meng Pongzi chose not to return, deciding it was better to stay at home and practice diligently in the sweltering heat. It would not be accurate to label Lin Hao as miserly. For just a few days later, he took Wu Xiaozhou on a trip to the electronics market, where he purchased 2 laptop computers, a wireless internet card, and a scanner. The current website of the Great Summer Music Copyright Association is operational. It would be rather cumbersome to run to a copy shop for scanning, so it seems prudent to invest in a scanner now that funds are available. This way, whenever a new song is composed, it can be conveniently scanned and uploaded for registration. On the way back, Wu Xiaozhou joyfully cradled the large box, incessantly praising, "I told you, this is my brother Hao? How could my brother Hao possibly be stingy?" The repeated mentions of my brother Hao left Lin Hao feeling both amused and exasperated. Wu Xiaozhou and Meng Pongzi had certainly been busy glorifying themselves lately, having heard the term miser countless times. Upon returning to the dormitory, the two began to hunch over their computers, with Lin Hao expressing a singular request: no online gaming. Initially, Wu Xiaozhou was somewhat eager to indulge, but upon hearing Lin Hao's stipulation, he reluctantly complied. In Chapter 106, at the Fairy Bar, after Lin Hao performed 4 songs, the band took the stage. Yet no one acknowledged him, not even a glance in his direction. He approached Wu Xiaozhou and said, "Let's go." Wu Xiaozhou was displeased, exclaiming, "What is with these people acting all high and mighty?" Lin Hao pulled him along towards the exit, and the two stood outside the bar, lighting a cigarette. Lin Hao remarked, "I can't quite understand it. Ever since they arrived, they've been wearing sour expressions, as if they disapprove of me. Do they think you're part of that band?" Wu Xiaozhou inquired. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and shook his head. It shouldn't be the case, as typically, the night scene bands and solo guitarists are distinct groups with little overlap. Each finishes their set and departs, with some soloists even moving on to different venues. There were 2 quite beautiful female singers among the 3, Wu Xiaozhou chuckled. Lin Hao shot him a sidelong glance and asked, "Haven't you heard from Bai Jitao recently?" "Damn," Wu Xiaozhou scoffed, "she's been clingy. Just because she doesn't call doesn't mean there's no contact. We chat online at night. I asked her why she wasn't sleeping at such a late hour. By the way," Wu Xiaozhou queried, "did Hanning call you after winning the award?" Almost forgetting about it until he spotted the female singers in the bar, he recalled the incident. "She did, the night after," Lin Hao replied. "Did she cry?" Lin Hao laughed heartily. "Why would she? She probably cried on the day of the award, but by the time she called me, the excitement had faded." "Did she mention repaying you?" Lin Hao responded affirmatively, "But that prize money isn't sufficient for much. She's not financially well off either. She promised to repay me as soon as she could, and expressed her gratitude." Wu Xiaozhou nodded. "Well, at least she has some conscience." Lin Hao concurred with a nod. Deep down, however, he understood that this had little to do with conscience. It merely indicated that Han Ying was astute. In the coming years, if she aspired to fame, she would need to rely on him, unless she could find a songwriter suited to her style, yet that would also require financial investment. "How's he? How is the skill level of that band?" Wu Xiaozhou interrupted Lin Hao's thoughts. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. He realized that he had finished his performances these past few days without actually watching any shows. Thus, he shook his head, admitting he had not heard of it. Wu Xiaozhou suggested, "Come on, let us go in and take a look. It won't hurt to check it out." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao agreed, thinking it would be worthwhile to listen to a few of the waitstaff mention that this band ranked among the top 10 in the provincial capital. The two turned around and headed back, only to be greeted by the sight of Sister C at the entrance. Today, Sister C was dressed in a cool and alluring manner, sporting a delicate, sheer black top paired with an extremely short denim skirt. Her legs were slender and fair, accentuated by a pair of transparent plastic high-heeled sandals that highlighted her dainty feet. Upon spotting Lin Hao, Sister C appeared momentarily surprised, not expecting him to still be there. Lin Hao called out to her, and Wu Xiaozhou, with a cheeky grin, remarked, "Sister C, you always look stunning." Sister C laughed melodiously, replying, "You're quite the charmer." She playfully encouraged them, "Go ahead, drink as you please. It's on the house for you too." Wu Xiaozhou gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sister C, you're so generous." This statement elicited another round of laughter from her. As they ventured inside, Lin Hao couldn't help but wonder what had brought such joy to Sister C, as she was not usually this vivacious. Could it be that she had taken a liking to that foolish fellow? This thought prompted him to glance at Wu Xiaozhou, who, in response, touched his own face and asked, "What are you staring at?" Chapter 107. The sound of the band was quite loud. After walking a few steps inside, it was nearly impossible to converse without shouting. Lin Hao recognized what Wu Xiaozhou was saying by reading his lips and chuckled, choosing to ignore him. They found an empty seat diagonally across from the stage, and just as they settled down, a waiter approached them, looking somewhat troubled. With the establishment bustling with patrons, he was concerned about the two of them occupying a table without making any purchases, fearing reprimand from his supervisor. Lin Hao waved him over, placing a hand near his mouth and shouting into his ear for small Qingdaos. He then handed the waiter a 100 yuan note. The young waiter hesitated, unsure whether he should accept the money. Lin Hao nudged him insistently, urging, "Hurry up." The waiter took the money and scurried off eagerly. Despite Sister C's earlier generous offer, Lin Hao had no intention of taking advantage of her kindness. He did not wish to put the waiter in a difficult position. If the venue were less crowded, it would be perfectly reasonable to sit and enjoy a pot of complimentary tea. However, given the near full capacity that night, it would be rather inappropriate for him and Wu Xiaozhou to linger and sip free tea. On stage, the guitarist was singing a tune with a pleasant melody, albeit one that Lin Hao found unfamiliar, likely an original composition. He nodded subtly, recognizing that the young man possessed a commendable voice with notable power. Yet, during the climactic moments, the uniformity of his vocal delivery faltered, causing the song, initially deserving of an 80 out of 100, to plummet to a mere 40. As the song concluded, the audience erupted into applause and cheers. The guitarist bowed in gratitude, expressing his thanks with polite remarks. Lin Hao had been observing him intently when he unmistakably caught a glance from the guitarist, leaving him somewhat perplexed about the intent behind that gaze. The guitarist tossed his long hair back and continued into the microphone, announcing, "Next, I'd like to dedicate a song, Blue Lotus, to my friends." Upon hearing the title, a few patrons began to murmur quietly, while a greater number erupted into whistles. Fourth Sister, leaning against the bar, was momentarily taken aback. This song was Lin Hao's original composition, and he had just performed it that very night. What was this Zhao Xiaoyi attempting to do? At the entrance of the bar, a group of individuals entered, led by a man in his 40s with slicked back hair. "Bro," Fourth Sister called out as she approached. He Qing smiled and remarked, "Business is thriving, huh?" Behind him, a short, middle-aged man with a cropped haircut said to Fourth Sister, "Sister, you've struck gold. Why not get Brother Ma a box of cigarettes?" Fourth Sister chuckled, "Brother Ma, you could gather a whole sack of them with a stroll through the seafood wholesale market. Do you really need this box from me?" The man laughed boisterously and said to He Qing, "Old Qing, your sister is becoming increasingly stingy." He Qing joined in the laughter. "Come on, let us go enjoy the music." As the prelude to Blue Lotus began, reimagined and enriched by an electric band, the introduction was far more robust and indeed quite pleasing. "Nothing can obstruct your yearning for freedom," the guitarist sang with a hint of languor, infusing the song with a unique flavor. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, now comprehending the meaning behind that earlier glance. It was a provocation. He glanced at Wu Xiaozhou, who had already gripped a beer bottle in his hand. Quickly, Lin Hao pressed his hand down to restrain him and leaned in closer to whisper in his ear that Fourth Sister and her brother were not to be trifled with in the provincial city, and there was no need to resort to throwing beer bottles to make a point against the band. Wu Xiaozhou, indignant, asked what course of action they could take. Lin Hao replied, "Just listen to me and act swiftly." After managing to calm the foolish Wu Xiaozhou, Lin Hao looked up to see Fourth Sister approaching. He smiled and waved at her. She swayed her waist lightly and sat beside him. Lin Hao leaned closer to her ear, ready to speak, but was met with an intoxicating scent. Chapter 108. Lin Hao took a deep breath to steady his nerves and exclaimed in her ear, "Fourth Sister, how about I go up and sing a song in a bit? It's been ages since I've performed with a band." Fourth Sister fell silent, fully aware that Lin Hao must be furious at this moment. His original song was being sung by someone else while he sat beneath the stage. If he left without making a sound, he could forget about making his mark in the provincial city's scene. Although he was still unfamiliar with the local circles, he had already dipped a toe in, and it was merely a matter of time before he fully immersed himself. If this were merely a band performing songs for each other among friends, it would be inconsequential. However, Lin Hao is not acquainted with them. After having sung this very song earlier that evening, their repetition of it now feels like a blatant affront to him. Look, I sing it far better than you. What is Zhao Xiaoyi insinuating? Since both Lin Hao and they are performing at the dock, why must tensions escalate? What thoughts occupy Zhao Xiaoyi's mind? She nodded at Lin Hao, who responded with a loud thank you. As the song concluded amidst applause, Lin Hao was about to rise when the guitarist spoke again. Next, we present the first snow of 2002 for you all. Lin Hao was taken aback. This song had been performed at the Iron Horse Bar during last winter's break. Yet he had never sung it at the dock. How could it have reached the provincial capital in such a short span of merely half a year? It is essential to note that the internet at this time is not nearly as developed as it would become in later years, and blogs on platforms like Holang had only recently begun to emerge. After some contemplation, he surmised that perhaps fellow musicians had heard the song and subsequently brought it to the provincial city. Sister C glanced at him, and Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Understanding dawned on Sister C. This song belonged to Lin Hao as well. Leaning closer to his ear, she instructed, "You stay seated." With that, she stood up and swiftly made her way outside the bar, where the introduction of the first snow of 2002 began to play. She retrieved her phone, scrolled through her contacts for a moment, and then dialed. Zheng Laolu. The voice on the other end was chaotic, with someone shouting, "Sister C. It's a mess here. Please hold on while I step outside to call you." After hanging up, Sister C took a deep drag from a cigarette. Just as she was getting into it, her phone rang again. "Sister C, what's up?" Zheng Laolu inquired. "I need to ask you, what kind of people are you bringing in?" She was genuinely upset. Zheng Laolu had previously been a keyboardist and singer, working in the provincial night scene for many years. Perhaps feeling the weight of age, he had transitioned into a managerial role a few years back. He assisted various bands and singers in the provincial capital in finding gigs, taking a cut for himself, leveraging his extensive connections within the industry. His smooth interpersonal skills had made him one of the foremost agents in this line of work in recent years. What is the issue? Xiaoyi and the others are quite skilled. Zheng Laolu was perplexed, utterly bewildered. Yes, their professional level is decent, but have their brains been caught in a door? She succinctly recounted the situation, concluding with, "The people you brought are not up to par. If they can't perform, take them away. I don't need them causing disruption here. Handle it accordingly." With that, she brusquely ended the call, inhaling deeply from her cigarette before discarding the butt on the ground and crushing it beneath her transparent, high-heeled sandals. Since arriving at the dock in March, Lin Hao had never once been late or left early, always arriving and departing punctually. He imitated the original singers with remarkable precision and occasionally wowed the audience with a stunning original piece, amassing a considerable clientele for the dock. In the provincial capital, electric bands abound, easily replaced if they falter. She never intended to maintain a long-term group, as the current clientele are exceedingly discerning. They tire of the same ensemble after a while. However, Lin Hao's unique guitar performance is a rarity, and Sister C would never allow a mere band to drive him away. Inside the bar, Zhao Xiaoyi's melancholic voice resonated, stunning Sister C into silence. She hurried inside. Apart from the band and Zhao's singing, all the patrons were hushed, some with reddened eyes. Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou sat quietly, smoking and listening. The song The First Snow of 2002 had been significantly reinterpreted, diverging from the original, particularly in its lack of certain Northwest musical elements, rendering it more mainstream. Nonetheless, the arrangement was impressively complete, and the guitarist's performance was largely faultless. The poignant atmosphere mingled with a subtle sorrow, beautifully conveyed. Lin Hao gazed at the stage, profoundly moved. Though he had registered these songs and secured the rights, the world felt eerily reminiscent of his previous life. Singers or musicians performing copyrighted songs in nightclubs do not infringe upon rights. Even if they profit from others' work, the gains are minimal and contribute to dissemination, thus becoming an accepted norm in the industry, with no one pursuing claims. Additionally, most stars have traversed the circuit before their fame, intimately understanding the trials and tribulations involved, so they seldom quibble over such matters. After all, these individuals are merely trying to make a living. However, in the case of large-scale performances. The original artists and songwriters take great care. This is a point of concern for them. As the song concluded, applause erupted throughout the bar. Wu Xiaozhou, with a look of disdain, gave Lin Hao a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Bravo! You truly excel. You've got quite the fortitude to endure this. They're practically shitting on your neck." Lin Hao shot him a glare, thinking that had he not anticipated this, a beer bottle would have already soared onto the stage. Noticing a female singer approaching the stage, he stood and swiftly ascended. The singer, with golden short hair and a petite figure, was startled by his sudden appearance. Lin Hao smiled and took the microphone from her grasp, causing her to recognize him, though she was puzzled by his intention. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she noticed Sister C waving from the audience, prompting her to turn and exit the stage. The four members of the band turned to Lin Hao, bewildered by his actions. The electric guitarist, Zhao Xiaoi, regarded him warily, his breath quickening and heart racing, fearing Lin Hao might impulsively hurl the microphone back. Ignoring the band, Lin Hao crossed his arms, microphone in hand, and chuckled. "I never imagined my two songs would be so well received." Beneath the stage, numerous acquaintances of his emitted cheerful laughter, some even applauding. Some friends may not be entirely aware that the two songs just performed by the band, Blue Lotus and The First Snow of 2002, were both composed and originally sung by the younger brother. Lin Hao remained composed and gracious, maintaining a smile throughout. Wu Xiaozhou whistled sharply and loudly, prompting whispers among the guests. "Yes, I know Blue Lotus is indeed sung by him. Oh, so it's his song. Delightful." The band's rendition feels somewhat different, yet equally captivating. "Isn't he the young man who performed earlier?" "Yes, that's him. Isn't he handsome?" "Indeed. He appears quite pristine. Look at those small, tight eyelids. What a flirt. Hee. I must say, Blue Lotus is simply enchanting. It nearly moved me to tears." The chubby fellow speaking still had red eyes. "Absolutely. Hearing this song for the first time is truly touching. It is indeed lovely. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate kindness. Since this gentleman appreciates my two songs so much, I ought to sing one of theirs. Otherwise, it would be inconsiderate, wouldn't you agree?" The guests below, unaware of the situation, erupted into applause upon hearing that Lin Hao would perform, especially in collaboration with the band. Lin Hao turned to Zhao Xiaoi, still oblivious to his name. "Before you sing my two songs, what song did you perform? I found it quite delightful. May I sing it once?" Lin Hao's smile remained, yet his eyes glinted with a cold light. What could Zhao Xiaoi say? With so many guests watching and fourth sister standing at the front of the stage with her arms crossed, he could only nod. Lin Hao continued, "I'm getting old. My mind isn't as sharp. Could you show me the sheet music with the lyrics?" The patrons in the bar erupted into laughter upon hearing him claim he was old. This lad looked no older than 20, with barely any facial hair. Yet he humorously declared himself old, truly amusing. Lin Hao, realizing the laughter was directed at him, recognized that his earlier comment was not a jest. After all, he had lived 42 years in his previous life and had unconsciously spoken his truth. He was neither a deity nor possessed of any extraordinary abilities. He had merely listened to the song once, and while the melody was in his mind, the lyrics had escaped his memory, prompting him to seek a glimpse. Zhao Xiaoi, unable to refuse, had long memorized the score, so whether he looked at it or not was inconsequential. He thus retrieved the sheet music from the folder. The moment Lin Hao took the score, their eyes met in the air. Had the bar's lights dimmed entirely, one might have seen sparks ignite upon the stage. Zhao Xiaoi, approximately 25 or 26, was tall and slender, with a pale face, elongated eyes, and slightly upturned corners. He slightly lowered his head, casting his eyes upward to gaze at Lin Hao, who, ignoring him, took the score and began to read. Zhao Xiaoi's expression was clearly visible to Sister C below the stage, causing her to furrow her brow even more. At that moment, a man in his early 30s with a ponytail hurriedly approached, clad in extraordinarily tight black pants that rendered his physique as slender as a bamboo pole. Upon seeing Sister C, he immediately nodded and smiled, saying, "Sister C." She glanced at him and remarked, "You've arrived. Quite swift on your feet." The man chuckled awkwardly, saying nothing further. Chapter 110. Tell Zhao Xiaoi to accompany well and refrain from unnecessary antics. Sister C whispered. Zhao Xiaoi's heart sank upon spotting the man below the stage. What was Zheng Laolu doing here? As Zheng Laolu approached the edge of the stage, Zhao Xiaoi, clutching his electric guitar, leaned forward and called out in a hushed tone. "Sixth brother, just cooperate well. We'll discuss it later. Zheng Laolu retorted brusquely. Zhao Xiaoyi's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated Sister C would place such importance on Lin Hao. Even calling Zheng Laolu to attend. He felt a twinge of regret, but it was too late now. The score bore the title, Journey, with lyrics and music by the Snow Country Band. Lin Hao merely glanced at it. The stage had been empty for several minutes, and further delay was unacceptable. If they did not commence soon, the sound engineer would start the music. He turned to the band's keyboard, drums, and bass, addressing them. Thank you for your hard work. Let us tune and begin. The keyboardist, possessing long hair and a reasonably symmetrical appearance, bore a few acne scars on his face, giving him a rather pitiful look. He stared blankly at the electric bass before turning to Zhao Xiaoyi. Zhao Xiaoyi wore a stoic expression. Had Zheng Laolu not arrived, he would have scoffed, thinking, I'm already struggling to adjust the key, and you want to raise it? How ridiculous. However, since Zheng Laolu had already cautioned him, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and resolved to simply execute the piece well. Whether this fellow could perform adequately or bring disgrace upon himself was of no concern to him. Clang, 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 clang. The drummer struck the cymbals 4 times. Zhao Xiaoyi's electric guitar activated the frog sound effect, with synthesizer strings providing a foundation, yet the electric bass remained silent. As the clamor subsided, the keyboardist began to play the electric piano beneath the music stand, filling the bar with the clear sound of piano chords, each beat resonating like a soothing balm for the soul. After 2 measures and 8 beats, Lin Hao began to sing. Midnight, the platform lights twinkle like stars. The train wails, and light rain falls. The moment Lin Hao opened his mouth, Zhao Xiaoyi nearly dropped his electric guitar in shock. Lin Hao's voice was rich and resonant, imbued with a hint of reluctant sorrow and weariness. It was precisely the sound they had envisioned when they first conceived this song. The drummer and bassist, who were to join in the second verse, exchanged glances, both struggling to conceal their astonishment. Lin Hao glanced back at the keyboardist after he mistakenly struck an incorrect chord. The keyboardist, taken aback by Lin Hao's presence, met his gaze and felt a jolt of surprise. Not only did this individual possess a remarkable vocal quality, but his ear for music was astonishingly acute. Having heard the piece only once, Lin Hao immediately detected the mistake in the chord. The keyboardist quickly refocused, immersing himself entirely in the performance. In the second segment, the electric bass, drums, and electric guitar joined in. Outside, the night was tranquil and still, while inside the bar, everyone listened intently. The fourth sister and Zheng Laolu had their mouths slightly agape. They were all too familiar with the song Journey, particularly Zheng Laolu, whose ears had nearly developed calluses from hearing it so often, as it was the signature song of Zhao Xiaoyi and their band, Snow Country. 2 years prior, Snow Country was fortunate enough to be the opening act at the 3rd College Student Music Festival in Long Province. The lyrics and melody of this song were exceptional, with the first half being tender and beautiful, while the latter half soared with excitement. If Zhao Xiaoyi's rendition rated a modest 70, Lin Hao's interpretation elevated it to a perfect score, 120. The drums propelled the song into a fervent climax. On the wild grasslands beneath the wild stallion, Lin Hao's voice soared, piercing through the bar's ceiling and reaching the heights of the night sky. The speakers on either side of the stage seemed on the verge of bursting. Many patrons stood up in rapture. Each member of the band was enveloped in the music. It was their most exhilarating experience in the 3 years since they created this song. It felt as if the song had been tailor-made for Lin Hao. Due to his vocal capabilities, Zhao Xiaoyi's performance was commendable in the first half, filled with emotion. However, a dissonance emerged in the climax, distorting the essence of the song. They had even sought out other male vocalists and experimented with female singers, but the song's wide range posed significant challenges. The high notes were beyond the reach of most, while lowering the key rendered the low notes stifling. Yet today, Lin Hao not only hit the high notes, but also elevated the key. Remarkably, during the climax, he maintained a rich and resonant quality without straining his voice. This completeness was a miracle for Journey. As the electric guitar played the final notes, Zhao Xiaoyi felt it was the best performance he had given in 3 years. As the music gradually faded, tears streamed down his face. He looked towards the other band members, drummer Chen Feng, keyboardist Wang Yulong, and bassist Yang Weiqi, all of whom, like him, were also moved to tears. These were tears of joy and profound emotion. Yang Weiqi placed the electric bass on the stand, and he was the first to applaud. Soon after, the patrons in the bar began to respond, and a wave of applause erupted. Zhao Xiaoyi seemed to have lost all his strength. He slowly placed the electric guitar on the stand and glanced at Lin Hao. The drummer, Chun Feng, and the keyboardist, Wang Yulong, also joined in the applause as they approached. The sound engineer glanced at his watch. It was time for the band to take a break, so he played some music. Lin Hao did not engage in any polite exchanges, nor did he acknowledge Zhao Xiaoyi. Instead, he smiled, pressed his hands together in gratitude toward the three band members, and then bowed deeply to the audience. Seeing that the band had taken a break, the guests returned to their seats. Zheng Laolu turned to Sister C and asked, "Is this the singer Lin Hao?" Sister C, her beautiful eyes fixated on Lin Hao on stage, merely nodded in response to Zheng Laolu's question. Her gaze filled with admiration. "Impressive. Damn it," Zheng Laolu murmured to himself. "I must find a way to bring him under my control." Upon hearing this, Sister C's gentle demeanor instantly transformed into a piercing glare as she turned to him. "Do you dare to have designs on my person? You should clean up your own mess first." With that, Sister C turned and walked away, leaving Zheng Laolu feeling embarrassed. He scratched his head and cursed inwardly. "Damn woman. If it weren't for your brother, I would have dealt with you long ago." Yet, he could only indulge in these thoughts silently, not daring to show any disrespect outwardly. Zhao Xiaoyi noticed Zheng Laolu beckoning him and hurriedly jumped off the stage. Lin Hao, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled down from the stage and returned to his seat. Wu Xiaozhou gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Awesome, Haozi." That slap to the face was resounding. Chapter 112. You shouldn't resort to throwing bottles at the slightest provocation. There are numerous ways to vent your frustrations without resorting to violence. Lin Hao seized the opportunity to chide him a bit, hoping to temper his impulsiveness. "Let us go." Lin Hao stood up. Wu Xiaozhou was taken aback. "Where are we going?" Lin Hao cast a sideways glance at Zhao Xiaoyi, who was conversing with someone at the foot of the stage, his expression clearly one of dissatisfaction. "What for?" "To seek justice." With that, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Wu Xiaozhou was puzzled, thinking, didn't he just get slapped? What justice is there to seek? Lin Hao made his way toward the bar, where Sister C was currently standing. Along the way, many patrons greeted him, and he had to abandon his relaxed posture, instead smiling and waving at them in return. Finally reaching Sister C, Lin Hao called out, "Sister C," and then fell silent. Wu Xiaozhou found it strange, thinking, "Let us just go home." Sister C, noticing his reluctance to move, sighed and said, "Come on, let us talk in my office." As they climbed the stairs, Wu Xiaozhou pulled Lin Hao behind him, his eyes wide as he admired the swaying figure before him. Upon reaching the second floor, Sister C paused, turned, and asked Wu Xiaozhou, "Isn't it beautiful?" Wu Xiaozhou scratched his head and chuckled. "Indeed, it looks splendid." Lin Hao found it somewhat difficult to decipher the moods of the fourth sister. Hearing Wu Xiaozhou's candidness, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for him. To his surprise, the fourth sister smiled brightly, showing no signs of anger, and continued her walk towards the office, almost as if she were deliberately accentuating her movements. Wu Xiaozhou exchanged glances with Lin Hao, and the unspoken question lingered. Could it be that she harbored feelings for me? Lin Hao, perplexed as he was due to his limited interactions with her, opted not to voice his thoughts. Instead, he tugged at Wu Xiaozhou, urging him to follow her swiftly. Lin Hao was not inclined to let the matter rest without understanding the root of Zhao Xiaoyi's antagonism towards him. From the very first day, Zhao Xiaoyi had treated him with disdain, while the rest of the band, though somewhat friendlier, remained distant. This atmosphere was quite uncomfortable. Even if Lin Hao had no desire for camaraderie, a modicum of civility should be expected, unlike his previous experiences at the Chunha Iron Horse Bar, where interactions were cordial albeit superficial. Here he found himself confronted with an unsettling coldness. Upon entering the fourth sister's office, he and Wu Xiaozhou settled onto the sofa. Lin Hao produced a cigarette and tossed it to her. She glanced at the brand, amber from the Lu province, and remarked, "With such earnings, is this what you choose to smoke?" Lin Hao replied with a grin, "My family is impoverished. My father advises me to be frugal." The fourth sister erupted in laughter, taking his words as a jest. He refrained from mentioning the purpose of their visit, and Wu Xiaozhou, oblivious, sat smoking and watching their banter unfold. The fourth sister silently marveled at Lin Hao. Recognizing that he should not be underestimated, his composure rivaled that of seasoned veterans in the world. A knock echoed through the room. The fourth sister glanced at Lin Hao, who returned a smile. "Come in," she called out. The door swung open to reveal Zheng Laolu, sporting a ponytail, followed closely by the sullen Zhao Xiaoi. Wu Xiaozhou belatedly realized they were waiting for an apology from Zhao Xiaoi. Zheng Laolu entered with an awkward grin, stammering, "Fourth sister, I'm here." She replied noncommittally, then turned her gaze towards Zhao Xiaoi. "Now, explain yourself. What is the meaning of your actions today?" Zhao Xiaoi lifted her head. A trace of shame etched upon her face. She bowed slightly to Lin Hao and whispered, "I apologize, Lin Hao. Today, this matter was my fault." Lin Hao's expression remained inscrutable, and he remained silent. Unable to decipher his intent, Zhao Xiaoi glanced towards Sister C. with a sense of exasperation. Sister C recognized that Zhao Xiaoi's reasoning was somewhat flawed and decided to inquire on Lin Hao's behalf. "What is the reason?" she prompted. "Oh," Zhao Xiaoi murmured. "Her Bao is my cousin." Lin Hao was taken aback by this revelation, uncertain of its implications. Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed in surprise, "My classmate Her Bao?" Zhao Xiaoi shot him a glance. "Are you also from the Art Institute?" Wu Xiaozhou nodded and continued, "Zhao Xiaojia?" Zhao Xiaoi quickly affirmed. "Damn!" Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed, "I understand now." Lin Hao, however, remained confused, oblivious to Wu Xiaozhou's sudden clarity. "Zhao Xiaojia, that is, my classmate Her Bao, plays the bass and is in the same major as me." Lin Hao still could not fathom the connection to the current predicament. Wu Xiaozhou proceeded, "Do you remember when we went to the provincial city last year for school and saw Wanyong on the train? He was sitting across from a chubby fellow." Lin Hao nodded, realization dawning upon him as he connected the dots. "He is Her Bao?" Wu Xiaozhou confirmed with a knowing expression. Lin Hao could not help but let out a bitter laugh. It took this long to unravel the situation. He had made an enemy of Wanyong, and this Her Bao, or Zhao Xiaojia, was Wanyong's close friend, while also being Zhao Xiaoi's cousin. Sister C grasped the situation, looking at Zhao Xiaoi and saying, "Did your cousin speak ill of Lin Hao because of the matter with Wanyong?" Zhao Xiaoi nodded. Sister C's expression darkened further. "Are you truly that foolish? The conflict between them has nothing to do with you or your cousin. Are you simply seeking trouble?" Zheng Laolu, who had been accompanying them, attempted to defend Zhao Xiaoi. "You've berated him already. Can I say anything?" However, he reconsidered and fell silent. Sister C raised her eyebrows sharply. "Once this performance concludes, settle the bill and leave." "Wait," Zhao Xiaoi exclaimed, panic rising within her. If she were dismissed over such a trivial matter, her bandmates would undoubtedly blame her. She recalled Zheng Lao's earlier words, "Xiaoi, are you foolish? Do you not know who Sister C is? Or who her brother He Qing is? If you knew, would you still cause trouble in her domain? If you offend Sister C, a single word from He Qing could ensure that no bar in the provincial city would dare employ you. Do you believe that? What is the matter? Are you unwilling to make a name for yourself in the provincial city, seeking to advance to the capital? Can't you see the flirtation between Sister C and that pretty boy? Is your mind truly that muddled?" Zhao Xiaoi squeezed his eyes tightly, and at last, 2 streams of hot tears cascaded down his cheeks. With a quivering voice, he implored, "Fourth sister, I was wrong. I truly was." Fourth sister lit a cigarette. Her gaze averted from him. His knees appeared to weaken, as if he might collapse at any moment. Zhao Xiaoi turned his attention to Lin Hao, pleading, "Lin Hao, it was my fault today. Please say something. We are all struggling. I beg you." Wu Xiaozhou curled his lip, turning away in disdain, unwilling to look at someone so spineless. Lin Hao cast a glance at fourth sister, his expression remaining impassive. "Very well, fourth sister, we shall take our leave." After saying this, he grasped Wu Xiaozhou's arm, and together they made their way out. He feared that Zhao Xiaoi's knees might give way entirely, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Zheng Laolu grew anxious, perplexed by the young man's behavior. Was he not going to either forgive or plead with fourth sister? Such a lack of decorum was utterly confounding. As the saying goes, even when one has committed murder, a bow is still offered. Given Zhao Xiaoi's current state, how could Lin Hao maintain such a stoic demeanor? Yet, Zheng Laolu did not know Lin Hao well enough to intervene, so he could only watch helplessly as the two exited. Lin Hao first went to the bar to collect his wages. Then, accompanied by Wu Xiaozhou, they stepped out of the bar. Standing at the entrance, they lit cigarettes before heading towards the school. Wu Xiaozhou inquired, "Aren't you going to say anything? Have you forgiven him or not?" "I can't quite grasp it. Why should I forgive him? What connection do we share?" Lin Hao replied coolly. "But fourth sister intends to expel them. The bar belongs to fourth sister. Her decisions do not concern me," Lin Hao stated matter-of-factly. "However, if you spoke up, they could remain." Lin Hao halted, placing a hand on Wu Xiaozhou's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Little Wu, You must remember that not everyone is worthy of your reconciliation. Zhao Xiaoyi is weak-willed and lacks principles, which is why I cannot forgive him. The decision lies with fourth sister. Wu Xiaozhou pondered this, remaining silent for a long while. Lin Hao was not one to seek revenge for minor grievances. This matter was trivial. Even if Zhao Xiaoyi had exhibited a bit more resolve today, Lin Hao would have forgiven him. However, witnessing Zhao Xiaoyi's cowardice filled Lin Hao with irritation, prompting him to offload the dilemma onto fourth sister. The following evening, Wu Xiaozhou accompanied Lin Hao once more, driven by curiosity to discover whether Zhao Xiaoyi and the others had departed. As Lin Hao surveyed the stage from below, he discerned that fourth sister had indeed expelled Zhao Xiaoyi and his companions, for the instruments on stage had been entirely replaced. While performing the second song, he noticed a few individuals entering the bar, immediately recognizable as members of a band. The clientele was sparse that day, perhaps due to the gloomy weather, with the wind outside carrying a damp chill. After completing 4 songs, Lin Hao descended from the stage, and a server approached to remove the 12 floral arrangements. The new band members approached, one burly young man extending his hand toward Lin Hao, saying, "Brother Hao, I am Han Wei, the bassist and leader of the Black Storm Band." Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback when he heard someone call him Brother Hao. At merely 20 years of age, he found it perplexing that this individual, who appeared to be at least 27 or 28, would refer to him in such a manner. Nevertheless, he smiled and extended his hand in greeting. "Hello, I am Lin Hao." A girl with a round face and short hair giggled and said, "We've all heard about you. They say you are exceptionally talented, not only in singing, but also in songwriting." Lin Hao quickly waved his hand with a smile. The band introduced themselves one by one, and at that moment, 2 female singers and a male singer approached. With so many people around, Lin Hao could only remember the bassist Han Wei and the girl, Zhuang Lanlan, with the round face and short hair. As the band took the stage, Lin Hao was astonished to discover that Zhuang Lanlan was the drummer. This piqued his curiosity, and he glanced over at Wu Xiaozhou, who was sipping complimentary tea in a corner, and decided to walk over. Chapter 115, the band's opening song. Lin Hao's eyes brightened. Zhuang Lanlan transformed completely while drumming, shedding her doll-like appearance to reveal a vibrant and dynamic energy, showcasing remarkably solid foundational skills. Truly impressive. The opening song was also well arranged, utilizing the latest Coca-Cola advertisement music, brimming with enthusiasm. He nudged Wu Xiaozhou, urging him to pay attention to the bassist's performance rather than being distracted. Wu Xiaozhou rolled his eyes and shouted towards the stage, Where the hell are the legs?" Lin Hao realized the truth. Zhuang Lanlan, the only female on stage, was obscured by the drum set. Sister C leaned against the bar, nodding discreetly. This group appeared far more agreeable than Zhao Xiaoyi and her companions. However, she could not assess their professional level based on customer reactions alone, as she was still somewhat of an outsider in this regard. She glanced at Lin Hao in the corner, recalling the events that transpired after his departure the previous night. When Lin Hao stood up to pull Wu Xiaozhou out, she understood that this clever little fox had passed the dilemma on to her. Whether to keep this group or not was no longer his concern. Initially, she too had hesitated, as their time together had been short, and customer responses had been fairly positive. This minor conflict with Lin Hao seemed trivial. However, with Lin Hao's departure, a feeling of discomfort settled within her. His message was clear. As the boss, it was her prerogative to decide their fate. She could not help but mutter to herself, "You think you're clever? I'll stick around just to annoy you." After closing the office door, she wore a stern expression and was about to speak when, unexpectedly, with a thud, Zhao Xiaoyi knelt before her, quickly shuffling forward on his knees to grasp her thigh. Sister C, I was wrong. Please don't fire us." Zhao Xiaoyi wailed, tears streaming down his face. This desperate embrace ignited Sister C's fury. "What kind of person are you?" she exclaimed, raising her hand and delivering a sharp slap. The sound echoed as Zhao Xiaoyi was left dazed. He struggled for a moment before breaking free and kicked him in the chest with the heel of her high-heeled sandal. "Get lost," she shouted fiercely. Zhao Xiaoyi collapsed onto the ground with a thud. His tears ceased as he covered his face with one hand, bewildered by his own perceived transgressions. Moments ago, Lin Hao had been present in the room. Although his knees had weakened, he felt too embarrassed to kneel before outsiders. Now, only the 3 of them remained, and fourth sister wore a perpetually stern expression. The words of Zheng Laolu reverberated in his ears, recalling He Qing's influence in the provincial city, and Lin Hao's demeanor from earlier suggested an intimate connection between fourth sister and him. Otherwise, what would account for the familiarity between a nightclub worker and a boss? It seemed that if they could not navigate this situation, their prospects in any nightclub within the provincial city might be severely jeopardized. Furthermore, considering Fourth Sister's beauty, it was conceivable that she could be swayed by that pretty boy, leading her to kneel in submission. This unexpected kneel left Zheng Laolu utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Zhao Xiaoyi's knees to give way so easily. Moreover, while kneeling was one thing, to audaciously grasp Fourth Sister's thigh was entirely another. How could he dare? This fierce woman held significant sway in the provincial city. After 5 or 6 years in the nightlife, Zhao Xiaoyi ought to have known better. Was he truly so foolish as to think he could take advantage of the moment? Everything transpired too swiftly. By the time Zheng Laolu regained his composure, Zhao Xiaoyi had already been kicked to the ground by Fourth Sister. He hurriedly approached to assist Zhao Xiaoyi, but the fool seemed to have lost his senses, crawling towards Fourth Sister's leg. Seeing he could not restrain him, Zheng Laolu, in his desperation, slapped Zhao Xiaoyi across the face. Zhao Xiaoyi was taken aback, utterly confused by the sudden turn of events. I've knelt down. So why am I being struck? Just as the resounding slap echoed, the office door swung open, and He Qing entered with 2 companions. Oh, are we rehearsing a skit here? The slaps resound. He Qing's smile belied a chilling undertone. Zheng Laolu shuddered. Everyone in the provincial city knew that while they feared He Qing's wrath, they dreaded his smile even more. He quickly released his grip and stood, forcing a smile onto his face. Brother Qing, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Chapter 116. He Qing did not acknowledge him, turning instead to Fourth Sister. What is the matter? Zheng Laolu anxiously glanced at Fourth Sister, fearing her words could turn against him. At that moment, he wished to cast Zhao Xiaoyi into the depths of the river, realizing too late that this fool's mind was utterly unhinged. Inwardly, he prayed that today's incident would not implicate him. He Qing's 2 companions casually settled onto the sofa, and Zheng Lao's gaze fell upon the shorter one. His heart quaked anew. This short man was Ma Dia from the seafood wholesale market. If he so much as coughed, the seafood supply in the provincial city would be jeopardized. Fourth Sister disdainfully brushed off her thigh, exclaiming impatiently, "It's nothing. It's about the band. Brother, don't interfere." Zheng Laolu felt a slight easing of his tension. He Qing narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Zheng Laolu. What did you say? Zheng Ziqiang, being the 6th in his family, was affectionately referred to as Zheng Laolu by his friends. Zheng Laolu nodded and replied, "Oh, right." He Qing smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "It was Ho San who introduced you." "Indeed," Zheng Laolu hurriedly affirmed. "It was Brother San who asked me to come lend a hand." "Well then, just don't bully my little sister." Zheng Laolu forced a smile at this remark, reflecting on the fact that in the capital of Long Province, Shueching, no one dared to mistreat her. He Qing waved his hand dismissively towards the 2 individuals on the sofa, saying, "Let us go." "Lao Ma Lao Qi, didn't you see my sister doesn't want me meddling in her affairs?" With a chuckle, Lao Ma stood up, while Lao Qi maintained a stoic expression. The 3 of them exited. Zheng Laolu felt a weight lift from his chest as he wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that his Fourth Sister didn't intend to escalate matters. Otherwise, his peaceful days would come to an abrupt end, along with the miscreant sprawled on the floor. The Heihu Band had faced numerous setbacks in recent years, and after finally gaining a semblance of fame, they were on the brink of complete obliteration. Just as he was about to speak, his Fourth Sister turned to him. "Lao Lu, deal with this fellow, and go settle their wages at the bar. Let them finish the second half of the performance, and once that's done, they should pack up and leave. Tomorrow afternoon, find me another group to audition." "Understood. Rest assured, Fourth Sister, it will be taken care of." Zheng Laolu acknowledged, aware that Zhao Xiaoyi's kneeling had complicated matters. Given the circumstances, this was the best outcome. He felt relieved that his sister still entrusted him with finding a new band, indicating that he had passed this hurdle. As for Zhao Xiaoyi and his companions, they would likely find work elsewhere without issue. He yanked Zhao Xiaoyi up from the ground. Zhao Xiaoyi attempted to speak, but Zheng Laolu swiftly reprimanded, "Shut your mouth." Zhao Xiaoyi, with his head hung low, followed him out just as he had entered, watching their retreating figures. Fourth Sister felt a twinge of discomfort. Had Zhao Xiaoyi delayed his kneeling by a few seconds, she might have allowed them to continue performing for a while longer. Little did she expect this spineless act. The thought of Lin Hao made her teeth itch. He was like a cunning little fox, avoiding any confrontation. While he reveled in the thrill of slapping faces, he left the task of ejecting them to her. After the opening tune, a female singer took the stage. Wu Xiaozhou gazed at the singer's long, slender legs, his eyes shimmering with excitement, and whispered, "Howsy, when will we have our own band to perform?" Lin Hao chuckled. "Are you after money or just admiring legs?" Wu Xiaozhou, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I wish to enhance my professional skills. Get lost." Chapter 117. The summer vacation has come to an end. Following the incident at the Dukou bar, Lin Hao advised Wu Xiaozhou not to consider confronting his classmate Zhao Xiaojia, also known as Air Bao, as it would be pointless. Although Wu Xiaozhou did not seek trouble with Air Bao, when the two encountered each other alone one day, he still took the opportunity to insult him thoroughly. Air Bao, aware of his guilt, said nothing in response. On the evening of the second day of school, Lin Hao and Wu Xiaozhou invited their old classmate and neighbor, Zhang Sisi, to indulge in a sumptuous meal at Pizza Hut. Zhang Sisi had successfully gained admission to their school's dance program, while Li Yiba had also achieved his aspiration of enrolling in the Provincial University of Technology. The two were genuinely delighted for Zhang Sisi, and since they both held a disdain for Li Yiba, they did not extend an invitation for him to join them. Zhang Sisi, well aware of their sentiments, refrained from suggesting his presence. As they savored their pizzas, Wu Xiaozhou boasted about his impressive standing at school, encouraging Zhang Sisi to reach out to him whenever she needed assistance. Zhang Sisi laughed heartily, remarking that he would always remain the same, no matter how old he got. That evening, with a gentle breeze caressing them, Wu Xiaozhou held the delicate hand of Bai Jitong as they strolled around the artificial lake countless times. By September, the weather in the provincial capital had turned pleasantly cool. Bai Jitong felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. Although Wu Xiaozhou could be somewhat reckless, he was tall, handsome, and treated her with tenderness and consideration. Yet, it is often said that men and women operate on different wavelengths. While Bai Jitong was lost in affectionate thoughts, Wu Xiaozhou occasionally cast glances towards a nearby grove, pondering when he might have the opportunity to venture in with her. Alas, their progress was painfully slow. "By the way, Xiao Wu," Bai Jitong called out. Wu Xiaozhou replied with a distracted hum. "Did you see the poster on the bulletin board today?" "The poster?" Wu Xiaozhou mused for a moment before shaking his head. They're about to hold the inaugural Daxia University campus singer competition, which is said to be backed by the National Education Department and is quite an event. Wu Xiaozhou understood and inquired, "Are you thinking of participating?" Bai Jitong nodded. "Then go for it," Wu Xiaozhou remarked nonchalantly. Bai Jitong sighed. "You know my level of skill. I can't even rank among the top in our class. Plus, I heard that Ding Lanlan and Han Yudong have both signed up." "Who?" "Han Big Butt," Wu Xiaozhou exclaimed in surprise. Bai Jitong initially chuckled, but her smile quickly faded as she sighed softly. "These two are the best in our vocal program. With them participating, it seems pointless for me to sign up." Wu Xiaozhou was familiar with both girls, especially Han Yudong, who was nicknamed Han Big Butt, known for her robust voice and impressive singing ability. "Wait a minute." Wu Xiaozhou scratched his head. "Aren't you on good terms with Ding Lanlan? Did she sign up because she knew you were participating?" Bai Jitong shook her head. "You don't understand the intricacies of female friendships. Does that mean you two aren't on good terms anymore?" Wu Xiaozhou asked, puzzled. "I don't know why, but since school started, she has ignored me whenever she sees us together," Bai Jitong said, punctuating her point by playfully pinching Wu Xiaozhou. Wu Xiaozhou was equally baffled. Ding Lanlan was undeniably attractive, tall with long legs that seemed to split from her navel. Although he had noticed her occasionally gazing at him with an unusual intensity, he had never made any advances, as Meng Ponzi had mentioned several times how much he admired her long legs. As the saying goes, one must not deceive a friend's wife. He truly harbors no improper thoughts towards Ding Lanlan. He is disinclined to dwell on such matters any longer. With a smile, he declared, "I have a method that will ensure you bring home a gold award." Bai Jitong was taken aback, pondering what scheme he could possibly concoct. Surely, it wasn't an idea to harm Ding Lanlan or Han Yudong, as that would be utterly unacceptable and illegal. Contemplating this, she quickly retorted, "Forget it. I don't need your help. You only complicate things further." Wu Xiaozhou chuckled mischievously, pulling her into his embrace. "Rest assured, if I say you will win a gold award, then you certainly will. Now give me a kiss." Bai Jitong shyly protested. "Kiss? There are so many people around." She glanced around to see that other couples were indeed sharing kisses. Wu Xiaozhou urged her to look again. Chapter 118. Bai Jitong surveyed her surroundings and noticed, amidst the dim night, a few couples entwined like kissing fish. With a firm grip, Wu Xiaozhou held her closely. "Don't." Meng Pongzi burst into the dormitory, exclaiming, "Howsy? Good news." Lin Hao, having returned from the bar, lay on his upper bunk engrossed in the actor's self-cultivation, a book he had borrowed from a professor in the drama department, finding it increasingly rewarding. Meng Pongzi, ever the dramatic one, shouted with excitement, but Lin Hao remained unfazed, not even lifting his head. "What is up? The Daxia University Campus Singer Competition is happening, and it's the inaugural event. Our department has already put up posters." Lin Hao had little interest in such competitions. His focus had been solely on attending classes and studying, dedicating all his energy to songwriting. He had uploaded 24 new songs to the Daxia Music Copyright Association website, with many more waiting to be shared, leaving him stretched too thin. 19 of those songs had already been approved for copyright, and with a scanner and computer at his disposal, the process became infinitely easier. As the saying goes, one learns from adversity, and he now uploads each completed piece immediately, never again allowing himself to accumulate unfinished work. The dormitory door swung open as Chui Gang entered with a trumpet, followed closely by Wu Xiaozhou. Meng Pongzi and Chui Gang had been practicing that evening, while Wu Xiaozhou had spent over 2 hours training with Bai Jitong by the artificial lake. "What is all this commotion?" Wu Xiaozhou inquired. Meng Pongzi settled onto his bunk. Lighting a cigarette as he spoke, "I suggested that Haozi participate in the campus singer competition, but he refuses." Wu Xiaozhou replied, "Don't pressure him. If he enters, my dear Taozi won't win the gold." Meng Pongzi and Chui Gang exchanged incredulous glances, giving him the finger. What a friend he was, prioritizing romance over camaraderie. Wu Xiaozhou chuckled. "I'm serious, no jesting. Haozi, could you assist Taozi?" Lin Hao looked up. "Is Bai Jitong participating?" Wu Xiaozhou nodded affirmatively from his bed. Lin Hao fell silent. Wu Xiaozhou grew anxious. "Come on, can you manage it?" Lin Hao sighed. "I suppose so, but if Bai Jitong wishes to win the gold, she must heed my guidance." Wu Xiaozhou was animated and exuberant. Naturally, Lin Hao chuckled bitterly, saying, "You brat, if Bai Jitiao ever finds fame, will she still need you?" Meng, the chubby fellow, sat cross-legged, scratching his foot, and after taking a whiff of his hand, wore a look of indulgent ecstasy. Upon hearing Lin Hao's remark, he laughed and added, "Indeed, this fool is still merrily trying to promote her." Suddenly incensed, Wu Xiaozhou seized his pillow and hurled it at him. "Master Wu, I am in the wrong. I should not have spoken such blunt truths." Meng quickly pleaded for mercy. The following afternoon, in the innermost classroom of Fan Gang's specialized course on the 5th floor of the teaching building, Lin Hao, Wu Xiaozhou, and Bai Jitiao were seated on a sofa, engaged in conversation. Lin Hao had gathered information online about the Daxia University Campus Singer Competition, perhaps due to it being the inaugural event. The competition initially focused solely on popular singing styles, excluding folk and bel canto. However, the online discourse surrounding this was quite contentious. Ultimately, the organizers made a commitment on an authoritative student forum, acknowledging their oversight and permitting folk and bel canto styles to participate, which alleviated some discontent among the specialized students. The competition was divided into 2 categories, professional and amateur. As the name suggests, the professional category comprised contestants from art institutions, while the amateur category included participants from other fields. The last-minute inclusion of folk and bel canto without proper categorization struck Lin Hao as rather unprofessional. Additionally, each category featured both choir and solo groups. The highest accolade, the gold medal, was awarded to only one contestant in each group. Other awards included Best Ensemble, Best Stage Performance, Best Original Work, and Best Potential. The selection process began with 115 universities across 31 provinces and municipalities. The second round involved provincial selections, with only 3 slots available for both choir and solo groups from each province. The grand finale was scheduled for early November in Zhongzhou. Chapter 119, Peach. "Are you aware of the distinctive qualities of your singing?" Lin Hao inquired of Bai Jitiao. After contemplation, she responded, "My professional course instructor mentioned that I possess a small vocal range, best suited for soft love songs, and that my range shouldn't be too expansive." Lin Hao nodded and further probed, "What about your breathing technique?" She replied, "The teacher advised me to inhale through my nose, saying that my previous method of simultaneous inhalation through both nose and mouth produced too loud a sound." Ah, Lin Hao felt a sense of satisfaction, noting that this instructor possessed some competence. "In truth, your voice is quite commendable, pure and resonant. However, you have overlooked a significant issue. Lin Hao remarked. Bai Zhitiao pondered. Is it that there are few songs suited for me? Lin Hao shook his head. That is not the problem. Bai Zhitiao mused. Is that not a problem? Over the past few years, I've struggled to pinpoint my style, and there aren't many songs that feel right for me. I've sung popular love songs quite well, yet the feedback has been rather mediocre. Li Hongyu, the guitarist from the bar band, once told me, "You sing well, but lack a unique characteristic." Understanding her inability to articulate her thoughts, Lin Hao concluded, while your vocal quality is excellent, your technique leaves much to be desired. For instance, the use of vibrato, ending tones, transitions, and emotional expression all present significant challenges. Lin Hao's observations resonate with Bai Zhitiao, who is aware of these issues but struggles to articulate them. Although Bai Zhitao's imitation of the original singer is exquisite, she remains unable to surpass it, primarily due to technical constraints. No matter how closely she mimics, without her unique characteristics, it merely amounts to parroting. She nodded repeatedly, acknowledging her own shortcomings in vibrato and inquiring how to improve. Lin Hao explained that singers typically employ vibrato through the use of their Adam's apple. But such an approach can appear overly contrived. The ideal method should involve scientific breath control, resulting in a naturally produced vibrato. Wu Xiaozhou listened in a state of confusion, as Bai Zhitiao also struggled to comprehend what was meant by scientific breath control and how it could lead to a natural vibrato. She recalled her professional instructor mentioning similar concepts, yet despite her attempts at adjustment, she remained lost, unable to find clarity. Lin Hao fell into deep contemplation, wavering in his thoughts. From the first moment he heard Bai Zhitao's voice on the train, he was astounded, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Although Bai Zhitao was still quite inexperienced, he believed that with his guidance, she could undoubtedly achieve nationwide fame. Lin Hao turned to Bai Zhitao and said, "Peach, wait a moment, I need to discuss something with Xiao Wu." Wu Xiaozhou was taken aback, unsure what pressing matter could arise at this moment. The two stepped outside into the corridor. Lin Hao produced a cigarette and offered one to Wu Xiaozhou. After sharing a puff, Wu Xiaozhou questioned, "What is the matter?" A serious expression crossed Lin Hao's face as he replied, "Xiao Wu, I have given this considerable thought, and I feel it is imperative to share this with you." Wu Xiaozhou, feeling a sense of urgency, urged him to continue, exclaiming, "Just say it. Stop dragging it out like some old woman, and don't be so mysterious." Lin Hao insisted, "I'm not joking with you." Seeing Lin Hao's seriousness, Wu Xiaozhou nodded. "I will assist her, that is not a problem." However, Lin Hao paused, staring at him without saying more. "What is wrong with you today? Are you constipated or something? Speak up." Wu Xiaozhou was becoming increasingly anxious. Lin Hao sighed, realizing the foolishness of his friend's misunderstanding. Perhaps he was overthinking things. "Listen, if I do not help Bai Zhitao, her future may be rather mediocre. After graduation, she might sing in bars for a few more years, find a daytime job as a primary school teacher or teach vocal music at a music school. After a few years together, she may marry you and lead a blissful life of domesticity." Wu Xiaozhou nodded, feeling a sense of secret delight. Such a life seemed ideal. "However, if I assist her, she is destined to achieve remarkable fame, perhaps even become the queen of love songs across Asia. At that point, she may no longer belong to you. Do you understand?" Chapter 120. Wu Xiaozhou's mouth hung agape, his expression one of disbelief, and after a long pause, he murmured, "Really?" He had not considered much. He simply felt that since his girlfriend was studying vocal music and wished to participate in a competition to win a gold medal, it was his duty to support her. As for what Lin Hao had said, it sounded utterly preposterous to him at that moment. Lin Hao nodded. Bai Zhitiao's appearance was undoubtedly impeccable, standing at 165 centimeters, with a curvaceous figure and a delicate waist. Her oval face, paired with her large, expressive eyes, perfectly embodied Eastern beauty. With an already commendable appearance rated at 95 points, her snow-white complexion further enhanced her allure. With such beauty, combined with his efforts to elevate her singing skills, it would be a miracle if she did not achieve fame. Lin Hao ceased to speak. He had said all that needed to be said, leaving the rest to Wu Xiaozhou's own decision. Wu Xiaozhou leaned against the windowsill of the western corridor, silently smoking a cigarette. After a long while, he chuckled softly, recalling how his mother had always said, "What is yours cannot be taken away. Do not force what does not belong to you." He spread his hands wide. "Look, even my mother, with little education, can see through it all. What is there for me to misunderstand?" Lin Hao inquired, "Have you thought it over?" Wu Xiaozhou sighed deeply and nodded. I cannot manipulate others' lives for my own interests. With that, he gave Lin Hao a hearty slap on the shoulder, saying, just act as if I'm not here. Help her as you see fit. Tao Tao is a good girl, and I hope for her well-being. Lin Hao refrained from saying more. Feeling a little emotional, he gently rubbed his nose and chuckled. All right, Wu. You are magnanimous. Wu Xiaozhou laughed heartily, exuding a sense of grandeur. The preliminary round was set for September 28th, giving Lin Hao and Bai Jitiao a mere 15 days. From the following day, both took leave, spending every day in Fangang's practice room. Wu Xiaozhou rarely visited, and when he did, it was usually bearing treats, akin to a supportive friend. Lin Hao learned from Meng Pongzi that during this period, Wu Xiaozhou dedicated himself to practice, attending classes, and spending all his time honing his skills, demonstrating a remarkable level of diligence. Lin Hao was quite busy. He taught Bai Jitiao during the day, went to the dock in the evening, and upon returning, burned the midnight oil composing music. He wrote several songs for Bai Jitiao, applying for copyright, which would soon be approved. A week later, Bai Jitiao had fully mastered the singing techniques Lin Hao had taught her. He began guiding her through one song after another until her performance mirrored that of the original artist perfectly. Lin Hao quickly became acquainted with the new band at the dock bar, finally understanding why they referred to him as Brother Hao. Unbeknownst to him, someone had spread a rumor that Zhao Xiaoyi's Snow Country Band had been ousted from the dock bar due to him, even suggesting that he had a romantic involvement with the fourth sister. Since discovering this, Lin Hao felt awkward whenever he saw the fourth sister, sensing that she might know something, as her gaze towards him had shifted. That evening, after Lin Hao stepped off the stage, he exchanged greetings with a few members of the band before making his way outside. The preliminary round of the Daxia University Campus Singer Competition was scheduled for tomorrow, and he wished to return home to check whether the songs he had prepared for Bai Jitong had received approval. As the saying goes, experience teaches wisdom. Thus, the songs he performed at the bar were all those for which he had secured copyright approval. He resolutely refrained from singing any unapproved pieces. As he reached the entrance, Sister C arrived, accompanied by 3 individuals. 2 women, both around 30 years of age, boasted above-average looks and donned luxurious attire. The man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, was tall and lean, with short hair and small eyes that carried a somewhat arrogant expression. Chapter 121, Sister C. Lin Hao greeted her with a smile, stepping aside to allow them to enter before he exited himself. Sister C stood close, her delicate features bearing a smile that was neither here nor there. Her eyes slightly dazed. A strong aroma of alcohol mixed with the unique fragrance of mature women wafted toward him, indicating that the trio had indulged considerably. Lin Hao. Heading back? Sister C inquired. The man behind her visibly stiffened upon hearing Lin Hao's name. A short-haired woman giggled. So you are Lin Hao? Lin Hao maintained his smile, choosing not to respond. He surmised that these individuals were friends of Sister C and had likely overheard some gossip. Lin Hao, this is Hongjia, Sister C introduced, then gestured to the long-haired woman beside her. And this is Baijia. Hello, Hongjia. Hello, Baijia. Lin Hao replied with a grin. I shall take my leave now. He inwardly chuckled at the names of these 2 sisters. One red, one white. They were indeed fit to run a dye shop. He sidestepped to exit, eager to avoid lingering with these inebriated individuals. Wait. A hand blocked his path. Lin Hao looked up to meet a pair of somewhat malicious eyes. Sister C turned back, chuckling. Lin Hao, you ought to call him Li Ge. Lin Hao continued to smile, yet remained silent. The man named Li, slightly taller than Lin Hao, fixed his gaze on him. I've heard you sing quite well. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. You flatter me. Damn. The man swore. Am I giving you face here? Before Lin Hao could respond, Sister C interjected. Li Lang, mind your language. Li Lang smirked, a mocking expression on his face, and gestured toward the stage. Go on. Sing a song. I'll reward you with a flower basket. On stage, the band was preparing to perform, and soon the show would commence. Near the sound system, 2 young men in their 20s stood up, one of whom was carrying a black leather bag as he headed outside. The long-haired Baijia tugged at Li Lang. Xiao Lang. What are you doing? Don't pull me. Li Lang shrugged her off, and then nodded toward Lin Hao. Aren't you the one who thrives on this? I'll treat you to a meal. Sister C remained silent, having consumed her fair share of drinks, though still sober, as she observed how Lin Hao would respond. The polite smile on Lin Hao's face had faded. He thought to himself that he could rely on his own abilities to make a living, without needing anyone's charity. Li Lang raised his hand to strike. Lin Hao had been wary of him, Yet considering that this man was a friend of Sister C and they were in a bar, it would not be appropriate to engage in a brawl. Therefore, at the moment Li Lang's hand swung, he lifted his leg and stepped outside. Li Lang's slap met only air, infuriating him as he turned to pursue. The young man carrying a black leather bag nearly collided with Li Lang. Just as he opened his mouth to apologize, Li Lang glared, "Get lost." Immediately, the two fled the bar in disarray. Sister Bai tugged at Sister C. Xiaoyan. The short-haired Sister Hong chuckled. "It's been years since a man fought for us. Let us go take a look." Sister C shot Sister Hong a glance, internally diminishing her regard for Li Lang. This persistent suitor had been chasing her for quite some time. Had it not been for his connection to Ma Dian's family, she would have long since dismissed him. Li Lang came from a family that sold seafood, and with a bit of money and the backing of his brother-in-law Ma Dian, he strutted around with an air of arrogance. Believing Lin Hao was about to flee, Li Lang chased him outside only to find him standing at the entrance, casually lighting a cigarette. In his previous life, Lin Hao had spent over 20 years in nightclubs, accustomed to the scheming of such individuals. Having endured various confrontations and even forged friendships with those from the underworld, he understood well that it was better to avoid trouble. Yet he also recognized that one must not shy away when trouble arises. After training his body for so long, today was an opportunity to test his results. With a cigarette in his mouth and hands behind his back, Lin Hao regarded Li Lang. Li Lang had not drunk excessively. He had a good tolerance. However, harboring some unresolved issues since Lin Hao's rise at the dock, he had not returned there. Recently, he had heard that Sister C and Lin Hao were involved, which had only stoked his anger. Had it not been for his lingering thoughts, he would have confronted Lin Hao long ago. Now that they had crossed paths, he intended to teach this pretty boy a lesson. Since the first time he laid eyes on Sister C years ago, he had been infatuated. However, she had a boyfriend then, and he could not afford to provoke that man. Now that the rival had been incarcerated, he finally saw his chance. He was enamored with Sister C, viewing her as a ripe peach, beautiful and alluring. Observing Lin Hao's calm demeanor stirred an inexplicable anxiety within him. Yet he quickly dismissed it, thinking, "How dare this university student challenge me?" With that thought, he pointed at Lin Hao and began to curse, "You little brat. Are you looking for death by challenging me, Li?" With that, he lifted his leg to kick Lin Hao. Just as he did, Sister C's voice rang out, "Stop." But it was too late. Li Lang felt a sudden lightness in his body, and before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself flat on the ground with a thud. The fall left him gasping for breath, darkness clouding his vision. Li Lang's kick was not particularly high, barely reaching Lin Hao's waist. Lin Hao simply grasped Li Lang's ankle and, with a powerful upward motion, sent him sprawling to the ground. Fourth Sister's earlier shout had been out of concern for Lin Hao's safety. None had anticipated that Li Lang would end up on the floor. Hong Jia, with her meticulously crafted makeup, wore an expression of astonishment, her large eyes sparkling with intrigue. This young man was quite impressive. Fourth Sister was so taken aback that her inebriation dissipated. It was astonishing that the seemingly unimposing Lin Hao could best someone like Li Lang, who had navigated the streets for so long. Lin Hao dusted off his hands, disregarding the writhing Li Lang on the ground, and raised his voice towards Fourth Sister at the bar entrance, declaring, "If you cannot provide me with a safe environment for my performance, I shall not return tomorrow." With that, he turned and walked away. His bank account held over 500,000, and he certainly did not need the trifling earnings from this gig each night. Given the recent surge in matters demanding his attention, he thought it might be an opportune moment to resign from this job. "Hey, Lin Hao," Fourth Sister called after his retreating figure. He appeared not to hear her, soon vanishing from sight. Hong Jia was starstruck, exclaiming, "So handsome. I like him. Xiaoyan, if you don't want him, help me out. I want him." Fourth Sister shot her a disdainful look and muttered, "Infatuated fool. I admit it. I am infatuated. I adore his charm." Hong Jia murmured. Fourth Sister, unwilling to engage further, glared at the street where Lin Hao had disappeared, muttering through clenched teeth, "Fine. You little rascal. You have some spirit." Li Lang, having regained his footing, pressed a hand against his lower back. Noticing the three women watching him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Overindulgence had led to his current predicament. "Li Lang, are you trying to slap my face in front of He Jingyan today?" Fourth Sister's expression turned serious. Li Lang was momentarily taken aback, then forced a laugh. "What do you mean by that?" Before he could finish, Fourth Sister interrupted. "Go and find out who dares to act out in my bar." Hong Jia and Bai Jia exchanged glances, realizing Fourth Sister was not jesting. and fell silent.